I wouldn't say the brand's been tarnished. I mean, again, I think that's a lot of discussion we're going to be having over the next weeks and months is about our identity, and again, I want to be clear, like our identity really boils down to the players on the field and the way that they play and the type of players they are and how they handle themselves not only on the field but in the community. So I think that's going to be a big part of discussion is like what really is important to us as an organization and what are we going to hang our hat on at the end of the day.
Oh, baby, that was yesterday at 10 a.m. at your introductory press conference for Buster Posey, your new president of baseball operations. He sat in the dais with Bob Melvin, the manager, Greg Johnson, one of the owners. And that's what Posey said, our identity. What will our identity be? Now, he didn't say a lot yesterday. He didn't say a lot, and that spoke volumes. I have questions about the way they just kind of skated by Farhan Zaidi. To me, when I was listening, I wanted some more questions to Greg Johnson about Farhan Zaidi. But Posey takes the dais and on his first day on the job, I guess second day on the job, as he said, was ho-hum, which I would think from Buster Posey because he's never really said a lot. But just seeing him up there, you could feel the vibe. You could feel the breath of fresh air from everybody in a room, from Giants fans all over the city, from Giants fans all over the world. You have a new face. It's the president of baseball operations, Mr. Giant, currently, Buster Posey. What you think, Shasky?
So many things. It was very interesting how quickly they wanted to scrub and distance themselves from anything Farhan Zaidi related. It just felt like, hey, we don't want to talk about that, and nobody wanted to ask any questions about it. And I'm not saying that we've got to
don't talk about that.
Pick at the carcass, but I want to know, did we learn anything? Did we learn anything throughout the process? What was it that you didn't like? Buster kept saying, they used an analogy of like, I asked for the ball. That's kind of what Greg Johnson was saying, is that Buster asked for the ball. And I guess I wanted to know from Buster or from Greg, what was it that made you ask for the ball? What were you seeing that you didn't like?
Right.
Because he kept saying like my baseball, and I agree with him. My baseball philosophies are very simple. Yep. Catch the ball, meaning play good defense, and throw strikes, as in have good pitching. And I completely agree. I mean, that's tried and true. But what were those things? Like, what was it? And I'm sure platooning and openers and all the things that kind of frustrated the hell out of all of us Giants fans, it was part of it as well. But I felt like it was deeper than that. And the fact that they were so quick, and I would too, to pivot and not bring up the past, I was like, well, hold on a second. I know it's a day for Buster Posey, and I understand that. But can we also reflect on what we just went through? And I just felt like we're just moving on.
It goes to my point that the Giants are covered a bit differently than the 49ers and the Golden State Warriors, because remember when Jim Harbaugh got released by the 49ers? Jet York got peppered over and over and over about why they moved on from him. When Bob Myers left, they had a press conference to announce that he was leaving. And he got peppered with questions on why he was leaving, with Joe Lacob, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, sitting right next to him. And we had questions on why Bob was moving on. We had plenty of questions. So that goes to my point that the Giants are covered a bit differently, and I can't put my finger on why they're covered a bit differently. I just don't know. But Larry Barrow's in the building. And so my point, with 6 years, when you have a guy for 6 years running a show, and you say a lot about this guy, whether he's the smartest guy in the room or whether or not you're going to bring him here, keep him here long term, or whether or not you like what he did and he's going to be here for a while. And we know Greg Johnson was on a podcast with TK in the middle of the season. Middle of the season when they came off that road trip from New York and Pittsburgh and had a good run. The fact that, what was there, like one or two questions about Farhan Zaidi? Now, when it comes to Buster Posey, he may get some one-on-ones, and you may find out a little more about his philosophy and what he saw last season with the baseball team. But it's not Buster's nature to basically crush anybody.
No.
That's not in his DNA. But on the flip side, with Farhan, this is where Greg Johnson, I was a little disappointed. And we're going to talk to the Shay Hey kid today at 8:30, John Shay, because he pressed that board, that dais about Bob Melvin. And that was alarming right there. What I got out of Bob Melvin there is like, hey, we're not doing anything contractually yet. We're taking it day by day, which means you got to do your job, Bob, or we'll be searching for somebody else. But the fact they skated so quickly off of Farhan Zaidi and didn't get pressed by that. And there were some big boys in that media room, some big boys, our Bay Area big boys and girls. It was a bit disappointing. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, on one level, I understand because like Buster's he's a charming guy, and a lot of people that were in that room have covered him a long time. So you want to like not endear yourself, but hey, congratulations! This is maybe the first time I've been face to face with you in 4 or 5 years, and I used to see you every day. Like I do understand on some level that, but I don't know. It felt very different. I would agree with that.
Not only that though, but Posey, we can't let him skate by because he also said things about the city. He said, wives or I don't remember the exact quote. But he basically said, there is some concern about staying in the city and going shopping or whatnot. And how would that impact free agency? Basically doubling down on what Farhan Zaidi said. I would have liked to have a question about that. Like, hey, Posey, what's your philosophy there? It was a little too kumbaya for me, which, look, I'll speak for myself yesterday. I was a little kumbaya yesterday. I was shooting down and, taking shots at people that shouldn't even be on my radar. But I was feeling myself a little bit, feeling myself that Farhan was God and now we got to face. But also, on the flip side, there was a lot of questions that I wanted asked. And look, people say, well, you could have gone down there about I get off at 10 o'clock. I get off at 10 o'clock in the morning. I can't make the presser. But there were some questions that were not asked that disappointed me yesterday. And I want to ask Shay about that. I really do.
Yeah, you're never going to like be wowed by Buster at a podium.
No doubt.
In terms of charisma and all that stuff.
No doubt.
That's not necessarily who he is. But I don't think that makes you a good or bad president of baseball ops. Personality is just it is what it is. Now, do you treat people well? Do people like you? Can you get deals done? Are you able to bring two sides together that are far apart? Brian Cashman can be very abrasive, very abrasive. I know that Brian Sabian in this market was very abrasive at times, but they also understand how to close deals and they understand how to surround themselves with really strong people. I think the one thing that did stick out to me in the positive yesterday was clearly, like John Lynch, and you're going to see a lot of comparisons, he admitted to not knowing everything, and he would have to surround himself with very strong people who have experience. And to me, that speaks of self-awareness, which is one of the greatest traits you can have in any walk of life, is just being aware of what your strengths and your weaknesses are. And so it feels like they're going to bring in someone at the GM spot who has scouting experience, which I like. It also feels like, boy, he referenced Brian Sabian a lot.
Could be coming back. I
think in some sort of advisory role, they are going to reach out to him if they haven't already. It feels like to me they're going to try to not bring the band back together. That's not it. I think they're gonna go to well-respected, long time doing this type of people, bring them in. They'll probably bring in a bunch of new people. Sounds like Pete Pachula, who is the current GM, is being
he's gone
reassigned. I don't know what
different duty.
Yeah, I don't.
They got through that quick. Yeah, he won't be returning as a GM of the Giants. That was done quick.
Did anyone even talk to Pete Pachula?
I don't even know. Pete Patilla, right?
Or am I saying it wrong?
He wasn't even there.
Yeah, but what's his name? Love it. Pete
Patula?
Pete Patula?
Okay. He was with the Astros, and I saw him on the field a couple times, like with Bryce Eldridge. He stood there and signed a jersey and, gave him this jersey when he got drafted.
Putilla. Pete Putilla.
Well,
thank you.
Anyway, Greg Johnson, though, it did feel like they had Bob Melvin out there. I didn't think it was the time to have Bob Melvin out there. I understand why he's at the table, but to me, it's not necessarily about Bob Melvin. It's about the owner and the new president of baseball ops. Who knows? Posey might have 2, 3. Melvin might be his guy for the next decade, but it could also be something totally different. And I understand the questions that were very relevant about Bob Melvin's job status, contract status, all that, but I didn't really need to hear from him yesterday.
Yeah, it was very, John Shay, he pressed Posey and Greg Johnson on, there were some inaccuracies with the contract details. And John Shay asked Greg Johnson, are you going to be more transparent moving forward when it comes to contract details? And to Greg's credit, he goes, we don't have to be transparent about the details of contracts. But we did sign Buster Posey to a 3-year deal. Now I shifted over to Bob Melvin because we all assumed that Farhan and Bob Melvin were signed through 2026, and it wasn't the case. Shay cracked the code, say, well, there's some opt-outs here, and that's where the leaks kind of started with everything like that. So I don't know about Bob Melvin long-term. I don't, Buster, they said all the right things yesterday. But an extension, I think Bob Melvin has to win next year. And I think if Bob Melvin, and just my read on it, and I have no clue, no sources, whatever, on this situation. But it feels like the Giants have to make the playoffs next season in order for Bob Melvin to get that lucrative contract extension.
So I don't know about that. I feel like one thing that is fair to say, it feels like they're giving him a complete pass for whatever happened this year. He's not going to be judged on what the season that just concluded. I don't think he's going to be judged one way or the other. I do believe next year he will be judged. I don't know if playoffs necessarily is the standard.
It may not be playoffs. It may be form. It may be how the team looks.
There you go.
You know, are they clicking? Are they playing clean, crisp baseball, as Buster Posey said yesterday?
Were you able, forget the ownership group, were you able to make a clear read on Bob Melvin this year?
I wasn't. But, as we watched the Padres win yesterday down at Petco Park, and Ludman, who's the guy we had on from the podcast, man? He was really, really good from down there in San Diego.
Craig Elston.
And I asked him a question. I said, what happened with Bob Melvin and A.J. Preller? Why did San Diego keep the GM and allow a team within the division to take their manager? The question never really got answered, but we all knew about the disconnect. Oh, A.J. Preller, Bob Melvin don't get along. Bob Melvin doesn't get along. He's coming to the Giants, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm watching San Diego go crazy down at Petco Park yesterday, beating the Braves. Tatis Jr. hits a home run. You know, they shut out the Braves. They feel good. A lot of people are picking them over the Dodgers. They're rolling, and they've been a lot of fun this year. And I heard the manager, the skipper, who was a Schilt for the Padres, he's credited the GM. I heard him after one game. He goes, that's an A.J. Preller win. I was like, what? So I don't really know what happened with Bob and A.J. Preller. And I always had that question, like, what happened with Bo Mel? And I'm not going to lie to you. I was a bit underwhelmed with Bo Mel this season.
Well, I do feel like, just this is my feel, I feel like he was throwing Farhan under the bus at any opportunity he could, especially down the stretch.
I don't know if I like that.
No, I didn't like it either. But I kind of hypothesized at the beginning of the year, you know, when you lose a GM battle and you're the one that has to go from a fully loaded roster, you learn from that war and you go, well, I'm not going to let that happen to me a second time. Right. And I had hypothesized all year that Bob's going to angle to get Farhan as the fall guy here because, like, any normal person would do that in a work setting after they've been railroaded for the prior failures at a different stop. So, I don't know.
Well, think about this,
I think it was a very flawed roster, but here's what I would say, B. He didn't get the best out of Camilo Duvall. He didn't get the best out of Wilmer Flores, Tyro Estrada. There's a lot of guys that underperformed for a variety of reasons. And that's why I believe they're giving him a quote-unquote pass for this last year. Hey, you inherited kind of a weird roster that had a lot of tension, and we're going to start judging you moving forward. I was as unimpressed as you were, though, if I'm being candid.
Honestly, you think about the A's tenure and how A's fans felt about Bo Mel and managing the bullpen and whether or not he had control of that. The opener that they had at Yankee Stadium with Liam Hendricks, lose to Tampa Bay at home in a wild card game. You give up a leadoff home run right away, right off the rip. You don't start Mike Fiers at Yankee Stadium. A lot going on with the A's. So he goes to San Diego. They do make an NLCS to his credit. But I remember in that NLCS, I think it was game 4, pivotal game, and Bryce Harper's about to come up, and Sean Manaea can't get anybody out that season. He couldn't get anybody out.
I'm out.
And he goes to Sean Manaea in that game. And I think Bryce Harper, I think, crushed one. You remember that Spinotti crushed one? I'm thinking, why would Bo Mel go to Sean Manaea in that situation when he couldn't get anybody out all season long? So then you look at the Padres underachieving last season, and everybody said, well, the chemistry with the clubhouse. So maybe that was something with Soto, Tatis, and Machado. But you're the manager. You've got all this talent. You've been in baseball for a long, long time. There's no way you should be underachieving with that roster. And they did. And everybody said, well, the GM's an idiot. They got to get rid of the GM. Well, the GM stayed, and they're in the playoffs right now, rolling. One of the best teams in baseball, rolling. And Bo Mel's here, and we watched the roster, and we saw how things developed and played out here. So I don't know about Bo Mel.
So, like, I'm going to go off of what I saw this year. Forget San Diego. No, I think it's a fair point because it's part of your resume. I thought he had a subpar feel for the bullpen for about 4 months. The lefty Rogers wasn't used for weeks on end. He was making like $11 million a year, and they kept going to Miller as their high leverage lefty, and he was very young, and I thought he was spotty at times, though I'm sure the numbers are going to bear out that he was good. Yep. I thought he was spotty at times. Camilo Duvall, something happened.
Yeah.
I would put up more of it on Camilo, but the way Camilo was used, I think, also got into his head. And I think that Bob Mel has to understand how people are motivated and how to connect with them. And that's part of the job, right? Yep. And then I look at some of their other guys, like Wilmer clearly got iced out, which is fine. Like I didn't think Wilmer should have been on this team, but he was iced out, and I could feel it from the Estradas and guys like that. I think it had an effect on those guys. Now, here's the good. Elliot Ramos clearly had a monster year, and clearly Bob Melvin empowered that man to play. Now, it was because of injuries, but he kept putting him in the middle of that lineup, whether that's Farhan, Posey's influence, Bob Melvin's influence. I think he gets credit for that. And then I think the Tyler Fitzgerald immersion is another thing that, I think he gets a lot of credit for. He stuck with Tyler Fitzgerald, and the guy's bat was outstanding. I don't believe him to be a shortstop long term, but I thought he did a really good job with a couple of guys. Pat Bailey, I don't know. Well, I thought the handling of Pat Bailey, I thought they didn't have many options, but I think that the guy needed to sit for a week or two. I would have put him on the IL.
Matt Chapman swears by him. And that's fine. And Matt Chapman had a very good season, very good year. So we're going to play some sound from the Buster Posey introductory press conference next segment here, because there's a lot to be said. Love me and ask some questions. Pardon me. We'll get to that with Greg Johnson, because he caught up with Greg Johnson, our very own Sam Lubman. He caught up with Greg Johnson one-on-one, and of course, Greg doesn't really say a lot. And he's no Joe Lacob, he's no Jay York, but you know what, man? It's all good. We'll see about Bomel. The roster does have to get better. It does have to get better. But was there any, honestly, when you look at the way the last two seasons played out for the Giants, what was the difference with the on-field product between Gabe Kapler and Bob Melvin managing?
I thought there were less situational pinch hit moments early in games where they would yank a guy. I mean, I'm going deep into it, but also I thought you had more everyday players. Like Ramos being an everyday player, I think kind of stymied their let's go to Austin Slater in this moment kind of moves.
You know what I think it was?
What?
It was just a respect thing. I don't know if it translated into more wins.
What do you mean?
But these players just seem to respect Bo Mel a lot more than Gabe Kapler.
I think that's fair.
The respect for it, now that I think about it, the respect for Bob Melvin is there.
Would you also grant me this? Whoever you think the greatest manager in baseball history is, John McGraw, Bruce Bochy, Joe Torre, La Russa, pick who you want, okay? I don't know if any of those guys was getting this team to the playoffs.
Probably not. You need talent. And Buster Posey mentioned that yesterday. He said it's about the player. Our identity is about the players on the field.
I want to get into that because I think it's a stark contrast to the prior regime.
All right, more coming up here. Buster Posey introductory press conference. We will get to some sound from Media Day about the Golden State Warriors. I know Warrior fans are jacked up. Steve Kerr is mentioning that the team is going to shoot a lot of threes. He wants Andrew Wiggins shooting 7 threes a game. He wants Pods, D'Anthony Melton. He wants these guys to get them up. Moses Moody, jack them threes up, baby. I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. I am buying stock in Wiggins. I said it here first. All right, what's coming up in the game? But we're monitoring Devontae Adams. The latest, he wants out ASAP of the Las Vegas Raiders. Right now, the Cowboys and Jets have inquired about Devontae Adams, so he could be moved. Hell, in the next 24 hours, he may go. That's coming up, brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting
to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
That is an all-time drop. All-time drop. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Big changes are coming to the Giants, so make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Lutman, Shasky will have everything you need to know about the end of the Farhan Zaidi era and the rise of Buster Posey. Subscribe today so that you do not miss out on the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area. It is fascinating as we move forward here with Buster Posey as your new president of baseball operations. He will search for a GM. That's basically priority number one. Get him a GM, get him some baseball guys around here, get him some scouts. But it is amazing. After 6 years and all this chatter about Farhan Zaidi and the think pieces and the leaks and the bizarre ending in the month of September with the 2024 San Francisco Giants, that they moved on so quickly. I mean, it is an absolute masterclass to hold that presser. It was short, got out of it. We don't have to come back around, and we're gone just like that. Not even a statement for Farhan Zaidi. Was there a statement for Farhan? No statements?
I didn't see one.
No statements at all.
I'm out.
I'm out. I mean, just wow. I can't believe how quickly they pivoted off of Farhan. Just like he doesn't even exist.
This had been in the works for months.
There's no doubt it has.
I know Buster was like, yeah, this was more recent. Days, weeks, months. It's like, dog, I love you, Buster. I call cap on that.
Yeah,
I'm going to pull the 13-year-old in the backseat. I call cap on that, and here's why. You moved here because you smelled blood in the water, and Greg Johnson's been begging you to come do something. It was basically, what's the contract? What's the job? What do you want? Mm-hmm. Right? And let's just call it what it is. I know you can't be that honest, but I wish they would be. It is interesting, though. He kept hammering home. It's about the players. It's about the players. And I found that to be in the stark contrast to what the prior regime told me at the front end of their run, which was players are plug and play and replaceable. It's all about the thought process and how smart we are in the front office and how we're going to put people in a position to succeed because we think the game on a cerebral level and it doesn't matter. We're going to have interchangeable avatars on the field. It's just such a difference. It's so different. I don't think you heard the word like players at all like you did at the beginning of that run. It's so different.
It's a good point. It's a good point with that one. Pardon you. Bless you. It's such a good point. And he made it about the players because that's what it's about. The players bring the fans to the ballpark. The players bring the television ratings. The players make us excited. It's about the players. They're going to make a manager look really, really good. They're going to make a GM look really, really good. It is about the players. So how did it get the players better? Buster Posey's such a no-nonsense type of guy that he will figure out because this is a baseball lifer for crying out loud. I mean, this guy, I don't underrate the fact that he played at Florida State for a legendary manager. High-level baseball at Florida State, who are a college baseball powerhouse for many, many years.
He played all 9 positions in one game.
Yeah, I know. That's how we all found out. We were all watching SportsCenter one night. You remember the night we were all watching SportsCenter one night in the late 2000s. Who the hell is this? Buster Posey played all 9 positions? Okay. And then the Giants selected number 5. We're like, yay. We don't even know how good he's going to be, but he played all 9 positions. So he's played high-level baseball. So he knows the making. I mean, this guy's a great player himself. Now, I've written columns saying that he's a borderline Hall of Famer. I get that he's going to get in the Hall of Fame. I want Thurman Munson in there. I want Jorge Posada in there. I think those guys were great. Yadier Molina is going to get in there. They should all get in there. Whatever. Baseball's it's so damn strict on their Baseball Hall of Fame, and I get it. You don't want the Hall of Very Good, but, these guys are great. These guys are great players. But Buster Posey knows what goes into being a great player. He's a no-nonsense type of guy, so he's going to weed those guys out. So if you think you're going to clown around and lollygag down the first base line or show up your catcher or show up your manager, you're going to be out of here, buddy. That's not flying with Buster Posey.
Yeah, it just feels like now, and he said it, like, I want people to be accountable for their own baseball career. How refreshing was that?
Wow.
I mean, it's such a difference from we're going to continue to get in your way, and we're going to platoon you to death, and we're never going to let you bat against the lefty if you struggle against lefties, even in the slight. Yep. We're never going to let our right-handed power pitcher face a lefty in certain matchups because we want them to avoid those. It was head on. Like, you are in control of your own baseball career. And I found that to be very refreshing. And it feels like baseball as a whole, I think that the writers are obsessed with one word, and it's
analytics.
It's driving me crazy.
No, I knew where you're going with that one. I was just going to say, I was going to really quote where he goes, analytics are here and they're here to stay, and it would be a mistake to say that you're not going to use all that information. But analytics have been around forever. We got to stop with this analytics like it's some buzzword. It drives me insane. It's just like system quarterback. It's like system quarterback. Aaron Rodgers could be cuckoo at times, right? But he was on a Pat McAfee show yesterday saying, we're all system quarterbacks. What are you talking about? What are people talking about? You know, I've been yelling about that for years. Game managers. Well, that's what the quarterback's job's supposed to be. And when it comes to analytics, of course you're going to use data. If a guy in his last 7 games is batting 0-33 and he's 1 for 37, well, guess what? Okay, we could pinch in this guy. He can't hit the fastball inside. That's the analytic data point.
Exactly.
We try to make these things so damn complicated.
That's my point.
Oh, my gosh.
It's driving me insane. And again, the next time we have Kawakami on, I'm going to ask him, what do you mean? What analytics are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? When a guy faces a lefty on the road, on turf, day games, night games?
That's an interview that I'm just going to say, hey, Tim Kawakami here on the River Island guest line, and I'm just going to turn off my mic.
No, and I liked him. He's a very good journalist, but he throws that word around in baseball,
the question is?
and I don't think he understands what it means. Do you mean WRC plus? Because that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. How about BABIP? His batting average for balls in play, Okay, if you're going to say the buzzword analytics, my retort back to you is, and I'm not trying to be a jerk, which ones are you referring to? Slugging, OPS, batting average, me against lefties? Yeah. Like, what third time through the lineup? What are you describing? And it's driving me crazy.
Well, analytics is used in every sport.
Every sport.
You gotta use trends. Like we talk football, right? Okay, we know this team on third down struggles. Okay, we know this team doesn't like to run to the left side of the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
We know this team doesn't like to run up the middle. We know this team doesn't want to do, they've always been at the high school levels, the JUCO levels, the college levels. Analytics are everywhere, but we all use data, but we use it like this buzzword, like, oh, we're bucking the trend.
Exactly.
We're in the next gen. We're going to be looking like, no, stop.
You know what analytics can't do? Make you lay off the 3-2 slider in the dirt.
Right.
You know what analytics can't do? Teach you how to get a ground ball.
Yep.
Like, you could be in perfect position and still boot it. How many times was Luciano right where he needed to be based off of, the little sheet on his arm telling him where to stand, and he booted it right off his heel.
Yep.
Right? You still have to execute. So you bringing up like all the old school players. Shane Battier had a great one. He was like, I knew if Kobe had to take more than one dribble to his left, his shooting percentage went down 2%. And he was like, so all I was trying to do was make him take 2 dribbles to the left, not one, just 2. Because if he did one, he got into his rhythm. Like, those are the little things. It's very funny. I get a good kick out of it. But here's the thing that he said, I thought, about analytics, and this was the part I thought was finally we get something. He goes, the key to the analytics is some guys need all of it. Some guys need none of it. And some guys need just enough. Our job as a staff is to know when and how to use them for each player. And I thought that was the most important thing. Pete Rose, I know everyone has feelings on him, but he has a quote that I use to this day. And it goes, some guys need to be kicked in the pants. Some guys I need to put my arm around. And some guys I don't say a damn thing to. That's coaching. And you have to know what kind of person that person is on the other side that you're trying to connect to. And so when Posey said, of course we're going to use analytics, but I'm not going to give it to somebody who's like Pablo Sandoval. Pablo's going to swing at what he swings at, and I want him to be a natural athlete.
Right.
I don't want him knowing all the analytics. I kind of think him being free and not being in his own dome is what makes him beautiful.
He doesn't need to think about that.
Exactly.
Maybe that destroyed him in Boston. Another quote from Posey, a lot of my basic principles are pretty simple. I want us to be known as a team that's the ultimate prepared team, one that's fundamentals are held at a really high standard. Ultimately, this is all about the players. But basic principles, but to your point about managing guys differently, it's so true in all levels. Youth, high school, I've seen in my whole life, Some guys, the stars who are kind of knuckleheads, hey, you're going to coach them a little differently. Some guys like me, I need to kick them in the ass. Hey, stop being so lazy, Bonte. Run through the line of scrimmage. What the hell are you doing? And I can handle that, but some guys can't. So to that point there about the analytics, yeah, you don't want to bombard some of these players with all this super data. I want you to go up there, wait for your pitch, see pitch, hit pitch, and let's go and get on base and do what you do.
You think Vladdy Guerrero, I'm just using him as an example. You think Vladimir Guerrero Jr. would have benefited from all those things in his head, or just being Vladdy Guerrero Jr.?
How about just being Vladimir Guerrero Sr.? He goes from senior or junior.
Senior.
Yeah, senior too. Yeah, Hall of Famer. Yeah, but junior too. Goes both ways. Yeah, you don't need all that stuff, man.
But that being said, like Joe Panic used to talk about, like he wanted some of that data. Yep. He wanted to know what the trends were so that he could kind of adjust his game accordingly. So I think it's all about balance. And, Posey having that feel is good. I just want to see who he hires from here on out.
Yeah, no doubt. 925 Comcast Business text line. I love this before we go to break. Analytics are like a bikini. It shows a lot, but it's not everything.
Interesting.
That's for the franchise.
It's an interesting one.
I kind of like it. I kind of smell what you're doing, cooking up there, 925. And I'm going to read stuff like that.
Smell?
It's just what I'm going to do. What's coming up on Case brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. More on the Buster Posey introductory press conference as they wash away Farhan Zaidi so damn fast. We'll get the Love News questions with Greg Johnson. We'll play some sound on that. We'll get the Warriors Media Day. Niners back on the practice field today. Devontae Adams wants out of Las Vegas ASAP. Should the Niners call him about Brandon Aiyuk could make a swap? I'm with that. I'm down for that. That's all coming up here on the Morning Roast.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, looking for the perfect spot to catch a football game.
Hey, yo, it's Zuski, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
It ain't nothing you can do about it.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We got action in the Bay Area. I was talking to the boss, man. He goes, I was talking to Shasky, and this is like a point where each Bay Area team is kind of resetting expectations. And what should the expectations be? Well, the Niners' expectations is simple. We got to be in New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
Well, can I stop you there? It was, and it will always be, but the reality is, right now, in the middle of the season, given where they're at, it's make the playoffs and we'll go from there.
Oh, no doubt. But if they make the playoffs, we're going to expect them to make a run.
Well, but that's also football.
Yeah, that's football. But I'm just saying, with these stars and everything happening with the 49ers, the expectation is got to get back to the Super Bowl. This baby is wide open.
I do believe that it is wide open.
It's wide open.
If the Niners can get, healthy, even if CMC doesn't come back, I still think they can get out of the NFC.
Yeah, I think they have enough.
I do too.
I think
but I also won't be as devastated. No, I say that today.
Yeah.
Let's wait till. But I wouldn't be as devastated because stuff's happened this year. It's all over the place.
The Warriors expect the unexpected, I guess.
No, you know what I'm expecting?
What?
A fun season.
Fun.
And if they make the playoffs, I'll be really happy.
It's always a fun game.
I'm really excited for Kuminga. Really excited.
We'll get to Draymond's back and forth because I love Scott Osler from the San Francisco Chronicle. I thought there was a better way he could have got about his business with Draymond. I actually don't fault Draymond for that back and forth at all. I know he's an easy target to get on in those situations, but I thought it was obvious that Scott was looking for a little something extra, and it's media day, and it's like, all right, look, it's a new season. I get where Scott was trying to go, but it just didn't deliver in the way they were supposed to deliver. Anyway, we'll get to that, and I'll explain a little bit later. But the vibe around the Warriors is it's a fresh start. There's no Klay Thompson. Chris Paul's down in San Antonio next to Victor Wembanyama. But the vibe was good, man. I met DeAnthony Melton. He seems like a really good dude. Andrew Wiggins was a little under the weather at media day. I know people want to make jokes about that, but I ran into Wiggins and I just said, hey, man, condolences. Honestly, I dapped him up. He said, how you doing? I go, hey, man, condolences. And he gave me a little half hug and said, man, and he tapped his heart and said, I really appreciate that, man. And it could just kind of tell he just seemed in a better spot.
He lost his dad, dude.
Exactly. And
There's
everybody
not a
grieves
day goes
differently.
by where I don't bring him up, think about him. Believe me, I get it.
Yeah, so everybody grieves differently. And, now that he knows that his dad is in a better place, not battling health issues, then maybe he can have a clear head and play better. And I think he will play better for the Golden State Warriors this season because it feels like Steve Kerr's empowering him again, saying, I want Wiggins to shoot 6 or 7 threes. I want him to shoot threes. Moody, I want him to shoot threes. Ready to be Pods. Pods like, hey, I want to come on. Literally goes, when can I come to the studio with you guys? Like Pods, man. You don't want to come to the studio with us 6 to 10.
Yeah, you can.
It's a long time.
Why are you doing this? No, yes, you can. Brandon Pachevsky, if you're out there, come into the studio. Let's do this, dude.
Well, he's in Hawaii right now, but Pods is a good dude.
Hey, send the audio to him. Let him know he's invited.
What was that, Lovin?
You send this audio to him. Let him know that he's invited.
So he knows he's invited. I told Raymond Ritter, I said, Pod's supposed to come to the studio because, we can make that happen.
We might not have to run it through Raymond. Maybe we just go direct.
Unofficial third co-host.
Let's cut out the connect. Let's cut out the middleman.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
But Bonte, you're omitting someone that I'm just curious. Did you run into Draymond?
I did not run into Draymond Green because everybody's curious about that.
Shocked you talking
to me. Draymond. He was done early.
So you were looking for him?
Yeah. I was looking for him. I was looking for him.
Is Draymond in here? Because I want to leave this room if he's in here.
No, I'm not pulling no Shasky, man. No, I was looking for him.
Is this story time? We haven't opened for this because I want you to explain more about. We have a new thing that I'm going to do now. Let's just play it right now.
Okay.
Hear ye. Quiet down. The king has something to say. Your Majesty, could you please tell us a king's tale from your travels across the realm? Oh, the king's tale? What is the king's tale?
Oh, that's good.
So tell us more about Media Day, Bonte.
That's pretty good.
Tell us, King.
That's pretty good.
Come on, I knew you'd like that.
Please don't call me King. It makes me feel very uncomfortable.
Tell us what else happened on Media Day.
So Media Day, I run into Dennis Scott, 3D.
No way.
Orlando Magic. He was doing some work for NBA TV. Me, him, and Steven Erickson. You know Steve, who sets up everybody's LinkedIn. He was setting up Dennis Scott's LinkedIn. Great guy. Love Steven. He was there. We were all chilling it in. Dennis Scott was waiting for Steph Curry, so they did a one-on-one. And then kind of like how we experienced it a couple of years ago at Media Day, Steph leaves the table. There's all these people. Danny from the Bay Area News Group was shouting, hey, Bonte. Then Steph looks over at me and goes, Bonte, how you doing? And I'm like, I'm not going to lie. I was just like, man, this is all these people over here. He seeks me out to say what's up, right? It's Steph, man. It's Steph, man, right? He's so cool. And you know what he goes? He goes, hey, man, your boy Wet. I met your boy Wet. And I thought Steph was trolling. Honest to God, I said, wait, what are you talking about? Like, you guys start, I literally go, you guys stop listening to our show, man. It's not good for you. It's not good for you to listen to the show.
Did you tell Steph that he could also come into studio anytime he wants?
I did not say that to him. I was too confused. I was too confused. This is about me,
the king
not you.
Didn't tell him that the court jester said hi?
This is about me. She said, story time with the king. Court jester, please sit back and chill. Listen, he goes, Wet. And I go, wait a minute, Wet? What are you talking about? Because I ran into your boy Wet. He said, what's up? And I'm like, what? And so I call Wet. I go, hey, man, you didn't happen to run into Steph Curry. He goes, yeah, I did last week. And I told him, hey, man, make sure you give Bonte Hill some grief. The fact that Steph remembered to relay that message is what makes Steph Steph. How do you remember the nickname Wet? And then you're like, hey, man, I ran into your boy Wet. So I was talking to a security guard, Yusuf, for a while, and we were chopping it up. What else did I do? Looney. Come on, Looney.
This is a king's tale.
Come on, Looney. I told you guys he looks phenomenal, right?
No, tell us more.
But you see okay. Him, he looks phenomenal. You see him doing yoga in Hawaii. He looks great. So I go, Looney, you're really going to shoot the ball more, huh? He goes, you a bully. You always tell me to shoot it more. I said, man, Looney, you're my guy. You're my guy.
Spadoni's in his bag.
You're my guy, Looney. So he will shoot it a little bit more. What else did I run into?
What else happened, McKing?
Oh, I'll tell you what else happened. Kareth Breck saw my girl KP, the great KP, gave her a fat hug, and was like, hey, man, you did your thing at the Olympics. She's ready to roll. Her son's growing. Like 12, 13 months, starting to walk. Learned how to walk overseas. Go figure. In Ireland. Now he's back in the States, and he's doing his thing. And he's saying, mama. Larry June and Pilo and DJ D Sharp. Right into those guys.
Tell them I said hi?
I did not tell them to say hi, but they did ask me my opinions on the 49ers. And then Larry June, he's walking over. I'm like, who is that? He points at me, goes, my man, what's up? And he apologizes for his appearance on the postgame show from 2 seasons ago. I'm like, why are you apologizing? He goes, I was just too lit, man. I said, well, that's what actually made it great. And you gave us the greatest rejoin in the show's history, and you did it on one take. He goes, oh, yeah, my boys text me all the time. Yeah, that was y'all, man. And I go, yeah, you made a sound effect during that show. Lubman couldn't.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the morning roast.
We want him in studio, and I need to be in one of his videos.
No, this is not about you. This is about me. All right? This is not about you.
This is a king's tale.
This is a king's tale.
That's right. You're right.
This is a king's tale.
Right.
We're not talking about the peasants around here. No, I'm kidding. Okay, that's too strong.
No, actually, I am enjoying this.
No.
The music is so good.
It was a terrible joke. But Lubman even knows. He did a sound effect during the hit. He goes, I don't watch much basketball, but when I played, I was like Michael Jordan. And boop, 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 boop. And he was like, yeah, man, I was just too lit, man. I was like, hey, man, it made for great television. And that was that. And that was Media Day. So it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun at Media Day.
Lubman, do you have any voices you want to get in here?
No, I thought that was a very rousing tale from you there, Ponte.
We got through it. We got through it.
No, I liked it a lot. I'm glad I got to hear about your Media Day travels and all the friends that you got to shake hands with.
The king held court.
The king did hold court.
And then I ran into R.C. Davis and Jimbo, James Kincaid. They had all the liners ready to go. They were going to have Draymond and Steph do liners for the morning roast, but they didn't make it to their section at Media Day.
Interesting. Draymond said, liners for the morning roast. Right into the dumpster.
Oh, look at the time. I have to go. Wow, that works out.
The Q rating for James Kincaid just plummeting the last few months.
Unfortunately. So anytime Bonte has a story to tell, we're going to do a King's Tale.
Yeah, I have a lot of stories.
What did you think of that? You like that?
Oh, I do like them. It's just tough for me to get through stories on the show. You guys all play like and cut me off.
That's the beauty of
one of these days we got to get Shasky in on these stories too, so then Shasky doesn't have to try and be like, well, did you ask him about me? Did you say hi to him for me?
I know, man. It's like,
so we got to get some collabs here on I
got to just start asking people, hey, man, Shasky this and Shasky that. I got to start implementing that into my game plan. Well, no, you know what? You know what? Oh, I will say this. No.
Here we go.
You are known. You are known. Trust me. They know who you are. You said Steph Curry security guard. I probably shouldn't admit this, but we're talking. I was like, yeah, man, the morning. He goes, oh, yeah, man. You and Shasky. He goes, Shasky's like a roller coaster. He's like a roller coaster. And it reminds me of when I was in Boston, when we got there for game 3. And my boy Ryan, who was working with the G League affiliate at the time, he goes, hey, man, is Shasky always like that? He's like, he's all over the place sometimes, man. When we lose, he's in panic mode, man. Is he like that for real? I'm worried about his health.
That's how I am.
I was like, yeah, that's just who he is.
Yeah, exactly.
That's who he is.
By golly.
So they don't even. So you know what's cold, and this is why
the real winners have a hard time dealing with losing.
You're right about that.
Me and Buster Posey.
But you know what? You know what's funny? Now that I think about it, that's why it bugs me sometimes. I'm like, you and Guru get away with everything. Because all those dudes be like, that's just Shasky. He's up and down.
Exactly.
We know what it is. And I'm like, well, how come you guys hold me to everything? Well, Bonte, you say things. And I'm like,
you know what they say? Heavy is the crown.
That's what they say.
I just like how that conversation started with Yusuf Gobes. Like, oh, yeah, man, the morning roast, man. Like, I like how that's how the conversation
started. Well, I don't know how the conversation started. It just kind of developed into that. It's like, yeah, morning radio, I'm working off no sleep right now, man.
Getting back to your original point, though, it does feel like, to me, I'm very excited for the Warriors season this year. And my favorite part of all of this, and this is not a shot at Klay Thompson, so please just understand. But I think him not being on the team has kind of like reset or recalibrated everyone's feelings. Like the championship days, like, hey, maybe we get blessed and something magical happens and, they pull the sword from the stone, to go with the Kings analogy here. Maybe, but that's probably unlikely. And if you're setting yourself up for championship where I'm going to be pissed, well, then you're probably going to be pissed this year.
Yeah, no doubt.
I am not going in with that setting. Like the last 2 years, they've, barely got into the playoffs, whatever you want to call it, the play-in. And so for me, if you just made the playoffs this year, that would be an awesome year.
Well, you know what? They won 46 games last year, and the season before, Sacramento won 48 and was the number 3 seed in the Western Conference. Warriors won 46 last year, didn't even make it to the playoffs, and were in 10th place. Shows you how deep the West is. And I'm eager to see what Minnesota looks like without Karl-Anthony Towns. I do think them without Karl-Anthony Towns, I don't think there's going to be a lot of drop-off because I believe that much in Naz Reid. I believe that much in Dante DiVincenzo. And Julius Randle, I think they'll figure something out with him.
He's a ball hog.
He is a ball hog. But he's on the team, and I think they can make that work. Finch is a hell of a coach. I think Finch will put them in positions to succeed. But I think they'll be okay. I got
to see that one first.
I don't think there's going to be a dramatic drop-off without Karl-Anthony Towns.
Well, Karl-Anthony Towns did destroy the Warriors, it felt like.
Oh, yeah, he did. But so does Naz Reid.
No, Minnesota took it to the Warriors.
Well, Naz Reid is the Warriors
Rudy
killer.
Gobert when Draymond took it to him.
Naz Reid was, but there was an unnamed player. There was an unnamed player who told me, he's like, dude, I think we're getting 50 wins this year. I think we're getting 50.
I just did a whole segment on a whole setup on how I think the playoffs would be outstanding. It would be an outstanding season.
I had an unnamed player tell me 50. They won 46 last year, and they feel like they're going to be better.
It does feel, again, it just is, all these feel like shots at Klay, and that's not where I'm going. But it just feels like a lot of the oxygen of the championship oxygen that was like everywhere, and it was almost difficult to breathe at times for a lot of these younger players. A lot of that has gone out the room, and I just think that there's more shots, there's more minutes, there's more up for grabs. Like Jonathan Kuminga, I'm very, 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 very excited to see what Jonathan Kuminga has in response to, hey, we don't think that you're right now worth $50 million a year. Yeah. Go out and prove it. I'm happy that they're making that happen. I want to see him earn that money.
No doubt. We all do. And Draymond in Media Day, and Monty Poole and I taped the Warriors season preview yesterday. We ran a lot of interviews from Kerr Brick, who did a great job sitting down with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, and Jonathan Kuminga. And look, Draymond made a good point, actually. He's like, and don't say that he's pocket watching as you're listening to 95.7 Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the Odyssey app. This will go one or two ways. But when you have a Dean Anthony Melton on a one-year contract, he's playing for some money, right? He's playing for a contract. Gary Payton II, playing for a contract.
Well, he looked good. I saw a shirtless GP2 in Hawaii.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Dude, this guy's got like a 50-pack, not a 12-pack, not an 8-pack.
I don't think Shasky's going to be ripping GP2 this year. He was schmoozing. What about the Olympic Club, baby?
Yeah,
Let me tell you.
buds.
It was next level schmoozing, baby. Hey, GP2, man, you're not a specialist, man. I can't wait to see you play. Oh,
well, when you donate your time and you help our community, I have a soft spot for you.
He's always done that.
I know, but he did it with me in the room.
And his dad, Gary Payton, the glove, is the coach now at College of Alameda.
JUCO. There you go. JUCO, junior college. Yep. Mm-hmm. Alameda Hornets, I believe.
Yes,
the Hornets.
Sir.
No, GP2's a really good guy.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. Look at stuff over here. Yeah,
he is.
No, he's a great dude. But he said what's up at Media Day. But you have GP2 playing for money. You have D'Anthony Melton playing for a contract. Jonathan Kaminga, Moses Moody are playing for contracts. Kevon Looney is playing for a new contract. So there's a lot of motivation individually and team-wise. And so I kind of like, me, I like a guy in the contract here. It could go one or two ways. You can make a decision for me. You're either going to ball out. Now, we could get duped and overpay somebody, and that happens in sports. I get all that. But I'd rather have a guy in the contract here knowing I'm going to get the best out of this guy one way or the other. So there's a lot of intrigue with this Warriors team. There's no doubt about it. And Steve Kerr's mentioning we're going to shoot a lot of threes this year. There's going to be a shift in philosophy. We may look more like the Houston Rockets from 2018, 2017, 2019. Now, they'll take some mid-range. Steph will take some mid-range jumpers or whatnot, but a lot of other players are going to be empowered to shoot the basketball. And by the way, TJD grew another inch. He looks great. Chopped it up with him, too. Mm-hmm.
How about Kaminga with the Cisco hair?
That's what they're doing. Sakti, boy Sakti, producer over at NBC Sports area. What up, Sakti? He said that they're doing that in soccer now. All the African players in the Premier League and out there in La Liga dyeing their hair blonde.
Oh, really?
I think that's the thing
It's
now.
back now?
I guess it's back.
Interesting. Because do you guys even get the reference, the Cisco reference?
Please.
I just asked. Come on.
I was thinking Simon Phoenix, Demolition Man.
Oh, that's a good one.
Or Meteor Man.
Well,
Robert Townsend.
Dennis Rodman took it to a whole nother level.
Yeah, you're not beating Robin.
No. But like when I think of Cisco, like when I see Kaminga, that's what I think of.
Right.
Even though Cisco's probably like 5'1".
So what you thinking of back and forth between Draymond and Scott Hustler? Because that made the rounds yesterday. All the national television shows, and we didn't really play it because we were kind of flexing our muscle. We were probably a little obnoxious yesterday. I fully admit I was obnoxious. I went a little too hard on people. And shout out to Alexander Simon. I love the kid. I do. I was just busting his balls, but he's a good kid.
Well, tell really Alex maybe he can write a story about the two of us. How two local boys from the city raised in different necks of the neighborhoods, next to the woods.
I'm not going to beg for any ink.
Why don't you write a nice little piece about us? It'd be really nice, Heaven forbid you write about two hometown boys making good on their promise to dominate the airways.
Oh man, I'm not going to go there. You could go there.
Well,
if you
I'm
want
asking for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be humble in this one. Yeah, I'm going to be very humble in this one. But I kicked down. I kind of punched at some people that are just no names on the app that is toxic as hell, and I shouldn't have done that. So I apologize to everybody out there because I felt a little self-righteous yesterday, a little self-serving yesterday about everything that went down. So I want to walk it back, but I was just excited. But I admit, when I drove home at Top Point, I really sounded like a douchebag at times yesterday. I was just flexing. It wasn't right. It wasn't right. Anyway, you had the Draymond Green back and forth with Scott Hustler. Go ahead and play it. At Media Day, Scott Hustler, San Francisco Chronicle columnist, Spadoni's grabbing it. Obviously, Draymond Green he missed a lot of time last year. Played in 55 games, suspended for 17. Hurt for some other ones, some sickness, personal issues or whatnot, but he missed 27 games. And they won 46. They were 13 or 14 without Draymond Green. That record gets flipped to, 16 and 11. You're in 50 wins. You're in the 50-win range. You're the top seed. You're going to the playoffs. You're playing in a 7-game series. And he knows it. Everybody knows it. But Scott Hustler, Media Day, took a shot. And we had this awkward back and forth that Media Day between Scott Hustler from the San Francisco Chronicle and Draymond Green. Go ahead and roll us, Spadone.
People worry about you. Fans, maybe your teammates.
Why they worry about me? I am a successful black man in America doing incredibly well. What's the worry?
They worry about you.
There are way more people in this world to worry about than me, that's for sure.
But we're here now, so.
We're all here. I don't think you should worry about me.
Okay.
I'm doing pretty well. If you would have told me when I was 13 years old in Saginaw, Michigan, without a pot to piss in, that you'd be sitting here and somebody would say they're worried about you, I would have have probably told them they were out of their mind. I'd be sitting here and they'd be worried about me.
Well, they're worried from themselves too. They want to know.
They don't feed.
They know the team needs you.
So why are they worried?
Because they know the team needs you.
But they don't feed.
And
them
they don't know if you're going to be here.
Doing this.
So that's part one. Go ahead, roll part two, Spadot.
I'm here. I've been here for 13 years now.
If you're going to be here every night.
Been here pretty much every night for 13 years. Very much so. We all have. Look, Kevon Looney played 82 games 2 years in a row, and everybody was celebrating. We all miss games.
They want to know if you're going to be here like now.
I'm always here. And suspensions, the guideline of getting suspended is something that's in place because it's a possibility. So
Nothing changed that.
I don't know what would change, but I don't get the question. I think my mindset has helped us do some great things. It's pretty cool. So it's all about how you spin it. I love how you try and spin it, but it ain't my spin to it, player. So yeah, it's good.
So what you think, Shasky?
He's back.
He's back.
I mean, like,
that's the first time Scott Ostler's been called playa.
Probably. Hey, player. Yeah, that is.
I didn't
you know, Draymond didn't take the bait. And I thought, and I've talked to you guys about this behind the scenes, and Scott is a accomplished
I actually
journalist.
really like Scott. He's super nice to me.
Yeah, no.
And I really like him as a guy.
No, he's my guy. I mean, Scott and I talk
Love
every
his kid.
single game. Every single game. Gabe, Gabe's a good dude. But I've talked to Scott a lot over the years. We've had him on the show over the years. I respect the hell out of Scott. He's been writing columns for my entire life. I mean, this guy's been doing it since we weren't even thought of when Scott's been writing over 40 years, I believe. But I just saw the presentation of the question. If you wanted to get that out, the way I would have asked it, and who am I to tell Scott how to, I'm not telling Scott how to ask a question, but the way I probably would have asked it if I was going to go that route, Shasky. Hey, Draymond, do you think your teammates are worried about you due to all the suspensions last year and what happened the last 2 seasons with the Golden State Warriors? Do your teammates worry about you staying on the floor? Do they worry about you mentally staying on the floor? And I would have gone with that route. Instead of, hey, are your teammates worried about you? Because now you leave an open-ended question. Draymond's a smart guy. He ain't no dummy. Why would my teammates be worried about me? It's an easy back and forth there. So I just thought the presentation, and it just sounded like, in talking to other journalists about it, a lot of people thought, boy, I'm surprised Scott went that route.
I will take your word on all of that because I've never been in a scrum asking questions like that, and I don't understand the tact or maybe the fundamentals of how to do it. So I'm gonna take your lead on it. But let me just reflect on Draymond. For a man that clearly is proud of all of the positives that he has accomplished in his life, there is an element of like, come on, man. You could take a little accountability on a few negatives that you might need to clean up a little. You know, and I think that acknowledging that, like, I got myself suspended last year, and no one is saying you got to beat yourself up over it, but do you really have to be defiant to the point where it sounds like you're just not taking any accountability? Just a little bit of reflection, just a little, would just go a long way. Like, it's day one. Do we really need to be exhausted with this already?
Well, I don't think,
And I'm not saying we are.
Yeah, no, but, when we talk about accountability for what happened last season, you can have your opinion about it. I feel like he's addressed it throughout last season and in the summertime. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm thinking, with the team going to Hawaii, it felt like he was getting provoked to relive that.
Okay.
And I felt like look, it's done, right? It's done. What happened last season is done. And it sucks because I thought they could have made the playoffs. And I hated the fact that Draymond was suspended because he told me it was the most important season of his career. And he got popped for 17 games. He got popped. That's on him. But I felt like he's addressed it so much that as a fan base, just like the Farhan Zaidi thing, the fans are just ready to move on from Farhan. It's like, we don't even care about him. I'm kind of like that with the Draymond thing from the last 2 years. I just want to move forward. It's like, man, can we get back to the playoffs?
But this goes back to, and this is just, I think, a constant theme with him. Like, dude, you knew it was going to be asked. I would have had just a more refreshing way to pivot off it. Hey, look, last year's last year. I made some mistakes. I'm going to try to learn from them. It's always a possibility that because I run hot, I know that, and I'm working on that, and I'm trying to move forward. And this year, I'm going to do everything I can to try to make myself something. I'm paraphrasing or whatever. And I know people are going to say, but that's Draymond. He has to live on the edge. Just give him the BS answer and move on. Yeah. And I think that you diffuse the whole thing.
Right.
I understand everyone's angle of it. It's just like, the last thing I want to do is relive what happened last year. Because in part, why they lost when they did is in part because of the suspension.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. So Scott was asking, hey, are your teammates worried about you? And he was like, what? What? Huh? So you kind of left it open-ended question. But, yeah, it was an awkward back and forth on media day, which I did not expect.
But quite frankly, it has zero bearing on the season.
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. And now people may have some opinions on it. I would love to hear from Warrior fans on the opinions about that. 888-957-9570. Also, we'll get back to Buster Posey. What were your thoughts about his introductory press conference as well? And Devontae Adams apparently wants to play with the Jets or the Saints. They're the two teams on top of his wish list. That's all coming up. 888-957-9570. What's your thoughts on Draymond and Scott Oster's back and forth? We'll love to hear from Dub Nation as we get ready for another basketball season. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
This is Larry Flick.
This is Adam in the city, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Adam and SF, what is happening? What is happening? Most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. They are here. And this hip-hop made the Bay, starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Bone Thugs, and DJ Quick.
Where is Ja?
Ja's going to be at the SAP Center. That's right, Friday, November 1st. Friday, November 1st, SAP Center. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Boy, that Diddy case, man, it's just next level. You don't know what's what with these rappers anymore. I don't even know.
I kind of know what's up. Diddy's going down.
Well, but who's going? We know that, but who's going down with him?
Well, everyone, Bonte, everyone.
Can Jay-Z please, Jay-Z?
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
At this point, I'm just assuming everyone in the music industry is involved to some degree.
Well, the Usher concert, Usher was just at Oracle Arena back-to-back nights. And everybody was going crazy.
Well, you better enjoy it now because he might get canceled.
Oh, man. We'll get to Devontae Adams in just a second because I know Niner fans, including myself, I've been named somehow, some way the biggest Aiyuk fan, the Aiyuk cheerleader, but don't get it twisted, folks.
Actually, it's more you're Aiyuk's agent.
Aiyuk's agent. There you go. Well, I got him paid. That's for sure. As Aiyuk's agent, if John Lynch wanted to trade my client to the Las Vegas Raiders for Devontae Adams, and I tell John Lynch, well, you'd be an idiot not to do that. I want my money. I want my money now. Look, Devontae Adams is one of the best wide receivers in football, but one of the best wide receivers in the last 10 years, no doubt about it. If the Raiders, but I honestly don't believe the Raiders will trade with the 49ers. That's why the Khalil Mack deal, John Lynch had a deal in place or was trying to make the deal happen, and the Raiders just would not trade with the 49ers. They weren't going to do it. If they wanted a second-round pick of Brandon Aiyuk, I'd do it in a heartbeat. And that's no disrespect to Brandon Aiyuk. That's just how much I love Devontae Adams and how much of an accomplished receiver he is. And you imagine Devontae with Brock Purdy? Oh, my God.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
So you're giving up a second-round pick and Brandon Aiyuk?
Yeah, why not? I'm getting Devontae. The hell with the picks.
He's basically a rental this year, by the way, because all the guaranteed money is this season, and then you could move off of him if you were to do that.
No, it's interesting because I do believe Devontae's a better player than Brandon Aiyuk, but it's crazy how we were. And you're not alone. I'm not isolating you. I'm saying fans and we were all like, he's worth this, and then another player who's a little bit better, maybe a lot better. I don't know what the degrees are. Yeah. Not only are we trading this guy that we balked all summer about paying, whether he was worth X, Y, and Z, we're also stapling a second-round pick. I find that to be, shocking.
Third-round pick, it's Devontae Adams. It's Devontae Adams.
What does he do that much better than Brandon Aiyuk?
One-on-one, you're not going to guard him one-on-one. You will have to double him.
Okay.
Every single play. And if you don't, and you go one-on-one, Devontae Adams can run every single route. To a T. He's the best route runner in football. I mean, him and Justin Jefferson are like 1A, 1B when it comes to route running. Big boy. We want to talk about isolating a guy in the red zone, high point in the football. Devontae does that.
No, I love him. I love him as a player.
So that's what you're getting. You're getting the ultimate respect from defenses, and it's opening up the field for everybody else because you may not have Christian McCaffrey this year. You just may not have him. And we talk about man beaters in the Super Bowl and this year and getting yak and separation. Well, guess what Devontae does, Spadoni? You see it? He beats man coverage. Hell, he beats double teams. So that's just, and I don't think it's going to happen. But I try to make it happen.
Well, it could, because there is a relationship between Aiyuk and the head coach, Antonio Pierce. Like, there is a legit relationship there. Aiyuk talked about it during the Super Bowl when they even asked about Antonio Pierce when he became the Raiders' full-time head coach, because he was on Herman Edwards' staff, Antonio Pierce, at Arizona State, where Brandon Aiyuk obviously went to college. So there is something there. Now, I don't think a lot of players are going to be offering, or a lot of teams, I should say, be offering like legit players for him, right? There's been some rumors like, do the Jets offer Garrett Wilson? I don't think so.
No,
you want to add to Garrett Wilson.
Exactly.
Correct.
It's his number one target.
By the way, did you see his quote the other day?
Do they offer Hassan Reddick? Maybe that's something that is interesting, right? Like, if I'm the Raiders, I think about that.
See, I was going to take it a step further. If I'm the Niners, I trade Aiyuk to the Jets for Hassan Reddick, and do some sort of a pick swap and then use some of that ammunition in part to go land Davante Adams. That's how I was thinking.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Look, I think where I'm coming down is...
And the last thing Niner fans need is another guy who held out of training camp and needs to ramp up. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where this guy ramping up. It's like, all right, Bosa missed training camp, played week 1, and it was a down year for Bosa, and we were all ticked off about it. So, look, question: how do you think the 408 Comcast Business Text Line, Bonte? Do you think the Raiders will consider trading the Niners now that they're in Vegas? There's a lot of Raider fans here in the Bay Area. I don't know though.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it's a possibility.
But I think one thing is he played in a system similar. LaFleur's system's obviously going to be very similar to Shanahan's, and he thrived under it. I think this is more about Aiyuk, if we're being 100% honest.
That's where I'm kind of coming from.
Davante. I think Davante's great. There's no doubt. But hearing how quick, and I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm saying, you're one of Aiyuk's biggest fans. You love the player.
Shasky is Davante Adams.
No, I know, but wouldn't you also agree the early returns on just the whole Aiyuk experience for the last couple months has been odd?
Well,
it's been
I blame
odd.
both parties.
I think both parties have seller buyer's remorse.
And look, I give credit to Brandon Aiyuk for taking accountability, saying I made this harder than it needed to be. But then last Friday happened. And I think it is a big deal what happened last Friday. And I know you didn't want to talk about it after a win, but last Friday is a big deal to me.
Why?
It's just little things like that. Like we got to school this kid like he's a child or something. Like Shanahan walks over there back and forth, and Shanahan knows the media's over there. They know the media is right there on the sideline. Guys got their camera phones out looking. And he has to go over there and talk to him. And then he has to go back and talk to him. And then Aiyuk, the way he takes off the shorts, now it's a lot of people is like, you don't think there's some teammates in that locker room saying, damn, dude, just wear the right shorts. This is not what we do. This is not the 49er way. Tebow's out here wearing the right shorts. Trent's wearing the right shorts. Bosa's wearing the right shorts. And the theatrics of it, I don't take that lightly.
Well, I do believe that there is a teammate thing that has been kind of not brewing. I don't want to say simmering, but it's been there. Like Jawan Jennings posted some things on Instagram during the Aiyuk stuff during the summer that could be interpreted like, hey, man, you're getting a little greedy here considering the situation. That's the way I interpreted it. And Jawan Jennings has said some things in postgame where, I don't know, to me, it does feel like Aiyuk, I don't want to go as strong as say him and his teammates, there's friction. He doesn't feel 100% a part of the team right now. That's the feeling I get.
The fact that he was willing to go to Pittsburgh and he felt like the Niners did not respect him in a way that he wanted to be respected, then you know what? Go to Antonio Pierce. But we're talking about Davante Adams, and I have red zone issues. We're 8-16 for the red zone. We're one of the worst teams when it comes to converting touchdowns in the red zone. So if Davante Adams, he's a one-man wrecking crew in the red zone. In the red zone, you're going to get massive production from Davante Adams. So we're talking about Davante. There's only a few guys I'm trading Brandon Aiyuk for. Davante is one of those guys at the wide receiver position if you don't want to be here, because obviously there is some friction. Now, if Aiyuk wants to play ball and stay here, I'm cool with that, because I do like me some Brandon Aiyuk. I think he's a very good wide receiver. But the Raiders want to be dumb enough to flip Davante Adams already, then you know what? I have a disgruntled wide receiver, and we're getting off to a slow start here. And we went through this whole dog and pony show in the month of August. Then you know what? And by the way, let's not forget, John Lynch did field calls on both Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel. So they've searched that avenue. They've driven down this avenue to trade Brandon Aiyuk before. So I got no problem with it. It's big business. I'm trying to win a damn Super Bowl.
Well, it just feels like to me that the Niners clearly were trying to do major movement in the offseason and things didn't materialize. And then I think plan B was like, all right, we'll try to get the Aiyuk deal done. But I don't think in their minds, this is just my feel. I don't think Aiyuk's in the cards long term. I just don't. And I think Aiyuk kind of knows it. And I think he got his money because it was a marriage of convenience for both parties. This feels very one and done to me. It just has that feeling, B. Like
Brandon,
something's up, dude.
No doubt, but
there's just something going on. It just doesn't. Maybe I'm way off. Maybe I'm looking way too deep into all these things. But like the totality of all these things, of all the stuff being said, the attitude, body language. What else am I as a Niner fan to interpret?
Well, I think about it like this. Before we get to a baldy cut about the red zone issues, right? I think about John Lynch, the player and the GM, and who he is as a man.
He's no nonsense.
He played with Keyshawn Johnson. They won a Super Bowl with Keyshawn Johnson. Wasn't really a buck. Warren Sapp touches on this. It's like, dude, we advocated for you to come here. You didn't really fit in with our culture. And John Gruden deactivated that guy for the rest of the season. Remember that? He deactivated him.
Remember it fondly.
Now, as a coach in the pros, you have to run it by your captains. You have to run it by your leaders of the team, the Derek Brooks, the Warren Sapps, the John Lynches. Who else was on offense? I forget who was on offense.
Simeon Rice.
Simeon
He
Rice
might
is
have been
out
with
there.
Arizona at that time.
Maybe. But you don't think John Gruden had ran that by the leaders of the team saying, hey, this is what we're going to do?
No doubt.
And they were probably like, yeah, let's do it. We won before with him. I mean, we didn't win the Super Bowl, but we were very successful without him. We don't go for this. John Lynch is not that guy. Then you think about the day I was on vacation, and Lynch and Shanahan went up there basically at the podium saying, yeah, it's up to him to practice. We expect him to practice. And if he's not out there, then you know what? We got to do some other things. They basically said that. I had never heard Lynch and Shanahan that stern. I'd go, oh, boy, they're about to move off of Aiyuk. And they almost did. And then Lynch was at the fundraiser. Remember that night? He goes, I don't care who's here, who's not. We're going to compete for a damn Super Bowl. So So when I think about last Friday, and Lynch is in his office looking at the practice field, and he's seeing this, he's going, I've skated this dude $30 million a year? What the hell is going on here?
I just think that every keen observer of the Niners is sitting here like, something doesn't feel right.
Yep.
It just doesn't have the same touch that it used to. Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't go as far as to say this is a Jordan Poole situation, but it sure feels closer to Jordan Poole than it feels harmonious, And I think that both parties, out of convenience, clearly got the deal done. He got the deal, and I still don't even know if he's that happy.
Well, I think he's fine. That's just his personality. I think we're reading too much into it. Brandon Aiyuk's usually a quiet guy, which is so surprising to see him so outspoken this offseason, because I never heard him this outspoken. And people around the team says, hey, this guy's a quiet dude. He's very reserved. He doesn't like to be out there like that. But for the first time in his career, he got all this attention. And some people act different when they get attention, right?
That's true.
Some people act different when they when they get the limelight. That's why you can never change, right? But something seems off. But the practice thing on Friday, that was alarming to me. Even I had to step back and say, well, come on, man. Because I've been part of teams where you've seen little things like that, where guys go a little, and I'm not even going to call it a tantrum, but it was just like.
It was unnecessary. That's
we've all been part of a team. I don't know if you've been a part of a team. I've seen that before, and then it was very low level, high school, all that stuff.
And somebody on your team's like, I don't want to knock that guy out. Like, I'm talking high school level, where guys are like, come on, man, you need to just get in line here. Get in line with everyone. Here's the thing. The individual isolated incident of the shorts to me is a no big deal. But when you couple it with the totality of everything else that's going on, well, that's when my ears and my eyes buck up. And I go, all right, look, there's more to this than meets the eye. The individual thing is not that big of a deal. Right. But again, when you couple it with body language, frustration, the last 6 months, like at some point you just throw your hands up like, come on, man, what are you doing? And of all the guys on the roster who should kind of be falling in line, it's the guy that just got paid.
Right, no doubt. He's got to be a leader for this team. There's no doubt about that. Now, again, I'm going to be with Team Aiyuk in terms of getting your money. And I think the 49ers front office botched this situation. Just give him the money right after the Super Bowl. I wanted to get paid right after the Super Bowl.
Oh, the timeline was clearly messed up.
And the receiver market got reset, and then you flirted with trading him or Debo at the draft, and you didn't do it. And so now what? So I don't know, man, but that short situation really was alarming. Although Debo Samuel says that it's a bit overblown.
You know me, I kind of think, they kind of blew away out of proportion than what it was, what it's shown to be. But what's so crazy in the locker room, me and BA was, I seen them had the red shorts on, and I was like, we had the red jerseys. I was like, yo, this combo kind of cold. And so I was like, I went in the equipment room. I was trying to find me some red shorts at the time, and they was like, man, we don't have any more of these. So I was like, And And so went out to practice. You know, him and Cal was going back and forth, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't as serious as they was making it. But you see, he put the black shorts on, and we moved on past it, and we went out there and got the dub. So maybe it's a trend that you might see the Niners come to practice in some red shorts. But
maybe Aiyuk needs to be in the red shorts every practice, because it definitely felt like the 49ers were super back this weekend.
Yeah, we was cooler.
So that's Deebo Samuel on this podcast. What is it, the Deebo Samuel Show? That's what they call it?
Cleats and Convos.
Cleats and Convos. Has it gotten better? Cleats and Convos? That was a good answer. Deebo, I mean, he expounded on it. That was 45-second answer from Deebo Samuel's a long answer. I'm not mad at that.
I would say to him, like, again, the individual shorts thing's it's not the end-all, be-all. No one is saying it's some, like, crazy thing. But when you add everything up, that's where it's like, what's going on here?
But Deebo saying, man, that combination kind of cold, man, the red on red. We may have to do that. I was looking for some red shorts. So that could either be Deebo having his boys back, saying like, hey, I was looking for some red shorts. Now, what if Deebo and Brandon Aiyuk went out there in red shorts? What would the issue be? Because that's fascinating to me that Deebo was looking for red shorts in the equipment room. But, you know, he had the black shorts on underneath or whatnot. I don't know what Aiyuk was doing. But it was just the fact that you did it, and now the media takes it. And you know the media is going to, not us, but they're going to clip that. They're going to clip that. And it's going to get on the internet. So it's like, oh, boy, on a Friday. And now Shanahan has to get asked a question. But Shanahan debunked it right away. It's like, yeah, he's not going to be punished. And Shanahan's like, look, I got to wear stuff I don't want to wear. So they did a great job of sweeping it under the rug and moving on and winning the football game. But let's see what's next. What's next? Now, you don't think John Lynch, who's a poker player, who's been ultra-aggressive in his tenure with the 49ers, and he finds out that Devontae Adams is available and they're having issues in the red zone, this is what good GMs do. The president of football operations, John Lynch, you definitely know he's dialing up the Las Vegas Raiders saying, okay, second-round pick. What do you want for that? I don't know if Ricky Pearsall is going to play. We obviously are having trouble scoring in the red zone. I don't know if Christian McCaffrey is going to be back. John Lynch is going to call. That's what good GMs do. You call about great players.
I'm just so surprised where this has turned. It's just, again, I'm not saying that the guy has to go or that he's demanding to go or any of those things. It's just the whole thing has been so bizarre for a guy that didn't really, I don't remember any outbursts. The guy was crying with glasses on to end the season. Yeah. You know, with the Super Bowl for a variety of reasons. Right. And then just the whole offseason was weird. The hold in was weird. The money portion, the fact that they offered him, and
Jayden Daniels,
he sat on it. And
everything. Jayden Daniels, the video, going to the podcast, Ryan Clark, what is it called?
So weird.
The Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark, and he sat down with Ryan Clark, and Jayden Daniels was with him, and it was just we've gotten to know a lot about Aiyuk this past year. But I still think he was worth the money. I still think it's a hell of a wide receiver. But knowing that, like, damn, no training camp obviously is affecting him. Let's go to Philmo Mike. Then we'll get to Matt and SF. Philmo, what's happening?
Hey, with all due respect, Mr. King of the Hill, you know what I'm saying? But you literally just said, like, yeah, the media's gonna clip that and come down people's roads, but not us. What do you mean not us? What do you mean? You got the baton in your hand. You're running with it right now.
It's a story, Phil.
Debo just said, I feel it, but Debo just said, hey man, it ain't nothing to see here, man. Like y'all doing just blowing out of proportion. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. I'm siding with one of the makers of the team.
Philmo, let me ask you this. When you saw that video Friday, I didn't make a big deal about it, but I was like, Tim, it ain't a good look. It's not a good look, right? It's pro football, man. That's something we saw in Pop Warner. We saw that with the San Francisco Seahawks dudes doing that. Washington High School. You don't see that on the pro football field. Like, that's all I'm saying. It's like, what the hell are we doing out here?
Man, you know what it is? I think, man, and this is not a real take, but I just say this. I just think, bro, they really understand the task at hand, and they was like on some like, man, they was just bored, bro. Like they playing the Patriots. It's a Friday. Why are we tripping those sorts type of things? But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
I'm not saying that. I just think maybe it's one of those situations within the season that, you feel me, it can happen. But I honestly feel the temperament of the team because they don't seem like they're making, I think it's more so week to week with this team, more so than the last 2-3 years where they're trying to set themselves up to be in a better position. I really think it's week to week. And with the McCaffrey injury, they understand, man, like, anything can happen. It's week to week. Let's just take it slow.
Film off.
I want him back. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it does feel a little weird, though, right? I mean, that's all. I mean, not just the shorts, just the whole thing the last couple months. It's been weird.
It has been weird, but
oh, you break it up a little bit, Filmo. Break it up a little bit. Call us back when you get some back. But he's definitely smoking.
Yeah.
I mean,
God,
that's not
jealous.
a question. It's not a question. Smoking and driving.
Mike, though.
By the way, Mike will be our award presenter at the Doobie Awards.
Really?
Yes. We stay 888-957-9570 at Morning Roast 957. You got Shasky's number. Hit us up on IG. Shasker and I.
Butcher Boy 405.
We're looking for Butcher Boy 405. Let's get those followers up at Bonte Hill.
Seriously.
I need some followers.
Trying to get the 10K.
Yeah. Are you? Where are you at? How many followers
almost
you got?
6.
Ooh, that's damn. You cooking.
I'm getting up.
Where am I at? Am I at 10K? I don't even know where the hell I'm at.
Shut up. You know exactly where
I have no idea where I'm at with IG followers, man.
The king doesn't pay for followers.
I definitely don't pay for followers. That is some loser stuff right there. Pay for followers. Oh, I need to. Anyway. We're looking for a location to host the Doobie Awards.
Yes.
We want a location to host the Doobie Awards with our roasters. We will be there in tuxedos. We want the roasters. We want a big party. I want the Dukes. I want the Filmo Mikes.
Yep.
I want Ernie. I want Rocket. I want Robin. I want Robin San Bruno. I want Jason from YouTube. I want D-Lou from you. I want everybody.
So we're wearing tuxedos for sure.
We are wearing tuxedos, bow ties. I got one in the closet. Yep. We're wearing tuxedos, bow ties, and we will do the Doobie Awards. Yeah. We're looking for a location. We will have awards. We'll go to a trophy room, buy some cheap awards, and we will have them, baby. The Doobie Awards coming to a location near you.
There used to be a place you can get trophies on San Jose and Ocean.
Yeah, I remember that.
You remember that little trophy
I remember
place?
that. Yeah, I remember that place.
Right across from the defunct Safeway.
Yeah, we'll
would end
figure
up
it
being
out.
a church.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
707, regarding how BA is acting on a Comcast Business Text line.
Give it to me.
It's just like how every person in their 20s act in the work field these days. They want everything right away, entitlement, etc. It's getting bad, Bonte and Shasky. It's getting bad. Well, let's see it. But I can tell you, each week that goes by and he gets 2 catches for 48 yards, and we don't even know if it's his fault or not. We don't know. We talked about this the other day with the Rams game. It's like, dude, if he doesn't go for 100, you know what the conversation is going to be? By the way, somebody on you, this is amazing.
What's the conversation going to be?
Text line. Well, it's going to be he's not living up to the contract and we made a mistake. 415. You see this text? Bonte, you're at 9,506 followers. Who are you, 415? Who cares, man? I can't wait to delete these apps. I really can't, Shasky.
I just, look, when it comes to the dress code thing, is it the end all be all? No. But I just know how I operate, and wearing, like in baseball, hat, belt, socks, like there's things you have to have at practice. All right? There just is. That's the way I operate. You're talking about an NFL team. There's a reason that they have uniforms for a reason. There's a reason why the quarterback wears the black jersey and everyone else wears the red ones. Like, just wear the outfit. Come on, man. You're highly compensated. Dude. You know, no one's trying to get all your swag and eliminate all that. Like, I get it, but just wear the outfit of everyone else. That's all. Especially considering the way everything has gone down. Like, once I did what I did, I would probably have the self-awareness to realize, like, I should just fall in line for right now.
There definitely seems to be some friction with Shanahan and Aiyuk, and it's crazy because they were just at Shanahan's house taking pictures with Rick Ross. You know what I'm saying? And Aiyuk's there with Debo and Kyle Shanahan. They're taking pictures with Rick Ross. But there's something amiss with those two, man. I don't know what it is, but how about this idea for the Doobie Awards, Shasky, before we get to the lines? 707. Host the Doobies at Centerfolds. Shout out to the overnight dancers. I'm for that. What? Oh my gosh. No, we're not backing the truck up on that.
Stop it.
Someone might be backing the truck up on stage.
Well, hey, that's okay. That's not everybody's
Tony.
Just wanted to share, Shasky. You're at 5861. Hey, combined, we got over 15,000. Hey, combined, we got over 15K, Shasky.
Help me out. DM me on Instagram. Butcher Boy 415.
I'm not going to beg for followers.
Ask me anything.
This idea, hey, I'm dead serious here. Before we get to Dan and Matt.
Trading Aiyuk for Adams?
No, well, that too. But the doobies as centerfolds would be up the Morning Roasters alley. The roasters will come. We'll have record attendance. People dancing with beats. Film on mic on the mic.
Record attendance at 6 a.m.
Yeah, what are these clubs like at 6 in the morning?
Hey,
what's that lineup like?
More people at centerfolds than at the Giants final
And if you get your tickets early, you get the pregame show exclusive from 5 to 6. There you go.
See, that now you're cooking. There's a morning shift, there's an afternoon shift, there's a late night shift. They got shifts all around the clock, baby.
Pregame shift.
The club don't sleep.
It's a great question right here.
Stupid. Don't
From the
say that
510. You know, I actually had no idea specific colored shorts were a requirement. And I'm with him on that. You know why? Because no one's ever done this. Ever. And I've been following football my whole life.
I was going to say, has no one ever cared at this point? Like, what are we doing? We're talking about shorts. I mean, I feel like Allen Iverson right now talking about practice. We're talking about shorts.
But Shanahan obviously got into his grill. It was like, hey, man.
It was important to Shanahan.
You know, Shanahan was like in his grill. And you got the Greg Codes and Lombardi's and Cam Evans. They're all filming. And they're getting out to their website. How quick did Greg Code get that video out? Oh, my gosh. His eyes must have lit up.
Well, and he threw, I love Grant, and I'd tell it to him. He threw tantrum on there.
Oh,
and I clicked, and I'm like, did I miss the tantrum part?
There was not a tantrum.
No.
I call it a little hissy fit. We just kind of kicked it around and stuff like that. But
I would have called it an exchange between Shanahan and Aiyuk, because that's what it was.
Right.
To me, it was an exchange.
And it blew up. I was at gym class with Baby Chad's like, wait, what the hell's going on? Why is my phone blowing up? Great. Here we go. Thank God we don't have a show in the morning. The Gold Club would be better. They have a buffet. Oh. You know what? I'm not. Hey, Matt Nahigan, let's get the Doobie Awards. I want the Doobie Awards at a gentleman's club.
What if we did it at like Chick-fil-A and Ceremony?
I want you to
not big enough.
I want you to pitch that to the sales staff meeting today at 11
I would like
That's
to
what
see
I
that.
want to see you do.
I just went from Gentleman's Club to Chick-fil-A in the same sense
One
there.
or the other.
Like, that's like opposite ends of the spectrum right there.
Susanna, I love you.
They kind of go hand in hand.
Susanna, I love you up there at Chick-fil-A, but I don't know if that spot's big enough to hold us. Now, chicken does get people out the house. I'm not going to lie. We all love our chicken. Let's go to Matt in San Francisco.
What is
Matt,
going on here?
Matt, what's happening? Oh, Matt hung up? All right, let's go to Dan and Marin. Dan and Marin.
Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. First time caller, long time listener. You guys have a great show, as always.
Thank you. Which part?
You guys, you guys just mentioned about Devontae Adams, and I just wanted to, and how John Lynch may reach out to the Raiders. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about what a trade could possibly look like, or is that realistic, or are we just just dreaming?
Well, Dan, the Raiders have come out and basically said that they will trade Devontae Adams. And Devontae Adams is now on record saying that I want to be traded ASAP. Now, apparently the Raiders are looking for a second-round pick, Dan. But obviously Devontae Adams is going to have some sway here. He wants to go to the Jets or the Saints playing with his former quarterbacks, Derek Carr or Aaron Rodgers. So I don't think it's likely the Niners trade for Devontae Adams. But you know John Lynch is going to be aggressive, Dan. And so what would it cost? And what would you do for Devontae Adams? Do the Niners need a Devontae Adams on his roster, Dan?
Right. That's a good point. And one other thing. Do you think that the relationship between the Raiders
and the Niners?
Would they basically be opposed to a trade?
Yeah, they weren't, the Khalil Mack deal kind of fell through the roof. John Lynch was trying to get Khalil Mack. Didn't happen.
They were in the same market.
They're in the same market. But still, there's a lot of disdain for the 49ers from the Raider Nation. That organization still views the Niners as a bit of a rival. What do you think, Spadone?
Well, it's way more likely than I'm seeing floated around by like Robert Griffin that the Chiefs will be. I was like, no chance are they trading him to the Chiefs. That is the one team that they are probably not going to trade him to. The Niners, though, again, the Brandon Aiyuk thing, I think, makes them a more desirable piece than a lot of other teams because they're just going to be offering picks. If I'm Antonio Pierce and I feel like I'm staying at least another year, I want a young player I could build around if I'm going to draft a quarterback, right?
And if the Niners are in on Devontae, someone else has got to go. Like, that's kind of where we're at.
That's where we're at.
You know?
And why not receiver for receiver swap? Hey, this guy doesn't seem extremely happy here. Let's move on. We need a red zone threat.
I mean, Gardner Minshew throwing to Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, my
mean,
gosh.
just, again, be careful what you wish for,
He'd be miserable.
Well,
he'd be miserable.
He'll get all the targets.
Be getting paid and then be getting a rookie quarterback next year. That's what you're selling. You're basically tearing it down this year anyways. So
And by the way, Devontae, you said he has all the guaranteed money's gone?
This year, after this year.
So he'll be a free agent?
Technically, he's going to want, you're going to have to get a new deal.
I'd re-up him for a couple years.
Okay, that's fine. Because you got Debo, you got Pearsall, you got Jawanda. You can figure that out. Just get the guy in the building.
And wouldn't you want a Ricky Pearsall learning at the feet of a Devontae?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
I bet he wears the right shorts. That's a joke. That's a joke.
So, there's a potential out in his contract after this year. There'd be a $15.7 million dead cap. But the thing is, the Raiders can take on a lot of the money when they trade him. Yeah. So they can make, so let's say I'm the Raiders, right? Or I'm Tom Telesco, the GM. It's like, all right, we'll trade you guys and we'll take on a lot of the salary. But because we're taking a lot of the salary, I want a higher draft pick or something like that.
So would you do the deal if they said, forget a second, a third, a fifth, and Aiyuk for Devontae? Are you doing that?
Absolutely.
You're doing that
I don't
over
even
a
think I need a
second round
fifth.
pick from the Saints?
Yeah. Yes, I would do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Because the player.
Correct.
I think they would too.
The 49ers?
The player changes. The player changes a lot. If you're willing to deal Aiyuk, then I'm definitely listening if I'm the Raiders.
Yeah, and if I'm the 49ers, we're in a win now mode. Hell with the picks. We're the 49ers. We'll figure it out.
Well, and they're better in the 5th, 6th, 7th round anyway.
That's what I'm saying. So
I know that sounds crazy.
That's why you said attaching a second round pick. Heck, knowing me, how I operate, now thank God I'm not the GM because I'd be trading picks left and right. Here's the first round pick. Here's the first and second. Give me
Here's the second overall for Antonio Brown who's frozen off his feet.
Clean it up,
I don't want Nick Bosa. One of Bonte's finest.
I'll walk back that take in 3 days. I said, I was a little ambitious there.
In fairness, he looked great when he was in training camp, though. Until he burned his feet off.
Going back to that draft, I remember I was arguing with him. I said, there's 3 players I would take in the top 2. It's Kyler, it's Bosa, it's DK Metcalf. He's like, I'd take Antonio Brown. We were doing the overtime podcast.
I remember that.
He's like, I will do it for Antonio Brown.
Oh, dude.
He looked great on that Tampa offense. Let's say that.
What's our boy from Levi? He covers the Raiders. Levi.
Damian?
So we go to trading camp, Big Dog City and Ira, right? And Antonio Brown wasn't at that practice.
Is this another tale?
Yeah, this is another tale. He wasn't at that practice.
Hear ye, hear
Here we
ye.
go.
Quiet
He wasn't
down,
at that
quiet
practice.
down. The king has something to say. Your Majesty, could you please tell us a king's tale from your travels across the realm?
Oh, the king's tale. What is the king's tale?
I didn't vote for you.
So here we go. Quick tale here. Quick tale. Napa Valley. Raiders trading camp. Napa Marriott. We're on the field. Antonio Brown's not at that practice. I'm there with Big Dog City and Ira. Ira's got all his Raider gear on. And Levi. And he's like, he had the brace on his knee at the time. So he's walking around. I go, man, how's, Antonio Brown? It's just bizarre, huh? He goes, it really is. But I got to tell you, Bonte, when he's out here at practice, damn, he's good. He's cooking everybody. So I don't really care if he comes to every practice because he's that legit. And I was like, damn, maybe we should have traded the number 2 overall pick. I also wanted Quentin Williams over Nick Bosa. But you know what? Nick Bosa's fine. I was more worried about the injury history of Nick Bosa. Quentin Williams is just looking amazing at Alabama. He's been amazing with the New York Jets. But I moved off that Antonio Brown for the number 2 over in 3 days because Papa thought I was insane.
Clean it up, Bonte.
Yeah, I did clean it up in 3 days.
There's some things that Papa says that I think are insane.
Yeah, we all say insane things.
Yeah.
We all say anything.
That's okay.
And then Antonio Brown was did the Niners not need a wide receiver at the time?
Some might say Papa repackages some of our material.
No, that's what you would say.
Well, I think sometimes.
Devontae, Matt in San Francisco.
Hey.
What's happening?
Hey, fellas, good morning. I was just getting off my garbage route, and I was hearing you talking about trading for Devontae. I don't see the Niners doing it. I don't see the Raiders doing it, especially since Aiyuk has been kind of a downer, training and all season. What I do see is Jerry getting his one last shot and trading for him to put it opposite the CD, and maybe giving up Parsons straight up for it because he has to pay Parsons next year.
No way they're trading Parsons. There's just no way. I like where your head's at. There's no way they're trading Parsons. He's one of the top 5 defensive players in the league on any given day.
They needed another weapon, too.
No doubt, but they're not giving up Parsons.
Just makes no sense from the player perspective wise. How young is Parsons? Like 25?
Yeah, I don't even think and their defense is not that good.
He might even be 23.
Now, we can all dream because Max Crosby and Micah Parsons would be the best dynamic duo in the league, but come on, please.
I do want to get your thoughts, Fedoni,
25. Wow,
on the Antonio Pierce saga getting off to a rocky start. Now,
he's acting like a player, Bonte.
Yeah,
he's acting like he's a player, but he's a coach. Like he's liking tweets and stuff. Like, what are we doing?
It felt like Mike Singletary 2.0, man. All the cigars and the interim coach and guys playing well. You can't roll. This is the pros, man. This is the pros. A guy with no experience. I think they missed the boat. I will say that I will take this to the grave. Jim Harbaugh should have been the guy for the Raiders.
You can't listen to the players.
Yes.
As the owner. And pick who the players are going to turn over so fast in the NFL. You can't listen to them.
I believe the Raiders are 3-1 with Jim Harbaugh right now. It looks completely different. Jim Harbaugh should have been the guy. All right, let's real quick. Zaya in San Diego before we get to the injury report.
How you guys doing?
What's up, man?
Oh, I just want to chime in. Adams is a 31.
Oh, man, bad connection. Contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. Zaya in San Diego, call us back when you get some better service because I do want to hear your take on Davante Adams. I think he was going to say something along the lines of Davante Adams is old.
I'll say this, though, because I was talking about it on the pregame show this morning, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. There's some other names out there, if you don't get Davante, that might be cheaper for the 49ers. I don't know if this team will do business because of what happened in the offseason, but Amari Cooper, he also has 1 year left on his deal. That's it. He
leads the league with 6 drops.
Yeah, but I would revisit that.
But DeAndre Hopkins is another one out in Tennessee. He's only a year older than Davante. So that's what I'm saying. He's a possession guy, a little smaller, obviously, but again, a guy that might not cost you as much as Davante will.
Interesting.
The Amari Cooper one is interesting. Then I saw that he led the league in 6 drops, and I don't know where he's at.
Yeah, but is wide receiver a need for the Niners?
I don't think it's a need. But when we have red zone issues, and I'm not sure there's going to be a defender out there that can help you this season. Now, I know everybody's talking about Hassan Reddick, and maybe Robert Saleh do business with Kyle Shanahan. Maybe. But maybe they're holding on to Hassan Reddick, hoping that he does come to the Jets or something. I have no idea what's going on with that situation.
So, Priest, he's too old. It's the best.
Davante is special, though. All right, injury report time.
He's too old.
It's the best.
How's Priest feeling about the Golden State Warriors?
I miss Priest.
Is Priest a Niner fan? Priest a Niner fan? He only calls what?
Joe, wake up, man.
he calls usually around.
This is stinking from the head up.
What time does he usually call, Spinelli? About 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock?
Yeah, around 12. Yeah. He's a Niners fan. No, I actually screened a call from Priest, and I talked about the Raiders and the Niners, and he's not a Raiders fan, but he follows them, but he's a big Niners fan. We were just talking. No, listen, Priest knows his stuff, man.
He does.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
Unbelievable.
We've got the best callers in the country. It's not even close.
It's unbelievable. And the fact that
it's the best. Filmo, Mike, Priest, BPA.
And what's crazy is
Tony.
These organizations are listening, thinking like, boy, these guys. Like when Joe Lacob says, I have a Twitter account and I see what's going on. Can you imagine Joe Lacob driving around listening to stuff?
Move on, Joe.
John Lynch driving around listening to this stuff. Like, can you imagine these guys? Like Kenny Atkinson straight up told me, oh, you and Shasky are absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
Like Kenny Atkinson, lead assistant for the Warriors last season, not head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Oh, man, you guys.
So in my mind, I'm imagining like Farhan packing all his stuff to leave, and it's just he's got the radio on, it's just BPA, like, he's got to go. He's cooked. And like, he's just like duct taping his boxes to leave. Exactly.
Well, where is BPA? I haven't heard from him since Farhan's been cooked.
Oh, he's being humble in this one.
I'm going to be humble in this one.
That's not. No way.
Frey Warner, not the only player on the injury report. Christian McCaffrey, Shanahan gave an update on Christian McCaffrey's health this week and revealed that CMC's Achilles tendonitis is in both feet. Oh, boy. Shanahan said it started with 1 foot and due to overcompensation began to develop tendonitis in the other foot as well. After returning from Germany for treatment, the Niners expect CMC to ramp up his rehab and will have a better idea of his playing status in the coming weeks. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. John Shay, 830 on the River Islands guest line. Devontae Adams, in or out. More Media Day stuff. We'll get back to Buster Posey. A lot going on here on a Wednesday on the Morning Roast.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is.
Oh, baby. Good morning. Welcome back to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Shout out to all the graveyard shift workers, all the muni drivers, BART conductors, cops, highway patrol, firefighters, teachers, students,
plumbers, electricians,
all the union workers,
nurses, stay-at-home
doctors,
moms,
stay-at-home dads,
retirees,
baby mamas, baby daddies.
I was a single dad last time my wife went out to whatever. It was the hottest day of the year. LJ and Dad, we cooked up a storm. Tri-tip, baby, Molly Stones.
Oh, I like that.
It was delicious.
I like that.
Delicious.
By the way, I also got to say good morning to all the overnight dancers. Hey, the Doobie Awards. Hey, the Doobie Awards. I'm dead serious here. I am you guys think I'm playing? I want the Doobie Awards with all the roasters who like to roast. The Doobie Awards will be hosted at a gentleman's club.
No, it won't.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Your mom, what? You're 42 years old.
My mom's going to want to come to the thing.
That's fine. We're going to have a ball.
What is going on here?
Your mom's going to want to come. She could come.
Unlimited possibilities.
I'm uncomfortable with that.
No, my mom. You're 42 years old.
Well, I know. Like my mother-in-law's probably going to want to show up because they want to support us.
Clean it up.
They could come here and they could support us. It'll be a blast.
Sam, your mom showed up to Freedman's Supply last week, right? Would you be comfortable?
No, don't bring me into bringing my mom to a strip club. This is your thing to deal with Bonte, all right? Leave me out of this one.
The lovely Jamie.
Lubman, your mom would have no problem with this. She would think it's like, wow, this is next level, outside of the box. What an experience. Because, when you get a little older in life, you want to experience something different. You want to have some fun, live on the wild side a little bit.
I'm waiting for her to text me with her response to this because I'm sure she's listening. So I'll let you guys know in a few minutes.
Hi, Sam's mom.
Jamie.
She met Steiny on Saturday, too.
Oh, wow.
They chopped it up. Yeah.
I saw the picture. I saw the picture.
Meeting Steiny, was it underwhelming or overwhelming?
Oh, come on. Steiny was in his bag at Freedman's. He's like the king of Freedman's over there.
Talk about a king's tail.
More of the prince. Yeah, right. More of a prince to Jim Cozamore's kingship.
There were rumors and murmurs that he was getting a lot of action at Warrior Media Day.
In terms of what?
People know who he
Steiny.
is.
Steiny?
Yeah.
Yeah, he covered the Warriors for 15 years. They know who he is.
Yeah, he had a great interview with Dunleavy, with Kyle Anderson.
Are you surprised? You say it like you're surprised.
Well, I mean, he still got it. It's like the Vinny Testaverde. He can come off the bench, off the couch, and just come out and still throw, for 200 yards in his 60s.
Did Coles call you guys?
He did.
How was that?
Courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as you know, Bonte.
Yeah. How was that?
It was great. He is not worried about Caleb. He does not like the offensive line. They need to do a better job protecting him. But it was really good to get his thoughts, though, on the A's leaving because they obviously did a lot of broadcasting for the A's, their pre and post, stuff like that. But that guy's knowledge of appliances is out of this world. It's unreal.
Coles is one of one.
He knows everything about all the different products, whether it's Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, GE. My guy knows everything.
Miele? I thought it was Melee.
No, stop. No, that's Super Smash Brothers. Come on.
Because I have one of those dishwashers and they're excellent.
Well, their vacuums are good too.
Thought it was bad. Dude,
I didn't know.
You're back.
Miele? I don't know.
But anyway, shout out Freedman's for their fall clearance sales event. Great hit. Shout out Matt, who we met, the owner. He's a great guy.
Matt's my guy. Yeah. Matt's a good dude.
Big Niner fan. He was at the Vikings game last year. He was telling me.
Dude, we were on the float at the championship parade. We were talking about Roger Craig fumbling in the NFC championship game.
Oh, wow.
Matt is knowledgeable.
Well, I got all of my sliding glass the doors and windows. They had a big sale going on, so I bought some for the cabin. I got a lot of the wood at Golden State Lumber, and then I went to Freedman's for a lot of the other stuff.
Freedman's Appliance is great.
It's the one up near past Petaluma. I don't know if it's Roanoke Park location or Santa Rosa. I forget what they designated
this one, Pleasant Hills, right by the golf spot. Shout out to Christian and the crew up there at the golf spot. It's like 5 minutes away from there.
It's right near Dick's.
Because Dick's Sporting Goods, that's where I got my golf gear right now. It's like, oh, that's Freedman's Appliance right there.
How much dust is that collecting?
Yeah. What, the golf gear? Oh, I can't get out. My schedule, man. It's just...
The king can't get out onto the course. It's just the lords of the land are just requiring too much of you.
I'm very busy. A lot of important matters for the king to attend.
Speaking of the King's Tale, running a Franco fan, he goes, when are we going to get out there and
play
golf?
The music.
And no, we don't need to play the music. But I went out to Franco. He goes, when are you going to play golf? I said, Franco, man,
Franco's everywhere.
My schedule. I just can't get out there. I can't get out there. And trust me, I wake up to my clubs every day. Every day. Damn. But no, so Coles, he loves Brock Purdy, huh? Coles loves Brock Purdy. Is he?
Why are you smiling like that? Why would Coles like Brock Purdy?
No, that's just it. I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
That's how he said it.
Well, I think Coles was the first one to point out that Brock Purdy could be a big deal. So he had that before everyone else.
I am happy with Brock Purdy. I am happy with Brock Purdy. You see the quarterbacks around the league. Thank God we got Brock Purdy.
So I know you're the king.
Nope.
Kozimor, to me, if I was going to create a sitcom based off characters here at the station, he's the sitcom dad. 100%. Right?
I'm with that.
Yeah, he's the Bob Saget.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. All right.
So who's Steiny?
Or Ed O'Neill.
Who's Steiny?
Steiny's like the funny uncle. Yeah, the
bitter
uncle for sure. Yeah.
Bitter uncle.
Who's
Everything
Gruber?
was better back in my day. Yes.
Yeah,
basketball. Larry Bird is the greatest of all time.
That's
John
true.
Sally.
You never see John Sally.
Yeah. Yesterday, Steiny, I looked at him. I go,
John
Steiny.
Sally.
Hey, yesterday I go, Steiny. He's in the green room and he's just looking miserable, right? And I'm like, dude, you just celebrated 60. You got a jersey from Steph. You got a call from Steph on your birthday. No, stop. I go, what the hell's wrong with you? We got content galore in the Bay Area. And it just looked like he was in the mood. And then Guru goes, yeah. I said, man, I did PSG for a year. I know when something's off. So I don't know if they were off yesterday. I don't know.
Stop hating on Moody.
He stinks.
No, you stink.
Oh, no way.
Oh, no way. That was a call?
Came at him like that?
Can I hear that? Oh, my God.
I want to hear
Stop
more
hating
of that.
on Moody.
He stinks.
No, you stink.
That's crazy.
I love our callers. We've got the best callers in the country. I'll put our callers up against anyone's.
Yeah, remember they tried to hype up Philadelphia's caller and their big guy called this show? I was like, dude, you're
Chuck
so
him out,
bad.
Larry.
They also
Yeah,
couldn't
there you
stop
go.
cussing. I was like, what are you doing? Haven't you ever done radio before?
Yeah, Chuck just started saying, you come out here, I'm going to slap you up. Like, just start threatening me. It's like, okay, great.
That's how they do it in Philly. I don't know.
Yeah, callers are so bad. They hyped him up as Z caller, and it's like, dude.
It's got nothing on BPO.
So
I'm going to break somebody's jaw.
Yesterday was baseball playoffs, and just for a moment, I want you guys to understand something. I'm never taking the playoffs for granted ever again in any sport, because I know we just had a dynastic run when it came to the Warriors, and I don't know if we're going to get to a playoff series in a while. Like, I just don't know. And so I know that this Niners season is going to make me go crazy another 78 times this year. I will not take these playoff games lightly, because they're few and far between. I'm watching what's going on in San Diego, and I'm seeing that crowd yesterday, and I'm saying, God, I'm so jealous of the Padres. I couldn't believe that sentence came out of my mouth. I'm so jealous of the Padres.
Real quick, because I hear you on the 510 Podcast Business text line. I guess Guru told Chris Rose go Indians, and Rose had to correct him saying you mean Guardians.
Well,
so who's Guru in the
he
sitcom?
did that, and then he was like passive aggressive. Yeah, I mean, it was only a recent name change, just like last month or something. It was just.
It was like 3 years ago.
Petco looked amazing, and they're behind that team. It's the only show in town. They totally embraced the Padres.
Yeah,
it was awesome. And no, you never take the playoffs for granted. Why would you?
Well, I think we do. I do believe that there are times when like runs happen, and you don't realize how good you've got it.
Yeah, you just assume that you're going to be in the playoffs. Houston, the Tigers, Scooble, man, oh my gosh, he was dealing.
Incredible, right?
Incredible.
The Tigers run all with the young guys.
Sign me up for it.
It's incredible.
I love it.
And that guy was with the Giants who took over the team.
I know. Scott Harris, who's a local guy, right? We had Scott Harris on, remember?
Peninsula kid.
Yeah, we had Scott Harris on, UCLA.
Yeah.
AJ Hinch Revenge series, too.
It is an AJ Hinch Revenge series.
Didn't have that on my board.
Stanford's own AJ Hinch.
Hey, how about Detroit? They're booming. You got the Lions, you got the Tigers, and
oh my,
who knows about the Pistons
and the Red Wings? We'll see.
Oh, the Red Wings, they got a great tradition up there. Not only that, so that was a great game. Orioles could be in some trouble. Burns go Dales and they lose 1-0.
They've been bad for a couple months.
They have been. They've been limping.
Yeah, because what's his face? The shortstop who I love, Gunnar Henderson. Dude, his second half wasn't anything to write home with compared to his first half.
My boy Audi, Atley, not the best of the years. Jackson Holiday not even playing.
No.
And then did you have a problem with the Orioles and Camden Yards not being sold out? for a playoff game.
Again, I was like surprised. I'm thinking to myself, why can't you strike? Was it the time of the day that the game was happening? Yeah. It didn't make sense to me.
They had like a late afternoon, early evening game though.
But that's why I'm asking. Like,
it wasn't like an early one.
Was it a funky time that maybe like people for whatever reason? Because I don't know the like Baltimore's specifics. Right. Like. It made no sense to me.
Made no sense. Now, the Mets are hot. They're red hot.
My boy Francisco Lindor, who I backed even when he was terrible. I'm so happy to see him playing well.
I'm so happy you're happy about it.
I love Francisco Lindor. No, because he's a great player.
No, he is a great player. He hasn't been in the last 2 years, but something happened, and he turned it around.
Yeah, the Giants series
and you know what? The Phillies don't want to play the Mets right now. The Phillies don't want to play right now. They don't want to play the Mets right now. That's a bad matchup for them. The Mets are feeling it right now. They are hot. But Michael King, and that's the 925 Comcast Business Text line. By the way, I kind of want the Padres to lose because our boy James Kincaid, who works with the Warriors, we know Bimbo Jimbo. He's wearing suits all the time, and I'm like, how's your White Sox doing? Oh, I don't know. They suck. He's the biggest White Sox fan in the world. Now he's a Padre fan, and he's go Friars, and he's retweeting everything and taking shots at the Giants. I need them to lose. Just to humble that young man.
Don't you miss baseball playoffs, though? The way, like, fervor, like, okay, the NBA gives it to you, too, but there's just something about every pitch, the tension. The NFL is its own thing. It's a one-off. Yeah. Anything can happen. It's insanity for 4 hours. And then if you survive, no big deal. But like in baseball, it's just different in baseball. I miss the atmosphere. When I saw all the yellow towels and everybody's waving them, I was like, God, we need to get some Oracle baseball playoffs back in my life.
I love the yellow towels, but you know how I feel about the yellow towels.
I know. I got whacked in the eye in game 5.
Yeah, I know. When he got on me.
Over and over again.
Remember I had what was my old man rant? Get banned the towels because they're dangerous. And the Shasky's laughing at me. Then he literally gets hit in the eye
over and over again.
Yeah, they're dangerous. They hurt. Wrong spot, man. Mess up your vision. I'm not joking. So I do miss the playoffs, though. Every pitch.
Speaking of like injuries, we didn't talk about this. How about the referee throwing the flag at Jordan Mason as he's running? The guy from the Cleveland Browns got his eye messed up.
His son played. Was it Orlando?
Was it Orlando Brown?
Orlando Brown is the name.
Yeah.
Ruined his career.
Did you see that, though? They were throwing the flag, and he fired it at Jordan Mason. And I was like, dude, honestly, I get you have to throw it in the vicinity of there. He literally threw it at a guy holding the ball. I've never seen that in my life.
Never seen that either.
I've never seen that. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
It was on the Kittle hold play, right?
What?
It was on that Kittle hold,
right? It was on the Kittle hold play touchdown. The referee was on the sidelines, and he fired it, and it hit Jordan Mason right in the arm.
Right in the shoulder pad. If you look up Orlando Brown, you'll see what we're talking about. But we are going to talk to the Shay Hey kid, John Shay, in about 15 minutes, who was down at the presser yesterday for Buster Posey, introductory press conference. Buster Posey, your new president of baseball operations. And I'm going to ask John Shay, he was grilling these guys, grilling them. And they were so quick to pivot off of Farhan. It was like he didn't even exist. It was a masterclass. And I'm thinking, boy, the Giants are the only organization that seems to get away with this stuff. They can just sweep things out. Hey, it's all kumbaya. We got Posey. They are excellent in this. Excellent. The Niners and Warriors, boy, we'd have been talking about it for days. Anyway, John Shay is going to join us from the San Francisco Chronicle. Long time writer for the Chronicle. Been reading him my whole life. National baseball writer for the SF Chronicle. Of course, the Shay Hey kid, John Shay Hey, on Twitter. And he was on the Color Fights and Baseball Guys podcast last week. So as we pivot back to Giants, I guess it's time to hear from one guy who we've all been in lockstep with when it comes to the San Francisco Giants. And I saw him on Twitter yesterday, and boy, he was cooking with hot grease. He was E3 dudes left and right. It's Brian in Palo Alto.
Whoa.
BPA, good morning.
Let's go.
Good morning. How are you?
Feeling great.
Feeling great. The sun rose today. It's just, it was like one of the nicest days ever yesterday, right?
Beautiful day. Yeah, it was like a Walking Dead of Farhan shills on Twitter yesterday, just trying to put him down for good. But
they won't die, right?
Hey,
they won't die. They multiply.
It's amazing. Buster's really going to need to go in there and clean house on the front office, get those burner accounts out of the building. But hey. Congrats to you guys, though, right? You guys had the guts to put a stake in the ground early before really it was popular for anyone else to. And there really should be consequences for Bags and all these guys just completely reversing course. And all of a sudden, this guy that they just absolutely shilled for years, now it's, Farhan doesn't have social skills or doesn't understand how to anyways, there should be consequences.
Keep going.
Congratulations.
I want to hear this.
Kawakami saying back in, I guess, 2021, somebody's like, I just don't know that this guy has what it takes to do this job. After just article after article after article talking about how you just couldn't do better than Farhan. So yeah, I think it's, anyways, credit to the guys that, actually took a stand and said the right things. And, it's a good day for you guys.
BPA.
Although Farhan's gone, so
BPA.
We have less fodder, yes.
3 weeks ago, I'm not picking on TK. I'm calling it like I see it. 3 weeks ago, it was literally multiple articles and interviews saying that, you got to stick with Farhan. You got to ride it out. And then this week, it's like, well, it was pretty obvious for months that he wasn't the guy. And I was like, wait a minute. Like, what? That's kind of what you get with him now, obviously. So he was a pretty good, I think, an indicator of what Greg Johnson was thinking, because I think everything that Kawakami was writing and putting out there was literally at the verbatim hest of Greg Johnson. And so, obviously I think Johnson probably wanted to keep Farhan, but once he realized that he just couldn't, it was just going to be a PR disaster to bring him back again. He got Kawakami and Bags and, all his lieutenants in line to, carry out the marching orders. So congrats to them, Hey, it must be a good living, so. BPA, what are you going to do after you hang up with us?
I'm sitting in traffic, driving to work. Silicon Valley traffic, it's a wonderful thing,
Well, how do you have? Let me ask you, because
I love you, dude.
I used to have these Twitter battles too, and I've had to taper it down when it comes to Twitter. Just leave it alone.
Oh no, you were on fire yesterday, BPA. I liked all of it.
No, I'm saying, I'm
the
talking
replies
about,
were incredible.
No, that's where I was getting to, Shasky, for you. But I was saying I used to do that stuff, and it would make me feel really, really good. And then I had to taper it down because I was like, all right, I got to stop. And, people are like, hey, you work at radio, you shouldn't do that, blah, blah, you're punching down. Yeah. But how do you feel about doing it? Because, boy, how do you have the time to do it?
I don't do it very often, but going after the Farhan chills, right? That's a once in a lifetime opportunity, right? Where ultimately you're just proven right and they're proven wrong. And, I'm just, sorry, I had to take advantage of that.
Hey, BPA, real quick, BPA.
Garlic Fry, McCovey Chronicles, these complete frauds. So, yeah.
Boy, here we go. I'm sure I'll get a tweet here and there. BPA.
I love him so much.
You're going to be nominated for some Doobie Awards. I don't know if you're going to win or not.
Oh, I want you there so bad.
Will you be at the Doobie Awards this year?
When are those?
I'll send you an Outlook reminder. Put it on the calendar.
Come on, dude. No, nobody uses Outlook, dude. Come on. Jasky, you're not a tech guy.
No, I'm not. I could barely get my watch to sync up.
I don't even. Dude, hey, BPA, before we let you go, I just bought a new laptop last Thursday. Locked my set on a laptop. I can't even use the damn thing right now. So, no, we're not tech savvy on the Morning Roast.
No, I don't know what I'm doing.
We're not analytical.
Hey, I'm envious.
Hey, BPA, fight the good fight, man. Just know that I'm there with you spiritually.
Thank you. Hey, have a good day, guys.
You too, bro.
Oh, man.
I love him so much.
I got called so many names yesterday.
He's the Robin Hood of Twitter.
Yeah, he is.
He really is, dude.
I got, the 49ers are bringing back Tariq Owens on the practice squad, the son of T.O.
Oh, nice.
Looking for a receiver. Maybe that's their answer.
They're looking for a receiver. You just gave a guy $30 million.
He's gone. Aiyuk's gone.
What is going
it's not going to
on?
signify anything. Tariq Owens coming back to the practice squad. That's all. He's coming back to the practice squad.
They signed Jalen Graham off the Commanders.
After cutting him at the end of training camp.
Yeah.
They need linebackers.
Well, Bethune's going to get elevated at some point. Devondre, I mean, it's a matter of time.
Yeah.
Devondre Campbell. I mean, come on.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
My mom's like, who's 59? I'm like, Devondre Campbell. Yeah, he's not very good. This is my mom.
Well, Baldy yesterday was like, yeah, pass coverage hasn't really been his thing. I'm like, well, it's kind of a passing league now. Kind of needed to be his thing, right?
My favorite was him being shocked that he wasn't in the lineup for the whole game. It was like, oh boy.
Gosh, what are you?
Oh boy.
Dude, this guy, I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to root for him. Boy, it's a big game for him against Arizona. Let me tell you, I do not like that matchup with Kyler Murray, James Conner, and Trey McBride, and they're going to be looking at number 59. How do we isolate this guy, Devondre Campbell?
Is McBride going to play? He didn't play last week.
Yeah, he had a concussion. I think he will be cleared, just like Malik Neighbors with the New York Giants against Seattle. So.
Do you think Fred Warner's going to play?
He's day-to-day, right?
Never missed a game in his career.
I know. I don't see him.
He's like Cal Ripken of middle linebackers.
This is tough. Do they sit this one out with him and then get him ready for Seattle on Thursday Night Football?
I mean, I don't know what the appropriate course of action is. Like, he's their best player.
Listen, yeah. Not only is he their best player, without Fred Warner, this defense may get carved up by Arizona.
I thought they did okay with him not on the field, but you were up multiple scores, so it's hard for me. And it's the Patriots, so...
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Ooh. What game's more important, the Cardinal game or the Seahawks game? I know you're going to say they're all important, and I agree, but if you had to, if you were...
Seattle, they're in first place right now. Now, Arizona's desperate. They want to get back in this race, and they want to get some momentum going here. They played Buffalo tough in week 1, and Baldy had to check me yesterday about the Detroit game. Okay, they played Detroit tough. I'll give them that. I just saw a team that, I thought they borderline quit against Washington. I was like, damn, they're not tackling. They're not covering. They're not doing anything. They're not blocking. Nothing was going right for them.
We need to pump the brakes on Washington. I'm seeing everyone like, they could win the East.
But they could.
Yeah, okay.
They could.
Yeah.
That division's not as strong.
They also can trade for Devontae. They have a lot of cap space.
They could. Scary Terry and Devontae.
So are you a Commanders fan now?
Why would I be a Commanders fan?
Oh, I know. It's just you were getting excited there. I thought maybe you were, turning into a Commander fan.
I just said that's potent.
I'm happy for Bob Myers. I'm glad the number 2 overall pick worked out for him.
Hey, don't be taking shots at Bob here. Relax.
Why you got to do that to our guy, Bob?
Rob Pelinka on line 1. Come on, stop.
Rob Pelinka on line 1.
Well, he's Rob Pastinka until further notice.
Oh, my gosh.
Who is their coach?
JJ Redick.
I know. I wanted to hear him say it.
Did you see LeBron lying about how when he saw a sub play at 5, Brodie James was like, yeah, he's going to be a pro. I saw him go coast to coast as a 5-year-old.
He knew.
You didn't hear that? You didn't watch that clip?
You know how many people I hear from, like, my son is a phenom, my daughter's a phenom. It's like, no, they're not. They're not. Like, stop. And okay, I knew he was going to play in the NBA. Then why was he on the bench for USC last year, barely playing?
Bonte, you didn't know this, but I foresee the future.
LeBron, I'm telling you, for like parents out there, don't do what LeBron's been doing with his son. It's like the empowerment portion of what he's earned and being able to create certain things. I get that. But in terms of setting your own child up for not meeting expectations, he's done a lot of things that I would just advise against.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. No,
I'm not telling people how to raise their kids. I'm just saying I would avoid some of the things that he has done.
Why do you think I'm a Commander fan? I just get excited about great players. I love sports, man. Like, come on. I get excited. I love these players.
Sports, man.
Like, we got players all over the league that we love. Now, how much I hated Charles Wood to play with the Raiders because I loved him so much? Like, come on. And then he became a Packer. I hated him even more, but I still love the guy because, like, man, this C. Wood is one of my favorite players ever. Devontae to Washington? Damn. That's, you know what? That ain't bad. It's a hell of an idea, Spadoni.
Him and McLaurin?
I just said that. Scary Terry. You didn't call me a Commanders fan. I'm not a Commanders fan. Jeez. Shay, hey, kid, coming up. Shay, hey, kid. Let's go. Let's talk some baseball. Buster Posey's introductory presser. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. We all know that fall means the end of summer, but it also means the beginning of our
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
What's up? Morning roast. Sorry, I couldn't hear you guys in my headphones. I didn't have them on. We're going to have John Shay on. He was at the presser yesterday. Sam Lubman was at the presser yesterday, where Greg Johnson was announcing Buster Posey as the new president of baseball ops for your San Francisco Giants. And on the day where the playoffs essentially began, I thought it was, apropos, if you will, that it felt like Posey was at the plate taking big swings. And hearing some of the questions that were asked to him, it's interesting. He kept going back to the players. And it's such a change of course from what they said for 6 years, where it was like, we're going to pick the players, and they're all kind of interchangeable, and they're going to have positional versatility, and we're going to platoon them, and we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and we're the smart ones, and it's about management, and it's about front offices, and advanced thinking, and the players are just avatars for what we're thinking. And Posey's going in a totally different direction.
No doubt about that. By the way, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. John Shay, the Shay Hey Kid, San Francisco Chronicle, longtime national baseball writer for the Chronicle, one of my favorite reads in the paper when it comes to baseball, period. John Shay joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. John, good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us today. And I guess I'll just start with this. What was your big takeaway from the presser yesterday as Buster Posey was introduced as the president of baseball operations?
Yeah, hey, they finally got their Ohtani, right?
Not quite, John. Not quite.
Well, what I'm saying is this is a big-time dude in a big-time role.
No doubt.
And he's not going to come out of uniform and win an MVP, but he can do MVP things in his new role. And there were a lot of happy faces at that press conference. There were a lot of elated employees in that room, and there's a lot of encouragement and upbeat vibes and a feeling that, hey, man, we're kind of moving on from the extreme analytics movement, which will never go away totally. I mean, Buster actually said analytics are here to stay, and I followed up and asked him, I said, okay, what about scouts? And then he went into, because Farhan Zaidi fired 4 scouts a month ago. And they were, good people, good, scouts, but obviously that was his way of doubling down on analytics and maybe emphasizing scouts a lot less. So I asked Buster about that and actually asked him if he's going to bring them back, but he didn't answer that, but he did strongly stressed that scouts are a big part of this organization and brought up Brian Sabian, who I spoke with the previous night. I spoke with Bruce Bochy as well. I mean, these are a couple of old school guys who Buster loves. And Bochy has another year on his contract. Posey has another year in New York. But that's not to say that, Cashman, the GM in New York, wouldn't let go of Sabian so that he could rejoin this organization and work as an advisory to Buster, because Buster did tell me on the side that once the dust settles, going to reach out to Sabian, if nothing else, just to pick his brain, and who knows what could go from there. Maybe, if both sides are up to it, and I believe they are, there could be some kind of reunion, because Buster's going to need help. He's never done this stuff. He's never run an organization or hung around in a front office or made these kinds of decisions. We all know what he could do on the field, But there's nobody in that room yesterday who didn't believe he could be pretty darn successful upstairs.
No doubt about that. You're connected dots here with Sabian and Bochy, and we want to get back to analytics and that buzzword, analytics. Everybody use it, even though it's always been involved. But before we move on to Buster and focus on the future of the Giants, were you surprised, because I was, that they moved on so quickly from Farhan Zaidi in terms of, we knew that he got let go Monday morning at about 10 a.m., and at the presser, not many questions was asked about Farhan Zaidi. It was as if he didn't even existed. And as a journalist, as a fan, as a radio host, I wanted to pepper Greg Johnson with more questions. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. But were you surprised that there wasn't a lot made about the Farhan Zaidi tenure?
Well, all I can speak is about myself, and I asked two questions, and both of them were Zaidi-centric.
Yeah.
And afterward, there were more questions on the side. Those press conferences are made for TV events, made for radio. But you get the real juice afterward. You get somebody one-on-one for 10 minutes, or ask the questions maybe you would hold off on just so you could have it to yourself, so that, you can use it to have a different spice with your particular story or soundbite or whatever you do for a living. But I think the story yesterday was more Posey than Zaidi, but I was thinking it would be a repeat of last year. Remember when Kepler was fired on that Friday before the final home series?
Yep.
I thought this was coming down Friday, and we were prepared to move on it. But I think in the 48 to 72 hours before that final pitch of the season, it seemed more and more clear that Posey really wanted to do this, and that was the only thing that Greg Johnson needed to know. I mean, if he wanted to do it at interviews, there's no, let's round up the usual suspects and interview them for the job. No, if Buster wants the job, it's his, period. And it's just a matter of whether he wanted it. Remember, he quit the game, after a pretty darn good year in 21, to pivot to his family, to pivot to his private life, and to move back east. He moved back east. A year later, he moved back here and joined the ownership group, more specifically the board of directors, with a heavy hand in decision making. So more and more they on him, because why wouldn't you? And once he said, "Yeah, okay, things aren't going right, I'll take over." Bingo. See you later, Farhan. Let's move on. And I think this partnership with Melvin is going to be a lot healthier and better and successful than the Zaidi Melvin partnership, because as I wrote in today's paper and yesterday's online presence, there was really no balance with analytics versus old school, new school. There was no balance, and I did a big story in spring training interviewing all these players about how they were excited about, hey, this new balance. We get we got the new school stuff, which is fine, but hey, the old school values are pretty cool too. Now that Bob Melvin's coming here, we're going to see both sides of it. That never really happened because, like I wrote, the lineups were basically presented to him, strongly suggested, and in-game moves were strongly suggested because that's the way Farhan likes it. That's the way it was in Oakland. That's the way it was with the Dodgers. That's just the way it is with Dave Roberts and all that. But I talked to Buster and Melvin on the side, mostly Buster, about this. And Buster said, you know what? I'm going to let that guy manage, be a manager. And make, the difference between Zaidi and Sabian, I think Sabian had a lot more trust in his lieutenants, where Zaidi wanted to kind of decide everything. And Sabian had this great trust in, all these names, you remember them, Dick Tidrow, Paul Turco, Pat Dobson, his bulldog, Ned Coletti, all these guys, some of whom went back to his time with the Yankees. And he had undying trust in these, where Farhan really wanted to have the heavy hand. And that included in-game moves, and that was felt in the clubhouse. And I think now, we've talked to these players again next spring, and they're going to talk about, hey, good, we got a balance. But I think this time the balance is going to be real.
I think my personal biggest issue with the whole Farhan regime was the horrific drafting, developing, identifying process, whether it's picking the right players, picking who to move off and when to move off them, and how you can trade them to get something that you do like, carving out opportunities for players to thrive without looking over their shoulder. You know, I was listening to Rich Aurelia, who did an interview with us yesterday. He said, you know, they were doing a lot of their scouting, quote unquote, via video and not in person. And that to me is completely wrong. You don't just scout the individual on as a player. You scout what they're like as a person, you know, their families, what they are as a teammate, what they're like when they're in a slump and things like that. And so how do they get back to that drafting and developing model? Because it feels like they're so far away in terms of their farm system.
Well, I mean, Buster Posey is inheriting some pretty darn good young pitchers that Farhan brought up. And, you know, whether it's Kyle Harrison, who, you know, I promise is probably going to have a better year next season, 120-plus innings. He's probably going to morph into more like 160, and he told me eventually he wants to get to 200 like his buddy Logan Webb. You know, whether Birdsong matures, Tristan Beck healthy, Ryan Walker turned out to be a heck of a closer, and they have Eldridge coming up, Wisenhunt. I mean, they have people coming up. Yeah, I mean, but then you look at Joey Bart and Luciano, who were their top two prospects for the longest time, and where are they now? I mean, they wish they could have Joey Bart as the number two catcher because they don't have one. And Luciano, I think they really messed that up. They should have made him an outfielder 3, 4, 5 years ago. Scouts were saying it. Everybody was saying it. Blind eye watching this kid field a ground ball, it's kind of ugly. And I think he probably would love to move on like Joey Bart did and get a new opportunity elsewhere and be trusted to play a position and be trusted to play in the big leagues, because these prospects, Matos was player of the week in May, and in early June, he's sent back to Sacramento. I mean, what kind of faith does the front office have in a young kid when you slump for a couple of weeks and you're done, you're gone? And, you know, I don't think Luciano will be back. If he is, it'll be as a left fielder. But I just think too many of these young kids come up and down, and they don't have confidence, you know, and you know, the whole analytic movement. Oh, it's not about chemistry or confidence. It's just about numbers. Well, you know, I think Buster Posey might tell you something else.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the day for me, I'll never forget, it was a couple years ago, and Joey Bart got called back up. And again, I don't even know if Joey's that great, but it was just like, how is any young player going to survive? He rips 2 balls. One of them is a home run. The other one gets caught at the wall. And his third at-bat, he's pinch hit for. And I'm thinking, dude, I've been down in the minors. I've done everything you needed. I ripped 2 balls, and then I look over my shoulder. I'm getting pitch hit for, you know, whether it was Chadwick Trump or whoever the guy was pitch hitting for. I'm thinking, my goodness, what young player is going to be able to survive there? If I was going to say to you that the game has evolved so dramatically since Farhan signed, and they failed to evolve with it when they told us they were going to be cutting edge, bigger bases, more stealing attempts, pitch clock, obviously the banning of the shift, the being able to only throw over 3 times. And on the third one, you got to pick them off. Otherwise they get another base, holding runners on. Like, I think their failure to evolve as the game dramatically evolved is a huge element to why we're having these conversations today.
I think the Giants fell behind from the rest of the industry in, you know, figuring out these new rules. I mean, the athleticism, the base running, last in the majors and steals, you know, doesn't cut it. And first in the majors and steals doesn't mean you're going to have a good team, but it might mean that you can, you can be aggressive and you can, you know, push forward and create things and be aggressive and maybe do things that, you know, the station stuff doesn't work, especially if you don't have the pop in the lineup with your 3, 4, 5 guys. And obviously they're missing that, and you can blame the ballpark, but they used to have some of these guys. They used to have guys who hit home runs, and they don't have as much presence. Chapman is the guy, but I don't even think he's a 3, 4, 5 hitter. I think he's perfect in a very good lineup as 6 or more likely 7. He strikes out a lot. His average is low. He's got some on base, but yeah, it just seems that, they need to go out and get somebody. First of all, they need to deal with first base. They need to deal with up the middle. Tyler Fitzgerald, is he going to play second or short? I'd rather see him at second. Go out and get a shortstop. Designated hitter, who knows what? Is that going to be, a combination of things? There's not a whole lot of pop in the outfield. There's some athleticism, especially if McCray is like an everyday guy and leadoff man. But he's got to get on base. He's got to hit. And pitching and defense, man. I mean, as you know, Posey made that work.
Mm-hmm.
And defense, is all about athleticism. And if they don't have, they really miss Brandon Crawford. They really haven't replaced him. And it's just it just shows. So anyway, they need to do a lot of things, and whether Posey is going to get it done quickly, or his first thing is finding a new general manager who can be kind of a front guy, so he doesn't have to do all the interviews and do all the negotiations, and kind of like Brian Sabian. If he follows that Sabian format and has lieutenants that he trusts to do the work and then report back to him, that's the formula you need.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. John Shay, San Francisco Chronicle, here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Last one for you here, and we do appreciate the time as always. You pressed them, Greg Johnson, Buster, on Bob Melvin's future with the Giants, because you were the one to discover there were some inaccuracies with their contracts, Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin. What do you think they ultimately think of Bob Melvin? What does he have to do this year to earn maybe another contract extension with the San Francisco Giants? Is it playoffs? Is it just better clean baseball, better player development? Is Bob Melvin quietly kind of on a hot seat here? Maybe not a hot seat, but it sure didn't seem like they were in a rush to give him a contract extension, John.
Well, at least not on day one of the Posey administration. Maybe down the road. See, I mean, I felt yesterday, and I kind of knew this, that there's an amazing amount of respect between those two guys, Posey and Melvin. And I think that's going to play out positively. They don't need to sign the manager an extension today. What they could do before spring training is pick up his option. And you're right. Farhan Zaidi announced all this as 3-year deal for his manager last October, but in fact, it was a 2-year guarantee. So that was kind of awkward. And then when I reported it last month, it kind of opened the door to, whoa. So with only 1 year, maybe, fans thinking ownership could move on from Farhan sooner rather than later. And I think a lot of fans were okay with that. But for whatever reason, Farhan wanted it known that it was 3 years, not 2. But in fact, it was 2 with an option for the manager. So I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up that option, so he doesn't go in awkwardly to spring training as a lame duck. The whole idea a year ago was that, Farhan and Bob were going to be aligned contractually for the same amount of time. Well, Buster Posey, as he answered to my question, it's going to be a 3-year deal. I mean, he can stay there as long as he wants. He's an owner.
Right.
It's like Billy Beane, right? I mean, Billy Beane had pretty good authority over across the bay. And I imagine that's going to be true with Buster. But Melvin only has 1 year guaranteed. So why wouldn't you pick that up to make it somewhat more aligned than 3 years for one and 1 year for the other?
Real quick, before we let you go, short answer, we're up against it, John, but with Farhan Zaidi and everything happening there with Farhan, when you think you've been in this market for a long, long time, you follow all these teams, football, baseball, basketball, whatever it is. Was Farhan's Q rating the lowest you've seen of any executive you've ever seen in this market? In terms of GMs and presidents of football operations, baseball operations, basketball operations. I can't think of one. There's a minority out there, but I've never seen the fans so down on one executive in my lifetime here.
Well, the Warriors had a rotten run for the longest time. They were doing nothing right with their drafts.
It's true.
The Giants have not had much turnover going back to, I started covering Al Rose, and then it went to Bob Quinn briefly, then that long term with Brian Sabian / Bobby Evans, then Farhan, which was an extreme change and something that teams do, and what are we doing now? Well, they went from old school to new school. Now we're kind of going new school to Buster Posey, whatever that might be, a lot different from the previous administration. But yeah, I like Farhan a lot. He's a nice guy. We've had a lot of conversations going back to early in his Oakland years, and he's done wonderful work with the A's and the Dodgers and to an extent the Giants. It was his first time as number one, and maybe he's learned a lot. Maybe he becomes a number one elsewhere, or starts off as a number two and then moves up. That's how things are done. And yeah, he's just going to be just fine. Everybody learns from the situation. Gabe Kapler learned in Philadelphia, brought some stuff to San Francisco. If he ever manages again, I'm sure he'll be a little bit different. I mean, that's just the way it is. But like I said, I like Farhan. I think a lot of people would say the same thing. A friendly dude, good guy. Just it didn't work out for whatever reason beyond the 107 wins in 2021, which was pretty cool.
Yeah. John, thanks always for the time and your insight. We always respect you. You're one of the best out there in the business, man. Good stuff as always, John.
Hey, thank you, guys. Good morning.
Thank you, John.
Have a good morning. John Shay, San Francisco Chronicle, national baseball writer for the Chronicle for a long, long time there. The Shay Hey Kid on Twitter. He was on with you guys on the Garlic Fries Baseball Guys podcast last week, and he thought maybe Farhan would get axed on a Friday, just like Gabe Kapler. He pressed these guys yesterday. He pressed them, and it's going to be a very interesting season for Bob Melvin. Now I think Buster Posey, he's going to get a pass here, right? It's his first year on the job. He'll get the GM. He'll get somebody to work with him. The Sabian and Bochy dynamic is very fascinating to me. It's very fascinating to me, and that leads me to say this, Shasky. Bo Mel has to manage his ass off in 2025. He has to manage his ass off. Now, Bochy may not come back here. Who knows? But with 1 year left on his deal in Texas, and Sabian's got 1 year left on the Yankees, and you called me yesterday and kind of brought this up, boy, the dots are aligning here.
Sabian's coming back in some role.
He's coming back.
Something.
Bo Mel's going to be the guy that we focus on in 2025. There's no doubt about that.
It's so interesting how we bestow, and I'm not faulting anyone, John, Shay, or anyone else, this guy did great work over here and he did great work over there. And it's so hard in these front offices in modern sports to know who's doing what. Like right now with the Warriors, we all think Mike Dunleavy's the main guy, but we don't know how much of an influence Lakeup and other people in that building are to him. I don't know who that might be, whether it be Lakeup family or not, or just other people. I look at the 49ers, Martin Mayhew, Adam Peters, Ron Cathern. Am I pronouncing it?
Rand Carthon.
Rand Carthon. Thank you. Sorry, I knew I messed that up. How many people have
winning the award this year?
Yeah, that's fine. How many people have been plucked from the Niners front office?
Plenty.
I think they had a pretty good draft.
Yeah, I do too.
Right? So it's very difficult to know who's doing what. And so when you're the number two, everybody gets credit when you're succeeding. When you're not the number one guy, it all falls down on your shoulders. And some people are great number twos and not number ones, which brings me right to the Tony Soprano line, where Silvio says to him, all due respect, and he starts criticizing some of his tactics as the main guy. And Tony says to him, and I pulled up the quote right here, all due respect, you got no blanket idea what it's like to be number one. Mm-hmm. Every decision you make affects every facet of every blanket thing. It's too much to deal with almost. And in the end, you're completely alone with it all.
Yep.
Meaning, some people are great coordinators and not great head coaches.
Yeah, no doubt.
Some people are great number twos and not number ones. It's true.
Yep. No, it's so true. It's very true. So where would he go from here? Where do we go from here? I can't wait to see what type of free agents they try to attract. The winter meetings coming out, wherever the winter meetings are this year. How's that going to play out? Who's the GM going to be? Now, getting rid of Farhan, I think I think everybody's refreshed from it. As John Shay opened up, when we first brought him on, he said, boy, there's nothing but smiles in that room. Nothing but positive energy. Lubman, you were down there yesterday.
Did you agree with him? Because he started off and said, the story yesterday was Buster. And I'm like, okay, I think that's part of the story.
It's part of the story. I still wanted more on Farhan.
I'm with you.
I'm not ready to turn the page yet.
I'm with you.
I'm not ready to turn the page on him not being the president of baseball operations. But there's going to be some more pieces out there that discusses the Farhan tenure.
One thing
and what happened. And real quick, Again, I bring back, as we have the King's Tail of Media Day, I ran into somebody, I had no idea they worked with the Giants. No idea. But this is something we discussed over and over the last 3 years. Bob Myers in the office and John Lynch, he speaks to everybody, shakes everybody's hand. Remember Shanahan got hired, they had everybody out there. Multiple people have told me, Farhan walks in the room, he looks angry, doesn't say anything to anybody, doesn't speak or anything, doesn't even have eye contact. It's really strange. Why would you want that type of... You don't want people walking on eggshells around you.
Well, if you're going to be that way, you better be Bill Belichick.
You better be good. You better be good.
You better be Belichick.
Right, but like Chip Kelly, the Eagles players talk about it with Chip Kelly.
No
he walk
question.
right past you. It's like, dude, who are you, Chip? What's going on here? So
when you lose... Like, here's the other thing. Like, I do want to know from people, how are you going to remember the Farhan era? Because we've got all offseason to digest Posey, and we're going to be able to critique and rehash all of the strategies, everything. But I'm just going to ask you, like, because I have a thought, and I want to get it out there. How are you going to remember the Farhan era?
Me? Gosh, how am I going to remember it?
Will it change over time? Could it change over time?
Yeah, underwhelming. I would say underwhelming.
All right.
And I'll use that word. And platooning is a word that comes to mind, right? Not sticking to the script. Grievances, which we discussed yesterday. Players not being all in. There was just so much noise around the Farhan Zaidi era. And think back to when the Giants hired him. It's like, oh, man, this guy is, oh, my gosh. He built the Dodgers, not Andrew Friedman. He was the mastermind. He was the straw that stirred the drink. And he comes here, and it's like, I don't know if this guy's ready for this job. And it's quite obvious early on that maybe he wasn't quite ready for the job. Now, 2021 ended up being a fluke. Let's just call it what it is. 2021 was an outlier. It was an exception to the Farhan Zaidi era. They won a lot of good games. Don't forget, they went 32-6 against Colorado, Arizona that year. So they took care to beat the bad teams that season. And they won some dramatic games, no doubt about it. But that was that. They were mediocre, and they didn't. And Posey used the word identity. And maybe you could sum that up with the Farhan Zaidi. I know I'm all over the place here because there's so many words that's popping in my brain right now.
Yeah.
But maybe identity. Maybe that's the one. Farhan failed to build an identity for the San Francisco Giants. We just never knew who they were. What type of team are you? Are you athletic? Are you running bases? Are you hitting home runs? Are you pitching? Are you rotation? What are we?
Well, what they were was extremely stubborn. I think he did a lot of good things. Now, I thought the overarching you didn't win enough is ultimately why he's not here. I would point at the drafting and the developing and the identifying and the lack of willing to risk a big bold move. You know, but the stubbornness for me is what did it in. You told me on the front end we are going to be cutting edge. We are going to be evolutionary when it comes to the thinking. Think about the rules that have happened. They shift. The shift ban is in place. Yep. You can't shift. The pitch clock. The 3 throws over to first base. 3 batter minimum, right? The bases are larger. Name one element of all those rule changes where they got better at over time.
They didn't.
They were stubborn. They were stuck in their ways, right? They were stuck in their ways. Cool. And so to me, their unwillingness to evolve on the fly and acknowledge some of their limitations did them in. And straight up, this is, again, Buster said it, I'll say it. It's pretty simple. We talk about football. Hey, guys, it's about blocking and tackling. And that's a funny thing we say, but think about it. Like, partly why the Niners didn't win the Super Bowl, they didn't block well. Right?
Execution.
Right? And I look at baseball, it's very simple. Throw strikes, catch the ball. Put the ball in play. Those 3 things. They didn't do those. They didn't throw strikes. They didn't play catch. They were dead last in errors almost every single year.
It's bad baseball.
I mean, really bad.
Baseball.
And so, like, those things, you could tell me about someone's BABIP and their WRC plus and all these stupid analytic things. Does your team play catch? No, they didn't.
They didn't play. What did Posey say? We're going to play clean, crisp baseball. Which basically tells you that they haven't played clean, crisp baseball. So the Farhan Zaidi era, man, it's something that... Now, did he set the Giants back? I do want to give him credit. I know the farm rankings are one thing, but this Bryce Eldridge kid, one player could turn the whole farm around. And if Bryce Eldridge pops, if he becomes a player that a lot of people think he could be, then you know what? Thank you, Farhan Zaidi, because now you got a first baseman for the next 10 years. because he looks like the real deal. And you got Matt Chapman, so your corners are fine.
Well, now, Chapman, see, here, they brought Chapman in on the 1-year deal. Posey got the Chapman deal done, though.
No,
it's pretty.
Well, it's obvious.
Yeah,
now.
I mean,
it's obvious.
So but I will give him credit for that.
Because Posey did mention, if you want to listen to Scott Boras, he'll tell you everything that happened.
How great was that?
How good was that?
That was great.
How good was that? If you want to listen, hey, just read Slusser's piece about Scott Boras. He'll tell you everything that happened. That was a shot at Boras.
It was.
I'm going to be interested to see how Boras operates with the Giants moving forward. Going to be very interesting.
Well, you have to be careful with Scott Boras because as much as you might hate him, you are going to have to do business with him at some point.
No doubt.
So it's a fine line to walk.
It's a fine line, no doubt. But he was basically saying, I got this deal done. That's what I took out of it. Well, and Baggery was right on that.
He said, I was listening to various things, and he said that I called up Matt directly, and I said, hey, do you want to be here? Because we want you here.
Yeah.
And we were really close on the contract, but it was going to probably go off into the offseason, and I knew we were going to fall far behind. Yep. And instead of going, and that's where, that is the key. That's where a guy like Posey with his stature can sit down and say, Chapman, come on, man. I like the way you play. You want to be here. I know you want to get every top dollar. We'll figure the money part out. Can we agree? Can we get down? And that's, you know what that was? That's the equivalent.
Jerry West calling Kevin Durant. I've been waiting to say it. It's Jerry West basically saying, look, these guys have been champions. You play the best basketball of your career. It's all about these rings. It's Shaquille O'Neal telling the story where the lights go on at the forum.
Yes.
Dude. Hey, you could do all the movies or whatever, but you see these rings and these trophies? You want one of these? Come be a Laker. And it just means more.
I agree.
It means more. Chapman was on the other side of the bay.
Yeah.
He knows about the deal. He lives in San Francisco, for crying out loud.
Knowing what you know now, does a small part of you think that the Bob Melvin thing should have, we should have known, it was about a year. Farhan was basically grooming Buster. I don't buy the Buster.
No, I don't either.
Came up with it this summer. I think that he's had an open invitation from Greg Johnson for multiple years, and it was come here, search out the culture of what we got here, figure out what job you want to do, and it's yours.
No, listen, I'm with you on that. Real quick, let me address a text, Comcast business text line. I don't have to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I get it, Farhan's raw meat right now. He's going to fill up a lot of airtime, but you're making it personal. Even after bringing in John Shay, who said Farhan's a good guy, I liked him. It's not personal. We're critiquing his execution as a president of baseball operations. Farhan may be a great guy. I wish I got to know him more. The fact that he brought up the bear, it's all right, that's what I want. I want to hear you talking about something. Fantasy football. I was dying to talk to Farhan about fantasy football. I'm a fantasy football geek. Family man, seems like a good, but I never got to know Farhan. I got to know Farhan, the baseball man. And the baseball man just wasn't good enough at his job here in San Francisco. So to your point about Posey coming here, and he said, hey, there's no doubt. It's just like John Lynch in Denver. He's sitting there after his playing days, and he's in the war room with John Elway. And he's at the combine with the Denver Broncos brass, taking notes, seeing how to scout, learning the game in and out, learning how to make connections. That's basically what Buster has been doing behind the scenes. There's no doubt about it. He's been a little more visible around the yard, out and about. We just inducted him to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Then all of a sudden, you're moving back to the Bay Area? There's no doubt he's been taking notes over the last season. And Greg Johnson, matter of fact, it's time for Sam Lubman. Lubman, I want you to set this up because I believe you asked Greg Johnson. I know he's on the phone right now, but I believe you asked Greg Johnson about that. And Greg kind of slipped up saying, yeah, I've kind of wanted this for a while. Wait, so did it come up over the last month, or has Greg Johnson been plotting this for quite some time?
I want to know more about Greg Johnson.
You know why?
There's so much more I want to know.
Tim Kawakami sat down with Greg Johnson middle of the season. I keep referring to this podcast. Remember, he asked him about Farhan's. Yeah, I don't know why Farhan hasn't signed. I don't know why he hasn't signed a deal yet. It's there. I don't know. He said he'll get back to it. I never believed that.
No. One thing that
think about that, contract's lingering. You're like, I'm not going to sign it. No, you're out of there.
We were pretty critical of him. I'm not expecting everyone to want to come on and do, media with us. I get it. Trust me, I do. I really do. But how many times did we say, hey, we would love to have him on behind the scenes? And look, I'm going to be fair here. I probably wouldn't want to come on with us if I was him either. But I also see an opportunity, right? And if I can win you guys over, you and I have talked about this. It's really hard to critique someone who you meet and shake hands with. It just is. I don't care who you are. It's much more easy to criticize someone on the internet and from afar when you don't have to walk into the locker room and see them every day. I'll be the first to admit that. And I wanted him to come in because I had questions that I wanted to ask him. And you know what? I wanted to give him an opportunity, not just win me over, who cares about me, but the fans.
It would have helped his Q rating, I
Absolutely.
think it would have helped his Q rating. And I've experienced it about this. I'll never forget how, not to cut you off, but Javi Lopez told me as a young kid, as we tell, we're King's Tales, you could be critical, Shasky, of these players. No, I'm just trying to educate everybody.
I love it.
You could be constructive criticism is fine. Because I have to go to those locker rooms. I've been in that situation where like, damn, I was just kind of ripping this guy earlier today. But they respect it as long as you do it in a very professional way. And Farhan has to get that. He has to get that, right?
Well, I mean, it just, I don't know, man. I think it does go a long way to make yourself approachable. And I look at like whether it's Bob Myers, Dunleavy, John Lynch. We've had the opportunity to talk to all of those people.
Right.
Joe Lacob. They don't shy away from things.
No, they don't.
And if there's a tough question, I mean, remember when I had to ask? Well, I even said to Bob, I'm sorry to ask you this question. It was about the whole Draymond and Jordan Poole thing. He's like, hey, look, it's your job. I get it. And I'm not going to answer it because I want to keep certain things public. So I think you earn more bees with honey. That's just the way I view things in life.
Lubman, real quick, go ahead. Because you asked Greg Johnson about the Buster Posey. When did that become a thing?
So really quick, just to set the stage. So after the press conference, everyone leaves the stage. So Bob goes in one direction, Buster went in another, and then Greg went in a third direction. So I walked after Greg Johnson because I did want to ask him, why now? Why did you make the decision now to move off from Farhan to Buster? And he basically said, it all kind of came together rather recently. But Buster was just kind of ready to go, and that's what really accelerated it. And that's how they were able to come to the decision. We have the sound for this so we can play Greg's words, but he kind of, downplayed the impact of the Matt Chapman deal having any sort of, impact on whether or not they wanted to move off of Farhan for Buster. The thing that I thought was really interesting, Shasky, and you kind of alluded to this, I do think Greg has kind of wanted this for quite a while. Because he said, he joked with Buster that he'd wanted him for this job. And I asked Greg at the very end, who approached who first on this? And Greg said he had been approaching Buster for a while, but this time Buster came to him on it. So, yeah, very interesting how this all came together. I don't know when. Unfortunately, he was walking away at this time.
He said it's a while. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, a year. What's going on here?
My theory, just my
what's your
Brian Windhorst finger pointing. My theory is I think Greg wanted Farhan out last year when Gabe Kapler was fired because we always ask, why move off Gabe but not Farhan? I think Greg did want Buster in last year instead of Farhan, but Buster did not want the job at the time for whatever reason. He cited several times talking to his wife about taking this job. So my guess is Buster wasn't quite ready to take it last year. I think if he wanted it last year, we would have had Buster Posey taking over last year. That's just my theory.
I'm 100% with you.
I'm with you because Greg Johnson, again, on the Tim Kawakami podcast this past season, midway through the year, and he was feeling good. He jumps on the podcast, and he said, well, yeah, Farhan hasn't signed anything yet. I don't know what the deal is. I told him it's right there, and he's just like, yeah, I'll get back to it. What? Huh? Long-term security? Running a baseball team? You may not get another shot.
I thought Greg was very boring. The last couple months, I'm flipping my opinion.
I want to know more about him.
I do too.
Dave Fleming coming up here in just a second at 9:20 on the River Islands guest line. We'll talk to Flum about the move, his thoughts on Buster Posey running it, and he'll be on the call for Miami and Cal Saturday night. Lubman's going to wear a split cap, Miami and Cal. He's already got it.
No. Though if there was a split cap, though, Cal, Miami, it'd be hard not to get it.
Oh, my gosh! By the way, Michael Irvin, did you see the video on him getting fired up down in Miami? Oh, my gosh. All right, Fleming coming up.
Tell me he's on the sidelines this weekend.
Oh, my gosh. Fremont Bank celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
I just want you guys to talk about me.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Hey, man, that's a legendary rejoin right there. Legendary. He did it on one take. Sam Lubman had the gall to go up to Larry June after he did. Said, Lubman, you got to go to get a rejoin. Hey, Sam Lubman, Larry, can you do a rejoin for us? Hey, we're on Morning Roast. He goes, and Larry was lit. He had the shades on. I don't even think he knew what planet he was on.
Did you hear the rumor?
What's the rumor?
The rumor is that Michael Irvin and Sam Lubman will be roaming the sidelines for the University of Miami this weekend.
Cool. What about FP Santangelo?
Oh, what about FP?
He went to the University of Miami. He's a Hurricane.
I don't know if you know this, but FP's really been working on his hoops game. He was pivoting from one era to the newest one.
Kobe!
Love you, FP.
Wow.
Hard.
Wow. Wow.
You got to laugh.
What is going on here?
Stop!
Talk about Cal Miami.
He almost blew a hole in his Gucci's.
Don't be taking shots at my guy FP.
I love FP.
Don't be taking shots at my guy FP.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
No, I'm not. Don't be. Where's my? You're my shower, Bonte. Don't leave FP alone.
You're my shower, Bonte.
What?
Yeah, you hear that?
You're my shower, Bonte.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
All right, let's not.
That is not suitable for work.
Let's just. We're talking Cal Miami, man. You derailed the show, Shasky. I'm blaming you. Dave Fleming joins us on the River Islands. No, Flem, I will not. Dave Fleming joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's bring in our guy, man, who's been with us all season long. What is this, year 4 with Fleming on the roast? And I don't know how he's made it this long. I don't know how he's lasted this long with the two of us, Shasky, but we definitely thank him for that. And look, man, he's on it. He's on it when it comes to the Giants. He's on it when it comes to college football. And obviously we have big news here with the Giants as Buster Posey yesterday was introduced as the president of baseball operations. And Flem, good morning. Welcome back to the show, man. And again, we thank you for everything you've done this season, but we'll do that at the end of the interview. But boy, it just felt refreshing yesterday. And it felt like the vibe was just good with Buster Posey now being a front man. Now he's going to get a lot of help and hire a GM or whatnot. But boy, it just feels right. And it feels like it's going to work with Buster, Dave.
I think it'll work. I do. Good morning. It's not it's not a magic bullet. It's not Buster shows up and everything turns to gold. That's not how it works. You got to put the work in. You got to, get turned around what hasn't been working for the Giants. But I'm with you. I mean, yesterday was an optimistic day for the Giants. And, just because I know Buster so well, this is not an ego thing. This is not a money thing. This is not a former player who's bored and needs something to do. This is a guy who cares deeply about the franchise and really believes that he can help get the Giants back to where they need to be. And he's smart. He's determined. Buster is highly competitive. And, actually, in a way, I think Buster is going to be a pretty tough boss for a lot of people over there. Like, Buster he does not sugarcoat things. He tells people what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. He did that as a player. I'm sure he's going to do that as an executive. I think you heard a lot from him yesterday about empowering people. He will definitely do that. He doesn't want to take credit. He doesn't have a big ego when it comes to that kind of stuff. But he does, for sure, have a demanding personality. And he expects people to do their job and do it well. And so it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out after everything. They got a lot of work to do over there to sort of figure out how the structure is going to be. But Buster is not, and I think you got a sense of that edginess yesterday. And I mean this as a compliment. He's not, this isn't some chuckle fest where he's coming in to laugh and hang with some old pals and get the band back together and drink some beers. This guy is here to make a big change in this organization.
Well, Shasky, I want you to get in here, but you're spot on. Buster did not handle losing well as a player. remember being in the locker room, he's short on every answer. He did not like losing. So I'm with you on that one, man. He's not going to take a lot of stuff, man. He wants to win because that's all he's done over the course of his career and, of course, his college days at Florida State. He's a winner.
Yeah, and he really doesn't tolerate frivolousness. He does not tolerate people who aren't taking things as seriously as he does, and he doesn't tolerate people who aren't for the team, like we're doing this for the right reasons. So, I think I'm not saying that has plagued the Giants. I don't think that, but I think that the best organizations have that sort of as their overall culture where everybody who's here is working for the same goal and we don't care who gets the credit and we're all in this together. It's going to be a collaborative thing. But the expectation is if you're here working with us, we're putting everything we have into this at all levels. And I think that's another thing you heard from Buster yesterday about, not just empowering the GM or, a couple other people, everybody from the trainers, from the analysts, the minor league coaches, everybody's got to feel like they are invested in it and that the success of the big league team is because of the work that they're putting in.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like I'm trying to just diagnose what the heck has happened the last couple of years, and my dad taught me baseball is very simple. Okay. And my belief is the fundamentals are the fundamentals for a reason. And pitching and playing catch on defense and putting the ball in play, right? And putting the ball in play are the most simple things to say. But I felt like the last couple of years, they've really struggled at that. Defense up the middle has been a problem. Obviously, middle infield. Holding runners on has been a problem. Not enough arms to throw strikes has been a problem. Not being able to take an extra base has been a problem. Strikeouts have been a huge problem. And when I hear Buster Posey talk about I'm dedicated to the fundamentals, we're going to pitch and we're going to play catch. It's like saying blocking and tackling in football, but it's so true, Dave. And I feel like they've gotten away from it. And we could talk about how many home runs this guy hits and all this and the other. But the fundamentals of the game, again, I go holding runners on, throwing strikes, playing catch in the field. They've really gotten away from that. And I really believe if they could just hone in on the fundamentals, everything changes. I just sound so dumb and so basic, but that's just my belief.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I think sometimes the cliches are cliches for a reason because they're true. And in football, it is true that if you can tackle, you're a good defense. I was with Utah last week, and Kyle Whittingham said something that was so obvious, but it's you can measure speed and skill. He said tackling is the number one skill on defense. If you can tackle, you have a good defender. And in baseball, that there are some truisms that are like that. And you're watching playoff baseball yesterday. If you watch the Mets play, if you watched, some of the big situational at-bats that the Padres had, that the Royals had, what were the winning plays in those playoff games? They were often just hit a ground ball to the right side, hit a fly ball. Sometimes we overcomplicate this sport. Now, I don't want to make it out like I think that's all that's going on. And I also think that a big part of what that means is that has to start down below the big league level. And I think, probably the number one task for the Giants is player development.
Totally agree.
And they have to have a long, hard, honest discussion with themselves about why player development has not improved, why the Giants are having such a hard time on the position player side, especially producing quality major league players, and why so many of the position players we see come up don't seem to have those fundamentals already in place. And it blocks your path. We saw it with Marco Luciano is a great example of this. He lost his chance to be a part of this year's big league team in the span of about 4 games. When you erode your credibility, when you can't field a ground ball in a pressure situation, there is no place for you on the big league roster, period. If you can't do that basic thing, then you can't access all the other skills that you have. And man, the Giants have to ask some tough questions about what has happened in the player development pipeline that has allowed that to take place over these last few years. Pitching development has been overall, I would say, good, not great, but good. And position player development has fallen far short. And part of that is what you're talking about, just the basic issues to be a baseline big league player that haven't been fulfilled by too many of these young guys.
I completely agree. And I think we've overemphasized free agency because of the lack of young players coming through the system. And I think we put way too much stock into landing a free agent and all that stuff. Like, those are great for supplementary. I look at the great teams for the Giants. I think their best team was the 2012 team of the recent champions. And the whole infield was homegrown, and then the whole pitching staff essentially was homegrown. And then you can pick and choose an Angel Pagan to trade for and a Hunter Pence to go trade for and to add when you have depth in the farm system to be able to move people. And so I think you're spot on there. The cupboard isn't completely bare. It's not as good as I would want. Like, they've got an outfielder in Elliot Ramos. I feel like they've got a third baseman for the next 5 years minimum, or 6 years, in Matt Chapman. I still am holding out hope on Bailey, so you got a catcher there. But to me, like, number one need for this offseason, Dave, and I would love your thought, it's shortstop. I want to see Tyler move maybe to second. I think they need an everyday shortstop. I think it would solve a lot of their problems.
I think a high-level defensive shortstop is definitely a priority for this team, and I think it's fair to ask whether Tyler can be that guy. And I'm not sure I have the right answer on that one. I really trust in Tyler Fitzgerald's athletic ability. I think he is a big league caliber athlete. So I do think that's a big question for this team, that spot. But I would say just big picture for the Giants, whether that's this offseason or what, they need impact in the middle of the order. They need a high-level offensive player. And so they need to be a better defensive team. That's true. And they need to lean into their ballpark and their pitching and the strength of what this franchise has been over the last 15 years. And so that's true. But I'm looking around the playoffs. And right now, every single team in the playoffs has one or two or three of those anchor offensive players. And I really, truly believe this sport has changed fundamentally in the last few years. The technology of the sport, the high-speed cameras, the way we measure things has made developing pitching easier. Now, I don't want to say it's easy. I don't want to say pitching is easy. That's not true. But it has made it a lot easier to make tweaks to your young pitchers, to give them more weapons, to fine-tune and emphasize the good things that they do, and to make sure that they're maximizing their abilities. The technology is not helping hitters in that same way. It's not. It's helping in some ways, but it's not helping in the... So what wins out now on the hitting side? Just pure talent. Pure, great talent wins out on the hitting side, and other hitters are really struggling to keep up. And there's no magic bullet for hitters. And so I do believe that is a massive issue for the Giants. And we all have our fingers crossed. Bryce Eldridge looks like the kind of guy who can be that high-level impact offensive player. But you probably need more than one. And Matt Chapman's close. I put Matt Chapman close to that category. But, Matt Chapman's value is so much tied up in the all-around game that he has. And I love Matt Chapman. But I think, one more middle-of-the-order type hitter is really what the Giants need badly. And I don't know how they get that. I don't know whether that's a trade. I don't know whether that's a free agent signing. I don't know if they need to develop another guy aside from Eldridge. Hopefully Bryce becomes one of those over the next few years. We'll see.
No, you're spot on. We've been clamoring for that for a while here. Just getting some thump in the middle of the order makes everybody more comfortable and getting a little more speed here as we're talking to Dave Fleming on the River Islands guest line. Back to Farhan for just a second because we got all season to talk Posey and what he's going to do, who he's going to hire as a GM. Where do you think it started to go wrong for Farhan? Was it when he hired Gabe Kapler? Was it after 107? Was it when they flamed out in 2022? When did When do you think the tide started to turn for Farhan Zaidi and things just kind of got off the tracks here, Flem?
Yeah, I don't know. I think when if you give us maybe a couple of years to look back on it, maybe that'll be a little more clear.
Mm-hmm.
I think for sure that not capitalizing on the 107 win season or not catapulting from that was a definite pivot point for Farhan. And when you look back at the decisions that came after that season, I mean, frankly, the decision to let Gosman go and to re-sign Anthony DeSclafani is, borderline catastrophic. Like, that really, really, really hurt the Giants. It hurt them in the clubhouse with their credibility, and it hurt them just on the field with the wins and the losses. And it wasn't just that decision. I mean, I think all of us probably knew that 107 was the absolute max that roster could have produced, and there was going to be some fallback. But they did not. And I'm not saying that it was anybody's fault necessarily.
Right.
I'm not saying that Farhan made a ton of bad decisions there. One really bad decision, I think, clearly. But you got to capitalize on that more than they did.
Yep.
It was very discouraging for everybody to immediately after that year go right back to the same, sort of middle of the road, semi-contending, mostly out of it, clearly not an elite team. Like, when you have a special year like that, you want to snowball that into a year and 2 and 5 years of championship contention, and they just couldn't pull that off.
It's interesting you bring that up because Sam and I were talking about this yesterday, and my philosophy in life, if I'm going to go down, I want to go down swinging, and I guess it feels like my interpretation of the entire Farhan era was like, risk averse to this move. I can't trade for that guy. And I don't want to give out that 6th year or that 5th year. Or we don't want to get hamstrung. And I just feel like he's going to look back at it and be like, I just never really swung any bold moves. What was the most bold move in your mind that they did in the last 6 years?
Bold move. Yeah, there weren't a lot of them, were there?
No.
There weren't a lot of headline moves. There really weren't. I think this last offseason, the signing of those guys, now it came late and it came at a weird price and contract structure because of all that was going on around big league baseball. That was bold. I mean, it was bold to sort of in the last few weeks in the lead up to the regular season and in some cases the last week, to push all your chips in the way that the Giants did. I think that was bold. So that's probably the answer. But yeah, in 6 years, that's not a lot of risk taking. So I think that's a fair criticism. And I do think that the Matt Chapman contract thing was a little bit of insight into that. Like, all this reporting that's come out about how that went down sort of fits into what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. No, you're spot on. I think of the Warriors and I think of the Niners, and they made a lot of bold moves, risk-averse moves there. And it's kind of sad how it ended there with Farhan Zaidi, but there's new hope with the Giants, and there's new hope at Cal Berkeley, where you be on the call this Saturday. Flem, Cal, Miami, the whole band's gone. I think Spinoni, he may sit this one out with Lovin. He's a Hurricane. He went to Miami. Shasky's leaving the house.
Yeah. Me and the wife are
believe
gone.
this, Dave Fleming.
Yep.
Joe Shasky's crossing the Bay Bridge to go to a football game or to anything. He's gone. I'm gone. We're all going.
North Bay. I go North Bay. I just don't really go to the East Bay that often.
All right.
I'm admitting. I'm going to be there.
All right. But we'll all be there for Cal Miami. Game day's going to be there. You're going to be on the call. Are the Miami Hurricanes on upset alert, Flem?
They should be. Cal can beat them. It's the biggest college football game Cal's had in a while, which is fun. It's going to be a great scene. I hope it's a sellout. Miami's really good. They have a lot of talented players, but Cal can turn the ball over. Like, they have a defense that can turn the ball over, and that's their avenue, I think, to winning this game. If it's just a straight-up game, not many mistakes, Miami's going to beat them. Cal's offensive line has not been very good, and Miami's defensive line is very good. Maybe not Warren Sapp days good, but really good. So to me, Cal's got to find a way to hold up on the offensive line. Don't get Fernando Mendoza snapped in half and generate a couple turnovers. Cam Ward is a great, great player, but he can be a little loose with the ball. If you can do those things, you got a chance to win.
Dave, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask this one. I'm never going to take playoffs for granted ever again. I'm watching the San Diego Padres atmosphere last night, and I was so jealous. I was longing for those Oracle back AT&T Park days where the camera would come flying in and everyone's waving the towels and we're going crazy. And there was no other feeling like playoff baseball starting at 5, 6, 6:30 at night and just in the Bay. I don't know, man. I miss it so much. Like that atmosphere down in San Diego. I'm just so jealous. I guess there's not even a question. I'm just jealous of what they got going down there. I'm sorry.
You should be. And they've done it. They've done it brilliantly. They have. Like they've made a lot of mistakes along the way. They did. But look at what they've found their way to. And their payroll this year was what? $60 million shy of the Giants.
Yeah.
So they signed all these crazy deals, give away all these contracts that everybody's calling them crazy for. But because they're willing to maneuver and make moves and cover mistakes and pivot quickly, they've got a star-studded roster, even with, not everything working out. Juan Soto didn't work out for them. A bunch of other things didn't work out for them. And yet, here we are. So they deserve a lot of credit. It's a fun team. It's a great atmosphere. That's what we're looking for here. I think that's what everybody wants here.
Flem, always a pleasure. I know this is our last weekly with you for the season. Hopefully we do it again next season. And
call in whenever you want.
Yeah, whenever you want. You want to come to the studio, hang out with us, you can do that as well. But Flem, we always thank you for the laughs, for the great insight. You've been great to us for, 4 years now here on the Morning Roast, and we always look forward to this interview. And we do talk highly of you, not just Mike Florio, you too. So we thank you again, Flip.
That's my favorite moment of the year. Yeah. Oh boy. What a guy.
You're nominated for maybe being the guest of the year here for our Doobie Awards in December. Don't ask what the Doobie Awards are. We won't explain. You don't want to know, but you are up for an award, Flem. So hopefully you win one this year.
Oh, Florio can't win. That's all I know.
I'm with you.
You can't, whatever, give me a surprise of the year, whatever that was. It could be the Vikings quarterback situation. Stop. Come on, man. You got to do better than that.
Hey, Flem, would you trade Brandon Aiyuk straight up for Davante Adams?
I would not.
Wow, shocker.
Wow.
Shocker.
I would not.
Shocker.
No, I like Davante Adams, but Brandon Aiyuk is going to be fine. He just sat out an off season. He needs time. He's not there yet. And so I have confidence that Brandon Aiyuk's going to be A-okay. And I'll take the guy who's 7 years younger or whatever he is. I think Aiyuk's a great fit for the Niners. He and Purdy obviously have a great chemistry when things are going well. So I'm happy with Aiyuk.
That's why Dave Fleming is a professional, and we're just some fanboys on the radio. Flip, always, if we can, I don't know if you're going to be on the field on the Saturday at Cal, but we love to come by and say hi to you, and thank you again for everything you do for us on the show.
You're welcome. I get lots of people tell me they listen to these segments weekly, so I get lots of feedback on our conversations, which is cool. I love talking to you two guys, and come see me in Berkeley.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. I'm surprised.
Never thought I'd say that.
Hey, listen, I'm surprised the Giants allow you to come on the show every week the way we talk about that baseball team. But you're good to us, man. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
You're the best.
See you guys.
I love that,
Flip,
man.
Oh, man, Flip is awesome. He's been awesome to us, man. And it's been really a good relationship with him, and he's always been good over the years. I don't know if I ever told you the story, and I'm away for him to be off the air because I may owe some money for this.
Story time?
It might be story time, but when I was working the board as a network coordinator.
Hear ye. Quiet down. The king has something to say. Your Majesty, could you please tell us a king's tale from your travels across the realm?
Oh, the king's tale. What is the king's tale?
I didn't vote for you.
What was that last sound? What is that last sound?
That's a line from Monty Python, The Holy Grail.
Okay,
what did he say? What did you say?
King Arthur goes up and tells the peasants, I'm your king. You have to listen to me. And the peasant goes, hey, well, I didn't vote for you. And then there's a whole back and forth about how, democracy is a thing and kings aren't democracy.
He says, I'm the king of the Britons. He's like, who are the Britons? He's like, you are. Oh, there you go.
Well, story time. As I was a network coordinator running Giants games on the weekends on another radio station, I was going to go down to Dallas to go visit Big Dog City. I booked a flight on Spirit Airlines, so I asked Flem, the Giants were going to Texas to play in Arlington. I said, Flem, man, would it be possible for you to give me tickets? And down the line goes, Bonte, gotcha. Have fun in Texas, watching the Giants and the Rangers. Well, Spirit Airlines, that flight got canceled.
Spirit,
yeah. I was trying to be, the boy was balling on the budget.
You were with them in spirit.
So I didn't make it. And Flem told me down the line, hey, if you're not going to go to a game, just let me know because those tickets cost a little something. And I was like, I'm sorry, Flem. So I'm surprised he's done these weekly with us. I hadn't forgotten about it. I just didn't want to bring it up because he may want some back pay on that one. Yeah, thank you, Spirit.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Spirit, for not getting me down to Arlington to watch the Giants and Rangers.
What was that Snoop movie with the airplane?
Oh, Soul Plane.
Soul Plane. I was trying to think what the name was.
That's exactly what Spirit is. Soul Plane. Big Dog swears
Your
by it.
soul might leave.
Big Dog swears by it. That and Frontier. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Well, what
was that video game back in the day we used to play? Oregon Trail. That's what the Frontier airline reminds me of.
Yeah, Oregon Trail.
Always die of dysentery.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Dude, listen, man. It ends up when you do if you do baggage claim and all that stuff. Hey, I'm gonna check my bags in, and I got to do this. It don't cost the same as a United flight or American Airlines. So yeah, that's why I didn't go down to Texas, and I'm sorry, Flem, about that. Never used those tickets down in
I'm from Texas.
I do love me some Big Extra Plug though right now.
I did not know that Sam Lubman had such a great old English British little accent thing. It was amazing.
He recorded it in the studio yesterday. It was so funny too because I was just talking and he's like, "Hold on, be quiet, be quiet." And he just did these weird voices into his.
What is the King's
I was like, "What are you doing? Just talking to yourself in this medieval accent?"
It was pretty fascinating. That's
trying to try out for House of Dragon.
I'm not mad at that.
You like that, don't you?
Because I have a lot of stories.
I know.
I have a lot of stories.
We might need to tighten it up a little to make it quicker.
Well, I would go quicker if you didn't cut me off every 4 words about the stories.
Well, I mean,
you jump in every 4 words.
Tell us more, Milish.
Let me get the story out, and then you could crack your little $2 jokes. I said that about that. I said I say $2 jokes.
So it was written.
I always think that sounds like me. That's you.
Yeah, I know that's me.
I know this sounds like me. What was that reference to? I'm on the court like I'm Kobe or LeBron. What is that?
I don't know.
What was that a reference to?
It's you walking around the court being seen by people.
No, it was him on the court laying on his back. That's what it was. He was trying to be like Kobe or LeBron at the chiropractor. Stretched out by a massage therapist.
Yeah, no, I do. When I'm getting stretched out there doing the legs and I'm cracking my back and I'm just like, shout out Stretch Lab. Shout out to the Stretch Lab. And I'm out there getting stretched. I'm like, this is how the players feel.
Is that an Apple Watch?
Yeah, it is an Apple Watch.
When did you get that?
Last Friday.
A new 10?
Friday.
Yeah. It changed your life, huh? You getting the iFitness?
Yeah, I guess. I just bit the bullet. It actually helps because then I could just look at the time. I don't have to pull my phone out. Yeah, it's not bad. But then, I bought the new, because I had to do a double deal. I didn't realize my processor on my old MacBook Air was old and outdated. So it's been tough to do all the streams and stuff, and it buffers in and out. I'm like, why is that? So it's like, dude, you need a new laptop. This is so outdated. So I bought a new laptop, and TV checks are around the corner, so I was like, I can bite the bullet.
What are those watches that you used to have in the pocket with the long chain? Those watches?
Pocket watch?
Pocket watch.
Yeah, and you pull it out. and you open it up.
We used to have circa 1908.
1940.
What was that watch you used to carry in the pocket? What was that called?
What was that little glass that you used to hold on your eye? Oh, a monocle. Yeah.
You made me talk about Papa Shasky or Papa Shasky. Not us.
Well, I'm trying to think what would a king use to tell time? A sundial?
Yeah, probably back then.
Yeah, a guy to tell him what time it is.
Yeah,
Where is the head on a spike? Is the shade on that side? It's 2:00.
But listen, I bought a new laptop and I already locked myself out. I forgot the password of the new laptop.
Oh, yeah, so you got to go to the Genius Bar?
Well, I did yesterday. I was there for an hour, still right up the street.
Oh, yeah.
And I still didn't solve anything, so I got to go back.
The guy who runs the one at Union Square, huge roaster.
Oh, I know.
He took care of me. Really nice guy.
Oh, I know.
Oh, you went in there? Yeah.
I know.
Bonte walked in. I'm Bonte Hill, the king. Where is anyone who listens to my show?
No. See, I never do that. But I know Shasky does that. Do you know Shasky?
No, I didn't. I was throwing a tantrum because one day my thing couldn't come off.
No. Don't stop cutting me off because I'm getting to another story.
Uh-oh.
You were throwing a tantrum like Brandon Aiyuk?
No, that wasn't even a tantrum. I think it was just a little
threw my
fit.
Apple Watch off. Like, what is wrong with this thing?
So
He's full of baloney.
I find out through the great Lucas Alexander, our director of sports here at 95.7 The Game. They're at a funeral. And the priest comes up to
an
Shasky.
Exaggeration.
And
This
Shasky
is
goes,
such an
"Hi, I'm
exaggeration.
Joe Shasky. I work on the morning show, the #1 radio show in the mornings in San Francisco, the Bay Area. I'm Joe Shasky. I work on the morning roast, 95.7 The Game." And the priest had no idea what he was talking about.
Morning. That's not what happened.
Go get Lucas Alexander right now.
He said he was the chaplain for USC, and he started giving me all his credentials. And so, tongue in cheek, I said to him, "Oh yeah, well, I'm part of one of the #1 rated sports shows in the Bay Area." Right back to him because he was like slamming his resume in my face.
It wasn't an exaggeration. You said all this stuff
with a twinkle in my eye. With a twinkle in my eye. And it was not a funeral, it was a memorial.
I've heard other times, "Hey, I'm Joe Shasky working 95.7 The Game."
I did not do that.
I just say, "Hey, my name is Bonte." That's all I do. "Hey, my name is Bonte. How you doing?"
Yeah, you
I
just
try to be as
assume that they know the name.
I just try to be as normal as possible. Normal as possible. That's it. I'm not that guy, pal. Not that guy. Not that guy. Not that guy. I will never be that guy.
All right, I'm going to tell a story.
You reap what you sow, brother.
King's Tail?
No. I knew you'd love it. I knew you'd love it.
Hey, no, but seriously, this is what we need to YouTube chat. Because I swear to God, how many people? Oh, dude, I was at Lamore Farms at Half Moon Bay. Story time with the king. And somebody's like, "I'm a roaster." And I go, "Hey, man, what's up with those RVs Shasky talking about? The RV thing is real."
Oh, yeah, I know.
And I drive by it every day after I pick up Chesler from my grandparents. I said, "I see the RVs." I saw one RV that had the lights underneath, and I was like, "Oh, that's pretty cool. Christmas is early with the RV household." Right? I did not call 311, though.
So, at this memorial, Nash's brother passed away, and he told us, wear basketball jerseys. You know, my brother's a huge basketball fan. So we show up, after driving all night to LA, we're in basketball jerseys. We walk down the hill and imagine being at the top of the ridge, not knowing what everyone's wearing. We walk down, no one's in basketball jerseys but us. So we showed up to a memorial in basketball jerseys and not the appropriate outfits. Well, I felt so out of place. I was so ashamed. My anxiety was through the roof, and I apologized to Nash 1,000 times, and he laughed at us. I think he set us up.
Per sources or per Sam Lutman, that story's been told multiple times.
Well, I don't know about multiple times, but I do recall Shasky did tell this story to me. I don't know if it was on air or maybe it was before the show.
We've heard it before.
I don't.
It's the worst.
The King's Tale's got to be original. You got to have different. So with the King's Tale, we do this every day. I got stories on top of stories, but I have to be careful because some are off the record. I have to be careful with this. I have to be careful.
We should call that the whispers. You know what I mean? What's the guy in Game of Thrones? The
Varys, the master of whispers.
Oh yeah.
Bonte,
his little birds.
Tell me a little story that no one can hear.
Yeah.
Instead of the streets, it's the birds.
It's the birds.
Yeah, it's the birds, not the streets. The birds.
The little birds are whispering.
The little birds are whispering.
We got Birdman do the bed.
Oh. What happened to that boy?
Oh man, this is too funny. What is my final thought?
Admit you like the King's Tale. Is that your final thought?
I do like it. I do like it.
We'll have to tighten it up. We'll make it better.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sam Lubman's voice is just chef's kiss.
I got to tell you, I'm really excited for this Cal Miami game. I am excited.
I'm excited for this Giants.
I mean, no. I'm actually excited about the Giants.
It lasted 6 seconds.
I'd rather be the White Sox.
I'd rather be the White Sox.
I'm actually excited about the Giants. I'd rather be the White Sox.
Took 5 months.
Brock Purdy. Am I excited about Brock Purdy? I am happy with Brock Purdy. Guys are driving me crazy. It's like Guru. I swear to God, I feel like Guru with the Garoppolo stuff. I got caught up in Garoppolo mania. You guys are on me like some damn mosquitoes. We're not hard on Brock.
Coming from the maker of it's the second quarter of the Green Bay game. Kirk Cousins is back on the table.
You know it was. It was. And then the play-by-play boy said, I thought about going to Sam Donald at halftime, so I wasn't alone.
That was the most Raider comment I've ever seen in the cat. Oh my God!
Hey,
We're all in on Kirk Cousins in a playoff.
It was so funny.
But Shasky he co-signed it. He goes, you know what? You're
I
right.
was holding LJ at home. It was pouring rain.
I think I exclaimed it. The way where you can like or hard it. I exclaimed it.
He was
I did. I did the exclamation point just to bookmark it for later.
Yeah, so he can ride with me.
I read it out loud.
It was.
My cousin Mike and the girls and Anthony and the girls and Jimbo were all in the room, and I go, Bonte says Kirk Cousins is back on the table. And Rocco's eyebrows went up like, he might be onto something. Rocco, you know you did.
You was on board too. You knew it. That's why you read it. You just wanted confirmation, which is why you read it out loud, because you knew you were on board with it. Oh, my heart is hurt. I already gave my final thoughts.
All right, that's it. We're done. Sam, what do you got?
Come on, let me get in
here.
here.
My final thought is I never thought I would say the words I'm about to say, but I'm kind of liking Greg Johnson a little bit more right now after conversing with him yesterday and just piecing together this Farhan Zaidi timeline. I never thought I would look at another billionaire and be like, you're a good guy. But Greg Johnson, man, you might be a good guy.
Oh, my God.
This is talk about a walk it back Wednesday. I never saw that one coming.
He's buying stock in Greg Johnson is what he's saying.
We missed walking back. I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. I am buying stock in Wiggins. Walking back Wednesday. We could do it tomorrow. I don't think
Take it back Thursday.
Take it back.
Oh, I like that. I like that. It's also Thirsty Thursday.
It is Thirsty Thursday.
Back in the college days.
And by the way, that'll be my PSA for everyone. Still another hot day in the Bay Area. Stay safe.
Seriously.
Stay in the shade. Stay hydrated. There you go.
And by the way, Doobie Awards coming to a gentleman's club near you. Alice Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity at home. We're on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Oh, man, that's it for us. What a fun show. That was fun. It was really fun today. Steiny Guru, what did they talk about? Warriors training camp there in Hawaii. Mahalo, aloha, all that good stuff. Have fun, everybody.
Is your water...
They want more.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Our big boss, Susan Larkin's in town, and he starts this show
Nobody
off.
knows who that is.
Our big boss, Susan Larkin, out of New York, NY, and he starts off with a blunder by me. I didn't like, why would Evan do that?
I don't know. He picked one.
Miss Whitman.
Yeah.
I can't even repeat that word if I wanted that name. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm a little concerned.
Are you really?
I'm great, man.
You're something
I'm
else,
great.
man.
I'm the best. No doubt about it.
We deserve hazard pay.
Who?
It's Spadoni, Evan, and I, and the boss dealing with you, man.
Please.
Yeah.
Hey, Warriors. Training camp started yesterday in Hawaii, Goo.
I saw them doing yoga. Did you see they were all doing yoga? It was dope.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't see that.
Yoga.
Let me ask some people a question here. So we got the Warriors starting. We got a new era in San Francisco with the Giants. 49ers 2-2, getting healthier. Looks like they're going to be in good shape second half of the season, I would think.
Dude, you are. Go ahead, man.
Where are your expectations with these franchises right now? Are your expectations for the San Francisco 49ers still a Super Bowl?
Wow.
The answer is yes.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, the rat on the table.
Say yes.
I feel like you're saying put your glasses on. But that was it coming into the season.
And you've changed?
No, die hard, you can't change after 4 weeks. Is it fair, people? Let us know that you changed this early, your expectations.
I wouldn't. I don't think there are many 49er fans out there who don't still have the Super Bowl as the goal.
No, you're wrong. I think you're really... Everybody thought McCaffrey was going to be there week 1. Guess what? I was the only one worried. He has not yet to play it down. And now he's got it in both knees or both legs or what have you, Steiny. So to me, that changes everything. I'm not saying they're not going to win 10 or 11 or 12 games, but I don't think they can win a Super Bowl without the threat of McCaffrey.
Huh. I wouldn't give up on that. I wouldn't rob them of that.
Okay, I got that. Unless you know something about
what?
McCaffrey. Or Greenlaw.
Trent Williams says that he thinks he'll be back the second half of the season.
I'm not mad at Trent for that, but you got other stuff to be worried about, big fella, than playing doctor. But okay, I guess that's good news, right?
I'm just asking Bay Area fans what their expectations are right now and if they've changed for our 3 teams.
Would you understand it if a Niner fan said, just what I said, I think my expectations have changed. I'm looking at the defense and what's not there.
What isn't there?
Greenlaw's not there.
We knew he wasn't going to be there in January. When we talked about the Niners going into the season, we said this is a Super Bowl team. We knew Greenlaw was going to miss half the season at that point. But
the impact still can't be ignored.
Yeah, but
that's what it's about, impact.
But we knew 6 months ago he wasn't going to play the first half of the season. And nobody thought that was going to be
What
a
about
hindrance.
Hargrave, who went out with a pec injury? He's lost.
That's an injury.
Was leading defensive tackles and pressures as much as we were throwing stones at him.
Okay. And the New England Patriots just lost their starting center for the year.
And so you're saying every team is dealing with something?
I'm saying that the 49ers have some injuries right now.
Yeah, a lot.
No, they don't. They don't have a lot of injuries. They have... Their whole offense is intact right now, except for McCaffrey. And they got a pretty good guy filling in for him.
Well, 2 weeks ago, they went into a game without Debo,
But they both played last week.
You're right.
Like, they're missing one guy on offense, and they're missing, 2 guys on defense, Hargrave and Greenlaw? And Greenlaw, I'm just saying, to me, I would not give up on the goal of the Super Bowl if I'm the San Francisco 49ers. I still think there's a chance that they get healthy the second part of the season.
All right.
What about
because I feel like attrition is setting in, and that's why I've been so concerned on what I call blown or missed opportunities with the Niners. You never know what the next year holds for you, and right now they've been dealt a bad hand in regard to who is injured and how long they're injured. And you're right, all that could change. It's still in front of them with 13 games left, but partner, I'm watching this defense, and I don't feel like it's a playoff defense. Now, that could change. They had a good showing against New England, but that really wasn't a test, but they got the dub. But, Steiny, I'm like, Super Bowl, I don't know. It just feels like things are going against them. And this whole Aiyuk thing, which I think it's a thing, I don't know what it is, but it's something. So we'll see, because they're going to play better teams moving forward.
I think if you look around the league, I just don't feel like you'll say, boy, the Niners are more snake bit than other teams. Not only that, Deebo Samuel and Kittle missed a week ago. They both came back and played this past week. They're both likely going to play this upcoming week. So, I don't think injuries are an excuse for the 49ers. And I certainly, I'm just not thinking right now that I think things are kind of getting better, because they've gotten Kittle back and they've gotten Deebo Samuel back. And Greenlaw, by all intent, might be coming back week 10 or 11. They just
Hufanga comes back and then he's out again.
Okay.
And again, your point, it sounds like it's Donnie. It happens, and every team is dealing with it.
How about this one from David in the 615 on the Comcast business text line? Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't this team make the Super Bowl without McCaffrey before he became a Niner?
Yeah.
And I think they can. I don't think not having Christian McCaffrey is going to be they can still win a Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey. It's obviously going to be harder, but I think they can.
And I've been the one to use that from the 650, Steiny, that in 2019 they did it without McCaffrey, but you don't miss anything you didn't have. And at that juncture, the team was built different. Some of the same characters still on the team, but man, he's a threat, and he may come back in 5-6 weeks. But if he doesn't, we'll see.
What about your expectations for the Golden State Warriors this year? Because
wow, man.
This is what I was thinking. They won 46. It's so hard because you say 46 wins, and the other guy says, yeah, no playoffs. And then you say, well, 2 years ago they won 44 and they were in 6. So it's all about how you view it. But when it comes to the Warriors, I got a number in mind. I got a number that I think should be their goal, and it's 5. Can they get to 5? Can they be the 5th best team in the Western Conference?
How many wins would that entail, you think?
Well, I don't know. See, and that's what Steve Kerr was talking about a couple days ago at Media Day. You just don't know. 2 years ago, they won 44, and they were 6. Last year, they won 46, and they were 10. I don't know. Maybe they win 48, and they're 10 again.
Yeah, because the West is getting better, and Memphis is going to have Ja back, and Houston.
Or 48 could get you to 6 or 7. It's possible.
Can I share with you my answer to that question, Stoney, and why I'm fearful about the Warriors? And to their credit, they tried everything under the sun to land a big boy. If that's marketing, if that's Paul George, regardless of what you believe, I believe that team knew, the Warriors that is, they needed an infusion of talent to go along with Steph Curry. But the reality is, Donnie, they tried. It didn't happen. So now I'm up here like, okay, we're going to go with what we have now, but never, I can't believe in recent years have I went into a Warrior season, or we have, and people are talking about the deadline as an opportunity for them to get better. So I'm fearful. And then when I hear Coach Kerr talk about we have openings, I'm like, well, damn, you don't even have that. It's not what it used to be. There's a lot of, unknown to this season. So, Stoney, to me, if they got to the playoffs, that would be better than last year, and I would take that.
What are your goals for the 3 teams right now in the Bay? You got Buster Posey taking over the Giants. To me, it still remains pretty simple, and it's can the Warriors and the Giants get to the postseason in the next year?
Yeah.
And those are both within the realm of possibility. To me, it's still, can the 49ers win a Super Bowl? Can the Warriors make the playoffs? And I'm just going to say a top 6 so that they don't have to worry about a play-in game. but I think 6 or 5 mostly is a goal for the Golden State Warriors. And then the San Francisco Giants, to me, there's no reason they couldn't theoretically get back into the postseason next year. But my question to Bay Area fans is, have your expectations changed with any of these 3 teams? Have they changed with the Niners because of the start they've gotten off to and the McCaffrey injury? Where are you with the Golden State Warriors? It seems like a lot of fans last year still thought this team was in a championship window. They didn't make the playoffs.
Oh,
you still think they're in a championship window. To me, that's a little far-fetched, but you first got to get to the playoffs, and then you can see how you measure yourself against the other teams.
Real quick here, the Giants already have, you said relevance yesterday, but they already are benefiting from excitement just with and you called it PR, with the Posey hire. So those aren't wins in games,
no,
but there's excitement.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you need to change your expectations for some of our teams in order to essentially enjoy the season more? Because if you think these teams are World Series bound soon or NBA Finals bound, have you changed your expectations? Hey, the end of summer sales event is on at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV, so stop by or visit frontierford.com for incredible savings and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Catch the football game at the Veranda's epic red and gold watch party Thursday, October 10th. Join me and Steiny for giveaways and football fun. Visit shoptheveranda.com/events for all the details.
Sports at the Art Museum. Sports at the Art Museum. I'm not saying where you...
Steiny, Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
I like that drop.
Oh, yeah. Guru, Steiny, Guru.
All right. So this is the kind of thing that I've got to address. 650. Steiny, you just riding off the Sharks as a Bay Area team?
You came in on fire this morning about the Sharks.
See, I'm not going to blame it on a mandate from above. I won't do that. But you're right. I came in today thinking, here's what I was thinking, Goo. So I'm looking at our 4 major sports teams.
Here we go, Evan.
And if you've noticed, they've all taken the same route.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The Sharks have a general manager named Mike Greer, played in the league 16 years. Former player, young guy, 49 years old.
African-American.
He's running the Sharks. Buster Posey, I couldn't believe this, 37. Posey's 37 years old. He's now running the Giants.
All right.
Mike Dunleavy, 44, running the Warriors. And John Lynch, 53, which, trust me, kids, it's still young, running the 49ers.
All right.
And I was just thinking about, okay, we've got 4 GMs who are young GMs, and to my way of thinking, you could use today as a starting point to judge all 4. We could start right now because every organization is at, to me, a definable point. The San Francisco 49ers, they're in a Super Bowl window. John Lynch, to me, the goal is win the Super Bowl. It still is. Lynch, as an executive of the Niners, they're either going to win it this year or they're probably going to have to retinker next year. I don't want to say start over, but they may have to tinker on the fly a little bit to keep this thing on top. But the goal to me for the Niners is simple. Can Lynch get over the hump? Mike Dunleavy, what's his goal? He's got a team that's 2 years removed from a dynasty.
And the dynasty may be dying, and that's okay.
I think we can say the dynasty is dying.
Okay.
I think we can say that. So the question then becomes, what does Mike Dunleavy do to mitigate the after dynasty
and reinvent?
Run?
Yeah.
What's the goal of the Warriors? To me, it's get back in the playoffs this year and start reestablishing ourselves as some kind of contender.
Facts.
The Giants, to me,
relevancy.
The Giants, yeah. What's the goal of the San Francisco Giants? To me, next year would be to make the playoffs just like it was this year. Once you make the playoffs, anything can happen. And then you got the Sharks. Sharks have been the worst team in the league the last 2 years. They've won, 22 games and 19 games the past 2 years. So they're at the bottom, but they've got young players. They've got a group they think they can grow with. So Mike Greer's got a big job ahead of him. But I was just thinking about what are the goals for each of these 4 teams? What are your expectations for these 4 teams? I mean, it wasn't long ago we expected the Giants to contend for World Series. Are we still there? Where are we with the Warriors? 888-957-9570 is the number. And what are your expectations for these teams? Is it still always about a championship? Or can the Warriors, for the first time, maybe in 8-9 years, can the Warriors actually have a successful season if they don't win it all? And I think this will be the first time we ever answer the question, yes.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I think they can.
Oh, I was going to just come with the hell no. And the reason the hell no is why they were in on the big fish, Paul George and marketing, because I don't think that will suffice Steph Curry. Like, of course he wants to win stuff, but he wants to win it all. He's still playing at a high level, and that's why Mike Dunleavy told us to our face the other day, enjoy it. And I think there's an added pressure on, and I mentioned the deadline for the Warriors to do everything under the sun to get Steph the necessary help so they can get right back, not for the playoffs. I'll take that. But Steph Curry said it in Vegas. Things change quickly in this league. So I think there's a pressure for Mike Dunleavy to appease Steph and Draymond to go get them that necessary help to where it's not, hey, you guys had a cute little season. You got back to the playoffs. I think they got to contend. And you need talent to contend. And right now, I don't know if they have. I'm waiting and excited, but man, I don't know.
I'm telling you right now, I would say you're crazy. I would say
you wouldn't be the only one.
You're crazy to go into the season with an expectations the Warriors can win it all. Like, aren't you?
Or how about getting back to the Western Conference, like being, you know what I mean? Like the 5 seed you talk about, and maybe you win 2 rounds, you're in the Western Conference Finals. Like, it can't be going backwards from not making the playoffs and taking 2 baby steps. Hey, we won a round. I don't even want the Warriors, and I know Steph's saying this, to hell with a play-in. We are a playoff team. My days are numbered as, being able to carry us on our back. And I feel right now I cannot identify, and maybe it's Kuminga, maybe it's Pods, maybe it's Melton, maybe it's Slow-Mo. I can't identify that second or third or that second and a half guy.
Why do you think they're going to be a title contender?
Because Wiggins can ball, and if he, got the new haircut, the new look, and got his family stuff past him, he's at ease. I know heart's heavy, but Kuminga with the blonde hair. Well, like, what if those 2 dudes just think about it? Those 2 dudes,
right? Then they I think could be a playoff team.
But what about cause noise in the playoffs?
I think that's
because Kuminga and Wiggins collectively, Steiny, athleticism, being able to, they check all the boxes. Can you sustain it?
First of all, they don't check all the boxes. Kuminga and Wiggins. To me, there's a bunch of boxes they don't check.
Well, 2022 Wiggins, okay. I'll take that. We'll take that all day. That checked all the boxes.
But you can't take that all day because he's never done that all day. But I want to get to the bigger point of you can't go into this season with an expectation the Warriors are going to win it, can you?
I'm hitting the reverse because when you say it like that.
My question is this.
I just said to you 10 minutes ago, Stoney, make the playoffs for the Warriors, for me. But for Steph, they got to do more than that.
Why? He's under contract for 3 more years.
Because he's a winner. And he's still playing at a high level. If I watch things erode around me, and I'm not the reason, when I'm the John Lennon of the group, I'm doing my thing. You got to get me talent that can help me. That's what makes it look bad. If Steph's playing at a high level, and that's why last year wasn't cool to me.
Well, he didn't have a great second half.
No doubt. He stepped back a little. But at the end of the day, it's about getting him help.
Okay.
So if they don't win a championship, Steiny, I'm not breaking any China. But if they don't make the playoffs, oh my gosh, it's Armageddon. Because then it's really over with Steph Curry.
I just don't like to talk in extremes like that. Like, I don't think it's fair to think this team's a championship contender right now. Maybe halfway through the year we'll think differently. Just like in 2022, I don't think a lot of people thought they were a contender. Then they start 31-9, and everybody says, "Well, what do we got here?"
So, what's success for the Warriors for you this season?
Get to 5. Get to 6.
Right. And that might be 52 wins. You're right, because this could be thick.
But it could also, things could break, and 47 might be able to get there. It depends on the year. They got to 6. Who's to say 44 won't get you to 6 this year like it did 2 years ago?
And I don't want to bring up and I will because we'll get into it later, the Osler-Draymond conversation. But, Steiny, I'm sorry. I'm still holding on to the math. I know you're going to be like, Guru, the Warriors won 6. They didn't. If he doesn't miss 25 games, the Warriors aren't what they were, a play-in team. You know what I mean? We could have been talking about them being a 4 or 5 seed if Draymond was available. So right then and there, it's bigger than basketball. It's about availability. So that's what Osler was talking to Draymond about. So I bring that up because it gives me more confidence that this wasn't a natural non-playoff team. I mean, it is what it is. He went and messed up. But if you ask me what went wrong for the Warriors last year, before I say anything about a screen or a lack of defense, I'm saying Draymond was gone. That was the death blow.
Okay. And I'm saying that Steph didn't have a great second half, that Wiggins was AWOL, that Draymond got suspended, and Kuminga was a little bit up and down. I wouldn't put it all on Draymond, but I'm more interested in how are Warrior fans going to enjoy this year if they're not willing to see success in something other than a championship? When we know right now it looks like a long shot. Right now, I'm just saying, don't we have to recalibrate our expectations for the Warriors? And do we have to recalibrate them for the Giants? I'm not ready to recalibrate them for the Niners yet, but maybe other people are. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. For the last 10 years, I feel like we've gone into the Warrior season saying, they can win a championship. And I think, okay, that's been fair.
They won 4 of them.
Right. But is it really fair to the Warriors right here, right now, to expect this team to compete for a title? That, to me, on day one at least, it's unrealistic. So I think I would change my expectations for the Warriors from a championship to can we make the playoffs without having to even get into the play-in game? I think that would be a nice season.
Yeah.
I just do. What do you guys think at 888-957-9570? And what about, where does Posey fit into this with the San Francisco Giants? They made the postseason once in the last 6 years, twice in the last 10. They've never won a playoff series since the 14 title.
Wow.
What are the expectations for Buster Posey's first year? 888-957-9570. I guess it's just my way of saying we've got to figure out a way to enjoy these seasons coming up for the Warriors and then later for the Giants, and we can even throw the Sharks in there. There's got to be a way to have a successful season without winning a title for these teams. But we haven't discussed the Warriors like this in forever, so I'm just interested to get Warrior fans' perspective on this with training camp having started yesterday.
Yeah, and they're in Hawaii getting ready, but I got to be honest, and we talked about it, Steiny, the Giant element of this, I'm excited already. Again, the fact that it's Buster Posey, I'll just call him the Giants' Derek Jeter, I think is good for business. And the fact that the faceless ownership sent a message, at least to me, that you know what? We've seen the Farhan movie for 7-8 years. It's time to go in a different direction. That in itself is accountability. So now let's just say you threw it out. The Giants come back next year and somehow don't make the playoffs, Steiny. I won't come in here and say Buster's a failure. I'll say at least he gets the benefit of the doubt. We're watching a movie, a different movie, and we're 10 minutes in, we're one season in, as opposed to watching Farhan just, he went 15 rounds and there was no success outside of 107. So to me right there, that's excitement. And I know from a free agent standpoint, what did we talk about? Alonzo and Soto, those are pretty long shots. But if you go to the B listers and C+ listers or players, maybe you got some action. But the Giants were 2 games under. But what did you guys say yesterday? I believe Evan told us 9 games back of that last wild card. So that definitely is a gap. But I'm excited, and I think they're winning something now by people being excited of who's leading it.
I mean,
and I got you. No wins with that.
I mean, yeah, to me, the excitement now means nothing.
Well, Sal, the text from Sal, I won't forget. That's the PR part of it.
Yeah, but I don't think that wins you any games.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering where we're at with the teams. And the other thing is, if let's say the Giants next year go 85-77, but they miss the playoffs, I bet you people will be like, "Nice job, Buster. Nice job." I really do.
But the way I know you, I would think you would say that too. Like, forget Buster. If the team didn't make the playoffs, they come back and are 8 games over and somehow didn't make it, that wouldn't constitute success to some shape, form, or fashion?
No, for me, it won't. It won't constitute success because I actually, I thought the team was going to make the playoffs this year.
So did I.
Okay, and I don't think their team's going to look drastically different next year. And so if Buster Posey can internally improve this team, the way they play, button them up a little bit, then why shouldn't they be a playoff team, I guess is my question. But let's jump into some of this stuff right now. Danny's in Richmond. What's up, Danny? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Going well.
I just wanted to real quick talk about the Warriors.
Hey.
I've been a Warriors fan since 1985. We have lost more seasons than we have won. And these are not the lean years that I'm used to. So me, as a longtime fan, I'm like, hey, we won more than 20 games. Amazing.
Yeah.
I think that we believe phrase needs to be more for the team than for fans. Fans believe. We already know. We're out here in these streets acting wild every season like we're going to go all the way, even when everybody's injured. Okay? But does the team believe? Does everyone on the team believe? Last year, they were playing desperate, and desperate people do not believe they're going to win. They're getting down to the end of games. They're giving up. They're letting all the margins just fly by them. That's what I think Steve Kerr, that's what everybody is trying to get rid of in training camp. And I think that if they manage to gel and believe that they have something, they have to find something to believe in. But if they can get to that level of belief in each other and in themselves as a unit, I think we might have a real surprise on our hands. I'm not saying, I'm predicting they win the championship right now, but I think that they will make a playoff run in that juncture. And if they don't believe it, it's not going to happen. Just desperate again.
Appreciate it, Danny.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's perfectly logical to believe this team could be better than last year.
We'll see. Now that wasn't against you. That was perfect, Evan. We'll see. And that's what it is. Quick trivia. Head coach of the Warriors in 1985.
George Karl?
Johnny Bach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Former Bulls assistant also.
Their first round pick in 85.
Mullen.
Look at my man.
Why did this come up?
Because I just went to the roster when she said 1985 she became a fan.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. I think the Warriors could be better than last year. Absolutely.
And that I guess that I want to say that sounds yucky, Steiny, just from the standpoint of they didn't make the offs. So it's kind of easy to be better than that.
They won 46 games, dude.
They did.
I mean, seriously, 46. They were 10 games over 500. Like, that's
I'm
not
trying
easy.
to come up with an analogy for that, though. But when the field...
It's when the Giants won 103 and lost the division to the Braves in 93.
No, that's different. When you win that many games, that is a travesty. But 46, Steiny, Norm would say, hey, nice job, but it's not good enough because everybody else surpassed that plateau.
Yeah.
You got to keep up with the field.
Did they do that this offseason?
That's the $1 million question, man.
Yeah, I absolutely think that they could be better. My expectation for the Warriors, they should be a playoff team.
I don't like that we don't even know the starting five.
Actually, there's a new spot open.
What's it? Oh, yeah.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Steve Kerr said yesterday, first of all, 3 days ago, he said, yeah, we probably have a couple spots open. Now he says we've got 4 starting spots open. Draymond coming off the bench?
My question to you is why would he come off the bench?
I could see it for basketball reasons.
To save him?
That would be part of it.
Terrence Howard, the great actor, was in a great movie, black swim movie.
Oh.
It was called Pride. I don't think Draymond's pride, and he's like every other athlete, as accomplished as he is, Steiny, you think at this juncture he would say, I'm coming off the bench?
That's why he would, I would think.
But he's such a Wolverine, a competitor. He'll be like, I'm good. I'm okay, buddy. You ain't got to worry about me.
I look at this team, and I don't see a ton of playmakers. And so maybe this is the year where he's got to split up Steph and Draymond a little bit more. Just because Draymond is kind of a point guard when he plays. I'm just throwing stuff out there. But it was interesting what Kerr said about the starting 5, and he's basically said, the way I read into it is the starting 5 not necessarily going to be our 5 best players. It's got to be the best 5-man unit with Steph Curry. So we'll see, but I don't know. It looks like the Golden State Warriors are going to try a lot of stuff.
Before you grab the next
training camp.
What about the Sharks? Because you brought them up. The playoffs, right? You said the last 2 seasons have been miserable.
Yeah.
Come on, our guy.
Yeah, I honestly.
Playoffs, though, would be nice.
Well, to me, it would be to start creating excitement. Like we've got something here. Like the Oklahoma City Thunder of 3 or 4 years ago. Could they have a year like that where maybe they're knocking on the playoff door, but everybody in the league says this team's going to be really good in a couple years?
But if Celebrini's Rookie of the Year, that's a damn good start.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Chucky's in Oakland.
Chucky.
Hey, Chucky, what's going on, man?
Hey, good morning, Guru.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good morning. Good morning, Matt Diamond.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, man. Hey, I'm doing good, man.
Nice.
You know, I got a couple of points I'd like to make, man. I like to put it right on the table, man.
Okay.
Brought to you by Adco Pest Control. Official sponsor on 95.7 The Game. And that is, it's amazing how I haven't heard any rhetoric about the golden boy, Christian McCaffrey. To me, he's gone from golden boy to, I'm going to start calling that man Mr. Reynolds. You know, from gold to aluminum, right? Because I wondered, you know, when he did his contract adjustment, if he already was aware of his physical inability. Because, see, what was out there was he was getting his contract because, you know, he was like the best multi-back in the league. But I wanted to get his contract because he knew that he wasn't going to be able to perform up to the ability that he performed prior. So he was trying to get money for what he already did, knowing that he wasn't going to be able to ever do that again. And my other thing is about Draymond.
Yeah.
Vontae was supporting the media who was questioning Draymond, taking his side. But I think Draymond, it would amaze me that he wasn't able to speak and say, and would say with 100% sure that there's no worry, I'm not going to get suspended, I'm not going to act up, I got the technical behavior under control. It amazes me that he wasn't able to say that. So I'm just worried about Draymond's.
Appreciate it, Chucky. Two things there.
Two big things.
One
bigger than the other, though.
Yeah, we can't go down that road with McCaffrey.
Because we'll never know the answer.
Right, and you know.
And he earned it.
It's usually guys on other teams that do stuff like that, not our hometown guys.
Stop.
There's no way Christian McCaffrey did something like that for our Niners, I don't think.
I mean, you can't gauge or predict tendinitis. I mean, you got ailments, you got arthritis, they flare up or what have you. He got the chicken, he deserved it, and at that point, there's not a walking human that would have said, hey, no, Christian, we're not going to break you off this change. But Mr. Warrior, when I got the news that it was in the other leg, I'm like, oh my goodness. Steiny, man.
Hey, did you see Brandon Cooks is probably going to miss a game for the Cowboys this week?
With something weird. Yeah. What's a leg infection?
We don't count that injury, though, if it's on the Cowboys. I got a list of guys who are out.
Well, the Rams have
Exactly. Exactly. All right, 888-957-9570. I see Steve, I see Tim, I see Barry. We'll get to you on the other side. We're talking about the expectations for teams. Is it still to win the Super Bowl for the San Francisco 49ers, or are the tea leaves telling you this might not be the year? What about the Warriors? What about the Giants? What should Buster Posey's expectations be for this team next year? And yeah, the Sharks, they're young. They got a long way to go, but you would think they're starting on an uphill journey this year. And the question is, what are your expectations for these teams right now? Because you might have to lower them a little bit. 888-957-9570. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
The Morning Roast loves taking your phone calls each and every day. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Jacksonville defensive lineman Josh Hines-Allen, he's in concussion protocol. He doesn't look like he's going to play for the
So what's your thing? What's your stick with this? You just
of course, Tua out in Miami.
They say he's coming back.
And Nick Chubb has missed the first 4 games in Cleveland.
That I do.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I need to do?
Rashee Rice, have you ever heard of him?
Come on now.
He's hurt.
His own quarterback hurt him. Pay respect to the dead. R.I.P. to the great John Amos. He passed yesterday. What's going on? We lost Mutombo.
Well, you know what? Pete Rose. And John Amos. So these are not good times.
They come in 3, they say. Death.
I don't get anything for that. Isn't that John Amos? Good times?
That's a 3. And I got to defend Bonte. Bonte was on Draymond's side a little bit this morning. I was listening. Film on Mike texted me in, so Chucky got that wrong. He felt like the question could have been more direct, and then Dre would have had to just answer about the suspension.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You feeling me?
I am.
You feel me not, dude?
Yeah, I feel you. You feel me? You feel me?
Yeah.
Film on Mike. You feel me?
That's another 2.
Talk about expectations. Hey, fans. Start to temper them a little bit.
Well, the Niners, I am. Just because of the injuries, man.
Are 49er fans like Guru? Have you tempered your expectations with the 49ers? The Niners. I'm not there yet with the Niners.
Even with the defense.
What about it?
Taking a step or 2 back.
They were pretty good against the Pats. Let's see if they can build on it.
Okay, right. I know the Pat. You, Spadoni, and Evan and I can get on the Pats.
See, that's the problem. That's where I've changed my expectations of the Niners. They came in 1-2, and they just needed to get a win.
Right.
And they got a win, 30-13. Defense looked good, 6 sacks, pick 6. All right, let's see if they can carry on. Steve-O is in San Francisco.
Steve.
What's up, Steve-O? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
It's been too long. I haven't ever been able to carve out enough time to call in. Love the show so much. I want to talk about the Warriors. Very excited about the upcoming season. And, we touched on this last year a little bit. But I think this is going to be Steph's last year as the number 1 on the team. And for that reason, if you're going to go for a championship, you got to go all in. They're not a championship team right now. They have to be able to prove themselves to get to that trade deadline. And then the Warriors, it's going to, it's now or never time, I think. And you got to be willing to make some tough choices if you're going to try and win one more championship with Stephen Curry as your number 1. And if they're not in that position, they're going to have to make some tough choices about how they rebuild it.
With Steph Curry or without?
Well, I think that's the tough choice you're going to have to make. And I think, to be honest, they might go to Steph and give him a little bit of the decision in there. He's going to be looking at Clay and some kind of a playoff hunt with the Mavs. And they might go to Steph and say, hey, man, if you want another ring, we'll set you free. Now, it could be, I think they'll keep him if he wants to stay, because he puts people in seats no matter what their record is. I think he loves the Bay Area. I think he's made a home here. But I think if he really wants another ring and the Warriors can't deliver with the new lineup, either they go all in and that means getting rid of Wiggins. That means getting rid of, the laundry list of players that they can try and deal,
Well, you know what? And I'll be honest.
I wanted to ask him a question, too.
Oh.
Steve-O, can I ask you a quick question? Did he hang up?
You can ask him a question. He probably won't answer.
Oh, you there, Steve-O?
Yeah, no, he's not.
Okay.
What was the question? I can try to be him.
Who did he think is the Warriors' second best player right now on the team? Mine is Andrew Wiggins, and I love Draymond, but it's Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Kuminga.
Nah.
Oh. I'll be honest with you. To me, Curry just signed an extension. That talk, and I've used company speak. That discussion needs to be tabled.
Oh, right. Yeah, no.
With Steph Curry, because I really believe that who'd they lose last year? Clay and Chris Paul. And they brought in Anderson, Melton, and Hield.
Yep.
I absolutely think that could be the makings of a better team than last year.
All right.
So, to my way of thinking, the best case scenario for the Warriors this year would be they're good. They're on a 45-50 win pace, and they like where they're headed, but something presents itself at the trade deadline that can elevate them not only for the rest of this year, but maybe for the next 2 or 3 years.
Of the blockbuster type,
yeah,
right?
Is there going to be a move out there that right now is not available? Because we know that things always happen during the course of a season where there'll probably be a star or two that might be gettable.
Like Devontae Adams, where stuff happens and you take advantage of it if you can.
Exactly. And maybe that's what they're looking for. But what are your expectations right now for all three of our Bay Area teams? Have you altered the expectations you have of the Niners because of the 2-2 start and McCaffrey's injury? Or do you still think this is a Super Bowl team and that's your expectation? And I think the 49ers are the one team you can still have a Super Bowl expectation for.
It's kind of funny about the Niners. I had this thought driving in, and the more I watch Brock Purdy, I got a stat for you too later on. But I'm telling you, Steiny, we sit here and you've said it too. Hey, in regard to the Chiefs, they got Mahomes. Nothing else matters. You know what the rat on the table is about the Chiefs and why they're trying to three-peat? Is they got a damn good defense.
Yep.
They got a damn good defense. So these talks of it's just Mahomes carrying the team on the back, I'm not saying he hasn't done that, but the Chiefs got a defense. And I say that to say is we're watching a young star be born with Brock Purdy. And what if you get that answer to where, man, we got a star, but if this injury situation on the defensive side of the ball and the play doesn't get better, it won't be good enough to get it done. So there could be a possibility. And I know it's early, Steiny, but okay, we got a star in Brock Purdy. We're going to pay him whatever it takes. But man, there's other components. And that's why the Greenlaw, when he comes back, if he comes back, Sorensen, they blitzed a whole lot Sunday as opposed to they normally do, and that was because New England couldn't handle it, and they don't have much weaponry. But it's imperative that the defense, do their part because it's more than just the quarterback.
This from the 630 on the Comcast Business text line. There's no need to change the expectations with the Niners. The NFC looks tough now, but so-called contenders, I believe, will become pretenders. The Niners are still the class of the NFC, despite a 2-2 start. That's from Chicago, Jason.
I'm not mad at that. I'm just looking at Seattle, who you play in a couple weeks on Thursday. We'll be out at the veranda for the watch party. But yeah. So I'm just saying, maybe they're a team that's gotten better in your own division.
I think they've gotten better.
And the Rams already beat you in your own division, and they were limping.
Yep. Max in Napa. Hey, Max, how you doing, man?
Sorry, I almost moving some wine across town.
You sound like Celebrini.
You want to let me know if you want to move it to Kearney Street. Should I give him the address, Goo?
Go ahead, baby.
I really would love to, but it almost just fell off because it wasn't wrapped properly. So I had to pull over there for a second.
All right.
Anyway, enough about that. I was just going to say I do agree about the Niners. I don't think the expectations should be much lower. But at the same time, sometimes these chaotic seasons where where things are all over the place and lowered expectations is kind of an opportunity. I mean, the Chiefs season last year was not great.
Right.
And all of a sudden they came out and they looked like the Chiefs that won the year before. The year Brady won with Tampa Bay, they did not look like they were going to win the Super Bowl that year, and all of a sudden they kind of came out of nowhere. So could just be an opportunity. I'm not expecting on the Warriors front. I'm not really expecting them to win at all, but I do like them, and I think they could surprise people at least a little bit. That's pretty much all I got. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Chiefs right now. They were 1-2 At one point, they were 6-1.
Okay.
And then they finished the season with 11 wins.
Right.
So they were 5-6. 1, 2, 3.
Lost
4.
to the Raiders at home on Chris. Remember that debacle?
So the Kansas City Chiefs, to get into what the caller was talking about, they were 6-1, and then they finished the season 5-6. So they finished 5-5. So they were 6-1.
Okay.
And then they went 5-5.
Okay.
So they didn't exactly storm into the playoffs.
Right. Their offense looked like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But they still got it done. And that's why I keep going back to Steve Young's comments, Steiny. And again, you talked about it. They lost injury. They're also dealing with injuries now, but it's like that version of the Chiefs to get it done is kind of spectacular because it was hard. And their offense wasn't the greatest show on turf. But they got it done. And now they just suffered an injury, as you mentioned, to Rice.
Don't forget Pacheco.
Yeah. He's coming back, though.
Oh. But I'll bet they're worried about him in Kansas City.
They got a white running back right now, the Chiefs. I like him tough.
What's his name?
I heard his name.
Oh.
I get it.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Timmy. Timmy's in Dixon. What's up, Timmy? How you doing, buddy?
Man, how did the screener mess up my handle? It's lift Timmy, baby, lift Timmy. I don't want my reputation to be tarnished here. Come on now.
I'm sorry, it's what,
Look,
Timmy?
Man. Lift Timmy.
Lift Timmy.
I've called in.
Get in the game, Spadone. Yeah. All right.
At least
get in the game, Spadone.
Lucas, get in the game.
He knows what he's doing.
All right.
Hey, look.
Yeah.
Why do Niner fans want to exist in fantasy land? And I'm not talking about Kenneth Walker III pulling you out of the fantasy dumps this weekend with a 30 burger. Yeah. I'm talking about fantasy land in terms of how they're going to do this year. Mitigate your expectations. You got a banged up team. You've got CMC who's off having, Oktoberfest out in Germany right now. Why do the Niners think that they're going to do anything better than 9-7, something along those lines? The window is closing on the Niners. And why has nobody drawn the comparison between the very easy comparison to draw between Brandon Aiyuk and Antonio Brown? It's the physical re-embodiment of Antonio Brown. I'm a Raiders fan myself. We've witnessed it firsthand. The off-field antics, the public displays of wildness, the contract. He puts a couple of good years together, demands money, and then starts kicking shorts all over the field.
Yeah, good recap.
Practice and acting like a wild animal.
Oh. You know what? That'll do it.
Hey, yeah. And you know what? Aiyuk hadn't gotten in any trouble with the law. AB was getting in trouble with the law. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Call it an animal. You can't. Hey, the running back is Carson Steele from the Chiefs.
Right. But
he can run 3.8 a pop.
And he's already lost his job to Kareem Hunt because he fumbled last week.
Oh, boy.
The white guy fumbled.
I can't call him that.
Sure you can.
The white guy?
Yeah.
He's clear.
There you go. Shout out Barry.
Oh, no. We can't do this already.
Oh, yeah. We take everybody.
All right, Dan in South City, you're going to be on an island. Oh. Evan, can I just, I will do the legal right now. Goop, please help me.
Of course.
No. Look at the clock right now.
That's why
the clock is broken.
No, I got you. You get a pass,
clock
baby.
Is broken.
Right. TikTok.
Yeah. All right.
What you got, baby?
Just talk for a second.
I'm excited. I'm excited for this caller.
Okay, never mind. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We help me here.
Time for the legal.
Evan, I'm going to need help. Okay.
I'm here for you.
Dan in South City.
What's he got, Starty?
South City. What's up, Dan? How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, guys?
Hey.
Doing well. You got to be real careful here, but go ahead.
All right. Hey, I'll own up. My take is that the Warriors, are going to be much better without Clay than with him. And the reason I say that is he was acting like a whiny, pouty baby all last season. He didn't get to start. He's throwing up threes. He's not playing defense. And he brought everybody on the bench down. There was no excitement. He would pout all the time with his head in his hands. And so, I say good luck, buddy. See how you deal with Luka and Kyrie and Dallas. And, I'm excited to see Buddy healed. And I think we're going to do much better without him.
Appreciate the call. I think it's within the realm of possibility.
I mean, come on, it's stronger than that, Steiny. If all the reports were Clay was, in a place where he was a downer, not doing it on purpose. I mean, come on. And Steve Kerr maybe putting him in games or not taking him out because he was worried about his psyche. We all know that probably happened. So just from that standpoint, we all love Clay. And if the Warriors don't win it, Steiny, that's who I want to win, is the Dallas Mavericks, for him to get one.
Oh, boy. Clay with 5?
Boy, that would be kick him to the curve, and he's in a perfect spot. He is in two dudes. They got to draw dudes to him, drive and kick. He's going to love it.
I thought that.
What?
I thought he'll never play easier basketball than he did in Golden State.
That was old Clay.
If he wins, he's going to have to change his number to 41.
Yeah, 4 plus 1. You get it, Stoney?
Yes, I get it. Yeah. Yes, I get it.
I just want to tell you how great you were with with the clock malfunction. You're phenomenal. You're in your zone today.
Well, I don't have a clock in front of me. And you know what?
I'm laughing.
You guys know me.
Because you're great.
And one of the things that makes a point guard special is they always know time and situation. I don't have a clock in front of me, so that's one of my strengths.
He's the coach. It's 11:06, Donnie. We got 5 minutes.
All right.
You do have 3 computer screens in front of you.
But they don't have a second hand. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Mike's not worried about the Niners.
Pods.
You know why? Because Mike knows that every team suffers injuries. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Ain't that the truth? Hey, that's just a game for you at that point. You know what? Honestly, we're still after, I even said it, a day or two ago. The Patriots game was almost like a tune-up game. I just feel like, finally we're getting back on track. Aiyuk is starting to sorry, were you guys getting feedback on that?
No,
you're good, baby.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure. Yeah, Aiyuk is getting back on track. Bosa had his little triple crown there with what he did on defense and everything. So I'm not worried about that. What I actually wanted to also make mention of was, the Chiefs. I mean, look, they're 4-0 for a reason, but with his injury to Rashee Rice, I have a feeling that they might come back and look at Tyreek Hill all over again, especially with the Tua situation. Yeah. And that's going to be even more deadly for us. And I still think that, the Niners, I still believe that they are the team to beat in the West. But on the East side, man, if they get Tyreek Hill back, that's going to be causing all sorts of problems for us, especially if him and Kelsey, Mahomes, they all are back on track. And you'll also get Pacheco back at the same time. So I'm just a little more nervous about what the Chiefs are going to do, especially after this Rashee Rice incident.
Appreciate it, Mike.
Good call. No, and that's real. That's a real. Tyreek Hill I think he's available, Tiny.
I feel like I look at the Niners the same way as I look at the Warriors, where I don't worry about the teams in the other conference. Because once the playoffs start, it's like you're going to have to play Kansas City or Cincinnati or Buffalo. I just say you're gonna have to play one of those teams in the Super Bowl. So I don't know. I've always been more concerned with how do we get there in the West or in the NFC or the Western conferences.
I was almost going to press your favorite clip, your soundbite of Kawakami talking to Lynch, where he says, "Well, Tim, you got to earn that to get to that plateau."
Exactly. Let's go to 11:08. Let's go to Roy in San Leandro.
This is my guy, right? Our guy.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. Sound like Willie Mays, too.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Roy?
Hey, yeah, I'm glad to talk to both of you. I just wanted to make two quick points.
Sure.
First, the 49ers not going back to the Super Bowl. They don't have the team or players. I'm sorry. I don't know what they're going to do going forward next year, but I could tell you that they're not going to go to the Super Bowl.
Why not?
They're still a good team. They're still a good team.
Why not, though? Why don't you think they're going to – yeah, go ahead.
Because they've been weakened a little bit on defense. And, they got some good players, even some young players that coming in now that understand football, but they're not. I just don't believe. Now, maybe they may surprise people. I don't know, but I don't believe they're going to the Super Bowl.
All right.
But the main thing I was calling about was about Buster Posey.
All right.
I played in the minor leagues after I got out of the military. And I was in the Twins minor league system. I would have made the big plug, but my knee messed up, and I didn't want to take a chance. Right, exactly. What the Giants, Buster Posey don't realize he have a heel decline, just like you see over there in that country over there, Bavaria, the mountain climbing and all that. He got because for one thing, the Dodgers and the Padres are about 2 years ahead of him. That's number one. Number two, the Giants need to bring in even Frank Robinson a long time ago while he was managing the Giants. He said the Giants need more instructors at the minor league level. They need to teach those guys like the Yankees and the Padres and all those other teams in the majors. They need to instruct them. Yeah, if you notice, during the season, you've seen all of that irregular play by the Giants in the infield and even in the outfield sometimes. What? That's because they don't have the instructors. Number three, and my last point is that Buster Posey need to engage these scouts from other teams, if they could come to the Giants. And just like, for example, that guy with the A's, that guy with the A's, I don't know if his contract is up, but he would be good for the Giants because look at the kind of talent the A's got on their team.
Yeah.
I got you, Roy. Appreciate it.
What position, Roy? I wanted to ask him what position. Probably
talking about Butler.
No, I was talking about what position did he play in the minors for the Twins?
He was an outfielder.
You think so?
Yeah, because it was a knee, so that means he had speed. I could see. He
could have been like Evan, the pitcher.
Hey, by the way, just FYI, Christian Watson, he's out this week for the Packers. He's a wide receiver.
Stop!
Just FYI.
Did you mention, dude? You are great, man.
No, I just want to let you know. Also, Caden Wallace, offensive tackle for the Patriots. He was carted off the field against
killing me, man.
Against the 49ers on Saturday. Just plethora of injuries throughout the league. All right, 888. Boy, we got action. We got people wanting to talk to us today, Goo.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
How's business?
Good. Are you up to speed with the new beneficial owner?
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Get well soon, Mac. God. Little lower body injury for the kid.
I'm going open tonight.
Okay, I'm going game 2.
You purchase your tickets already?
I'm going to go use your credential.
All right. Yep. I'm going to be amongst the people.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
About figures. Hey,
you know where you sit in the tank, right?
Yeah,
or media.
If it's the way it was during their inaugural season, right. It's right up near the rafters.
Yeah, you're in
great
Cheech and Chong. It's high.
You're up there with God.
Yeah. By the way, Evan said something that was offensive to me earlier. What do you know about hockey?
He was playing.
I said, it's just like basketball. It's the same sport. Passing, cutting, unselfishness, playmakers.
How about the shoes?
Oh, hey, by the way, just a couple pieces of business to take care of. Micah Parsons doesn't look like he's going to play this week for the Cowboys.
He's out for a while. DeMarcus Lawrence also out.
Foot injury.
Liz Frank.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
She's a killer. She's a killer, Liz Frank. And I'm sure you know this already. Cordarrelle Patterson, he was carted off on Sunday for the Steelers. So he's down.
What's your point with
My
this?
point is the
Give
Niners.
Me the heavy hitters.
The Niners are not as banged up as you are making them sound.
Wow, man.
Mm-hmm.
Then explain the defense. Don't give me the New England game. Give me the Ram game. Give me the game where Minnesota just did whatever they wanted on third down.
They have a new defensive coordinator who's
Roy hit it out the park.
Way.
He said they were weakened, and I feel that. Now, if Greenlaw can get back and Hufanga, Steiny, he came back and is out a game.
Uh-oh.
Sometimes you know when it's just not your year. I'm not ready to say that about the Niners, but don't you get it? What about the short gate Friday?
Boy, Bijan Robinson, he's a very important player for the Falcons. He's limited right now. And I don't know if you saw Will Levis' shoulder injury.
That might help him, the Titans. Some bad quarterback play going on.
City boy.
Our guy.
See, hold on, City. 650. Hockey's a lot closer to soccer than basketball. And soccer's just like basketball. What's up, City boy? Evan, you're on my list. What's up, City?
Oh,
I'm here.
Oh, hey, get in the game.
Hey, the Niners. I don't think anybody right here should be worried about the Niners. It's good to get your injuries out of the way early.
There you go.
And it's how you finish it. It's how you finish. It's not how you start. So, I think they're going to finish strong. I think C-Mac's going to come back real healthy, and the team will be just fine.
Let me ask you this. Go ahead. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead. No, I was going to say with C-Mac, now we're talking about another leg. That did concern you, a nothing burger?
Well, I mean, to me, he could sit out 9 games. I think the Niners are good enough that they're going to be above 500 when he comes back. So if he comes back around week 10, good to go. Now you're right. If it drags on longer than that, it's something really serious. It's a problem, But I anticipate him back and healthy, by the end, before the end of the year. So that's my opinion. We'll see. I call to actually talk a little Warriors, though, if you don't mind, because it's interesting, the conversation about, expecting a championship and how pretty much that's been the expectation for about a decade now. And for me, it's not expecting a championship. I don't expect a championship this year, but I still have championship aspirations for the team. And the reason I say that, I heard Steph at Media Day kind of allude to it. They talked about how if he was disappointed about not getting Paul George and not landing that big fish to put alongside of him. And he kind of said, look, we're going to go out there, we're going to do our best, and we're going to put ourselves in a position to force the front office to make a move at the deadline. And that's kind of the tertiary the tertiary message. I mean, he didn't say that flat out, but that's what I got out of it. And, I like to hear that because, honestly, I think the supporting cast is awesome on this team. I mean, the guys they added, think about Draymond. Draymond's going to miss time. He was funny. He was being real obtuse in the interview about it, but he's probably going to not only be injured a little bit, he may get another suspension at some point. So, Kyle Anderson can fill his shoes aptly. He's not Draymond. He won't be as good, but he can actually slide in and do a lot of the things that Draymond does. So I like the supporting cast. We got added shooting with Buddy Hield. A caller alluded to it earlier with Klay Thompson. You lose his bad attitude. I love Klay, but his headspace just wasn't right. I mean, I think he's going to, he might thrive in Dallas in that role. I mean, he might do really well, and I wish Klay nothing but the best, but it wasn't going well here for him. So, addition by subtraction, at least, when it comes to the, the team chemistry and stuff like that. So, I'm really excited for the season. Now, I don't expect them to win 55 games, but I think they could win 47, 48, especially if they add at the deadline. So, they win 47, 48, like Matt said, get the 4, 5, 6 seed. They might be able to do some damage depending on who it is they pick up at the deadline. So,
thanks, City. Appreciate the call.
Good stuff.
I'm with him. I think it's hard to assess the Klay Warriors situation last year. And there were times he was good, but there were times when he wasn't. And I do think the way everybody talks about Klay is they all knew it's time to move on.
Wow.
And maybe that'll be a good thing for the Warriors.
How many games did he – because there was some entitlement that went his way, even though he was disgruntled or whatnot, with his own play. Steve Kerr kind of talked about it, Stoney. How many games did he finish that he really shouldn't have? And just because of what he's meant, what he's accomplished, and who he was out there. And best believe his teammates knew it too. I mean, how many nights was he hurting the team when he wasn't helping them, but still got the opportunity to keep on hurting them? When with another player, maybe you'd be on the bench.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. Waterman in Corte Madera. What's going on, Waterman? How you doing, man?
What's up, gentlemen? How we doing?
Hey. Good.
Yeah, so if I could start with the Niners and then end with the Giants, I'd appreciate it. First, real quick with the Niners, I just felt for me personally, I didn't think they were going to be able to get in the Super Bowl again this year. My aspirations are always getting in the playoffs. I still think that's going to be a tough task, personally, just from the injury standpoint. We don't know what else is going to happen. And I don't know, guys, I'm a big believer in how your year starts.
Okay.
And it started in training camp with the Aiyuk contract situation. Then you had the whole, Trent Williams thing happening. And then Ricky Purcell, our number 1 draft pick, gets shot in the street of San Francisco. Thank God he's still with us, because, that could have gone really bad, obviously. And he actually has a chance to still play football, which is amazing. So just from that standpoint, personally, I'm just a big believer in the feeling, and I just don't feel like this is their year. Now, yeah, look, they could surprise us all and make a run and, get hot at the right time. Maybe CMC does come back. I don't think he's going to really play much this year, if at all. I think those Achilles are worse than we maybe even realized. But if I could just transition to the Giants real quick, the Posey thing I initially thought was a total PR move when I first heard it. I was happy as a fan and as a Buster Posey fan personally, because I thought, at least they're getting somebody from the organization, a player. He's a World Series champ. But after hearing his press conference, you guys, I really, really feel that he is going to do good things with this team, because it was nice to hear him talk about, culture in the clubhouse and trying to get maybe some more transparency and believing in players. And I was curious if he was going to bring up Bochy, and he did, of course. And thank goodness that, what a duo those two were together, Bochy and Posey. And so you bring Posey in to carry on maybe Bochy's legacy here, or how you handle things inside the clubhouse. That's incredible for the Giants, and kudos to the decision makers on that, to see that is a problem and want to make a change. That's another thing that I'm really happy about, because we could all be sitting here still with maybe Farhan or them going in another direction with another, head of baseball operations that's analytical driven. It just didn't work out for Farhan here. But one thing, if I can say, is the culture in the clubhouse, I'm sure, has not been good. And the fact that Posey got involved and saw that was like, we need to change this, and I'll be happy to be the guy to change this. I want to change this. I think that's gonna speak huge volumes for us in the future. And of course, the beauty about baseball, nothing is quick. They're not gonna come in next year with one or two maybe different people at positions and win 107 games and win the World Series. I don't believe that's going to happen. But if the culture changes, maybe in 2 or 3 years that does happen, that they get back into the World Series. But I just, as a fan, from a fan standpoint, I have been so disinterested in the Giants for the last couple of years.
Right.
Because as another thing, the only player that I have been able to kind of hold on to is, hey, how's Yaz doing? That seems like he's been the only solid, consistent player on the Giants. And that's what made those world championship years so special for us fans, is we knew Posey was going to be there.
Right.
We knew Crawford was going to be there. So that's just my take, guys. Thank you for taking the call.
Stuff, man.
Have a beautiful day.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I was looking at it this way, and it's vague, and I can't really define it, but they hire Posey, and on Monday before the press conference, I'm hearing Hunter Pence talk about Posey. Yesterday, I heard Ryan Vogelsong talk about Posey in glowing terms with Willard and Dibbs. I saw Posey say something about it's possible that Brian Sabian could get a call. He's a consultant for the Yankees right now, but he would be a link to the past. To me, it seems like what they're trying to do right now is turn the clock back and find whatever they had in 2014 with those kind of players. And I don't know, I just feel like that old saying, you can never go back again. But I feel like that's kind of what they're trying to do with Buster Posey. They're trying to go back to an era that we remember well, 10, 12, 14. I just don't know if it'll work.
And that's the beauty of it. Again, even if you would have gotten Theo Epstein, we still didn't know if it worked. So you kind of get the double award of, we're going to still see if it works, whoever it is, and he's one of us. And that's what it adds intrigue and excitement to me. You know, Stoney's like Steph Curry retiring as a Warrior and then 4 years later coming back and he's Bob Myers. It may not work, but just think about the buzz and excitement and the fandom of, yeah, we always wanted to work, but because this guy's leading it, we almost wanted to work more than if it was just a Theo Epstein in a crazy way.
No, I mean, I think a lot of people want Posey to succeed, obviously, because the Giants haven't been great the last 10 years. I will say that, if it's a Theo Epstein, at least we got a guy that we know has done it before.
Well,
we have a guy that we know nothing about, and we have no idea how he's going to run an organization, but he's very competent, and he's a baseball guy, and he's respected. And we'll see if he can essentially put a team together around him.
How far do you think the Giants are off from being in the ballpark of the Padres and Dodgers? Because I was watching that Padres game, Stoney, and we always talk about their stadium and I text Shasky. It was a party. But how far do you think they're off from being in the caliber with those teams?
Yeah, believe it or not, I don't look at it like that. I look at baseball as there's 30 teams, and 12 make the playoffs? There's 3 division winners, and there's 3 wild cards. But the one thing we know about baseball is once you get in, to me, you
Arizona Diamondbacks won the World Series last year through the wild card.
Thank you. Exactly.
Didn't make
so
the
get
playoffs
to the playoffs.
All right.
That's the name of the game, because you're watching these games yesterday. Is there any team in the postseason right now where you're saying they have no chance? I don't like.
That's the beauty of baseball.
Everybody's got a chance. So the key is to get back in, and we know as Giants fans that 2 out of the 3 World Series years they didn't win the division. So to me, baseball, just get in, and then it doesn't matter if the Dodgers won 103 games and you won 87. All you got to do is beat them in a series.
And look at the Dodgers; they've owned for a decade the National League West, and they got one bubble title.
Yep. Ray in Watsonville. Hey, Ray, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, Hey, Steiny, I found out something you and I got in common.
Tell me.
September 26th.
Birthday of Kings.
Wow, yeah. Happy birthday.
It.
Nice.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I wanted to call in that day, but it's doing some stuff around the house, took the day off and stuff. But anyhow, hey, the Warriors, I think that, I'm not giving up on them. I think I'm going to wait 2 years, let them do what they're going to do. All they need to do is get in. I like what you're thinking about. Maybe 5 or 6. That should do it. But getting to the Niners, hey, Goo, I love you, man. You know what? You always think that they could have won the Super Bowl last year, the Niners.
Yeah.
Okay. But they didn't, right? And if they come back to this year, they win the Super Bowl. You're going to come in, I guarantee you, this is what you're going to say next year. You're going to say, we could be going for a 3-peat. I know. That's
Look at you got me down, right?
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
It's all good.
Hey, but you know what? Think about this. We get to the 12th, 13th, 14th game of the season. All of a sudden, we get CMC back. We get Greenlaw, and all of a sudden, maybe our new receiver, our rookie receiver, right?
Pearsall.
That's almost like getting an injection of a new. What am I trying to say here? Help me out, guys.
New motor, new chassis.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. So everything. So going into the playoffs, we're going to be a lot fresher. I'm not worried about going 17-0. I'm thinking we're going to go 12-5, maybe 13-14, 13-4 if we're lucky. But I mean, we're going to be good, and everything's going to go well. But I'm never going to give up on them. I mean, think about this. I told you at the beginning. It's like the first 3 games of the preseason. Now we started the season. We're 1-0, and here we go. Let's do it.
All right. So
I love you guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate it. See, Ray's got some goo in him. No, Niners are 1-0.
No,
they're not 2-2. They're 1-0.
Well, I mean, man, if he's right and you make all those pit stops, then that's a trifecta of everything going your way. And that's why I'm not saying they're dead by any stretch, but this may be a different year, Steiny, to where I know it's through. Like, what grade would you give the Niners through 4 games? And before you answer that, maybe they don't go in, and you said it earlier, as the number 1 seed like they were last year. They go in as 5th because of all the things they're dealing with. But when it's go time, as long as you got your patent leather shoes on and you're ready to go to the dance, get down. That was bad.
It was pretty bad.
Yeah, I thought about my 8th grade dance. I had patent leathers.
And you...
Parachute pants.
Were you in the corner?
No, I was
by
dancing.
yourself.
I was out there getting down. Smurfing.
By yourself, though?
No, with a girl. Smurfing. My boy still basically taught me how to smurf. You ever done that dance?
Is it when you paint yourself blue?
that don't even rank.
Oh, let's go up to Vancouver.
2-2.
Let's go up to Vancouver. Talk to Danny.
Danny.
What's up, Danny? How you doing, buddy?
Good. Nice to talk to you, gentlemen. Hope you've both been well. It's been a while.
Thanks.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going to the Seattle 49ers game next Thursday.
Nice.
So looking forward to that. Sorry, I'm not a big 49ers fan. I've been always a Seattle fan because of the proximity, but hopefully it's a good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, just real quick, I'm really excited about the season. I like what they've done. I think they did as well as could be expected. I really do. God bless Clay. I wish him well. It's definitely an upgrade. And, sorry it ended kind of in a sour note, but I really like Buddy Hield and Melton. I think it's going to be really good. I like Slow-Mo. So, yeah, I think we're going to be a little bit better this year. I think we'll finish in the playoffs. And, you never know. Maybe if the rooks from last year develop a little bit faster, it will maybe even a little more optimistic. But feeling good.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, no reason not to. They're deep. They've got they got a few more veterans.
3 of them. 3 new veterans.
To me, my big picture with the Warriors would be have a good season, obviously. Make the playoffs. If there's a deal at the deadline that you think can elevate, you make it. But to me, the goal would be this year is, yes, make the playoffs and then figure out after we get eliminated how close we really are at that point. to getting back into title contention, because I don't think we can say they're in title contention after a 10th place finish in the West.
Yeah.
So I know everybody wants quick fixes, but to me, this is let's get back to the playoffs in a real solid spot, 5, 6, maybe win a round. If we get beat in the second round, then take a good hard look at this team and figure out if it's realistic to get back into title contention for next season.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's moves to be made that would elevate you from, let's say they win 49 this year to 50 plus the following year, and they're back in the mix for a possible title shot.
You know what?
That would be my goal if I were.
And I would call that Stoney action. I would call that action. But it's funny. I wanted to double back to your Draymond comment, you and Evan, just about him coming off the bench, which we know is not going to happen. But Stoney, have we really ever seen him wear down just as a starter?
Yes.
I don't.
Oh, you think he's?
No, I never really. He's had lulls. Don't get me wrong, but just wear down to where when the playoffs started, he turned that switch on.
In the playoffs last year.
Well, I give you that. He was a reason, but
yeah, I think he's wearing down. Absolutely, because of his age and his playing against bigger guys his whole career. He's absolutely not the. I mean, he's still a great defender, but he's not nearly at the level he was 5 years ago.
I was looking at his arms, just his physique. Upper body,
I didn't
obviously.
like it.
Now, I was like, oh, he's ready to wrestle.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of definition in those arms.
See, but I saw Stoney. I was like, no, I saw, because I got guns. Yeah, I saw boy, whoever's messing with him down there is going to have their hands full. And that's the way it's always been. He's been Joe Frazier, always giving LBS.
Oh, he's been Joe Frazier. Oh, he's been Joe Frazier. The only difference between him and Joe Frazier is Joe Frazier had a left. That's where Joe Frazier made his living.
Stoney. That was a hell of a punch.
Yeah. Good. Here you go, Goo.
What we got?
James in Napa has a betting question.
Oh, let's go.
Well, let's go to the guru
Prize
of betting.
Picks.
James in Napa, go ahead and fire away your question to Daryl the Guru Johnson. James in Napa. What's up, James? How you doing, bud?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
So this is the bet that my bookie friend wants me to look at.
Okay, sure.
It involves the Bay Area team. First bet is Warriors, Giants, and
I wanted to hear it too.
James, we've got a terrible connection.
You're breaking up. We couldn't hear you, baby. Call us back.
Yeah.
What'd you think you was it the most? Yeah.
No, I don't know. I'm interested to hear.
It was pitting the teams together.
Yeah, 510 on the Comcast business text line. Goo, you do have guns with no ammo.
What?
That's from the 510, not from me. It's not from me.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to Malik in Union City. What are your expectations, Malik? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing? Good morning. It's a great Bay Area summer day right now.
Yes, sir.
Indian summer.
Yes, sir. Yeah, exactly. But I just want to touch base on the Warriors, man. I'm really, honestly pessimistic about the season, and I'm not really seeing what everybody else is seeing that's calling in right now. I feel like this is similar to how the Giants situation played out in the offseason, where there was a lot of hope based upon moves and things that we got rid of, like Brandon Crawford, and we brought in Matt Chapman, and it's exciting, and you spent money and did all these things. But it doesn't add up to exactly what you think it's going to add up to.
I hear you.
There's a lot of flaws with this team. You lost 18 points a game. You didn't replace that. You don't have any front court shooting. You're still small in the interior. You have no rim protection. You have no second option. You didn't really get better at shooting. You're essentially the same. And you're relying on a lot of unproven guys like Pochemski, like JK. You're hoping Wiggs gets back. Who knows if Wiggs didn't get back to who he is or not. Just a lot of unproven. And I honestly think, people talking about 48 wins. We were 46 wins last year with the 10th seed. I don't think 48 wins makes you the 5th to 6th seed in this West. If you really look at the teams, you guys tell me, what team do you think 8 teams are? What team do you think we're definitively better than that we're going to be 5 or 6? You're not better than the Suns. Not better than the Nuggets, not better than the Timberwolves, not better than OKC, not better than Dallas. You're not better than the Kings. You're not better than a handful of other teams, the Grizzlies potentially. Like there's at least 8 teams, 7 to 8 teams that you're really not definitively better than, and 6 that you're definitely not better than. So yeah, there's just a lot going on. I think the hope for the season is you get the young guys and see what's going on with them and make the future decisions on them. But I do not expect much from the season. I really expect by the middle of the season, trade deadline, you guys and Bonte and Shasky and everybody's going to be talking about, hey, what do we do at the trade deadline? Do we sell off guys? Do we move guys? What do we do? Because it's not going to be a great team.
Yikes.
All right.
Boy.
Boy.
I'm going
to have to.
Whoa.
I'm going to give you Steiny's optimistic view, I guess,
We'll
on the other side. No, I will. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're talking about expectations. Are your expectations still Super Bowl for the San Francisco 49ers? And then what about the Golden State Warriors this year? They started training camp yesterday. And what about Buster Posey? What should his goals be for next year? Don't miss the kickoff show Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Have you ever had
heart.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Russell Wilson also dealing with calf issues.
He's fat. You lose some weight. You go to a new team and you're not ready because lose some weight, man. I'm looking at him. He looks at bottom heavy. And I can talk.
Stein and Guru. Give me the meat. You know who we are. Some news about Christian McCaffrey, because we haven't talked a lot of Niners this week because of the Posey stuff. But if you haven't heard, McCaffrey's dealing with some tendonitis in both legs, both ankles. And, I mean, I think it's a foregone conclusion that he's not going to play in October because of the procedure he got in Germany and maybe this second injury. But Trent Williams, everybody's greatest tackle of all time, he has a message to Niner fans.
All right.
And coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to get into the Purdy prognosis, which we do weekly. But here's Trent Williams. Hey, Niner fans, hey, long way to go.
Understandably, you got concerns. In my mind, we have a long way to go. This season is definitely a marathon, not a sprint. If there's anything that we've learned with these previous 3 seasons that, this is a very long season and a lot can happen. Obviously, we don't have control over the injury bug, but, you'd rather get bit early than late. Obviously not having Christian it hurts as an offense, but we do have confidence that he'll be back. And then, when he is back, he'll be as fresh as ever. Hopefully we'll be heading, trying to go on our run to play the type of football we know we need to play to get to where we want to get to.
Don't you get it?
No,
Don't you see what's happening here?
Oh, man.
This is a team that has been deep 2 years in a row, and they're banged up a little bit to start the season.
Achilles tendonitis is not banged up.
No, it's
to your best player. Now it's in whatever he's dealing with in both legs. So,
well, let me give you a little update from Christian McCaffrey's father, who was on with Ross Tucker.
Okay.
Ross Tucker, of course, has a Ross Tucker football podcast. This is McCaffrey's father, Ed. He says, hey, tendonitis is an overtraining injury, meaning you're training too hard or you're doing too much, and it turns into tendonitis. If I would say that Christian has a weakness, it's that he sometimes has to protect himself from himself in terms of training too much and doing too much. This is the line that I really do think is an optimistic one. If you have tendonitis, you have tendonitis. I think of it as tennis elbow. You see tennis players get it, and they can't play tennis for a while until it heals up. That's what he's got in his Achilles. It started with one, then creeped into your calf, and you start overcompensating. You feel it in the other one. But it's just tendonitis. It just means it's very, very sore. So I think the goal now for the Niners is to get McCaffrey back the second half of the season. Hang in there till then. And let's just assume he's not playing in October, which take the next 4 games off the board. And maybe you start thinking about week 10, which would be their 9th game. And it feels like the team is acknowledging that it's going to be a grind early. It's going to be a big grind, but if they keep their head above water, the second half of the season is going to be one where they start to build back into a Super Bowl contending team.
No, and I know you think I can't even scoff at that, but I got to be honest, Matt. I was thinking when I hear Achilles, I think of Durant and all that good stuff, but hearing that, reasoning or explanation of what's going on and it's just you're overworking your muscles, it doesn't sound like there's a tear imminent, and who knows what's going to happen. Nobody wants that. But I feel better with that explanation. Like, I guess it's just rest and he'll come back.
So the other thing about McCaffrey is his dad said, I feel comfortable saying this. There's no player on the planet in any sport that pays as much money to have people take care of his body than Christian. And I kind of heard this too, and I thought it was interesting. apparently he footed the bill to go over to Germany and have that procedure.
So he did have a procedure.
Oh, yeah. And McCaffrey paid for it himself. And then there's a question about the 49ers medical staff. And Ed McCaffrey said, Christian trusts the 49ers training staff, but when the prescription is just to rest, he's going to go out and get other professional opinions from people around the world. So I think the Niners were like, look, let's just give this thing some rest. And he was like, I can't just rest. I can't. I got to go find something else that I like better than that. And I guess that's why he went to Germany. Paid his own way to get there.
And I wonder how the Niners feel about that. But
I wonder.
I got a question for you.
I don't know.
If you got all those people attending to your temple, your body, wouldn't they know when you're overworking? Like, wouldn't that prevent you from overworking yourself?
Well, maybe he did it in the off season when it wasn't supervised.
Because you know who I just thought about? You're going to call me crazy with this? Tiger Woods. When he went all commando and was trying to do all the other training with, like he was in the armed forces or whatnot.
Navy SEALs.
Navy SEALs, thank you. So I'm not saying Christian did that, but when you are spending that much on your body, you think there would be a stop sign of people to say, you know what, Steiny, you could skip this one.
Yeah, I get the sense he's a guy who, when he's working out and he feels pain, he tries to work out through it. I don't know. I also think we should probably get into a little bit of Davante Adams.
Yeah.
Who's asked out in Las Vegas. He's a receiver, pretty good one. Didn't play week 4 in the Raiders' victory. I feel like it would just be a waste of time to say to you, should the Niners go out and try to get Davante Adams? Because you'll say, oh, my God, yeah.
Well, one, I think he's a better receiver. He's older, but I think he's a better receiver than Brandon Aiyuk, 1. 2, I just feel like Aiyuk is about to be a sideshow. Shout out to the town in the Bay Area, because that's what he's been through 4 games. And the fact, if this trend keeps going forward, where Jawan Jennings is putting up bigger numbers and is more reliable, and then I go to myself to Videogate or Shortgate at practice, I got to believe, and we haven't really solved the puzzle or the riddle, what could be bothering one Brandon Aiyuk. But if there's something there and I can do a swap, and I don't know what else it would take to get Davante Adams into a 49er uniform, Steiny, that would be something I would look at, because I really believe now there is something going on between Kyle and Brandon. And for the life of me, Brandon got paid. Some say overpaid. I don't know what his beef could be. But Friday, my friend, I was with you, Evan too. When I watched that, I have so many questions, and I just didn't feel like that was a good relationship per se. Like something's up.
Well, Deebo Samuel addressed that on his podcast this week. And he talked about, what happened between Aiyuk and Kyle Shanahan. How big of a deal is it?
You know, me, I kind of think, they kind of blew it way out of proportion than what it was, what it's shown to be. But what's so crazy in the locker room, me and BA was, I seen them had the red shorts on, and I was like, we had the red jerseys. I was like, yo, this combo kind of cold. And so I was like, I went in the equipment room. I was trying to find me some red shorts at the time, and they was like, man, we don't have any more of these. So I was like, And so went out to practice. Him and Cal was going back and forth, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't as serious as they was making it. But you see, he put the black shorts on, and we moved on past it, and we went out there and got the dub. So maybe it's a trend that you might see the Niners come to practice in some red shorts. But
maybe Aiyuk needs to be in the red shorts every practice, because it definitely felt like the 49ers were super back this weekend.
Yeah, we was cooler.
Oh. Did it feel to you, Guru, like the 49ers were super bad?
No, young lady. I would say no to that, but I will say this. I wish it had been Deebo. Then we could say there's nothing going on. You know what I mean? It was just he had the wrong ones or whatever. But now I just felt like that was Jim Leland and Barry Bonds. And I know.
Right, Kyle wishes.
Well, but you know what I mean. Brother, you just got paid. I guess just the way, Steiny, he looked like that was infantile, the way Aiyuk was acting, even when he changed the shorts.
I mean, I came in today thinking I would move Aiyuk in a second for Davante Adams. And if you got to throw in a pick, throw in a pick. Second round pick, I'd probably do that.
Sounds like that's what the Raiders are looking for.
But then, of course, I went a little deeper with the dive with Evan.
What you come up with?
And Evan said, man, if you get Davante Adams, he's just going to be as disgruntled here as he is in Vegas because he's not going to get the targets he wants on this offense. He just isn't. And to me, you say, well,
wouldn't that change? I'm just saying, like...
You think Kyle Shanahan would change his offensive philosophy for Davante Adams?
Brock Purdy's the one dropping back, reading it, and delivering the ball, dispersing the targets. And if you got a guy whooping somebody at the line of scrimmage more often than not, that it's not, I'm throwing to Evan. I'm throwing to Steiny pre-snap.
I'm throwing to Davante Adams?
No, I'm just saying if he's open, you keep feeding the beast. And that's why we see games like a couple weeks ago from Jawan Jennings.
Yeah, I mean,
if they,
you've got to agree with the premise that he's not going to get the ball as much as he wants. The way the 49ers run their offense.
And I do wonder about him, Stoney, Davante Adams. Where is he at in his career to where if he gets moved, because he didn't come off well to me in the receiver doc, you could tell he was trying to get out of Dodge or get out of that situation. I mean, how many more stops do you have before if he were to bitch about his targets? I mean, it should be about winning. And if they were able to get his services, again, I'm not saying the target issue wouldn't come up, but I mean, it kind of feels like the rat's on the table with Davante. Are you really going to complain about your lack of targets? But my thing is, if I'm Brock Purdy and I got him out there doing what he's been doing,
okay,
I'm I'm just throwing to him, but you'll eat.
Well, I think you asked what you think's going on with Aiyuk. I think he doesn't like his role. He doesn't like his role. How could he?
Yeah. But he had a chance to go get a bigger role somewhere else.
But see, I think
he didn't want to go.
I think he knew that he wasn't in. Pittsburgh doesn't have a throwing quarterback. Maybe that's why the Patriots are pathetic. Maybe he wanted to be somewhere else, but the places that they were going to send him, he just didn't want to be.
Have we ever seen an athlete get paid?
Steven Jackson.
That happened.
Yeah.
But outside of him, where you get paid and you're still disgruntled. Like you won the negotiations, but you're still mad.
I mean, Draymond Green got a big contract and punched a guy and then got suspended the year after. I don't know. I mean, it happens. It happens. I mean, look at Jordan Poole. Not the same situation, but got paid, and then they traded him a year later. I think, yes, there's something going on with Brandon Aiyuk.
That I truly believe, man.
All right, let's get into it. Let's get into the Purdy prognosis.
Mm-hmm. We've had 2 nights to sleep on Brock's performance.
Here's Purdy, takes off and goes head first for 10. Leading by 6. Purdy protected, floats it for Kittle. Kittle with a catch and out across the 35. Play action, Purdy. Use check. The catch. First and goal.
Now it's time for Steiny and Guru to break the huddle and deliver their Purdy prognosis.
All right. First, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And I think that there is one reason to be more optimistic about the Niners than any of the negativity that's happened so far, and it's because of Brock Purdy. I think he's been their best player this year.
Man.
If it's not him, it's Fred Warner or Jordan Mason. But, I mean, if you think about Purdy's performance the first 4 weeks, if he continues to do this and they start winning, I mean, he's going to be in the MVP conversation. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
No doubt. And I'll say this to that, Steiny. He was in the MVP conversation last year. I'm watching these games again, man. The guy is throwing the ball downfield. He wants to throw the ball downfield. He's using his legs, and he's becoming must-watch, Steiny. So you're right. What do we say? Oh, the most important position in sports is the quarterback position. I really believe that. And this dude is following up a season where he took his team to the Super Bowl with a new elbow, and it looks like he's getting stronger, but he's getting more confident. So you know what I did, Stein? I said, okay, what's really going on here? Because there is draftism going on with Brock Purdy where people want to see more.
Is this your stat?
Yeah, this stat.
All right.
Good?
Guru's been talking about this for 2 hours. He says he's got a Purdy stat that's going to blow us away.
So who's the best in the game at the quarterback position right now? I think all of us would agree one Patrick Mahomes,
Sure.
right? So can I give you some numbers and you tell me what you think after?
Okay.
But these are the last 20 NFL games. Patrick Mahomes, want to know his record? 14-6.
Okay.
Brock Purdy's record, 14-6.
Okay.
All right. In those 20 games, the passing yards, Patrick Mahomes, 5,087 passing yards. Brock Purdy, 5,410 yards, okay? Touchdowns, Brock Purdy, 36-33 for Patrick Mahomes. Interceptions, Patrick Mahomes, 19, Brock Purdy, 13. Passer rating in those 20 games, Brock Purdy, 111, Patrick Mahomes, 92. And yards per pass attempt, which dink and dunk, Patrick Mahomes 7.1 to Brock Purdy's 9.6. So I know it's only 20 games, Steiny, but what I'm watching, I believe, is a guy in Brock Purdy about to sign a blank check next year, and his 4 games are 2-2. You don't put it all at his doorstep, but he knows and has command of the position, brother. And I'm just telling you, I don't think it's going to vanish or he has to return to glass slippers anytime soon.
Can I just bring Evan in here for a sec and just ask him this? Okay, 20 games. Yeah, I get it. It's not a huge sample size, but it's more than a season. So you've just given me 6 stats. Purdy's got more yards. Purdy's got more touchdowns. Purdy's got fewer interceptions. Purdy's got higher yards per pass. Purdy's got a better passer rating. Why can't we just say it, Evan? Purdy's been better than Mahomes over the last 20 games.
Because he lost to him in the Super Bowl?
Okay, but 20 regular season games.
Yeah, sure.
But I was going to say, because I know how Evan is very smart. Evan, my thing going against me, if you put Mahomes in this offense, which he's had more at his disposal, Brock Purdy has, than Mahomes with his Allen offense, maybe that might have something to do with it too. You know what I'm saying? If you put Mahomes with this weaponry, good God. Not taking away from Brock. I'm just Brock is becoming must watch.
How much better?
Oh, Steiny,
what?
We're not ready for that, are we? On the Purdy prognosis.
I mean, do you think if the Patrick Mahomes were the starting quarterback of the Niners, they'd be 4-0? I don't.
I'd give you 3-1.
They would have beaten the Vikings?
They would have scored on that. They would have scored on that last drive when they were down 6 against many, and they would have scored 24.
So Mahomes would have thrown a ball better than Purdy did to Ronnie
put respect
Bell.
On it. He's the best at the position right now.
Well, no, he's not.
Well,
Goose, stand behind your numbers.
No, but I'm being real with you. That blew me away with that. But I just don't. Brock Purdy's not at Patrick Mahomes' level yet.
415, this is why individual stats ultimately don't mean everything in a team sport. And that's from our main man, Jim Mole.
Our guy.
Jim Mole, who...
But it's pretty impressive.
Yes?
Are you willing to call Brock Purdy a star right now? I think he's going to be quarterback in the Pro Bowl's done. But, he's going to... He's on his way, man. Jared Goff.
Well, how about this? Give me other quarterbacks who you think are stars in the NFL, not Brock Purdy. And then I'll tell you if I think he belongs in that group.
Well, we'll start with Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen.
All right.
Jared Goff.
Okay. Stafford,
Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is not. I love Burrow. Yeah, Herbert is. I
think he's in that group.
There's no doubt. And when you go to a Super Bowl, Steiny, and you take your team
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar. Yeah, but I wouldn't oh boy. I'm down on Lamar, Steiny. I know he's good, but in postseason it doesn't work.
Well, it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked yet.
Yeah.
I think yes,
he's a star,
the way we throw star around in football, especially for quarterbacks, yes, he's a star. Brock Purdy right now is a star.
What about the component of how much is he going to get paid? Right now, wouldn't you say Brock Purdy's doing? Forget the number.
Okay.
He's doing everything he possibly can to get whatever number's coming that way.
The bottom line is the way I look at Brock Purdy is right now he's about a $32 million quarterback.
I feel like that's short.
It is short.
Oh, yeah. I saw you're smiling.
But,
he's playing, man.
He knows what he's doing. He's got a grasp of the offense. This is what I disagree with. Somebody says 925. Come on, Steiny. Mahomes would be 4-0 right now with the Niners. Well, then we're ignoring the biggest thing we talked about for 3 weeks, which we said was their biggest problem, and that's defense. I don't necessarily think you'd be 4-0 with Patrick Mahomes. It's a hypothetical, but I think Purdy's, he's done about as much as you could ask him to do, right?
Using his legs. And I don't know, there was something in the Athletic. I forgot who wrote it. I should know. But he's holding the ball 3.1 seconds from getting the ball and releasing it.
Sounds Purdy. Like a Matt Barrows in any league.
And that's the longest of holding of the ball from all quarterbacks this season.
Purdy?
Yeah. And I don't know if that's a good thing, Stoney, if he, trying to wait for stuff to develop. Guys aren't getting open or separation. You can make with that what you want. But I'm watching him, and I'm worried about him, Stoney.
Well, now you're worried about him?
No, I'm just worried. His health, like he's running for his life. And
he's not running for his life. Stoney, he's running for first downs.
Yeah, man.
That's what great ones do.
Leading the league in passing.
I can't do
5
this.
5 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. I'm giving him his flowers. That's what I'm doing.
So you're worried.
Because they can't afford
you worry about Dak Prescott getting hurt?
Sometimes I wish he'd get hurt, but I didn't mean that. But a little bit.
Just a tweak.
No, with everything that's going on in the water over there.
That has nothing to do with anything.
I do. When I see him run, I'm like, oh boy, get down. And then he don't do the old Russell Wilson baseball slide.
That's no different than any other team.
He'll do the old, I'm a stretch, and then my back.
You need to, you know what? Pick a new sport to like. Because if you worry like this, if you worry like this, you're not enjoying yourself. And this should be fun. But you're worried. I'm worried about Purdy.
Sundays.
Purdy. Who's he going to make the sidelines?
Saturdays.
No.
Dude, our life, we're cheating life.
You are.
Evan,
you are.
Coming in here every day. I come through the elevator doors, forget Arsenio Hall or Johnny Carson. We're talking sports. We got WNBA playoffs, baseball playoffs.
We've talked a lot about
Niners,
both those.
Warriors in Hawaii. Yeah. It's too much, but it's all fun. And it's our job to cover it and talk about it.
I don't like the word cover. We don't cover anything.
We cover the Warriors.
We don't cover the Warriors.
We were just at Media Day.
If you covered the Warriors, you'd be in Lahaina right now, or whatever the hell they are.
Well, you dropped the ball on that.
Well,
I'm mad, too, the more I think about it.
Why don't you get on the Hegan for going in a different direction?
There's a lot of people in Hawaii with the Warriors covering them. I thought we were going.
Why would you think that?
You were supposed to hook something up.
I've been there. I've done that. I don't need to do it. Let's get to Dom. Dom's in San Leandro. Oh, we're going to push Dom. Oh, gotcha, Evan. I got you. Somebody get Tim Jordan on the phone.
The math. I got you.
We got 90. Oh.
I'm fired up, man.
About what?
Just the sporting scene right now.
There was no games last night. Look, what could you be fired up about?
There was 2 great WNBA games and 4 baseball games.
Okay. What do you say we talk about that and lose listeners left and right?
You don't know when we lose them or gain them.
Please. What'd Becky Hammond say after the game? Apparently she went off.
She's been in a bad mood, man. The beautiful Becky Hammond.
Don't do that.
What?
We're past that. That's 1970s commentary.
Saying somebody. Wow.
Yeah, it is. It is.
You sound like Archie Bunker.
Why don't you say the intelligent Becky Hammond?
Okay, I get it.
Or the
feisty,
competitive.
Because she was hot, burning timeouts last night.
She was angry.
That meant hot. Help your boy out. You know what I'm saying.
All right. Yeah. We're talking about expectations and should they change for the Niners? I say no. And also, we're talking Warriors and San Francisco Giants. Also, coming up at 1 o'clock, Sounds of the Week. Yeah. Evan's done it again.
He's the man.
Evan's done it again with some of the best sound from around the NFL. We will do that at 1 o'clock. But right now, at 12:12, I'm going to read you, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your
is Michael Jackson. Who was the lead singer of the Beatles?
John Lennon.
John Lennon.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Just to give 49er fans a little perspective, Darius Robinson, defensive end. Robinson's calf will not be designated to return.
Shut up.
As you know, Darius Robinson on the injured list for the injured reserve for the Cardinals. He will not play this weekend. Their super tight end, Trey McBride. They call him the Cardinals' George Kittle. Gannon said he's in concussion protocol, so he's questionable.
Stop it.
Let me tell you, this Kyrus Tonga, questionable. Jonah Williams, injured reserve. Justin Jones, injured reserve. Elijah Jones, injured reserve.
So what?
Christian Jones.
Thank you, Fitz.
Right. So the Cardinals, just for accuracy's sake, they're more injured than the Niners.
Yeah, but they're not missing their McCaffrey they're McCaffrey defense too. And you didn't talk about 54 with an ankle. We saw on TV, SportsCenter let off. Like he's ready. You laugh.
They didn't lead off with it. You just happened to look at that time.
Stop it. Hey, real quick, we got a P1 happy birthday. Izzy loves the show. Watched the A's game with Evan and I when we went to see Ohtani. So happy birthday, Izzy.
Oh, it's his birthday.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Let's go to Dom in San Leandro. He's got some news for us, apparently, and it'll be pertinent to you, Goo.
Dom.
Hey, Dom. What's up?
It's Tom, but that's okay.
All right, Tom. Sorry about that.
I wanted to do, and just to add the Guru's sporting events, ESPN Game Day coming to Cal for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Oh. Huge feather in the cap for Cal, turning around the football program. 3-1 in their new conference, playing Miami.
Lost to winless Florida State.
All of the ESPN bigwigs are going to be out here. So, yeah.
Hey, are you going? You going to be out there?
No, you know what? My daughter plays high school volleyball for Bishop O'Dowd, and we're going to the Nike Invitational.
That's dope.
For the top 100 teams in the country. So I'll be going to Mesa, Arizona.
Wow, listen to you.
Well,
yeah.
I love me some volleyball, man.
So you and I are both Bishop O'Dowd fathers.
Yeah, there you go. You know what? And I think, Steiny, I worked with your mom at FedEx for a few years.
FedEx?
Yeah, probably some.
Your mom worked with...
Thanks a lot, Tom. Appreciate the call. No, mom's retired.
She's a school teacher.
She wasn't. And
not many Steinmetz.
She also was a college professor.
Yeah,
not a school teacher. And she taught second grade. No, she taught English literature at a university.
Man, and I love you, FedEx.
Small college, same thing.
I just pictured you from FedEx. Yeah, that's another Steinmetz running around.
Well, it's about deliverables. We know that. Evan, oh boy. Chardal?
Oh, my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
She doesn't know I have a lot of fans.
Yeah,
though,
she said fans.
Jardal.
Yeah.
Jardal in Fremont. What's up, Jardal?
Hey, Stan Grew, it's great to be on the show. I love you guys. Love everything you do on here.
Thank you.
As a Giants fan, I'm so excited that we fired Farhan Zaidi and hired Buster Posey, man. I think this guy's a legend. I think this guy's going to lead part of the ownership group. This guy's going to be great next year, man. I'm really hoping for it, man. Like I love this guy. I wear his jersey everywhere I go, man. This guy's an icon, man. Like straight up an icon, man. I love him.
Wow,
he's great.
No, that's good.
Straight
That's
up
what it's
icon.
about.
Like he's a legend, man. Like how can you not like Buster Posey? Like he's a straight up legend.
Wow.
Thanks a lot, Chardal.
Hands down.
Let's call
legends in the game.
Thanks. Hand down, man down.
No, that's Mark Jackson. Steiny, that's PR. That's what you get. He's excited, man.
I will say this about Posey, and I've said this earlier.
He's 37.
37. What? If this hire would have been made in any other city, we would look at it and say, what a joke.
No, how old was Kyle when he took the job?
That's a head coach. I don't know that it's...
He'd also been in the NFL since he was like 22.
Yeah, Goo.
That's my
Kyle's
brother.
got pedigree.
What? Yeah.
No, he does.
Well, he's got no rings. I love Kyle. I love his daddy. I was rooting for his daddy.
I know what I wanted to get into.
Oh, boy.
Actually, you guys don't want to revisit it yesterday. It was a little awkward coming out of the boss's office.
Because you were being a horse's mouth.
No, I wasn't. I was watching. I wasn't even in on it.
Oh, what?
When you and Evan got awkward.
No.
Yeah, and I was on Evan's side on this one.
Then,
that's my brother, my little brother. That's my little brother. We were talking about Bob Melvin.
And he got mad because you had the audacity to say,
quit stirring the pot here.
And he did get mad.
He did get mad.
We have a way of talking to each other to where, see, that's why you don't know us.
No, I know you, and I know he was upset.
No,
why did he text me then?
Now that hurts if you can show me the text.
No, he didn't.
Evan knows it.
He tried to.
No, sport conversations or disagreements can never get mad.
So you think Melvin's a bad manager?
No,
what happened in San Diego with Melvin?
Listen, my judgment of a manager or coach is how you forget the X's and O's. Melvin's already good, but when you're trying to get to the penthouse of coaches, I need Jimmy Johnson. I need the Bochy's, the guys that can deal with the people problems. And I thought Melvin left a little meat on the bone with the Padres, and maybe he didn't get along with the Latin players. Maybe there was a disconnect. I don't know, but they overthrew him, and that's why he got relieved, I believe. I know he didn't get along with the GM, but now look what the Padres did with no Melvin. And I love Melvin, so Evan and I had I was awesome. I wanted to continue it after you left, and the boss.
No, but we didn't want to continue because it was getting contentious.
Oh, stop. Over Melvin.
No, actually, you just wanted to leave.
Yeah, and you left too. Bye-bye. You shared your little pea-brain ideas and then left. I'm like, this dude's incredible. Oh, man. Evan, I love that's my guy.
Now, this is, it just harkened back to, Evan knows the Padres. That's his team. He watches them all the time.
Yes.
Well, my other team left. So.
But you can, you have your finger on the pulse.
Did you turn that game on last night?
You have your finger on the pulse. So that's the Padres now? You have the finger of the pulse on their organization? And Philadelphia, inside and out.
No, hey, I'm not one of those dudes. I'm just saying, I like Melvin, but damn, that should be his team he's managing right now, taking the field against the Braves.
Steiny came down my road yesterday, too, after the show.
Oh, yeah, I did. Well, actually, I'm glad you didn't take me up on it.
I must have been in the restroom.
No, you were gone. Oh. No, I invited Evan out for one yesterday.
He's been hitting the gym.
I know. I got to go lift.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I got 12 ounces you can lift here.
That wasn't what I was talking about, though.
Yeah.
Oh, you weren't?
Yeah, it was about Willie Adames.
Oh, yeah. Willie Adames.
Who's available in Kim? Also.
Ostensibly, he's available.
Steiny said he let me off the hook.
Why would Adames, I don't know if you know this, but in Milwaukee, they have shirts. We own the Central. 3 out of 4 years they won that division. Willie Adames is not saying, I'm going to go to San Francisco to help out Buster Posey because he's a really good catcher from 15 years ago. You ain't getting Adames.
There's more nuance than that,
No, it's actually not. You're not a winner yet.
Well, you better win with Blake Snell because he's going to be like, why do I want to stay here after year one? You guys sold me on we'd be playing postseason baseball, $200 million payroll. And guess what? I was a part of getting off to a rough start. But my goodness, Buster, you guys got to keep him here. If you got a 1-2
He's on this one, boy.
No, if you get 1-2 punch of
Notice I said boy to Evan.
Yeah.
I didn't say to you.
I was like, hey, now you threw me off. Well, because you're in a zone, a little bit of a zone, which is a good thing.
No, look, my views.
This fish is stinking from the head.
Which fish, Priest?
Oh, man.
Is he talking about the Niners? The Warriors?
The Warriors, because that's what it was about. Let me just throw something at you.
Okay. Please.
Steve Kerr's biggest challenge this year. I got my answer.
Okay. Start us.
If you don't know who your starting five is, that is not good for anybody in Warrior Land. And it's not a Steve Kerr issue. It's a sign of the times. You're in the West. Let me tell you who knows their starting five. Houston, Memphis, the Lakers.
Houston does not know their starting five.
Steiny, stop. They're on the come, though. Come on, man. Like, you're really trying to take down Minnesota? You're
not. You're not there yet. Stop thinking you're there. That's the second best team in the West. You were 10. Stop thinking they're a 2.
All right, what's his biggest challenge then?
Steve Kerr's biggest challenge.
It just flashed in my, how my brain is.
Steve Kerr's biggest challenge.
Coming into this.
It's going to be the push. I got it. Oh, my God. The biggest challenge will be the challenge that he's faced in the past. His biggest challenge is how he will deal with being torn between the young guys and the old guys again. We're going to have to revisit that theme because I can tell you right now, Kyle Anderson, DeAnthony Melton, maybe even Buddy Hield if he can give him shooting, he's going to like those guys. He's going to like those guys. And it may come at the expense of Pods, may come at the expense of Moody, may come at the expense of Kuminga, may come at the expense of Trace Jackson
Davis.
Davis.
It doesn't matter. Whoever's the odd man out.
It matters.
Not if they're winning.
No, I think people
like you got to keep your mouth closed when you're winning.
Did Kuminga last year?
See, they weren't winning. They had got beat by Denver up in Denver. Remember that?
They were 500.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I do. I think they've got 4 young guys: Pods, Moody, Kuminga, and Trace Jackson Davis. And they brought in 3 veterans who all have a lot of experience. That's all. Yeah. Paul's in Oakland. Paul, what's going on, man?
Good afternoon, guys. How are we today?
Hey, Dynamite.
We all right? Everything good?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks for asking.
Okay, so let me flip the conversation back to the Posey hire.
You can do it.
And I want to preface that I'm not a Giants fan, but I am a sports fan.
All right.
And I think the fans have to take a look at 2 Dieter Kurtenbach essays that he's put out over the last couple days about the Posey hire, where he's couching it within the framework of a move of desperation. He openly questioned Posey's comment about we're in the business of making memories, and he kind of stated what I felt when I heard that in Posey's press conference. No, you're not in the business of making memories. You're in the business of winning games. And when you were winning games in that 5-year period between 10 and 14, everything was coming up the way you wanted it to. And for whatever reason, they've gotten away from winning games, and that can be, discussed and fettered out on your shows and all that. But I'm concerned that if Posey's about winning, about making memories, then they're going to continue to lag behind the Dodgers and the Padres and now the Diamondbacks in the Western Division in the NL. And we're not even talking about
don't memories come with don't memories come with winning? Isn't that kind of a given? If you win, that's how you create memories. That's how I took that line.
Right. Well, you got to win to create memories, and nowhere in Buster's opening press conference or any of the follow-ups to that has he laid out a philosophical approach to what they're going to do, to what the priorities are going to be. It's all been, kind of cute speak talk, not a lot of substance.
Fair enough. Appreciate the call, Paul.
I just took the job.
I haven't read those 2 stories, but I would say this. When I heard Buster Posey say, make memories, I heard win.
The championships. That's what I heard.
I just heard win. I didn't hear, how can you make memories if you're a 500 team?
No doubt about it.
So I didn't nitpick that at all.
I'm with you.
Now, as for his philosophy, I'm willing to say He doesn't have one.
He's in the lab.
He has no philosophy right now. I mean, we know what his hoped for. Yeah. We know what his hoped for philosophy is.
They don't even have a GM.
But I don't think they have a philosophy right now. The one thing that they'll start to have if he walks into the building every day is an identity and a way of doing things that comes from the way he does things. But no, as far as like, you know what their identity, if they go get Juan Soto, their identity is getting Juan Soto. I'm not saying they're going to do that, but who knows what their identity is right now.
Well, their identity is they need a new one. That's their identity, and the first start or brick to that was hiring Buster.
Well, I also
the face of it, but we can't. It's like a president, day one of his 4-year term. What did you do? Well, damn, I just got in here. Let me. I'll get going.
There's to me, there's just we have no idea.
I
what
get that.
It's going to be.
I get that, but
we have none.
And the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Stoney. Some are going to be pessimistic about this move. And obviously that was that, and we'll see. The proof is in the pudding. And some will be optimistic like the caller last segment who was just incredible, just excited. But it'll all come to, we'll see. We are going to be able to judge what's going on, what's not going on. And I took that hit me in the cardiac muscle, the memories, because that's winning.
Let me tell you what's going to happen, all right? And you know I'm right on the money when I think about things like this, and I think them all the way through. The Giants are going to have a very similar team next year to this year.
Give you that.
Right. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to win more. And you know who's going to get the credit? Posey and Melvin. That's who's going to get the credit.
But that's not a bad thing. That's just kind of like life.
It's still going to be mostly Farhan's team. That's what I'm saying.
The Posey lovers that loved him as a ball player are going to put it at the doorstep like he's Jesus.
But the reality will be they had the same roster this past year, and the only reason they didn't contend was because their center fielder got hurt the first week.
And then they played more button-up baseball.
Their 2 star pitchers didn't pitch for too long of a stretch. Their young players weren't quite ready every day, and if everybody would come back and have a great year, they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah,
and you know what? And then the way
fans are going to be happy, though.
Right. And the way I look at it is, okay, Farhan's now made the postseason 2 times in 7 years.
You can't do that.
Oh, I'll do it.
When he left and lost his job a year in which they didn't make it. So that's why I can't give him any credit. You're right.
So let me ask you, if the Giants make no moves this offseason and they go to the playoffs next year, how would you explain that?
Bob Melvin to come in and say dealing with Buster Posey is different than dealing with Farhan Zaidi, and he made me or forced stuff down my throat that I didn't, really appreciate or I didn't believe in. Little things like that can change the outcome of games. I'm just
okay.
Stoney, I know this is who you are at heart, but you can't give a guy who got fired in a year which his team didn't qualify for the postseason, new guy hired, first year out, they make the playoffs. We got to give Buster or whoever's in that position their credit.
We didn't. What's the Tampa Bay team that won the Super Bowl?
Tony Dungy.
Yeah, but it was Gruden won it. But it was all Tony Dungy's players.
I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but the people here are going to love the king. And right now, the new king is one of their own, Buster Posey. So, Stoney, when you do bring that point up, if it happens, you ain't going to get the fans saying, oh, Farhan, thank you. Yeah, they're going to be like, Buster did it, baby.
What I would say is the relationship with Buster Posey has with Melvin, to me, isn't going to manifest itself in more wins.
Wow. See, I wonder, man.
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong. Yeah. But
because you talked about, who did you say? Who did we have on? You said, did he throw him under, it was the crossover. I'm paraphrasing. You kind of said, did Melvin kind of throw Farhan under the bus a little bit at the end of the season in some of his, with bags? He was saying a lot at the end, Stoney, and I wonder if he smelled blood.
Well, there was an article written by John Shay that came out, I think either today or yesterday, in which he talked to Melvin, and Melvin basically said he didn't have control of in late game situations.
Man,
what?
But imagine that though. So here I am mad at Melvin just with the Giants, and Melvin's like, dude, that's your boy upstairs. I had no control, no Janet Jackson. So now that I have, maybe we win 6 or 7 more games than we lost. And that could be it right there.
Yeah, I don't know. I
got to check that article out too. Man.
What do we got here? Let's go to Robin. Robin's in the city.
Yeah.
Hey, Robin, how you doing?
Hi. I'm fine. Hey, thank you for taking my call. I got the air conditioner on. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, real quick.
Okay, so real quick, I just want to know, did Farhan fire Gabe Kapler? We won those games. Do you think he was a fall guy? You can only work with talent, and he wasn't doing his part. I think it's a shame when someone gets fired for somebody else's mess who doesn't give you anything. I mean, I even started going back to baseball games because they were winning, and also Gabe Kapler was fine to look at. Bye, you guys.
Thanks for the call.
I love that. And he was the fall guy, Lee Majors, Steiny. He was the fall guy, and that's when I really turned on Farhan. Like, but brother got to pay bills, right? So he's going to keep his job.
See, and this is the part I can't quite explain, but I don't like it.
All right.
From the 925 on the Comcast Business text line. Posey's philosophy is bringing championship pedigree back to the Giants. His culture will be about winning. His resume speaks for itself. There's something too simplistic to me about we were the Giants in 10, 12, 14, and 16.
And I was a big part of it.
And we had a way of doing things. And it was picture perfect. It was the perfect combination of an organization and a family. And we treated players well. And we brought in our alumni. And we had a connection to the fans. And then somebody said, we need to change. And so they changed for 6 years. And now 6 years later, we're going to say, well, let's try to get back to what did it for us 10 years ago, which, what was it?
Well,
other
Buster
than a team,
didn't say that.
but that's clearly what that's what they're trying to do.
Well, 10, 12, and 14 didn't have a lot of analytics.
Why would you call Brian Sabian?
And Buster said they're going to use analytics on his watch. Like, that's not going away. So when you say go back and reach back into the past, I looked at that 10, 12, 14 in those Giant teams, not heavy on, not that they didn't use it at all, but it wasn't like Farhan. It wasn't speaking. And Buster, to his credit, yesterday said, we're going to use analytics is not going away. Right, so the game's evolved and changed.
Right. But I also think it's going to be like Hunter Pence is going to be on the staff. Ryan Vogelsong.
Do you not like that if that were to happen?
I'm not making a judgment one way or the other. I just think there is something that's overly simplistic about we're going to try to get back to 10, 12, and 14. Well, okay, what was the philosophy then?
Right.
That you wanted to get back to.
Let your manager manage with his gut.
Okay.
And that was Bochy who did it with the best of them.
So Melvin, this is a championship type team, and now Melvin can manage it and they can be better. Like I
don't know about championship or better.
I'm out on that.
So you got a manager who's telling you, or the reporter, John Shay, that he's been restricted from late game making his own decisions. Now that those shackles are off, you don't think, obviously the players got to execute, you don't think that could make Melvin a better manager?
I think it could make him a worse manager. It's possible. I mean, I don't know.
And I got something for you before we go to break.
What?
So with your mindset on the championship and who gets credit, does Mark Jackson get credit for Steve Kerr's first title?
Absolutely not.
And that would be because?
Everything changed. They changed their entire offense.
Somebody texted, and I agree with your answer, but I was like, you know what? That's a good one.
Yeah, but we just put it to rest. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got some people that want to talk about the Giants. And I'll be honest, I can't quite draw a line from A to B, but it does feel like, I don't know, they're trying to recapture something that just might not be there anymore.
Or create something new.
Doesn't sound like that. Sounds like they want to go back to the past. The end of summer sales event is on at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV, so stop by or visit frontierford.com for incredible savings and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or at frontierford.com.
Shop for an exquisite meal at Whole Foods Market.
right.
Yes, it is. It's a Wednesday in the Bay.
It's been hot.
Warm day out there today.
I look like a fool with that sweater yesterday. God darn it. Not today.
So I'm thinking about Posey and the Giants. And why were they successful in 10, 12, and 14? And to me, the philosophy or their approach was all about homegrown guys. Get your core with the guys that you know and you bring up through the system. And then over time, you find guys that fit into the system.
Like Hunter Pence.
So back in 10, 12, 14, we're talking about players like Posey, Belt, Crawford, Bumgarner, Kane, Lincecum, Sandoval, Brian Wilson, even Joe Panik I threw in there. So the Posey philosophy is going to take a while. That's what I think.
But now you're saying, just a second ago, we talked about we don't know what it is. Now you're saying there's one.
I think what I heard yesterday when we talked about teaching, and I heard Ryan Vogelsong say, I hope Buster talks about teaching pitching to the pitching staff rather than just throw in as hard as you can for as many innings as you can. And what I'm getting from that is it's got to come up through the farm system, and you've got to instill in players in the minor leagues what the Giants expect from you.
Yeah.
And I just think it's going to be hard to recapture.
Yeah. And I'll just say, Steiny, I feel like you're robbing Buster we're speculating, if you think he's a one-trick pony and that's what he's trying to do. And that's why I keep hanging on to that. And it could have just been a throwaway line. But he said analytics is going to be a part. It's a part of the game. We're going to use it. So it can be a blend. But I don't think he's going to try to fill out his staff with everybody he played with during those years.
I'll bet you he's got a bunch of them. I mean,
no.
I'll tell you what. He can get on my good side with one move.
I'm trying to think before
you know what it is.
Bring Rennell back?
No.
I thought of that.
Good.
Yeah.
No, it's fire the hitting coach.
Oh, man. Your boy.
Fire him.
Pat Burrell. He is not Pat the Bat, because that's what killed him.
What, Evan?
He ain't going nowhere.
Why not?
He was a teammate of Posey.
Yeah, but Buster didn't like his act.
But we don't. Evan,
There's no way Buster Posey and Burrell will tight.
Don't be shocked if you see about several of Buster Posey's teammates take up random positions.
That I don't disagree with.
Yeah.
Coming up in 10 minutes, Sounds of the Week.
Man, Evan special.
Another doozy.
Yeah.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco. I admit I can't quite put my finger on what I'm thinking, but maybe Bob can help. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that basically we had the pitching, we had the players, we had the whole dynamic of the team, and that's what helped carry us through.
Yeah, in the past.
And they would always go get the higher guns like Ishikawa, Steiny, Cody Ross. You mentioned Uribe during the break. And those guys would always come up roses.
Michael
Hunter
Morse.
Pence. Remember they got him?
See, yeah, and he's a perfect one for me. He's a perfect one because he came into this organization and over time you looked at him and said, he's a Giant.
Yeah.
He just is a Giant. He kind of fits. He does all the Giant things that they love.
To work. Yeah, all that.
I don't know. I think sometimes that kind of just happens, but I don't think that can happen quickly. I just don't. And I'm not sure when you're signing minor league guys, I think you're just trying to, sign the best guys, bring them up through your system, and then by the time they hit the major leagues, they know exactly what you expect of them. But I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. It's just,
I get it, and
you can never go home again. I believe that.
Now,
it's a phrase.
Yeah, I know it is.
You can't go home again.
But I was brought up to where you can know, Steiny, you can always come home.
What's lost is lost. You can't regain what went down in the flood.
Now, you may not be,
Bob Dylan.
Soon, but I'll say this, you can always go home. My kids know that. You can always come home. Some have too much pride to come back home or try to come back, but that door is always there. Listen, Roy said something that stood out to me, Stoney. If it's real, he talked about scouting. I just look at the Luciano debacle, who I know was here before Farhan.
Oh, my God.
But Stoney, Farhan, just because Luciano was here before he got here doesn't mean he wasn't property to Farhan. He was overseeing them. So how could the scouts or whoever was in charge in SAC allow Luciano to go this far and people or the average fan not know he had a deficiency with the glove?
Because
that should have been handled way longer ago.
Handled how?
Move him to a different position.
What if he stinks?
It's no worse than what we saw on the big club when they played the Mets and Pirates and he was booting balls in crucial situations, and now he lost his confidence.
Here's where I vehemently disagree with you. If Buster Posey were the GM for the last 6 years, Luciano would still be the same player. He'd still be the same player. Buster Posey can't magically wave That's what I think.
Well, the point was if you got better scouting that reports to Buster Posey, Stoney, maybe he would be in right field.
First of all, again, for the last time, Farhan didn't draft Luciano.
I get that.
He walks into here, and for all we know,
he's one of your top prospects.
But maybe Farhan said he stinks. This is like our number one guy.
And we're okay.
And you know what? Farhan was right.
But if he thought that, he wouldn't have came up in the fashion he came up in and getting in that situation against the Pirates and Mets on that road trip.
And you do that to show everybody the kid's not ready.
Well, where did that get Farhan then? Because to me, that
you know what?
If that was
chicken soup
into lipstick on a pig, that's my one. But if that's what he was doing, which you
act as though if Farhan wouldn't exist, Luciano would be an all-star shortstop.
No, I think if Farhan had a record like Theo Epstein and the Giants have been making the playoffs, he can pull a move like that. But to show the world by his team taking the brunt of those errors that this kid's not ready or he's playing in the wrong position and we're just now finding out, I think that's how you get fired.
We're just finding out. You're eliminating the possibility that Farhan's known for years this kid's not good enough.
And I don't think he had enough Farhan equity to play that card and watch and put Luciano, like anybody should have been as short instead of Luciano if he knew he was that bad.
No,
that makes the questions we all had is not for what the hell is going on?
I'll tell you what's going on.
Not in another position.
I'll tell you what's going on. Luciano can't play as of right now. And I'm not blaming Farhan Zaidi for that at all. He didn't even draft the kid.
I mean, we know he can hit, Stoney. He can hit.
Can he?
Yes.
Okay, at the big league level.
Well,
I mean, I'm just asking. Like, I don't.
The dude's a talent, man.
To me, is he?
Well, he's been one of your top prospects for forever.
But he wasn't Farhan's
his confidence
top prospect.
Well,
he was just a guy on the roster. Well, and I think Farhan got here and he heard Luciano.
Like we all did.
Right, but he's sitting there as actually a legitimate baseball evaluator saying he's not that good. But everybody's saying, Luciano. So what's he supposed to do? He finally brings the kid up. Maybe he didn't even think the kid was ready. Maybe he brought him up to show the fans that he wasn't ready. But I just can't,
What did that get, again, I hear you, but what did that get Farhan if he was thinking that way? It got him fired.
That did not get him fired. Luciano did not get him fired.
Come on now, I'm not saying that.
You can't fire him for Luciano.
Farhan didn't have enough gravitas to
what?
Hey, let me show the world this dude stinks. And go out there and look. That was embarrassing to the Giants, everybody across the board.
You don't think there's any scenario in which the ownership group said, we got to get Luciano up here?
Oh, there could have been some of that.
Okay. Farhan, to me, never liked Luciano. And as far as I'm concerned, he's winning that one right now. He didn't draft the guy. He didn't like him. He brought him up anyway. And the kid didn't produce. Maybe, if he has a big year next year, then maybe there's something to it.
What if he has his Ramos year next year?
At what position?
Outfield. We'll just say outfield. Anything but short. And to watch him just make those blunders and get put on the corridor, the Amtrak, up and back. Again, I'm not making excuses for him, Stoney, but then you wonder about his confidence. Like, he was shot mentally. I'm not making excuses for Luciano, but Stoney, all that we've been told, and I still can't look you in the face and say he can't hit or he won't be a Major League Baseball player. I'm just wondering why a scout or scouts wouldn't know that this kid was deficient at shortstop, shouldn't be in the infield. He should have had his ass shagging balls years ago. That's what elite scouting does. You get the answers to questions before the average Joes know. That's all.
Right. And Farhan knows he can't play. And, like now we're ripping Farhan because they drafted this kid. They wanted him to be a shortstop. He probably was like, I don't think he's a shortstop. I mean, I might be wrong, but they try to teach him the position. And maybe they thought he had come far enough to play the position. He gets up. He can't field.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think we've seen the last of him.
I don't know if we have or not, but I just, to me, I will not use Farhan as a scapegoat for Luciano. If Luciano were any good, he wouldn't have been going back and forth.
And I want to just narrow this down to the position, Stoney. The position. They should have, under his watch, they should have known, the scouts, that he was deficient at that position.
Okay.
And to be proactive, we are not going to bring him up to the pro level as shortstop. We're not going to do that to him.
Well, maybe Farhan didn't want to. He might not have wanted to. And maybe that's another problem with the San Francisco Giants is they have too many people with their hands in the pie. And maybe the same thing is going on between Melvin and Farhan that's going on between Farhan and the front office, and that is everybody thinks Farhan tells Melvin what to do. Well, maybe the ownership group tells Farhan what to do. Let's get into sounds. Ladies and gentlemen, sounds. Sounds.
A little more of a heads up next time there.
We go from from Luciano to Sam.
Stoney and Guru love press conference provocation.
I'm just about that action, boss.
We've got to be the dumbest team in America in terms of playing the game.
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Mike, why are you in such a bad mood?
What do you care? You were 2-7, you'd be in a bad mood too.
I'll tell him keep talking that and I hope you see me soon. You feel me? And then we're going to have a good nice little bowl of gumbo together.
Cannot play with him. Cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
Let's step up to the mic and ask, did you catch this around the NFL?
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's bring in producer extraordinaire Evan Giddings, who is somewhat of an artist when it comes to these kinds of things.
Poetic.
All you eat.
Well, we tend to move from south to north, from bottom to top. So I think we'll start with someone who hasn't been involved in this segment yet. I think preseason we got Harbaugh in, but he has not made an appearance yet. So he took a loss to the Chiefs this weekend. I don't know. I just thought it was kind of a classic coach speak from none other than Jim Moses Harbaugh.
We were fighting the whole time, and thought guys really stepped up and played good football for a long time. Now you to answer your question, all your questions. I mean, you go back now, you regroup, you refit, retool, and get ready for next week.
That's all you can do.
That's a real one right there, man.
See,
I love them.
See, these coaches are smart enough to know that there's so many decisions to make during a game. Some work out, some don't.
Right.
You belabor them, but the coaches make their decision and move on. That's what they do.
Yeah,
that's what they're paid to do.
Yeah, no doubt.
No,
and they should have won that game and could have won it.
They shouldn't have.
I watched it. I watch all of them, but they had Kansas City.
Let me guess, they were up 3-0 midway through the first.
I've gotten away from that.
No.
Spadoni too. You don't see the early text, the game's over.
Let me check. All righty.
All right, so the next one was kind of a small snippet from the Niners' win over the Patriots that snuck through, and it's from George Kittle, because we all know about this humble character named Brock Purdy. Well, think again after you listen to George Kittle.
Brock's very humble. He noted
Brock?
Yes.
The way he signs his autographs and takes up the entire football every single time doesn't really make it seem like that.
Oh, wow, George. Wow. George knowing he's on the cusp of stardom, but he ain't leaving to Beaver starting. Wow.
No, I think
Purdy.
Do you know at the beginning of each year, like at the 49ers or at the Warriors, they'll bring in maybe 1,000 footballs and they'll lay them all out, and then the players just go sign all of them. So for the Warriors, for example,
I did not know this.
They'll get back from Hawaii, and you'll go into practice one day, and there will be 100 basketballs sitting on a table or on a variety of tables, and there'll be like 20 that just Steph signs, and there'll be 50 that Draymond, Steph, and Clay would sign, right. And then there'd be 50 more where the whole team would sign them. But basically, Curry just goes up and down, Steph Curry, Steph Curry, Steph Curry, and then that's what they give away at games, and that's what they use for fundraisers. And so that's just a little insight, and I think it is worth repeating that apparently Purdy is a little bit selfish when it comes to that, because you've got to think about your teammates. How can they sign the ball if Brock Purdy is going from one side of the laces all the way to the other?
Well, that's too funny.
You know what? I'm down on Purdy.
Yeah, maybe that's why Aiyuk's not getting open.
Get that penmanship
leaving him open enough on footballs. All right, this next one's from the Colts victory. I know you guys caught this because one of yours fantasies victory, I think, involved Anthony Richardson leaving the Colts game. Anyways, Joe Flacco stepped in, who has now saved multiple franchises and multiple seasons, including the Browns last year. And he was asked about leading the Colts to a victory over the formerly undefeated Pittsburgh Steelers.
I have to tell you, Anthony Richardson told us that you were cooler than he thought he was.
Listen, he told me his mom is 8 days older than I am. So there's no chance in the world that he thinks I'm cool. So
what about your kids, though? What do you think they think of this one?
This is the first game they've come to this year, and Dad's on the field. So I'll look up there for him, see if I can find him. I'm sure they'll have a bunch of critiques for me.
Think about that. I'm older than your mama. 8 days.
Is Joe Flacco? Hopefully Richardson's going to be out for a little while. Do we know Richardson's status? Because I've got Michael Pittman Jr., and I took him out because Richardson stinks. Then Flacco plays, and the next thing you know, Pittman scores.
Yeah, Flacco, you saw what he did in the playoffs last year.
Still won. Yeah, they lost in the playoffs, I believe.
But he got him there. He won some games down the stretch. Joe Flacco, Geico, guy stays ready.
Don't you think it's funny how Anthony Richardson, he's great.
I called him.
They can't score. They bring in Joe Flacco. They're better. Even my guy, Will Levis, he gets hurt. Mason Rudolph comes into the game, and
Bryce Young,
they look completely better. Andy Dalton.
What about Tyler Huntley?
Who?
That dude should never
be. The guy for the Dolphins?
Dude.
He's finding himself.
That was some of the most, and I drafted him on fantasy thinking I was outsmarting everybody. Steiny, that was some offensive, no pun intended, quarterback play.
Ken, dude, did Tyreek pull up on that bomb? Or did Tyreek pull up on that bomb?
Stop.
There's no chance.
This dude, how are you a quarterback?
He loafed.
No, you got to find a new position.
Punted that ball.
If you look at that play and you watch Tyreek come off the line, he gave up a split second.
Steiny.
I would have to ask you which one, because he overthrew him like three different times.
Baby.
Routes are won at the start of a route, not at the end of a route.
My neighbor had Tyreek Hill over 50 yards receiving. We were all watching that. How many did he get? Like 11.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
I saw you had one catch.
It was bad. Huntley stinks, man. Your boy Hill may be on the move.
Who?
Hill. Tyreek. Back to Kansas. He should have never left.
Yeah, because they really struggled without him.
Boy.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll trade him to another AFC power. This is the last clip, which is actually volunteered by our own Daryl the Guru Johnson, because this caught his ear, and I think everyone's ear. Yeah, you got to listen to the question before you listen to Jamar Chase's answer after their first win of the season.
Jamar, did you have baby oil on today?
No.
We got to keep that for somebody else, bro. Yeah, that's not my question right there. I did do it as a kid, though. We can't even ask that no more, bro. It's too much going on in life right now with that, man. We can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that.
More, did you have baby oil on today?
What are we doing?
He made baby oil mad, Stoney. What happened? Why would he have? Because he was slippery on that play, but good gosh. This is a thing, man.
This is interesting.
This
is very interesting. I'm just looking at some old texts.
Baby oil?
Is that that's it for this week?
Yeah.
Evan, where's the Lou Ferrigno's happening right in front of us? What's going on, Stoney?
So Monday at 9 p.m. I sent Evan a text. Hey, check
real
out
quick. Evan by himself solo, not on the vine.
Correct.
Okay.
Because it had to do, I said, D'Amico Ryans at the 3-minute mark. A couple of things he said were very interesting, and they could apply to Purdy and Aiyuk, referring to C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins.
There's an easy explanation for that.
Evan then says, Goo also sent me a clip he liked. And I said, okay. And Goo's ended up on the board. And D'Amico Ryans can't be found.
But you wouldn't bring up why he wasn't on there until you heard mine get on there.
Well, I thought he might have snuck on there, but I guess it didn't make the cut.
Nope.
Evan said there's a good explanation.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot.
That's all right. See, that's fine. Mistakes happen.
But that's why I've had so many bad relationships in my life, because I tell the spouse, don't wait till I have something to bring to the table before you bring something to the table. Bring your to the table when it's time to bring it to the table.
What are you talking about?
You should have asked Evan, hey, to make sure that Ryan stuff sound was in there.
Well,
but you waited to mine. You found out that I gave him one. So now you're going to introduce Evan to, hey, bud, where's it at?
Yeah, you could have reminded me this morning.
Oh, Steiny?
Nah, I was too late. I didn't want to frazzle you. I didn't want to get you frazzled.
Evan don't get frazzled. That was great. Baby oil. Diddy done made it bad.
Hey, I got to tell you something. That guy should be gone. That reporter should be gone. That question is infinitely worse than the dude who asked Bryce Harper if he was going to have a beer on his 21st birthday. And that's when Harper said, it's a clown question, bro. And I was like, boy, Harper's a goof. Now, you know what? 8 years later, the reporter's the goof.
The reporter having some fun, Stoddy. Come on, man. Come on. I'm too soon?
Yes. Yes.
Well, what about you got NFL coaches liking posts on Twitter about their player getting traded? I mean, what world are we in? The things have changed, Stoddy.
I'm going to start referring to Antonio Pierce as player coach. He's really a player.
He didn't win in that one at all. Well, maybe he did it by accident.
Yeah, we'll talk about. I'll give you more details on that if you're not sure how it really went down with Antonio Pierce.
AP.
Yeah. You know what? 888-957-9570. I'll tell you about what Antonio Pierce did on the other side. And then I also do want to get into this one quote of Steve Kerr's that I find very, very interesting. 888-957-9570. Let's go.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. The end of the summer means...
Ask him if it has pop-outs. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, I'm a deer hunter. Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead.
So many people don't really know who you are. Wow. I am not one of them. I got you down to a science.
That's your problem. You think I got you down.
Science.
Social science. Yeah, how about that? You got a little cop to you.
I wanted to bring this up.
Yeah.
I talked to Evan about maybe bringing it up, and then he gave me the old, well, what do you have to say about it?
That's your end.
I'm like, well, I think it's kind of interesting just to explain it. And he goes, yeah, but you know, have something to say about it. So I've come up with something to say about it, so now I can bring it up. I'm watching ESPN, and
they're at the
they have a baseball and
Orioles getting ready to play. It's in Baltimore, game 2.
Yeah, and it looks like about 14,000 there.
It's early.
Jeff Passan,
yeah,
is ESPN's main newsbreaker, one of their main newsbreakers for baseball. Jeff Passan, of course, Adam Schefter is their NFL guy,
the god,
and Adrian Wojnarowski was the basketball guy, but he's moved on to become the general manager at St. Bonaventure. And so there's an opening at ESPN for Adrian Wojnarowski's successor. Obviously, right? They need somebody to break NBA news.
God!
You know who apparently is the leading candidate?
Now, I didn't know this and it's bothering me, but go ahead.
Jeff Passan, their baseball insider.
I don't think that's fair.
I don't either. So the reason is, or might be, because Adrian Wojnarowski is, you know, the big boys have agents.
Woj bomb.
Exactly. Yeah. So Woj is part of CAA.
Okay.
Agency.
Familiar.
So he's got an agent there. Well, so does Jeff Passan. He has an agent at CAA. And if you know anything about CAA, people think that they've got a lot to do with the way the NBA narrative plays out. So apparently, ESPN's weighing whether they're going to hire Jeff Passan, who I guess, and I read Ethan Sherwood Strauss in Substack, and he said, thank you, and he said that the thinking is that if Passan's a CAA guy, like Woj was a CAA guy, he'll just get all the scoops that Woj got, even though he's got no sources in the NBA.
Wow. And I don't think that would bode well for the NBA culture for Jeff to get the job that way. That's just me, and I love Jeff. I like him. But Stoney, that's too, there's an element or a sprinkle of entitlement and family friend, but you can't get that gig just on that alone.
You wouldn't think so.
No. What? That's why when you said it, I go, you're joking.
No. But what
wow.
Ethan Sherwood Strauss wrote, that is, to me, he's great at just putting dots together on a big picture, is that if you hire Passan to be the NBA insider,
this is what
all you're really doing is outsourcing breaking news to CAA. And so they decide what they're going to give to you and what they're not going to give to you. And it ended up with, there's a writer, Joe Pompliano.
Yeah.
Joe Pompliano. And he said if ESPN hires Jeff Passan to be their NBA guy, it basically means that Woj was a system quarterback.
Man, Stoney,
that's a great line. Anyway.
I just thought of Chris Haynes. I know he...
Chris Haynes, Sham Charania.
No doubt. I was about to say...
Sam Amick.
Man, how would they, again...
Bontemps.
Those guys, Bucher, they would... I would be upset if I were them.
Who?
If those guys that you just mentioned, if you kind of... CAA gets it. But the system quarterback is great.
Anyway, Woj has moved on, and there was a trade that happened with Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, we hadn't even talked about it.
I don't even know who broke that.
Wow, you're man.
I'm not even sure. Shams broke
the new Woj.
By the way, what'd you think of that trade?
I loved it for New York. I thought Randall didn't fit in because he was a dark hole, but I love it for many because they got a dog, but now they got a big dog. And I think Randall's grittiness and toughness and don't mess with me attitude, when healthy, to go now with Edwards, and that can get you past Dallas in that series. Karl turned into a pussycat. I love his game, and he's in a perfect place with New York. His game matches what's around him.
Which is what?
Being able to step back, shoot a three, get you on the block, make my free throws, block a shot or two.
He can't do that in Minnesota?
Well, there was duplicates of him, I believe. Gobert had none of the offensive talent, but I felt like Gobert was in the way of what Cat was trying to do. I feel like in New York, it'll be more, boy, Cat, you're special. Let's let you cook. I like that. I hate they lost DiVincenzo, but he was expendable once they got my man from Brooklyn. Then when the Knicks got him.
Bridges.
Yeah. Dante's like, what do I got to do to stay in the effing city? Should still be on the Warriors.
He had a player option. He left the Warriors.
Well,
he left the Warriors.
But they could have did a Buster Posey and kept him in town.
But they didn't want to.
Yeah. Well, now they got pods.
They couldn't re-sign him.
I know. But what's your point?
That he didn't.
He walked, Evan. He walked.
For more money.
But I thought the culture here, people take pay cuts because they just want to be ward. No, so, hey, did you hear what Anthony Edwards said about Steph?
It was I retweeted it. Well, you're not on Twitter.
Oh.
It was the biggest compliment ever.
Okay,
and we talked about, basically, it was a young lady that asked him what was his biggest takeaway. What did he learn the most by practicing with all the greats, the icons? And he said from Steph. LeBron getting ready for the game, the prep, he gave LeBron that. But he said playing without the effing ball. And I said, man, I wanted to hug him through the phone. Like,
why?
That's what James Harden...
He's trying to be a complete player. I would think you'd hate everything about that.
Oh, dude, stop. I was like, where are you going? No, that was great. Stotty, watch out. Watch out, man. Watch out.
Well, he better learn how to play without the ball. He's got Julius Randle on his team.
I love Mr. Randle.
Listen,
he's tough, man.
415, I know. I just let him go. He has his reasons for saying what he said, and
Mark Spears should get that gig.
Guru's going to say it no matter what.
Tell him what it is.
Oh yeah, Karl Anthony Towns. He's going to be a great fit in New York. In New York. Oh yeah, they're going to love how tough he is in New York. They're going to love his grit. They're going to love his determination. Oh my gosh, I like Towns too.
Yeah,
but Minnesota's got action. Big at. What are you doing? See, this is... Oh.
No, I just hate people that do this. I love when Guru says he's a hunter, but thinks a pheasant is a duck. What? Because it worked for me. We'd go pheasant hunting.
Or duck hunting.
The same. That's what they're trying to make fun of me. And Norm would have the duck call and make him come out.
You're unreal.
Those are my memories. Call me Buster, Steiny.
I will.
Hey, can I just real quick?
Yes, please.
You got to leave me alone when we go to break.
The clock.
Yeah, when we go to break, and I'm interacting with other people, it ain't Steiny and Goo. Then I'm Daryl, and I find you just watching me, and then you comment on what I'm doing and who I'm talking to. Lay off that a little bit.
I'm not
Let me live when we're doing like it bothers you that I'm mingling.
I just don't like how you ask people for everything under the sun.
Now you got to. What does that mean? Well, not favors. I'm talking to him. I gave a coworker a compliment this morning. What did you say to him? Golly, let that be our business.
Can you let one person walk by you without indulging them for 5 minutes? That's all.
Oh, now that hurt. If Evan, wow,
you reap what you sow, brother.
I'm a friendly person. I'm that guy who work at the mall, the greeter, Walmart. You know when you come in.
What would you do with all that extra money,
man? Bet.
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't do it. I just can't. What?
You can,
but I'm not gonna. Right. I'm not gonna. Posey.
Oh God.
You got to admit. See, sometimes my ideas are just too good. They're just too good.
Like you have thoughts.
You can't. You're struggling to wrap your head around that unbelievable broad notion of me seeing and pointing out that we've got 4 of the same kind of executives in the Bay.
But Evan didn't want to give you the hockey one, though. He said, what the hell you know about hockey?
16 years.
Of what?
He played in the league 16 years.
Well, talk to Evan.
Mike Greer.
Yeah.
We called him Will the first time we brought him up.
Okay. You know why I called him Will?
Why?
And see, this is going to be another thing, just above your head.
Oh, the quiet laugh, Goo.
Because I was also thinking of their former number 1 pick, Will Smith. So I got Will mixed up with Greer, but we all know it's Mike Greer. No relation to Rosie Greer. Or Pam Greer.
Oh, man.
Or Will Greer.
Okay, who actually is Will Greer?
He's a quarterback. He used to play at West Virginia.
Oh. Hey, can the Giants get in on my boy King?
Who?
The guy for the Padres.
Oh, please, he's going nowhere. He was filthy last night. You should come out Saturday.
I am.
To the Cal game.
I'm not going to the game, but I'll come out before.
All right.
Might see the next Will Greer.
I want to see the next Lee Corso.
But, dude, Miami, those unis going to be on the field.
Which ones are they wearing?
I'll find out for you. I'll tweet it.
I appreciate it. Let me just throw this at you because I have this written down on my sheet. What do you think of Buster Posey when he was asked about Brian Sabian coming back to the organization? He said, it's possible.
That's a MF and yes. He's coming back. And
how do you feel about that?
I love that.
Okay.
That's what you're talking about, but that to me is excellence, Donnie. Like, friendships don't die. We had something good. We've all evolved. Buster said that with the analytics. And man, why wouldn't I have a guy that's done it, that's still living and breathing the game? Why wouldn't I use that? That's what a coach is supposed to do when you build a staff, right? NBA, you go get OGs that have done it.
You said friendships don't die. I don't think this is about friendship.
Well, no.
So you're just going to hire friends?
No. a successful friend. Okay? A successful friend.
But that is kind of, like, I love Sabian.
I hear you.
I love him.
That's not, I know where you're going, but Steiny, that's not going to happen.
What is
where
it?
the whole thing is former Giants, you know? I know where that's how you think. It's not going to be that. But to Sabian and Bobby Evans is going to be a part of this thing too, I believe. So that I would do
guessing.
that. No, I'm not. It's
you're just guessing.
Why would you stop
Evans.
at Sabian if Evans becomes available?
Because maybe Posey didn't like the way Evans ran the Giants when he ran them for that year.
Well, if there's a flip side to that.
But no, you're right. If Bobby Evans is friends with Posey, well, then he should hire him.
No, you're missing the success part of it.
All I heard was you said friendships don't die.
What time is it? Almost 2.
No, I would say, Evan, you're a baseball aficionado. How many people do you think Posey's going to have to hire?
Well, it depends on how many he retains.
Okay.
But a handful. The question I have is he's still on the board. Like, how many of these decisions does he have to run by the rest of the owners? Yeah. Or do they just give him supreme power? I think that's where Sabian comes in. I don't know if Sabian's going to be a part of the day-to-day stuff, but I feel like that's someone he would lean on to make these choices.
No doubt about it.
I'll tell you this. They better get somebody to do the day-to-day.
Well, stop. Stop it, man.
Posey ain't going to do it.
I just hate that if Posey gets them to the playoffs.
It's Farhan's team.
That is the definition of a hater right there.
Not.
It is, Steiny. The man got relieved of his duties because he only made the playoffs 1 in 7 years. And now you're going to say the first crack at it for the new booty is not going to get credit because it's on his ledger?
There aren't a lot of huge free agents out there. If you don't get any of them, you're going to run it back.
But if I let the manager manage more than Farhan was doing, that might be worth 10 wins.
People said that Ramos wasn't Farhan's.
Wasn't he?
No.
Okay.
He was Bobby Evans, I think.
Okay.
But they came up by default. I mean, everybody was hurt, so it's like the Kuminga thing. He wouldn't have played had they not had the injuries or your boy got suspended or hurt.
I'm going to just throw the line back at you. Be careful what you wish for. We had ourselves a 500 machine here.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
500
You can't say that if somebody said, what's the postseason success rate? 13%. I think he said 16.
Okay. When's the last time the Pirates were in the postseason?
2000.
Oh, boy.
No, I got it. The Giants were 2014. Wild card.
Okay.
It's actually 10 years to the day where Crawford hit that grand slam in Pittsburgh.
Wow, this was planned.
Okay.
That's a long-ass time, Steiny.
Right. Okay, what about the before this year? What about the Tigers?
Oh, my gosh. Now
It's 2.
Oh, no. They beat the Oakland A's 2012.
Okay, that's longer than the Giants. Excuse me. Blue Jays, have they had much success lately?
But they were in the
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the White Sox?
The shortened season pandemic against the A's.
No, that doesn't count.
It's
How about the Angels? That's a successful team.
Well, they're in dire straits.
Here's why I'm bringing it up. I actually did want to bring it up earlier because I thought we had an interesting conversation yesterday with the boss about how risky of a hire Buster Posey is. And somebody just said, boy, it's a risky hire. Evan said it's a risky hire. And, of course, Nahegan goes, oh, my God, no, this is the safest hire of all time. Yeah. Well, of course.
Yeah.
Because that's what the boss said, so it was okay with you. But at first I was like, I don't think it's that risky. But because I like to give things more than just a second or 2 second thought, I actually do. I'm starting to come around that it is a risky hire.
But what's at stake? There's nothing when you have not won a playoff series in a decade.
Right.
What is at stake? That's what I asked Evan.
Is what if you go 64-98 next year?
And here we go.
That'll be okay for Buster.
What if a regular Theo Epstein came in and went 64, that same record? What's at stake?
He would get the benefit of the doubt because he's Theo Epstein. Buster Posey's done nothing. That's the difference.
So what's at stake if Buster fails?
That the organization will be worse because of the hire. Why is there no recognition that, like, here's the one thing I always do. Well, it can't get any worse. Yes, it can. It can get a lot worse.
But it can get better, too.
Of course it can.
So I got to say this.
Why are we automatically thinking it's going to get better when they've just, and I'm not saying it's not, when they just put an executive in charge who's never been an executive? Because it's fair to be skeptical.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you can do what you want, but he's going to have the likes of Bobby Evans. He ain't going into this.
I got news. Listen, Bobby Evans is a hell of a guy.
I meant to say Sabian.
Okay, like Bobby Evans is a hell of a guy.
With guys.
There's a lot of people that don't think Bobby Evans was good at his job.
I got that.
Okay.
But, Sonny, at the end of the day, all you can do is try. Even if it was Buster, if his name was Tony or Harry, it's all, at the end of the day, going to be successful or not. And then you move on.
I'm listening to the Niners-Patriots game on Sunday, and they're talking about the Patriots head coach. And they're discussing how when he filled out his staff, the one thing he wanted to avoid was to have the same kind of staff as a Belichick staff. He wanted to get people from outside the organization who'd never worked for the Patriots before to get that kind of input. All I'm saying is,
do you believe
if we go jump, and I love Sabian. I would love to get him back here, if for no other reason than to get him on the show a few times because I think he's that good. But
we see him.
Right. So what's he going to do? Sabian, Evans, Vogelsong, Pence.
I mean, whatever he chooses, but Steiny,
that's my point. I want outsiders also.
Okay, but what about when we see Steve Kerr take a job for the first time and they surround themselves with former coaches, or we see Jason,
but not Warriors guys, right. Not old Warriors guys. They went out and got Mike Malone. They got Mike Brown. They had guys who were on their staff.
But the Giants have been, and I said this, they're so desperate that they're already winning with the euphoria and the positivity of one of their own.
That's great.
But they need that.
It won't mean anything in 2 weeks.
But you can't deny it's adding a buzz. Sal Castaneda.
But that doesn't win any games.
No doubt. That's going to take care of itself.
So how do you know? How do you know it's going to take care of itself?
Because we're going to find out.
Well, that's right. It might not take care of itself.
No, but there's a natural element to this. They're going to either get better or it's going to get worse.
What happens so why don't you think it's going to get worse?
No, it could.
Okay.
But
you seem to be
when you put Captain America, one of your own, in front of it, it's already off to a good start.
I'm not going to
regard to the PR.
No.
You said the PR, you couldn't deny it.
Right. PR is PR. Great PR move. So that's a great PR move. That's it. That's where it stops.
I'm fast forwarding right now. The Giants are horrible for the next 5 years.
Okay.
They fire Posey.
Okay.
Then you find his replacement. What's the risk?
The risk is that
because if Tom Thumb was this guy that nobody knew, and the same thing happened, and they fired him in 5 years, they're going to hire another guy.
My point is there's a difference between a guy who in 6 years compiled a 500 record and a guy in 5 years who averages 73 wins a year. I'm not saying that Buster's going to do that. I have no idea what Buster's going to do. But don't say it can't get worse. It can.
Well, I won't argue with that on that.
It can easily get worse.
But, and again, I guess I'm getting a little radio mad at you because the numbers are what they are. But, Steiny, forget those wins and losses.
I'm not going to forget them.
It was about postseason.
Fine.
And the Giants are an afterthought when it comes to the postseason. And that's sickening just in itself. But one trip in 7 years, in 6 years, that's not good.
It's 2-10. So when he got here, they were already in a tailspin.
Right, that's why he got the job.
Exactly. Yeah. But I think they're in a better I think Farhan left the organization in a better spot than when he got here.
They don't have one face of the franchise player, so I disagree with that.
Well, I think they have two. I think they have Webb and Matt Chapman. And I think when you look back at the Giants team, that team was aging out. Yeah. They were done. So he didn't even have anybody on those teams.
He was in on a bunch of guys, even if you say they were really never coming to be the face of the franchise.
Well, now that's a positive. That he tried.
I'm saying that he didn't leave them off as good as you think is what I'm saying. This team is boring, it's stale, and I love Matt Chapman, but he ain't what's running the game right now.
They're not getting a guy like that in free agency.
We don't know.
But that's what I mean. I mean, when they won in 10, 12, and 14, they might not have had a top 20 player in baseball. In all of baseball.
Posey.
Okay, what about him?
One of the best catchers in former MVP.
There are people that think he might not even be a Hall of Famer.
I think, yeah.
But what I'm saying is Buster Posey was not the best player in the league, or he wasn't a 50 home run hitter.
He's one of the best players at his position.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So's Matt Chapman.
And I think people went to go see Buster in the Bay.
I don't.
Oh, Steiny.
They went to see Lincecum.
But he was the leader of the dynasty, one of them.
Well, we have a fundamental difference because you called Posey dynamic, and I don't think he's dynamic. I think he's...
When did I say that?
When he got hired. See, I think Posey's the opposite of dynamic, and I think that's what I kind of would want in a GM.
But he's loved by the fan base. He's like their Derek Jeter, or one of them.
So does that mean next year they get to start off 12-0?
No.
Exactly.
You got to earn it.
Exactly. Fan favorite lasts about 3 days.
And I get that.
No, I don't think you do. I know what you're doing.
No, what you know what he's doing, Steiny,
you're setting him up.
You think they're dreading the day of letting him go.
Who?
If we're 5 years down the road and the Giants haven't improved, they'll kick Buster to the rocks. Giant fans will hate to see it happen, but they'll be calling saying Buster needs to go. Like, I know that's going to wear off, but right now you got to jump in the water. It's hot. We got a party. And the party is nobody knows how successful or unsuccessful Buster's going to be, but I bet there's not another name Giant fans would give you to be running this show right now.
Okay.
That's worth something for now.
See, I don't think it is. I mean, it's great. Woo! Yay! Buster Posey's the best. Yay! Who cares next spring training?
Sal text and say, I might get season tickets because of this move.
I differentiate between excitement and the product on the field. If you would have hired...
Well, those are two different things. I know that.
You could have hired Mark Jackson to be the GM of the Giants, and there would have been some excitement because people couldn't stand Farhan. Might make it tougher for him. Crossover next. End of summer sale event at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. So stop by or visit frontierford.com for incredible savings and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. And Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports.
the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Willard got moves, Steiny. Yeah.
Crossover time. Willard and Dibs in the house. What's up? What's up, Chance?
What's up?
What's Willard dancing.
What's up?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going crazy.
We're arguing. Mark Abana's Texas. We'll have him on tomorrow. He's got a bone to pick.
What Mark said?
This is
yeah. No, we were having some conversation.
Okay. I didn't know you were booking guests now without anybody's
I went
input.
to Evan. I talked to Evan. We couldn't find you. Were out there mingling.
Mark. Get your camera. You're a good looking dude.
Oh wow!
Get your camera.
Good God.
Get.
I was about to get Steiny. Now I'm losing my thought. Oh, tell them what we argued over about Luciano.
Oh, yeah, I've been waiting for this. You almost broke it to me an hour ago, and then everybody was like, save it for the show. Well, here we are. What you got? Show me what you're working with.
To me, Luciano and Farhan was small potatoes in the grand scheme of things.
Wait, Luciano, what about it? Who's small potatoes?
He is hell-bent that Farhan has messed up Luciano.
No. Yesterday in the Buster Posey presser, scouting came up.
Yes.
And all I said is, you are right, Steiny.
Oh, thanks.
He inherited Luciano. But the fact that the world got to find out that young man with some potential had no business as shortstop, I'm blaming that on the scouts. If I were Farhan, on how did we not know this? How are we finding out on a road game in Pittsburgh and New York that he has trouble fielding? So when Buster mentioned scouting, I just brought up, he was like, well, Farhan didn't like him and he probably knew he was no good. I said, even if that's the fact, they should have him in right field or left field when he came up. And that's how we just started.
That's all fair.
Yeah,
it's on Farhan.
Well, he didn't. So he didn't draft him, but to get to.
So.
Well, no. Okay, maybe rephrase it. I don't know about who it's on, but to get to this point is, I agree with you, is kind of unfathomable that your organization can put so much hope into one player for 4 years.
Yes.
And by the way, don't get it twisted. I heard whispers 2-3 years ago that he's, quote, not a shortstop. But the idea was he would profile more as a third baseman, and some said maybe even outfield. But the idea now, I didn't know, was because he had a brick on his hand when he went to the
frying pan.
Like, good Lord.
He's a brick.
Yeah, like, I mean, I didn't know that. So to get to this point where then you finally, by the way, at the end of the year, say he's our starting shortstop next year, and then you roll him out, and you're like, how on earth did we get here? Yes, that's on everybody.
Yeah, and I was telling Steiny, the scouts too, or Farhan, not to know, hey, report to me. How's this kid doing down there?
It's less to me on whoever drafted him, because you're drafting a 16-year-old and you're like, he profiles as XYZ.
Exactly.
But to not either work with him or pivot when you realize that that's not it, that doesn't make any sense to me.
It's like a program director who takes a job and sees that there is a diamond in the rough, and he decides to cultivate that diamond in the rough and make him the star of the station. And that's you, Goo. And, Matt Nahigian didn't hire you, but when he found you, when he discovered you.
Your facial expression's amazing right now.
Little boy.
You're not Luciano, but his job when he took over the station was to look at the talent and decide who could do what, where, and how you could do it. And Farhan's job when he takes over that spot is, what do we have? What do you got? As some would say. And then you look at Luciano, and your job is to figure out, is he any good? And if he is, what's he good at? And shortstop is not it.
And you have scouts that report to you, right? Because I'm not going to watch every game of them, and that's all I was telling
Well, he
Steiny.
just fired 4 scouts before he got fired himself.
You need a scout once he's in your organization. Then you ask the coaching staff and the guys who are with him every day how he's doing.
Yeah, you have a farm director. And they do. They get the reports every day.
But the bottom line is he should have been shagging balls at another position if what you're saying is correct, or it was a whisper.
Well, I would argue they've admitted that. That's what they're sending him to do in the fall league right now. That's where he is. He's in the
7
outfield.
years into the minor league career.
Right, wow.
It was, for me, it was square peg, round hole, and I'm not going to put myself into Farhan's mind, but you see what he could be, and you look at shortstop, and you think what added value that would be to have a shortstop who could do that, and you think, man, I want that. I want that at shortstop, because then I can get left field, first base, right field, third base. I can get all these other spots who can do what he does, but I have a shortstop.
And I feel like that's why they said bye-bye to Crawford.
Well, hold on. Back up to a year before.
Back that thing up.
Before they said Marco Luciano's going to be our starting shortstop next year, what did they do at the beginning of the year?
Nick Ahmed.
They tried to sign Carlos Correa to a 13-year contract. So don't tell me that you didn't know that he's not the shortstop of your future less than 2 years ago.
But Nick Ahmed's a great point.
No, I know, but I'm talking about before the year.
That was after.
No, you're right.
Before last year, not before this year. Before last year, you had Brandon Crawford and Luciano on the come, and you tried to sign a shortstop for 13 years. So at that point,
there it is.
To me, there's a clue that you're not sold on Luciano at short. So why didn't you start using that year to try some different things? And I know he got hurt and whatnot.
No doubt.
He's never played a game of outfield in his life.
Well, you had Trey Lance in camp, and you really didn't want Jimmy G around, but you weren't totally sure, so you kept Jimmy G on field 5, and then he got up to field 4, and then field 3, and, well, we're going to keep Jimmy G. And, yeah, it was because Trey got hurt, but you had all kinds of fallback plans, including Nate Sudfeld, because of that very thing. You weren't sold on it.
Well, and the willingness, and I'll always give Kyle some credit for this, even in the midst of making a horrible draft pick and all of that stuff. I think it's really hard for executives who buy in on something to then admit, we need to pivot. Like for Kyle to go to the owner at the end of that camp and go, hey, Brock, don't tell anyone, but Brock Purdy's the best of the 3. That's a good admission. Like, that's a mistake that you made, and you're willing to be like, hey, we were wrong, but check this out. What about this?
You normally don't get that cologne.
That's what the Giants should have done.
Well, and Shanahan only got the free pass because Brock Purdy's turned out to be the sauce. If Brock Purdy would have turned out to be, a 7th round pick.
Yeah,
exactly.
Any other 7th round pick.
Shanahan would be an offensive coordinator and stuff
and these
in Jacksonville.
Would be burning up right now for his head.
Well, you'd have a new head coach by now. He still wouldn't be here and stuff.
Maybe. Like, it depends on what do you do at the quarterback position, right? Maybe who knows who would have come in next.
Yeah, I don't think that he would have gotten a shot to get the next.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all hypotheticals. But
like he was, he's been to the NFC title game every year, and I know that Brock has a huge hand in that. But they went the year before Brock too,
right?
So I don't know. I don't know where it would have gone.
When I look at Farhan and the Luciano situation, I think, okay, did it go perfect? No. Is it Farhan's fault? No. I just don't think so. I think he gets to this organization, there's a young prospect there, and everybody is saying this guy's going to be good, good, good. What if 2 weeks after Farhan got there, he's like, I don't see it with this kid. What's he going to play? They say he's a shortstop. All right, let's give him a run at shortstop. And he might not have a position. And so they brought him up as a shortstop. Maybe they even had their fingers crossed. But now they see he can't play shortstop. But I can't blame Farhan for a pick he didn't make and a player who may not be able to break through.
Well, okay, a few things.
But I'm not saying they handled him perfectly.
No, right. Like, A, why not pivot earlier? B, why say to the assembled media he's our starting shortstop next year?
Why not hit him a fungo one time and see how he handles it?
I'm more interested in he got here in what, 16 or 17?
17.
Like,
late 17.
You're absolutely right. Why did they say last year he was the shortstop? I would be more interested in, why didn't they come off him at shortstop in 2020? Like, that to me is fair game.
And
that's all we're saying.
If he did come in,
he might not be able to play anywhere.
Right, but look, he came in, and what did he do right away? The organization had just drafted Joey Bart. And what did he do?
Yeah,
drafted another one.
Catcher.
Drafted another one because I think he looked at Joey and was like, I don't think that's right. And jury might still be out. Yeah, he might actually ended up being wrong. But you get what I'm saying. Like, if that was his assessment, if he comes in and goes, I'm not big on Luciano, then my gosh, you should have been pivoting much earlier. You should have been figuring out another plan at shortstop. After all of this, Correa and Luciano, where do the Giants sit today at shortstop?
Needing one.
Ground zero.
Kim,
no doubt.
And that is on him.
The
on him.
shortstop position,
Hassan Kim.
absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. So the other thing is they. I believe. First of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I do think that at the end of what was the year, Luciano is going to be our shortstop. Even if they wanted Correa at that point, they probably were still going to say Luciano's our shortstop. They weren't going to say, we're going to go out and get a big boy. Like, once they thought they could get Correa, well, he just leapfrogs Luciano.
Sure.
And then they didn't follow through with Correa or whatever happened there. And then, all right, well, we still got Luciano playing short. Let's eventually see what he can do.
I just something on the minor league level must have looked differently, though. That's what I don't
kind
get.
of agree with that.
Look at his fielding numbers. He was an error machine at every level.
Right, but
somebody dropped the ball.
Not all
He
errors.
dropped the ball, literally.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not all errors are built the same. The most concerning thing about Luciano, this one thing to have a hard time with the glove, especially as a young player. It's another thing where, like, you pick up the ball and you literally don't know where to go.
Man,
he has no baseball instinct. None.
This is making it worse.
Yes, this is a further concern beyond his position. I don't know if he knows how to run the bases. I don't know if he knows situational baseball. It appeared when we watched him that he often did not. And that, to me, I mean, I don't know how after all these minor league games they could not have assessed that by now.
Do you think, why did they bring him up to play shortstop this year? Do you think? Do you think they knew
they had a need at that position?
It was dire.
They don't have one. I mean, Nick Ahmed, they signed 8 days before the year started or something like that.
Booted him.
Do you think that even his performance was shockingly bad for those who have been watching him for 5 or 6 years?
I would have to think so.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And also, I think he was hitting really well at AAA at the time.
That's his
and
thing.
So you were looking at, relative to what he did the rest of the year.
No power.
Right. Gap to gap, though, a lot of doubles, and the batting average was good. And so you thought an injection of offense, and you didn't think that he'd be that bad defensively at shortstop. And then he was. And then Tyler Fitzgerald came in and changed the fortunate shortstop for now. But you still, like Mark said, you're probably at ground zero going in the offseason again at shortstop.
I mean, it's the number one position they need to address. Man. In free agency or trade. No question.
No, Snell's the number one priority.
No, he's not.
Who?
And by the way, I said position.
Yeah.
Position, non-pitcher.
Yeah.
Non-pitcher.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the number one hole. Because Fitzgerald should move to second.
Mm-hmm.
He should take over second base.
All right.
I think.
There's one other thing.
Devontae.
Oh, okay. We can talk about that.
Let's.
Well, we have.
Yeah, it's because we're at odds already, Mark and I.
That's right.
Nice.
Big
You know what?
Pro, who's anti?
13 minutes late, so...
Dibs, he threw a shot at you.
So I'll tell you where
What's 13 minutes late?
That you're at odds with Willard. Usually you come in at odds with Willard.
That's not true.
No, he and I are simpatico.
I usually come in and try to figure out ways to get at odds with you, Stein.
And this morning, I did him a solid at about 8:03 this morning. He asked for a favor, and I immediately broke him off a favor. And in fact, yesterday,
I actually asked for it yesterday, and then I remind you this morning, and then you broke it off.
And you know what? Favors that are not time sensitive should not have a born on date. And yesterday I did you a favor, and it did not bear fruit. So
you did? What'd you do?
I reached out to my guy Baltimore Joe.
Oh, I didn't even say I didn't know
about a tea time at Presidio.
I didn't know that.
Baltimore Joe is currently back east, and
Ocean City, Maryland. That's where he has a property.
Yeah, he's got a second grandkid or whatever. But either way,
I would hope if Baltimore Joe goes back east that it's to Baltimore.
I've been spending my free time trying to help you out. And
I appreciate that.
End of me helping you out.
Wait a minute, why?
But go ahead, Steiny.
What did I do to end you? Thank you.
What was the favor?
Yeah,
he's your simpatico,
He's
brother.
looking for a tea time, and I've got juice at golf courses, and so I'm reaching out.
He put me in touch with people.
Yeah.
And people have already been back in touch, by the way. Thank you.
You're so
Good.
fun.
You're welcome. Now let's talk about Devontae Adams.
Okay.
And I'll come right out and say it. I would not trade Brandon Aiyuk for Devontae Adams. You're going to trade a lowercase d diva, Brandon Aiyuk, and I don't even know if he's a diva. He's a guy who held in and chose to wear a different colored pair of shorts. He's thrown no tantrums on the field, and you're going to bring in a capital D diva, a guy who spent his time on a documentary and is demanding a trade 4 games in to a season with the Raiders, no thank you. I am out on Davante Adams.
What makes you think he's a diva?
The way he has carried on.
Well, watch the Netflix doc.
doc.
I didn't find him to be a diva at all.
I was out on him.
I mean, what is he then? I mean, diva is a
really, really good player.
Really frustrated with the fact that his quarterback can't throw him the ball.
Wouldn't you be?
Have you seen Brandon Aiyuk do that even once?
Have you seen Brandon Aiyuk play any games with Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, or Jimmy Garoppolo?
Have you seen Brandon Aiyuk get frustrated over the fact that Jawan Jennings had 175 yards and 3 tuds?
Did you watch this summer? I've seen nothing but Brandon Aiyuk get frustrated. It's about this whole year has been about Brandon Aiyuk being frustrated.
Never spiked his helmet, never in season demanded to be traded. He requested a trade.
Yeah, and by the way, Davante is not demanded. He also said
he preferred.
He would prefer.
There you go.
Who the hell wouldn't prefer to leave the Raiders? I'm sorry, Raider fans. You're on fire right now. You're a complete fire. You can't watch that documentary and tell me that you don't understand why Davante's frustrated. I know you were not big on the way he handled it, Goo.
I would go to the airport.
You can understand why he's frustrated.
Yeah, I would pick listen, Brandon, something's going on. Friday just turned me off. I'm done. I don't know if he'll ever be what he's supposed to be. I thought he missed training camp. Something's going on. That little hissy fit that you called it, I think you met me halfway, Dibs, at practice. I don't think you'll ever get the best out of him. That's just how I'm feeling. I could be wrong. And if you got a way to parlay or finesse getting rid of Brandon Aiyuk early to replace him with Davante Adams, man, I'd do it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't because Brandon Aiyuk knows the system. Brandon Aiyuk is a willing blocker. And Brandon
and I'm asking, what's up in your estimation with Aiyuk now?
I think that Aiyuk is playing his way back into shape, and I think that the offense is using other people and still excelling.
So him and Kyle are cool?
I would imagine.
I think something's up. From what we all watched it.
Do you remember when he was in the doghouse? When he was in the doghouse, he didn't get to play. And if you look at Brandon Aiyuk now, he's getting to play.
Well, it's a different situation entirely.
Yeah.
Like
it's really not.
Yeah, he's coming off of a rookie year versus now he's getting now he's the second highest paid player on the team.
Right. So if Kyle was really mad at him,
and Debo
he would have other people playing.
And Debo was hurt. That's not realistic. The idea of them benching Brandon Aiyuk, and I have no idea what was happening 4 years ago versus what's happening now.
Something happened this summer with this deal, man.
I mean, we've got source reports all summer long that Kyle is beyond frustrated with Brandon's behavior. And then on its own, and I said this to you 8 times last Friday, I was embarrassed by the fact that we had to dedicate a whole show to the color of shorts that someone's wearing.
Are you back out on Brandon Ayuk? Because you were out.
I was never in.
You were out, then you never got back in?
No,
he's been in and now he's out.
No, he was out, and I thought he was back in. No, but now he's back out.
He said he was out.
Let me speak to the back in.
He's only been out once.
And this is unfair by you.
You're like a gopher right now.
You actually did a great job a week ago of exactly describing what I did, and now you're pitching it in a different way.
I'm just curious.
You know exactly where I've been. Mm-hmm. I've been out.
Like whack-a-mole.
And as you become a 49er and you're re-signed, I have no choice but to say, okay, you're here. Let's go.
Crystal clear.
But
You've been crystal clear.
I was out. I'm still out. I would trade him for Davante Adams right now. I don't understand the allocation of resources. If you're going to throw the ball to him 3 times, why did you pay him $30 million?
He had 5 targets.
I don't get it.
But then you don't get to applaud him when he makes a great play.
Yes, I do.
So no, I'm using your own parlance.
Why?
If you're out on him, you don't get to be a fan of his.
Then you look me in the eye. Promise right now that every basket Draymond Green makes this year, you'll boo. You promise that to me right now.
I don't have to boo. I just don't have to be happy about it. You're not going to boo Ayuk.
Dibs, you'll only have to boo him 9 times.
For the season, exactly.
That's a good line. No, that's not the way fandom works.
I got a Draymond Green costume idea. I'm going to run by you off the air.
I can have an opinion and still root for my team, and whoever's on it, when they make a play, they make a play. I can also step out and say, I would not have done that.
How about this?
I would not have signed him.
If Aiyuk makes a great catch, you can't cheer, but you can clench your fist.
Okay, fine.
Just give him a clench fist.
Think that real quick. Friday was something. If we're gonna say that was just a ball coach and a player talking after what just happened, that's why I'm out, and I feel like that's what's holding Brandon back. And I don't know what it is. It's
holding
weird.
Brandon back.
Nah, Gibbs, that was something,
You know
man.
what it was?
You've been on the team umpteen years, and you don't know the short protocol.
I said it on
Something
Friday,
happened.
and maybe I'm too dialed into infantile behavior. But I've got
what it was.
I've got a 2-year-old, and we're going to daycare this morning, and we're getting ready to go. And she walks over to her little mobile ice cream set, and Mila, she smacks. She goes to her little ice cream set, and she smacks everything onto the floor, and turns around and looks at me. And I said, Mama, we're not going to daycare until you clean that up. And she immediately throws herself on the ground. And so now we wait 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and she wants to go to daycare. And I say, we're not going until you clean up. And finally she cleans up. Much like Brandon, when finally he puts on the correct shorts. It's called parenting, Steiny.
Dibs, clean up her mess and get her to school on time.
First of all, there is no on time when it's daycare. I'm already paying by the month.
You can't come in during nap time.
Nap time's not till
11:30. Be a leader. I just gave you $30 million.
I gave them $2,500 a month.
Be a leader.
She'll get there when she gets there.
Be a leader. Something is up between you two.
Can't be too late, but you can be too early. But anyway,
Seriously, man. You can't tell me.
I'm uncomfortable with how many times we've had to compare Brandon Aiyuk to Mila.
Right.
My God.
And I'm team
Mila's
Aiyuk. I
too.
was, man.
Well, you can't be.
No, after Friday, he lost me.
They don't catch a touchdown Sunday, you're back in.
I don't work that way.
No, that's how you work.
That would be his first touchdown pass that he
And
caught
if you
this
think
year.
that's just him playing himself back into shape, then that's denial. Something else is going on, man.
Someone explain
Longest
to me,
river in the world, by the way.
Explain to me why the 49ers did this. If this was the way they were going to play it, why'd you pay him?
And Jawan's emergence.
I have a theory on that, but it's going to have to be a walk-off.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
You do whatever you want.
You want a drum roll?
Yeah, you know what? Why? Well, Evan's busy.
Steve Kerr and Greg Cosell on the show today.
Oh, okay.
They did it for the same reason the Warriors signed Jordan Poole. They will trade Brandon Aiyuk. They will trade Brandon Aiyuk. Take it to the bank.
Where will that news break?
That news.
How soon?
Right after Schefter, you'll hear it on 95.7, The Game.
95.7, The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
LFG, let's do this. Let's go. I'm in. Not on Brandon. I'm in on trading for Davante Adams.
That means you're in on trading Brandon Aiyuk.
I am in on trading Brandon Aiyuk, and here's exactly how it would work, because people will say, well, wait a minute, is that what the Raiders want? Do the Raiders want to spend $30 million on Brandon Aiyuk? They probably just want a draft pick. They want a second rounder. That's what I heard. Well, easy. Perfect. What did the Steelers want to give up for Brandon Aiyuk a few weeks ago?
I think a second rounder.
Great. Brandon Aiyuk, you're to the Steelers. Second round pick, you go to the Raiders. Davante, you come to the Niners. Done. Let's play football and stop messing around with red shorts and targets. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Why?
Because the known commodity, and I won't say the known evil, because I don't think that Davante Adams nor Brandon Aiyuk is, quote, evil.
Nobody's evil, yeah.
But the known issue for me is better than the unknown issue. And I don't know if Davante Adams would come in and be any different than what he's been with the Raiders. And what he's been with the Raiders is unhappy and openly, I don't know, not demanding,
productive,
not requesting.
Don't
but
forget the word productive.
This year?
Well, yeah, actually, he only played 3 games. One of them, he was huge. They won in Baltimore.
He's played 3 of the 4.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
so
played pretty well. I mean, Their numbers are certainly a hell of a lot better than Brandon Aiyuk's.
Well,
I'll tell you that.
Brandon Aiyuk is never going to outnumbers Devontae Adams. What Brandon Aiyuk does is far greater in terms of impact than what his numbers will indicate. And so I would rather have Brandon Aiyuk, a guy who missed camp and is now 4 games into a season, and you would assume that he's getting more ready to make an impact. And I thought that this last game, he made a couple of big plays. First throw of the game went his way. He had an amazing Superman catch in the game, and they really didn't need him much more than what he provided. So I would rather have Brandon Aiyuk, a younger player, 7 years younger than Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams is a guy who's probably playing for a new contract based on what his contract is not going to be. I don't think his contract will be honored or kept next year. So he's playing for his next deal. And if he comes here and gets what all Niner receivers get, which is a share of the targets, I'm afraid for how unhappy he'd be.
No, I don't think you got to worry about that at all. I don't think Devontae Adams is not a team player at all. I think we watched Netflix. We saw a few quotes, realized that Devontae was acting in a certain manner for a team that clearly needed leadership and didn't have very many good players. This would be a very, very different locker room that he would be stepping into. And by the way, my reasons for being in on this idea go much further than the idea of simply just who's better, like Devontae or Brandon, and who do you want? There are finances to this. There's also things to me that just make sense. Acquiring Devontae Adams would give you more optionality at the position. I don't understand why the 49ers gave Brandon Aiyuk $30 million a year, also restructured Deebo Samuel's contract, therefore making it more likely that he will be kept, and they used a first-round draft pick on what? A receiver. So now what is it you're doing going forward? You're either cutting Deebo Samuel after restructuring his deal, or you're sort of putting up a blockade to this year's first-round draft pick, who, by the way, is going to start practicing today. And so, to me, if you have Devontae Adams, what do you end up having? You have 2 high-priced receivers who are both cuttable at the end of the year in Deebo or Devontae, also both keepable beyond this year. And if you do keep Devontae, it's 2 more years instead of 4 at a salary that's only about $5 million more than what Brandon is making. Not preventative for Brock Purdy at all. Plus, you would have a better mentor, in my opinion, for Ricky Pearsall in Devontae Adams than Brandon Aiyuk will ever be. So that my opinion, but I think this goes well beyond simply, okay, who's the better receiver? Although I do think that if you just put it in a vacuum, who's a better receiver? Devontae Adams, he's an older receiver. I think he's a better receiver. He is an easier target in traffic. He is a more experienced player. It makes sense on many levels to me.
Interesting that you say mentoring younger receivers, yes, where you've got a guy who, as a leader in Las Vegas, ostensibly at 31, coming up on being 32, how is he mentoring their receivers? The example he's showing is, I want to be traded. We're 4 games in. I'm unhappy. I was unhappy last year with, 103 catches, and now I'm already unhappy. And my coach and my quarterback and my team, I don't want to be here anymore. Nice mentorship.
This, first of all, you're clearly forgetting Brandon Aiyuk's offseason. He, too...
Brandon Aiyuk is not the mentor on this team.
He, too, demanded a trade.
Right, but he's a 24-year-old receiver. This is not a 32-year-old mentor. You're talking about mentorship.
Yes, I am.
And Devontae Adams is a guy who's not mentoring the Las Vegas receiver
corps. You don't know that at all. He
wants out.
So what? What does that have to do with mentorship directly to a receiver?
That has everything to do.
No, it doesn't. He's in a bad situation. The Raiders organization has failed him on many levels. He signed as a free agent at $28 million a year to come play with Derek Carr and try to win. What did they do the very next year? They dumped Derek Carr, they let him go, and for 2 years failed to address the quarterback position even a little bit. You're going to tell me that's not going to frustrate a star receiver as he moves into his 30s and has very little time left? Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, what are you doing?
Right,
clearly.
But don't try to portray him as a mentor, is all I'm saying. Because He is. He's preferring to be traded. That's not mentorship. That's not, you know what? I want to stay here and help this young core with a young quarterback, and I want to be a leader here in Las Vegas.
No, he doesn't want to
mentorship.
You're spotlighting one act out of desperation at the very end of all this. If you really
I don't think it's at the end of it.
If you really did watch the Netflix doc,
and I did.
If you really did, you would have noticed he was literally the team leader. He handled the offense. Max Crosby handled the defense.
Right.
And the two of them are very close friends and in lockstep the entire way.
And where are we now? 4 games in.
Well, he's been failed by the organization.
Right, and so he wants out.
Yes.
So he's been failed 4 games in. They could win their last 14
they failed him
games.
last year also.
They could win their last 13 games, and they could be a playoff team. And, all of a sudden now he wants out. It's barely even October, and I want out, but I'm a mentor. I'm not buying that,
That's
him as
fine.
a mentor.
You don't have to buy it. I think that
additionally, if he comes here in a run-first offense, you're going to expect him to be satisfied getting 6 targets a game?
First of all, I really don't even buy anymore this whole idea of the 49ers are just black letter a run-first offense. Look at the stats this year. No, they're not. They're not. I know that when Christian McCaffrey's here, we think that, well, he's the best running back in football, and he's not here right now. And I don't know if he's going to be here this year or what that's going to look like. But I do know that the 49ers use their receivers. I know that their quarterback pushes the ball downfield more than any other quarterback in football. So dink and dunkers, stop your opinion. It's factually wrong. The 49ers would be a better team with him. And I think Davante Adams' reputation as a leader throughout the NFL precedes him. That's been very clear. Could he be difficult? Is he a big personality? My God, so many of them are. So many of them in the 49er locker room are. You could describe so many players like that. That doesn't make him a negative entity as a teammate. I don't think that that's his reputation at all.
I just look at what he's doing with Las Vegas, and you're 4 games in, and you don't want to be there anymore
because he's been failed.
I think that's over dramatizing what's going on. He's been failed. I mean, he did great couple weeks ago when they won, and he had 9 catches, and all of a sudden now you have a down game, and now you've been failed.
No, this isn't based on one game at all. You know that. This is not
you playing.
Look around at your division. This is not you
playing with Daniel Jones and a quarterback who's no good.
Yes,
this is not being in a situation where.
Yes, it is.
I disagree with you. And obviously, he feels a certain way. And I look at a player who is highly paid, and he is, he prefers to be traded 4 weeks in. That to me is not leadership. That's not mentorship. And that's not a player that I want, a guy who is clearly going to be out there looking for a new contract. He's going to be looking for touches. And you can say what you want about Brandon Aiyuk in the offseason. He has said nothing this year about the fact that he is 4th on the team in catches, and he's 4th in the team in targets.
I don't need it to him. He said stuff about his targets on the damn podcasts all off season long.
That's the offseason.
So what?
These guys all talk in the offseason.
Oh, gosh.
Debo spoke a couple of days ago.
So now you can be off-putting in the offseason, but not in the regular season?
Ultimately, it matters what you do on the field.
Yes.
And Brandon Aiyuk is out there doing his level best. Is he having a good year? No. But he's not saying anything. He's not showing you anything demonstrably about throwing the helmet or cussing out the head coach.
On Friday and again today, you've compared him to a 2-year-old.
Right. And that's not on Sunday.
Not a problem.
We're talking about Sunday.
Come on, Dibs.
Mark, we're talking about Sunday on the field.
Lord.
He's not out there throwing the helmet and dressing down the coach and barking at the quarterback for not throwing him the ball.
Your opinion on Friday was exactly the opposite of what you're saying now based on him wearing the wrong uniform to practice.
Yeah, that's petulant and immature. It doesn't mean I want him shipped out and I want Davante Adams in here.
Yeah, again, my reasoning is this is not punitive. This is just a better situation for the 49ers. This is a better player. This is more optionality and removes somebody who now, at minimum 3 times that we've seen, I can only imagine what we haven't seen, but at minimum 3 times that we've seen has been on some level at odds with his head coach. We've watched it. We watched it the entire offseason. And you've said this 100 times. We all have. This is a bottom line, results-based industry. So it's fascinating. Like, how long are we going to do this? How many more weeks is Brandon ramping up? It's October.
Right, it's time.
How long?
It's time.
You've said that for 3 weeks in a row now.
But what does he need to do?
The Ram game was Brandon's game, and then the Patriots game was Brandon's game.
What does he need to do?
He needs to perform.
Well, like in the Patriot game, he performed.
He did? He caught 2 balls.
Of the, 5 that were thrown his way?
Yeah, but that's...
And they won the game comfortably.
We can chicken or egg all day long as to whether the targets are on Brandon or not. It's one of 2 things is true. Either he is not making himself the option on the field he needs to, or the 49ers, for some odd reason, gave $30 million to somebody they're not even interested in targeting. I don't get either one.
Well, when you look at the game against New England, it's not like they threw the ball 35 times. They threw, about 20 times? And of those 20, they were deep shots. And the deep shots they hit. And Brandon Aiyuk had a couple of targets in the deep game, and he didn't get them. And he had 2 wonderful catches. First play of the game, they targeted Brandon Aiyuk. So I'm not looking at the game script and saying, well, Kyle clearly doesn't have faith in Brandon Aiyuk.
I just don't get it. I mean, this is where I'm kind of with TJ Hushmanzada. Like, if you're going to pay him $30 million, I don't know. I think you would use him. And they're barely using him right now when compared with his salary. That's all I'm saying.
Well, against New England, that's a game where I don't think that you really needed to use anybody. And you look at the fourth quarter, most of the throws were checkdowns. They didn't need to throw the ball. They didn't need Brandon Aiyuk in that game. That thing was an Ottoman game.
Checkdowns.
We'll see about
15 completions for 288 yards.
Yes, the fourth quarter.
No,
I'm talking about the fourth quarter when it was Mason run after Mason run. So we'll see against Arizona if it's a higher scoring game, which I would imagine that it probably will be because Arizona's going to pose problems.
Should be.
Then we'll see. We'll check back on Monday what Brandon Aiyuk did.
All right, you should all hear the conversation that happened on the Pat McAfee show today with regard to the 49ers and Davante Adams. We'll play that for you next. We would love your phone calls. Would you do this? Is this a conversation that you would get involved in with the 49ers and Davante Adams? We'd love to take your calls. 888-957-9570. That is the number. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, and we've got some great ones today. As always on Wednesday, Greg Cosell, Steve Kerr will be along later on in the show as well. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
What do you want from me? You want me to admit that Davante Adams is on my 95.7 The Game fantasy team? And I would like a Niner.
Yeah.
I'd like a nine. No, that's not it.
Is he on your team?
He is.
Okay.
Yeah.
You need him to break out. Your team is struggling.
They are? You ain't watching very close.
I mean, you're below me in the standings, so that's
one of the top
fine.
scoring teams in the league.
You get 3 more points than me.
Yes.
Whatever. You're 2-2 is all I know.
Struggling, which is a massive game out of first place.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks to Grandy knocking out the undefeated.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah. It's an uphill battle for you. I get that.
Yeah, we'll be all right. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. Watch the cheeks turn red. If anyone swears you get to hear it, that's fun. That could happen today. And it's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'm going up against the entire Niner team in fantasy this week.
Oh, that would be Matt.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mason, Jennings, and the kicker, Moody.
That's why I was happy to lose last week. He beat me because of Jordan Mason.
Exactly.
I was like, you go ahead with your bad self now.
Late Mason.
I got no problem with that.
Mason, 3, 6, -1, 0, 6, 2, 1, 2, 24.
Yeah, there was a lot of late Mason.
The last 24 was the one. And then they kneeled it on down.
Yeah. It was one of those actually where I saw it, and then the Niners were on cruise control. So I think we kicked back to red zone when there was 2 minutes left to go in the game.
Yeah.
And then I opened up the app and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I thought I was only down by, and now I'm down by.
Yeah.
Damn it. Let's go to Telmo in the city. Hey, Telmo, thanks for calling Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
What's up, fellas? Oh, I'm just about to go into the restaurant here and get ready for dinner service tonight.
Let's go.
Yeah, we have air conditioning, so that's a good thing.
Oh, yeah, it is. Score.
So I'm trying to figure out here, and it's the dibber. So I don't know how much weight you could put into it. I'm just sitting here trying to figure out if he's running material. Just to be the devil's advocate against old Willard there. And because weren't we just talking about him wearing the wrong shorts? Literally the other day, a grown man who just got $30 million a year deciding that he was going to wear the wrong shorts to practice. What are we talking about here? He literally admitted that he made it more difficult on the 49ers, the team that he claimed he wanted to be on. And if we're looking at performance this year, he's in the bottom of the ranks in terms of separation per routes run. He's just Niners in terms of wide receiver stats and metrics. Niners have three pass catchers in the top 10 with Debo, JJ, and Kittle, and Aiyuk's down in ranked 56. So if he didn't go to camp, that's his fault. That's nobody else's fault. And in terms of, if we're looking at it with Davante Adams, you know why I picked Davante Adams all day? Because he's a bona fide wide receiver 1 in the NFL. Brandon Aiyuk, he's good. He might have potential. But the season that he got paid off of was an outlier in his career. And I didn't see 2 or 3 of those in his career to establish him as a wide receiver 1. Does he have that potential? Sure, maybe. Is he ever going to be that consistently? Who knows? Davante Adams is a bona fide wide receiver 1. The way I say it, he's a Jamar Chase type, and I see Brandon Aiyuk as a T. Higgins.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about shorts, and yeah, we did the whole show on it, and it was a bad look. It was immature, and you move on. It wasn't so bad that you were going to outright cut him. You weren't going to bench him, and Kyle Shanahan's addressed it, and they've moved on, so I will too. And you want to talk about Davante Adams? 18 catches through 4 games. This is not Justin Jefferson.
18 catches in 3 games, which is already which is more than Brandon has in 4.
His team has played 4.
He got hurt.
Right. Oh, he got hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt.
So you're telling me a guy who's almost 32 got hurt? I mean, you're going to have an older player who, by the way, is not a very good run blocker. You could look at any of the metrics that you want to look at as far as Davante Adams, and you have an offense where you play a lot of 2 receiver sets only, and you need your receivers to block. And this guy's not a good blocker, but go ahead and plug him in there and expect to still have Jordan Mason do all the things he does with Brandon Aiyuk blocking for him.
Yeah, I actually would. I think Devontae would do fine in that situation.
Very poor run blocker. Based on
what?
I look at Pro Football Focus, and I look at all other rating sites and scouting reports, and he's not a guy who's a willing blocker.
I mean, again, it's very, very situational.
It's a factor.
It's a factor. Sure, it's a factor.
For a run-first offense.
Yeah, but and again, I battle that idea. They're not a run-first offense. Well, watch them play this year. They're not a run-first offense.
Well, they've run the ball more than they've passed it.
This year?
Yeah. They're one of 13 teams to do so.
Okay, and that's factoring in that Brock Purdy has run the ball probably no less than 20 to 25 times on what were dropbacks to throw.
Right, if you even count his scrambles, they still have run it more than they've passed it.
That seems off to me. I would love to look at the exact numbers.
I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, I would love to see that. But anyway, that being said, to me this goes way, way deeper than even some of the wide receiver metrics that we're talking about. I still don't understand why this deal was signed in the first place. Because if you're not going to feature him, if you're not going to use him that much, then he is clearly overpaid. And I would question at this point, based on what we've seen, granted small sample, but the frustration and now the lack of production, this is really what you want to do for 4 years starting next year? Remember, the extension hasn't even kicked in yet. So I would be in favor of something that you can get out of sooner, and whether that's 2 years from now or simply at the end of the year. Everybody who was all in on this year, Super Bowl or bust, well, give me the player who's actually shown that he's a little bit more ready to go at the start of this season, has already, scored a touchdown this year, is clearly the better receiver. And by the way, check this out. So this is on McAfee today. They're all talking about Devontae scenarios. Listen to what happens when they get to the 49ers.
If we're talking about like 1 year rentals, the one team that's not on there that has the most cap right now is the 49ers. If the 49ers really wanted to go all out,
they're not allowed.
There was rumors. Now there was this.
They're not allowed to do that.
There was rumors this summer that they were trying to do a 3-way with Steelers, Raiders, and Niners, Aiyuk, Devontae, all of that. Obviously, it never came to fruition, but there was a report that was out there. They were interested in him, but they did just sign Aiyuk.
And Juwan Jennings.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 1 year rental. And they got the most cap space when we talk about quarterbacks on rookie deals.
Yeah, Aiyuk hasn't hit his stride yet after the deal gets done over there. If Devontae goes to the Niners.
Woo, that's a Madden team.
Not allowed.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Pearsall's on IR. It makes sense. Usually
just get another guy in there.
Everybody's like, the Chiefs are going to get, well, in the division, not going to happen. And then we just said the Vikings can't do it. That should not be allowed. The Niners are the most not allowed team to get Devontae Adams I think I've ever heard of.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're not allowed.
Yeah.
And that's a team that Devontae maybe does do like 1 year.
He's from that area, right? I mean, he would still be, because that was one of the reasons he went to Vegas, because he's like
closer family,
much closer to the family. The Niners would fit that bill still.
No. Oh no, Brock Purdy too. He'd be able to figure it out.
Might help Aiyuk a little bit.
All right, now that's fun. Niners are not allowed. That's
Pretty
too
fun.
good. It's fun, but can we take that conversation a little bit further? Now, if you paid Brandon Aiyuk $30 million to be the third or tied for the third highest paid wide receiver in the game, isn't Brandon Aiyuk supposed to be the Niners aren't allowed to have him? In other words, the premise of their conversation is that the Niners would clearly be getting even better. The roster would get even better if you went from Brandon Aiyuk to Devontae Adams. Is that not what you hear?
That's what I hear, but that is, I think a lot of it is the fantasy football-ification of what we're talking about.
That's fair.
And, you look at Devontae Adams and we all talk about his numbers and where was he drafted in fantasy football and all the rest of it. It ultimately comes down to fit. And you've got a team that, whether they are run first or not, is not important to this conversation, but they do run a lot of 2 receiver sets only, and they do share the ball a lot. And you could look at this year, last year, the year before, whatever year you want to pick, they don't highlight one guy. And I see Devontae Adams, every place he's been the dude. And he's gotten the majority of the targets, and he's gotten the majority of the football. And now this year in Vegas, he's not getting that because his quarterback's not very good. Their offense isn't very good. And you get up to a week 4 game, and he's got a hamstring injury.
I don't think that this is just about targets, by the way. And I do feel like you're painting Davante Adams to be a selfish player, and I don't think he is that at all. I really don't. I don't think there's been any history of that in his career at all. And when you do bring up stats from this year, I don't think we're playing on an equal playing field. You're talking about Gardner Minshew and a Raiders offense that literally struggles to give you what its second best player is. Like, who else is good? Brock Bowers, who's played 4 games in his life? Like, to say what Davante's stats would be in Vegas versus what they would be with the 49ers, I think Davante Adams would gladly give up a little bit of a target share. His numbers would still go through the roof. Brandon Aiyuk was the target leader for the 49ers last year. Not by a long shot, but it was enough to go over 1,300 yards. Davante, the whole documentary that we watched this offseason was about his obsession with winning. And that's where his frustration is coming from. They're going up against Patrick Mahomes and Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert, and they're going to a gunfight with a knife. Like, it's not similar situations at all. I think Davante would gladly fit into a team concept.
Well, his response to going into a gunfight with a knife is to shut it down. And that
it hasn't been, Dibs. It's been a year and a half.
It's been a game. And
no, it's not been a game.
He had a hamstring issue on Thursday, and now he wants to be traded.
He got hurt. He wanted to be traded before the hamstring injury.
And I wonder, I cannot.
He said it on you got a streaming service?
Yeah.
He's like, I got to get the hell out of here. I'm going to get killed.
Right.
Yes.
And so now he's played 3 games, and now he wants to be traded, and now he's injured and he can't play.
He's got a head coach liking trade rumors on Instagram.
Right, because clearly he's not being 100% of a team player.
No, how about, what are we doing?
Right.
He's like, this is a joke. This is a clown show. Get me out of here. You've never felt that way?
Oh, I felt that way. But I've continued to show up and do the work that I'm paid to do.
As has he, literally to the denigration of his own body for a year and a half. Like
Up until last week.
Yeah. Well, look, there's a breaking point for everyone.
Sure.
And by the way, I feel like you're insinuating he's faking the injury.
I don't know. I don't know what his injury is. I know that he came up Thursday with a hamstring injury.
Yes.
And
the exact same way George Kittle did the same day.
And then George Kittle came back a week later and
missed
played
a game.
football.
He missed a game. And Davante might play a game too this week if he wasn't about to be traded.
Exactly.
But now he's about to be traded because his
potentially.
Coach, because
the deadline's still 5 weeks away. So I mean,
he's going to get traded.
He might not be traded. Do you think he'll be traded before Sunday?
It might not be before Sunday, but it'd be mildly surprised if it's not before the next Sunday.
So if he's not traded before Sunday, does he play Sunday? Probably not.
Probably not. It's getting a little late in the game.
If and when he gets traded, does he then play that following week?
I don't know.
That to me would be a tell as to the severity of this injury.
By the way,
what a wild coincidence it would be if you just got healthy.
Jalen Ramsey on line 1. That's exactly what he did. And nobody was bothered by it. The Rams grabbed him when he was in Jacksonville.
And he was hurt.
He was hurt.
Sure.
He was hurt. And he wanted out. And he got traded. And what did he do? He's healthy now.
He got healthy, right. Yeah, exactly.
Which, by the way, is not actually that dumb. I don't know if he's faking an injury. But
I'm not saying smart or dumb. I'm just saying it's a curiosity when...
Well, it's fair, quite frankly. It's not, and we disagree on this too.
You can do whatever you want as a player.
It's no different than what Blake Snell just did.
I also have criticized.
No, but the Raiders actually are motivated for Davante to not play if they're going to trade him. If they're going to trade him and they know they're going to trade him, you don't put him out there. He could get hurt and it ruins the whole deal.
Yeah, and that's like, what was that last year? Was it Russell Wilson who got shelved? No, it was Derek Carr. I apologize. Derek Carr. They said, you know what? We don't want you to play anymore because we don't want you to get hurt, and then your contract becomes guaranteed for the following year.
That wasn't Derek. That
was Derek in New Orleans.
It was Russ. You were right. It was Russ. You were right the first time.
And they said, you said no more football for you because we don't want your contract to become guaranteed.
And we just don't like you anyway.
Well, yes.
Right.
Well, if he was good, then they wouldn't have cared.
That's kind of where the Raiders and Davante are. They don't like each other right now. It's time to move on.
Sure.
That's all. And I don't know that we even need to go down that route of like who's right and who's wrong between the Raiders and Davante. The relationship is over.
Right.
It's all over the internet.
But I don't think that it's a fair comp to compare that to the Niners and Brandon Ayuk. Clearly, they're annoyed with what Brandon's done, and I think that what Brandon has done is annoying, and it is infantile. It's toddler behavior, and if I were the head coach, I'd be a lot more annoyed openly than Kyle Shanahan is. But at the same time, come Sunday, Brandon's out there, and I don't think that he's jaking it or jogging on routes or mailing it in. He's going out there and playing his level best.
I don't think that, and I don't think that Devontae's been any different over the last year and a half, and I don't mean to make this about a comparison piece over who's been more annoying or frustrating. The Raiders and Davante Adams have come to a close. It's an opportunity for the 49ers, A, to get better, B, to have more options, and C, to move on from a relationship that has become unnecessarily frustrating. That's all. And quite frankly, they're not in a position where they have to do it. I'm not saying that Brandon Aiyuk is done as a football player, but this is an opportunity to get better and have more optionality because Brandon Aiyuk has now frustrated people for a good portion of time, which everyone's willing to deal with if you are 1,300-yard Brandon Aiyuk, which for a month now you haven't been. And this is actually fascinating to me how patient the fan base has been. Like, this is crazy. If you miss all of camp, like, everyone will give you a week, everyone will give you 2. But the idea that we are now, the calendar has flipped. And we're like, well, you're ramping up. What are we doing here? It's week 5. There's no more ramp up, dude. You have got to perform. You are now the second highest paid player on the team. And Nick Bosa got ripped last year for a lot less. We weren't talking about that by week 5. Like, come on, man. Where are you?
He's out there. He can only run open and, run routes and get open. And he was open in the game against the Rams, and the quarterback didn't see him when he was all alone down the middle of the field.
You're forgetting a lot of drops. You're forgetting a lot of times.
He's got 2 drops this year.
Wow, you're playing the stat game, and you know better than that.
I'm playing the game of reality.
Well, he's a $30 million receiver, and if a catch is slightly tough, I expect you to make it.
Agreed.
Okay,
but
so
to
it's
call
more
it a
than
drop
2.
is unfair.
Then what word do you want to use?
A catchable ball.
An inexcused error?
I think what you can look at, honestly, is targets versus catch and the target percentage. The percentage of targets that he has caught last year was around 80%. This year it's at 52%.
There you go.
And that is partly on him. It's also partly on the quarterback. The times that he has targeted Brandon Aiyuk, he hasn't thrown a lot of balls to Brandon Aiyuk. Some of his throwaways or his incompletes have been toward Brandon Aiyuk, over his head, behind him, and whatnot. I'm not blaming Brock Purdy, but
man.
It's facts.
You watched the games twice.
Every time.
Look at me. Is Brandon playing well?
Brandon's playing better than people are giving him credit. He's playing all right.
Well,
he's not the reason why they're 2-2.
Is he playing up to his previous capabilities?
Probably not.
Okay.
But as a receiver, are you...
That's it.
It's not up to him to play well. He's got to have protection.
Yes, it is.
And he's got to have a quarterback to throw it to him.
No.
He's got to have a quarterback to throw it to him when he's open down the middle of the field.
I'm talking about the opportunities that he does have. Is he playing well?
He's playing fine.
He's
playing fine.
Perfect word.
Yep.
And I don't want fine for $30 million. I don't. I'm not fine with fine. Let's go to Jaime in San Carlos. Hey, Jaime, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
What's up, fellas? This is a great topic.
Thank you.
Dibs.
What up, Jaime?
I'm normally on your side, bud, but I got to tell you something. Do you remember 2019 when they traded for Emmanuel Sanders? How that offense took off with Jimmy G? Okay, imagine what Davante Adams would do to this offense if he was on this team. Who are they going to double? He would take the top off of that defense, and we don't know if they're going to get CMC back. So if you add somebody like Adams on this team, you better watch out because Brock Purdy could take off. And so could Debo, and so could Kittle. I would do it in a heartbeat. All they want is a second rounder. I would trade Aiyuk in a second rounder today.
I don't even think that. Yeah, Jaime, thank you.
Yeah,
and
Jaime,
again,
thanks.
I don't think you need to do that.
You don't even have to cover Devontae Adams because he's in street clothes. So
Stop. I don't even think
he's hurt.
I don't think for the moment. Yes, he's hurt.
Yeah, until he gets a new uniform.
No,
and then it's,
until he gets healthy. The same way Kittle and
Right.
Debo and everybody else in football gets hurt for a week or two sometimes. But if this is about the trade, then it is.
Yeah.
I don't even have an issue with that. Like that benefits the team too. If the Raiders and Devontae sat down a week and a half ago and had a conversation and said, you know what, this relationship ain't working anymore, they would be stupid to give him a helmet. They'd be stupid to send him out there where he could actually get really hurt. Why would they do that?
To maybe, I don't know, win a game?
Dude,
play your best player to try to win a game?
If you're trying
what are we doing
if
here,
you're
Mark?
trying to win, Raiders, you would have signed a quarterback this offseason. You got Mahomes in your division. Don't get it twisted. The
they couldn't
Raiders
sign a
the
quarterback.
Raiders are not trying to win. Do not get it
Well,
twisted.
then they would have traded him in the offseason, and they would have traded Max
They
Crosby,
probably
and they
should have.
would have they would have completely, absolutely obliterated the roster
Max
and gotten all
Crosby?
the first round picks they could
That
have.
doesn't make sense. Max Crosby can be a part of their future for sure. But don't make the mistake of thinking the Raiders are grinding on a playoff spot right now. They're not. Then they damn well know that. Or else they would have been they're literally the only team this offseason that looked at the quarterback position and didn't even try.
Well, they couldn't draft one because they weren't high enough in the draft, and they.
Of course you can. Then move up like everybody else does when they need a quarterback. At least try. The Giants tried.
Yeah.
And they've got $40 million on a quarterback.
Which is a mistake.
No
So,
doubt.
yeah.
No doubt. So that's all, man. I mean, look, if I were 31, 32 and a football player where you could end on any play and you've been out there getting hit over the middle for a year and a half, they send out the quarterback that you signed up to go play with, and then they give you a combo of Garoppolo, Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, and whatever else they've been doing, and they're hucking balls over your head for a year and a half. Well, of course you're going to get frustrated.
Yeah, just shut it down then.
That's not what I'm saying. The relationship comes to a close. We watch this in sports all the time, do we not?
Yes, but if you as a player decide that you want to shut it down and you want to force your way out of a situation,
mutual,
you have the right to do so.
You're calling him a quitter.
Well,
you don't know that.
I don't know what he's
all.
doing. I know this, and this is a guess, but if and when he does get traded, the hamstring will be healthy and he'll be on the field for his new team immediately.
I got no issue with it.
That's my prediction.
And I got no issue with that. Like, I have no one to call out in that case. I'm not going to be like, you faked it. Yeah. Yeah, in football, if two sides come to an agreement that it's time for it to end, you don't play him. You don't. When the Niners and Colin Kaepernick were going to move on from one another, and I'm not even saying that was mutual, you remember, they're like, we're not putting you out there because you could get hurt. And that changes the whole
And then the guarantee
scenario.
contract kicks in as well.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Would you do this if you were the Niners? And Greg Cosell's going to join us in 20 minutes. And one of the things we'll talk to him about is, who is Devontae Adams, the 31, 32-year-old? What does he look like on film? So we'll get to that in 20 minutes. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
Y-C.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, God. I don't know why. I don't know why anyone wants to hear me talk sing.
It's pretty good.
Devontae Adams.
I don't want him, Mark. I'm out
You're
on
out.
Devontae. And I'll just say this because I've known him since he was in high school.
Devontae Adams?
I covered his Palo Alto High School games.
You know him?
It's not like
could you
hey,
get
Dibbs,
him on the
what's up,
show?
D?
Let's
No.
ask him about the hammy.
I covered him with he and Jock Peterson as the whiteouts.
Did they used to play Puso Dois together?
I'm not sure. I cannot confirm or deny, but they played a lot of high-level football at Palo Alto High School down there in Palo Alto. Not to be confused with Stanford, California, which is across the street from Palo Alto. Many people think that Stanford is in Palo Alto.
Brother.
Not so fast, my friend.
I got the finger wag while working for Pac-12 Network.
Oh, boy.
Because one night I referred to the game at Stanford.
Oh, boy.
Down on the farm in Palo Alto.
Oh, geez.
Soon as the segment was over, Mark, could you come here for a sec? I'm like, yeah, what's up? They're like, so they don't like that.
At all.
They don't like that. Stanford's not in Palo Alto. I'm like, I grew up in Foster City. Stanford's across the street in Palo Alto. Like, yes, it is. I'm like, it's Palo Alto Mall, and there's Palo Alto High School, and then there's Stanford. It's on like you walk across the.
El Camino Real.
That's Palo Alto.
Yes.
They're like, listen, it's not Palo Alto.
Can't do it.
I'm like, all right.
You might as well call them the Cardinals.
And that's when I looked at them. I said, your conference is dead.
Totally.
And I was right.
It's back.
So I know it's coming back. Gonzaga.
Although they need one more.
It a comeback.
They need one more school with an actual football team to make it a conference again.
I don't know. Give Gonzaga, I don't know, the Jaguars. And just call them Gonzaga. Let them play football.
Or give
in
them
the Pac-12.
Portland State.
Yeah, something. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyhow, no, that's
say what
all.
you're going to say.
That's all I was going to say is, Devontae, covered him, love him. I don't think that he is the player that fits this 49er team as well as Brandon Aiyuk fits. Brandon Aiyuk knows the offense. He knows the role. And for all of the things we've criticized him for, myself included, when it comes time for game time on Sunday, he plays the role. He doesn't complain about 5 targets and 2 catches.
Well,
he blocks his ass off.
You and I see
Can
that
I say
differently.
that?
No, I see that differently. I thought, he complained all offseason. And I know that's about a contract.
Right.
But tucked into that is how you use me, how you view me, blah, blah, blah. Yes,
They say they don't want me.
Yeah, of course he complains. He complained all over TikTok. Complained all over to Ryan Clark. He complained everywhere. He complained to anybody who would listen.
But a lot of these guys do that. And by these guys, I mean athletes.
So
and
why
in particular receivers.
Why is it okay for Brandon and not Devontae then?
It's not okay for either one of them.
Yeah,
but for
by
me,
the way, I don't even.
The complainer that you have is better than the complainer you don't have.
I mean, fair enough.
Because we've seen Devontae Adams in the Netflix doc, and he was mic'd up, and he's like, "Hey, gonna get me killed out here," and he's throwing his helmet down, and he's stomping and he's woofing. And he's 32.
Keep in mind that on Netflix we hear what they edit. You know what I mean? I think it's like they're gonna cut the dramatic stuff, and sometimes the context ends up on the cutting room floor. So and by the way, I thought whenever he showed frustration, it was warranted.
Fairly warranted.
Yeah,
sure.
it was pretty warranted. So I get what you're saying. An interesting question for Greg Cosell here in 10 minutes, who was quoted recently as saying Brandon Aiyuk's skill set is perfect for what the 49ers do. All right. Okay. So what about Devontae? Would that translate? We'll get to all of that for sure. Let's go to Greg in Oakland. Hi, Greg. Thank you for calling.
Hello. Enjoying this heat wave in Northern California.
Excellent, Greg.
One thing is the Niners, they have a huge core on no block, no rock. And I'm just wondering what's going to happen with Devontae if we do get him, how that's going to affect us, because I don't see the 31-year-old putting in that much blocking. I mean, that's the reason why AP, quote unquote, was calling people out on not getting full effort.
Well, and Greg, thank you very much. And it's a fair question. And again, this is going to be part of our conversation with Greg Cosell. Listen, I haven't watched in their entirety the first 4 Raider games or the 3 that Devontae played in. And so have we reached a situation, similar to, like, I'm thinking of Kobe Bryant when, in the playoff game, it's like, oh, you want me to shoot less? Okay. All right. How about if we don't shoot at all? Are we at that level where Devontae is not blocking because XYZ, Raiders not doing for him what he wants, so I'm not doing what they want? Was it that, or is Devontae just incapable of blocking downfield? I don't know the answers to those questions. I would be surprised, though. Devontae is a physical player. He is a wonderful leader. This is his reputation through the years, and he is a true number 1 receiver who, by the way, a lot of receivers believe, at least as of a year or 2 ago, was literally the creme de la creme. Like, you would have gotten a lot of answers if you had polled receivers who say that's the best one in the league.
Yeah,
so
he can do it all.
Yeah.
Run routes, yards after catch. He can run vertical. He can run the short route and turn it into something. He's got 890 catches for his career. He's probably 1 or 2 years away from going into the Hall of Fame. If you get to 1,000 catches, you have a pretty good chance of going into Canton. There have only been a couple who have gone over 1,000 catches for their career and not gone to Canton. Some of those aren't eligible yet, so he's on that track. I do wonder, though, about no block, no rock, because maybe it's just this year and the numbers that I'm seeing. Pro Football Focus, not the end-all, be-all, but his blocking numbers are ghastly. He's in the low 30s as a run blocker, and that's something that I do know with the 49ers offense is very, very important, and that's something where Brandon Aiyuk has come a long way.
Are you looking at that for these 3 games or for his career?
For these 3 games.
Okay, see, I'd be much more interested to know about it for his career, because whether he's been dogging it for 3 games or it's just a small sample, and you're dealing with an offense that, by the way, I don't even know if they employ running backs with the Las Vegas Raiders, so it's hard to block downfield when nobody ever gets downfield. I don't know. But that, again, we'll get Greg in on that conversation. I think Big Smooth in Oakland, who is a Raider fan, maybe has an issue with some of these items that are being discussed. Hey, Smooth, thank you for calling.
No, I just appreciate what you just said a second ago. I don't know, which is a better thing to say than Raider fans. The Raiders are not trying to win.
And they're not trying to win the Super Bowl, Smooth. Yeah, we do. They don't. You think that in
No.
Big
That's
Smooth.
your opinion.
Well, Big
That's
Smooth.
not journalism. No.
First of all, we're not journalists. Please, we are not journalists. You're damn right. It's my opinion. That's what we do here. But secondarily, do you honestly think that coaches who are in the hallways of the Raiders facilities this summer, you honestly think, ask yourself, Big Smooth, they sat there and they're like, we can win this division. Do you believe that?
Yes, I do.
Oh, come on, man.
You have to believe that. Let me ask you the question.
You're crazy.
Do you honestly believe? Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
You honestly believe they go to work and say, man, we can't win this division. What the heck are we doing here?
No.
Do you believe that?
You're phrasing it wrong, but yes, they know damn well they can't win that division.
Okay.
And I've heard coaches, when they are not in front of microphones or their players, say this. Quick story. I've told Dibs this one before. 100,000 years ago, Dennis Green was going to be a weekly guest on a radio show where I was one of the hosts. And he was trying to figure out which day of the week would work for him to join our show. And he told my producer, he goes, we're not doing Mondays because I'm going to be real mad on Mondays because we're about to lose a lot of football games this year. They know, Big Smooth, you ain't battling Patrick Mahomes with Gardner Minshew.
I would love for you to bring Antonio Pierce on the show and tell him your theory. I would love for you to video that segment with you and Antonio Pierce and tell him your theory. You guys are not trying to win.
I would love to do it actually off video, because on video you'd get a different answer than you get off video.
No, you don't know. You don't know that.
Neither do you. Neither do you, Big Smooth.
49. No.
You don't know. Your emotions are involved in it. You love Antonio Pierce. He's rah-rah, and that's exciting, and that's great. But if you think that Antonio Pierce thinks that Gardner Minshew can battle Patrick Mahomes, I disagree with you.
Well, let's go back to what you said. You said if the Raiders were trying to win, they would have moved up in the draft. You don't think the Raiders tried to move up in the draft? Maybe what happened was they said, we can't move up, so instead, let's play it Well, Gardner is a placeholder for the next year's draft, which has better quarterbacks.
Right.
Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is. And Big Smooth, what would help them get one of those picks next year?
No, man, I'm bad. Yeah, we're losing. It's a conspiracy.
I mean,
just like it's a
I mean, you just
We're losing.
smooth. We got to run. That's why I'm going to hang up on you, not for any other reason. Thank you very much. You just ran yourself into your own argument. Yes, the Raiders need a quarterback. There's one way to get a good one, and it is to lose. I'm not calling them tank artists. That's not the way sports works. But nobody is under the impression if they tried to move up in the draft and failed, then yes. Option B comes into play. Why do you think they are this quickly willing to trade Davante Adams? Why? Because they know they can't win. They know that they're not winning this division.
Tied for the wild card right now.
And you know what? If you have some things fall your way and you go 9-8, could you get into the wild card and lose in the first round? Sure. But what's your end game here? Is that your end game, or is it to get a quarterback so that you could actually, I don't know, compete for the big crown?
Well, if you're Antonio Pierce, your end game is to win as many games as you can to keep your job. Because if they go 5-12, he's getting fired.
Not this quickly. I disagree with that. He's only, how many games has he coached? 8?
No, he took over last year halfway through.
Right.
And it's been a clown show. And if it's a clown show, the way he's acted. And if you go 5-12, you get fired. But if you go 9-8 and you comport yourself this way, then you don't get fired.
I'm not saying Antonio, by the way, you guys are putting words in my mouth that Antonio.
I didn't put any words in your mouth.
Big Smooth saying that Antonio wants to lose. I'm talking about the organization. Antonio's not making personnel decisions like that. He's been coached for 8 to 10 games.
I think you're giving the organization too much credit.
Greg Cosell joins us next. Then we keep going with your phone calls. Steve Kerr is around the corner as well in Willard and Dibbs.
Meantime, we're talking about Fremont Bank, which is my bank and has been for 6 years now. And I love this bank because they are...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I walked over here, supposedly this tough guy. He just told a story. He just told a story that just said, Ronnie, have you done that?
On 95.7 The Game.
Ah, that was a good night.
Yeah, it was.
That was a good night. End of summer sales event on at Frontier Ford. Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now is the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. So stop by or visit frontierford.com for incredible savings and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com. All right, we look forward to this every week. Today we got a lot of really good stuff that we're excited to get to. So out to the River Islands guest line we go to bring in executive producer of NFL Films and our Wednesday conversation, the czar of the film, of course, none other than Greg Cosell. Hey, Greg, what's up today?
Gentlemen, what's happening? How you doing?
We're doing great, and we're sitting here going down the rabbit hole of the Davante Adams situation, wherever he ends up. Sounds like it's going to be somewhere else, but let's start with this. He's now past 30. He's not playing with a good quarterback, but what do you see? Is he still one of the elite receivers in the game?
Well, it's funny you ask that because over the summer, I asked a bunch of coaches who are the top 5 receivers in the league, and his name always came up. So he is clearly viewed that way by coaches in the NFL. Obviously, he hasn't played a ton of football this year due to injury, but the feeling around the league clearly is that he's one of those guys.
When you look at scheme fit potentially in an offense like the 49ers, where the receiver is expected to block and be a physical presence, is that the sort of scheme where Davante Adams could thrive?
What do you think, he's going to be a Niner? You know that's not going to happen.
I know it's not, Greg, but we're dreaming a little dream, and he's from Palo Alto, and so we're playing a little bit of the dream game here on a Wednesday. And I just was wondering, film-wise and scheme-wise, if you thought that in this cockamamie scenario that I'm painting, if he would be a fit for the Niners and Shanahan's offense.
Probably the same kind of fit that Jerry Rice would be. Is he available too?
I think he's free.
Greg, can I bite off the forbidden fruit? Why is he definitely not going to be a Niner?
I don't think that well, first of all, I don't know what teams would have to give up to get him. I'm not good with that kind of trade stuff. I don't think that he'd get a first-round pick at this point, being over 30. So I don't know what, all those trade cards say in the league. But as far as the player, I think he fits any offense because he can line up both outside and inside. So he's inside-outside flexible. He can run any route. While he's not a true vertical dimension, he's such a good route runner that he can be a vertical player. So he really fits anything. If you're asking me, is he going to be a dominating blocker like maybe Juwan Jennings is? That's probably not the case. But I think that, to me, receivers blocking stems more from culture than it does from ability, because no receiver is asked to block like an offensive lineman to, really be super physical and lay people out. So it's really a mentality and an aggressiveness more than it is, just laying people out. So I think when you're in the 49ers receiver room, and with the way Kyle Shanahan probably talks about it and coaches it, you're expected to do that, so you do it.
Okay, so I'm thinking back to you were on the Ross Tucker podcast like 4 or 5 weeks ago, and you made the comment about going through all of Brandon Aiyuk's targets.
Oh, we're not going to talk about him again, are we?
We are.
Only 16 more weeks, Greg.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing, because what we're doing is this is a compare and contrast situation with these two players right now, because I'll go with you, Greg, that this is unlikely, highly unlikely even, but I don't think it's completely off the table. And so you said that Brandon was like a perfect fit for what the 49ers do.
He is.
Yeah, okay, so would Davante be able to check those same boxes?
Yeah, Davante would be a perfect fit anywhere because he's one of the best receivers in the league. That's like asking me, if Jamar Chase is a perfect fit. I mean, when you're dealing with top 5 receivers, they're perfect fits pretty much anywhere.
And what about the idea, and this has been said before, that Kyle Shanahan's offense, his playbook, especially for receivers, is very difficult to learn. Now, Davante's been around for a long time, but what about learning a new playbook, Shanahan's offense mid-season?
I mean, I'm sure there's things that would be different for him, but he's been in the league for quite a while. He's been through multiple offenses. My guess is it would not take him long. It's not as if he'd be a first, second-year player, but, that would be my guess.
Going from fantasy back to reality, Greg, which is where I think you and I are a lot more comfortable. Brandon,
By the way, the Niners did gain 431 yards of total offense this week and averaged 7.2 yards per play, and they were 7 for 13 on third down. So I kind of feel like their offense was okay this week. They got the leading rusher in the NFL, by the way, or the leading. I think he has more carries than anybody in the NFL.
Yeah, and a quarterback who turns out can throw the deep ball with a couple of explosives.
I think they're pretty good on offense.
And Brandon Aiyuk, I thought was better than many of our fans are thinking. And I'm looking at the first catch that he had out of 21 personnel that went for 36 yards.
That was a post cross and he was wide open because they played it really poorly. I think the Aiyuk conversation, because I assume until he has a day where he goes 6 for 120 that people are going to think, what's wrong with Brandon Aiyuk? And I don't know how to answer that, to be honest with you, because if the offense is playing well, the 49ers offense, as you guys probably know, is not built around one player. Kyle does not go into a game saying, well, the game plan today is to get this guy the ball. That's not the way they play. So, that's one reason why Deebo Samuel has never had huge numbers, because they don't play that way.
And the way they played with Deebo back and George Kittle, did that look to you on film much more like the typical Shanahan offense with a lot of 21 personnel and a lot of pre-snap movement and really Brock Purdy spreading the ball around?
Well, they always play like that. It's just some weeks, obviously, depending on opponent, it gets executed better than others. This is a team that plays with Juszczyk 46% of their offensive snaps. I bet if you go back over the last 2, 3, 4 years, they'd be over 40% every year in terms of the number of snaps Juszczyk plays. So they basically play the same way all the time. Now, are there tweaks based on the opponent? Of course there are. There are always tweaks based on the opponent, but the Niners have a defined identity as to how they play, and they essentially play the same way every week.
Executive producer of NFL Films, Greg Cosell, is our guest. By the way, the breaking news that Davante Adams is officially out this week because of the hamstring injury, so will not play. And that is...
I thought you were going to tell me breaking news. He was just traded for Brandon Aiyuk.
Hang out for a while. Let's see what happens here in the next 10 minutes. I don't know. Hanging out with Greg Cosell and talking out. Okay. What about some of the other players out there? And you mentioned Jordan Mason, and I wonder what you think of him. It's a little bit different than Christian McCaffrey, but what do you see?
Well, Jordan Mason, I don't know if you guys, I don't know how old you guys are, so I don't know how long you've been doing this, but who he reminds me of? Marion Barber. You remember him?
Oh yeah.
He's a downhill velocity burst power runner. There's no mystery to how he runs. And he leads the NFL in carries. He's a very fun guy to watch. So I really like watching him. He fits what they do because really, obviously he's not McCaffrey. McCaffrey, when healthy, is the best back in the league. And certainly Mason doesn't give you in the pass game what McCaffrey does. But in terms of being able to sustain offense and keep it on schedule, which is so critical to what the way the Niners want to play, certainly every team wants to play that way, but it's particularly critical to a team like the Niners, which normally doesn't push the ball down the field in terms of vertical throws, even though they had a few last week. He fits that mold, that profile perfectly. I mean, he is a sustaining runner. And he's got, I think he's number one in the NFL, if I'm not mistaken, with yards after contact. And that's really the kind of back that he is. He's got natural power and really strong finishing traits.
Is his running style better suited to a single back set? Because even when they have Juszczyk in, I'm noticing more often that he gets motioned up into a second tight end spot.
Yeah, and they've done that with Juszczyk for years. That's not unique to this season. I think he's best suited. Look, they like to run. They have multiple running concepts. But I think the thing about Mason is he wants to get downhill. So even if it's more outside zone-ish, he's going to get downhill. He's rarely, unless the edge is totally not set by the defense and the perimeter just opens up wide, he's looking to get downhill. He's not a dancer. He's not going to chop his feet in the backfield. He's looking to be decisive and to get downhill, and that's the way he runs. He's decisive. He's urgent. He's competitive. He just gets downhill, and when there's safeties there waiting for him, if he gets to the third level, he's not necessarily a juker. He just looks to lower his shoulder and run them over.
Greg, let's go to the other side of the ball. There's always a lot of talk about Nick Bosa's sack numbers, and they're not exactly where everyone would love them to be. But is it too much to then translate that directly to the way he's playing? Like, how do you judge his performances?
I judge his performances by when he's singled, which is not that often. Is he creating pressure? And then how often that the offense accounts for him with their formations and with personnel. Keep one thing in mind. If I said that a guy was going to have 15 sacks, you'd say, isn't that a really good season?
Yep. Yeah. Yes. Very.
Okay. Keep in mind, he might have 400 pass rushes. So if a guy has 15 sacks and 400 pass rushes, when you think about it that way, does it seem like a great number?
No, it's not a great percentage.
No. So sack numbers are wonderful, but that's not the way to judge a pass rusher. You judge a pass rusher by how often they can impact the quarterback and by how they're accounted for by opposing offenses and opposing coaches.
Okay,
and that's the critical piece. And he is accounted for on almost every must-pass situation. He was responsible in this game, for instance, for the Warner interception. He was responsible for a given sack because of the way they dealt with him and what it allowed other people to do. You see that with really great pass rushers. You see that with T.J. Watt all the time, the way teams account for these players. That is really a more important barometer of how impactful a pass rusher is than just a pure sack number.
So you see him as his normal dominant self right now?
Yes, and I see teams treating him as his normal dominant self. That's really the larger point.
And you look at the defense, and it seemed like they were their normal dominant selves. And I'm looking at some of the plays, and they rushed 3. They brought some blitzes. On the Warner interception, actually, they showed blitz, and then they backed out of it. Was this a make-good game for Sorensen, or is it too hard to say against a New England offensive line that was really depleted?
Well, they played against a crappy offense, so I'm not going to, we're not going to get too excited. Obviously, every coach will tell you it's hard to win on Sundays in the league, so you take every win. But in terms of the quality of the opponent, I think that, you take it. You take the W and you move on, but I don't think you look at this game and say, wow, this means that, we have a great defense. But I think overall they've got pretty good players, and my guess is they'll continue to improve. Don't forget, when you have a new defensive coordinator and a new play caller on defense, all that takes time. The players have to understand what he's going to call in given situations. Everybody wants this to happen right away. It's still human beings dealing with human beings. So this stuff kind of takes time. He's trying to figure out his players as well. Now, he's been there, obviously, but now that you're the one making the call, it's different.
Greg, you have mentioned a couple of times in our conversations that you really liked Renardo Green coming out of college. Yeah. And I'm intrigued, especially because Yadam has not been great. They only threw at Green one time last week. What are you seeing on film?
Yeah, well, he only played 23 snaps, and they're not a heavy man team. So, a lot of times he just sort of bailed and the ball didn't go to him. But there were a couple of snaps in which he played press man, which they're not a heavy press man team. And that was his deal at Florida State. I watched him for 2 years at Florida State. I probably watched 15 games on coaching tape. And Florida State is a heavy, heavy press man defense. So he played a ton of press man. So in the NFL, he'll have to, get a better feel for playing off coverage, for playing with his eyes better, because his eyes are simply not going to be on the receiver right in front of him. But he's competitive. He's feisty. I expect him to be a quality starting corner. Now, I don't know if he's going to get the start, this week against Arizona. But if he does, he'll be the right corner because Ward's almost always the left corner. And he'll only play in the nickel because when they play out of their base, Lenore will be the starting right corner.
Interesting that he did outsnap Yadam 23-16 in that Week 4 game. And as we pivot, Greg, you are our pivot point every week, and we start to look now at Arizona and a Kyler Murray team that's been great and terrible, and then great again, and then terrible again. What do you see from this offense on tape that could pose problems for the Niner defense?
Well, they actually run the ball really well. James Conner is a very overlooked back in this league. You could argue in some ways he's a lot like a David Montgomery. Montgomery might be a little shiftier. Conner's probably a little straight line stronger. But Conner's a really good back. They've got some pretty good run game concepts. Murray will always be inconsistent because Murray's not a very good pocket passer. He doesn't really want to play from the pocket. He tends to move prematurely far too much, but he's always dangerous. He can always make special plays. If you go back to week 2 against the Rams, he did that. But then there's other games, basically since then, where he's been inconsistent. That's really who he is. I mean, he's played enough games that we pretty much know who he is, but because he can be special, you've got to be very, very careful, and you've got to play him a certain way because he can get out of the pocket and make great plays throwing or running. But overall, the way in which he plays the game will not lead to consistency on a week-to-week basis.
What is the way for the 49ers to go about that, in your opinion? Or in other words, is this more on like the defensive line sort of like staying home and keeping with their assignments? Is it a linebacker spy? What's the best way to go about defending Kyler?
Well, then it becomes philosophy. Do you want to spy him? I mean, he's obviously a super dynamic athlete. Then you have to decide who you're going to spy him with. I guess Fred Warner hurt his ankle. I don't know what his status will be for this week, but I'm not sure you want him to be that guy. So I don't know if they would want to do that. Then you get into the nature of your pass rush and how disciplined you have to be. And then what happens when he leaves the pocket. What do you do from a coverage perspective? So, there's a lot of factors that go into that, and there's multiple ways to do it. I don't know how they see it. Obviously, they play him, well, he missed most of last season, but they normally play him twice a year, so they're familiar with the kind of player he is. It's not brand new. So I don't know what their philosophy, if Nick Sorensen has a different feel, he may have a totally different point of view than Steve Wilkes did last year. I don't know that. But there's multiple ways to do it, but that's the way he can really hurt you.
Yeah, getting outside the pocket. Fred Warner, by the way, did not practice today with the ankle, so hopefully he'll be okay to go.
He would strike me as the kind of guy, though, that unless he literally can't walk, that he's playing.
Yes. There seems to be optimism, but it's still early in the week. Yeah.
But I wonder if you would just allocate him to the spy role, especially after what we saw this past Sunday, Greg, where he drops into coverage and leaps up and gets the pick and gets up and takes it to the house. Would that be a misallocation of the asset, in your opinion?
Maybe, because he could be the best underneath zone coverage linebacker in the league. He is so good at reading the quarterback, at reading routes, understanding where routes are coming from. I don't think there's anybody better than Fred Warner at that. And he's got tremendous length. But he's also got great sideline-to-sideline speed. So you could see him. Look, spying Murray is totally situational. You don't spy Murray on every play. You spy him in various situations. So could you do that 3 times a game, 4 times a game with Warner, depending on situation? You could. And he certainly has the inside-outside speed and range to do that. But like I said, he's such a great underneath zone defender. You have to then it becomes, risk reward. How do you want to deploy your best player on defense?
Quote, my plan is obviously to play. That's my hope. That's the quote from Fred Warner at Niners camp today. Hey, Greg, I'm curious what you think of the start of the career for Marvin Harrison Jr. How's that looked on tape?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a really, really refined player. I think he's with an offense that the pass game is inconsistent, so he might not put up big numbers. There'll be certain games he will, but I think because of the nature of the way Murray plays and the nature of the pass offense, you might not see him put up the kind of numbers that other receivers might put up, and some people then might look at him and think, oh, he's not great, but he is great in terms of his traits and his skill set, and plus it's only 4 games. So, we're only at the quarter pole of the season, and I think that you'll start to see teams begin to take shape a little bit. Some teams know who they are. Like the Niners, we talked about their offense. They know who they are. We're not waiting to see what the Niners offense looks like. But I think with Murray, given that this was his first off season with this new coaching staff because he was hurt the year before, that's going to take a little while to take shape.
Greg, one more before we let you go, and we haven't heard a lot about Arizona's defense, maybe because it's been mostly porous, but what do we look for when we see a Cardinal defense on Sunday?
Yeah, they do something really interesting, which not a lot of teams do, is they'll line up with basically 3 players at quarters depth on the back end. So it'll be the 2 safeties, Baker and Thompson, and that's where they'll put their slot corner, Garrett Williams. Now, they don't do this on every play, and then they'll play a lot of 5-1 fronts, 5 across, 1 linebacker stacked, and it's usually Kazir White, and they do that a lot. And then one reason they do that is because then they add in one of those quarters players on the back end, those 3 across, in the run game, and you don't know exactly who that is going to be. So it makes it sometimes tougher for an offensive blocking scheme because you don't know which guy's going to add in as the fill-and-run defender. But for the most part, they're a defense that plays a lot of 5-man fronts, and they don't have great talent, so they try to out-scheme you.
Greg, we're going to call you next week, as always, unless Davante Adams goes to the Niners, then we're calling you sooner.
All right, well, we'll see what happens.
Yep.
I don't think I'd hold your breath on that, but obviously stranger things have happened, I guess.
That's exactly how I'm playing it. Greg, thanks. Great to have you as always.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Okay, we'll talk to you next week. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Greg Cosell. That was good.
Love it.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, and especially the late breakdown of the Arizona defense, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. The 5-1-5 essentially.
Yep.
With the sneaky add in one of the guys playing quarters to come into the run game, and I'm just looking at their numbers against the run. Not good, Bob.
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great.
If I have Jordan Mason on my fantasy team, I'm pretty happy.
That's going to be a play from me, dog.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
But let's also not bury the beginning of that conversation. Would Davante Adams fit in the Niners scheme? Ain't no scheme out there that doesn't fit Davante Adams. That was essentially the answer from Greg Cosell. And about the blocking, I like what he said there too, which is like you put a Niner jersey on and you're a professional receiver, you'll start blocking because it's required.
Right. And if you don't have a decent run game like they don't in Las Vegas, you don't have a lot of chance to block downfield because your running back doesn't get downfield.
And Zamir White got hurt in practice today.
There you go.
Let's just throw that in there as well.
Yep.
888-957-9570. You in or out on the idea of the Niners moving on from Brandon Aiyuk in exchange for Davante Adams? And again, what would the deal look like? We got some ideas on that we'll pass along next. Take more of your phone calls. Doc Pandia on Christian McCaffrey is only 18 minutes away. And somewhere here in the next, did we move him? Oh, that's right. Okay, he's an hour away. And then somewhere here in the next half hour or so, Steve Kerr is going to say aloha from Hawaii. So that's all coming up on Willard and Dibs.
back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steve Kerr, it sounds like, he's probably going to call in about 10 or 15 minutes. So that'll be fun.
He'd better be in a good mood.
It's hard not to be in Hawaii. Yeah.
And the workday is done. And
it's only 12:48.
Exactly. Steve, do we lose you? Yeah, I'm at
Probably.
the beach. Totally. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. When do you not look forward to talking to Steve? So,
well, there's been a couple times, but usually.
No, he doesn't look forward to talking to you.
Well,
but you look forward to talking to him.
He thinks I'm funny. And
sometimes.
I'm going to get him to laugh today. I usually try to get him to laugh at least once.
He thinks you're funny, but he does not think you have his back.
Well, that's for sure.
That's what he thinks.
Steve, I got your back. No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah.
And you don't.
I don't.
Oh, no.
And I won't ask him where he keeps his gold medal because he doesn't have one. So that would be awkward.
What do you mean he doesn't have one?
You don't. We've been over this. You don't get one as a coach.
Oh, that's stupid.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the question. Hey, Steve, thanks for joining us. How stupid is it that you don't have a gold medal?
I'm sure they made a replica or something. I mean,
You would
it's
think.
stupid. Anyway.
But like the diving coach of the diver who wins gold, they don't get a medal. And
the
different. Gymnast who wins gold, the coach who taught her or he how to do that double flip in pike position, they don't get a gold.
Yeah. I get it.
I get it. I get that you get it.
But they should get it. Anyway.
Agreed.
One of our favorites. Speaking of people we like to talk to, how about Fillmore Mike? You ready?
I'm actually not ready.
Why not?
I have a feeling it's going to be one of those divs. I hate to side with Willard, but you so wrong.
You might be surprised.
All right, Filmo.
Filmo, go. Go, go, go.
Go, go, go. I actually do not agree with Willard at all. Willard is crazy. I would never trade the you know what? Shout out to Priest. He's too old. He's going to be 2 years old.
That's funny. That was funny on two levels. That was really good. Go ahead, Filmo.
No, and then not only that, we got to remember he's not a yak bro like that. He averaged 11 yards a catch last year, and then the true sense of a diva, of a wide receiver diva, Brandon Aiyuk is not a diva. He's just not.
I didn't call him that. Hold on. I didn't call him that.
Okay.
I never used that word.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
But no, I'm in total agreement with Dibs. I would not trade for Devontae Adams. Yes, he's a great player. Yes. And then I loved how, I like people like Ray Rattle and the dude they all just had on, Lombardi, or not Lombardi.
Greg Cosell, yeah.
Howard Cosell nephew. Yeah. He kind of checked y'all. They have 445 yards of offense. So what are we talking about? What you say, Willard? What are we doing?
At what point?
Trading somebody.
Filmo.
Yes, sir. We had a great game. Yes, sir.
At what point do you not want to get better? When in life, no matter how good it's going, like don't talk to me about Devontae Adams. Call Bill Gates and tell him to stop making money. He doesn't.
Oh,
why are you?
I'm in sales. So every year they want you to do better.
Exactly.
They want you every year. They want you did this much. It was like, man, I did a good job. Oh, we want you to sell 125 more units. What? I barely did 100 units. But my point is this: we're going to get better because Brandon Aiyuk is ramping up. We're going to get players back in transition. Ask Steve Kerr this. Funny man. Ask him this: if I would have played Moses Moody maybe a little bit more back in the day, would he be more developed now? Ask him that. And I bet you say yes. So we getting our younger players more developed so that they'll be ready to put on in the future, unlike what the Warriors did. And then Brandon Aiyuk is going to ramp up a la when we got Klay Thompson the championship year. Yeah. Let's go, Willard.
Okay, Filmo, I can answer that right now. And you know this. And thank you, Filmo. We'd love hearing from you. The bottom line is when you're in the middle of a championship window, or however you want to phrase it, when you feel you're a contender that year, then there are moments where you have to put development to the side a little bit. And the 49ers are absolutely in an all-in Super Bowl contender type of a year. Now, Brandon Aiyuk, I don't even consider that a developmental player anymore. He's young, but he's not developing. He went for over 1,300 yards last year. Brandon's a great player. You'll never hear me say different. I think he was a pain in the rear this year, and I'm not looking to just trade him to trade him. I didn't bring this up until today because Davante Adams is available, and I think it gives you more optionality going forward from a financial standpoint when you used a first-round draft pick on a receiver. And in theory, the way it looks right now, I don't know when the hell this guy's ever going to significantly hit the field. You've signed Brandon long-term. You've re-signed Juwan Jennings. You've restructured Deebo Samuel. And you drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round. Make it make sense.
Well, it makes sense for now, and you can make it make sense in the offseason, and you don't have to trade Brandon Aiyuk on October 2nd to make it make sense because Brandon Ayuk's number this year has gone way down, and your cap room is number one in football, and it's gone way up. And you mentioned Pearsall, and they're not opening his practice window. Jacob Cowing did not practice today with a shoulder, so your receiver room is feeling thinner than ever. You've got Conley and Bell and Aiyuk and Deebo, end of list, and you don't want to play Ronnie Bell. So, and Juwan Jennings, I failed to mention him as well.
You got 5 guys. You're only going to play 5 guys.
Right. And last week, Ronnie Bell was a healthy scratch. So,
right, because Deebo became healthy and Cowing was ready to go.
Right. So the point is the guys that you have, you don't necessarily love them all, nor do you want to play them all. So for now, the optionality is not as important as it will be at the end of the year.
Correct. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. And, Brandon Aiyuk, 4 games in, I don't think has played to the point where he's playing his way out of the future of the 49ers.
Again, I don't look at it that way. This is opportunistic. This is Davante Adams that we're talking about. I don't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk for, I don't know, just any old receiver. To me, this is something that I would look at based on a number of factors. Okay, Brandon Aiyuk was a pain in the rear all offseason. Brandon Aiyuk, on some level, was a little bit of a pain last Friday also. And add in, he is not performing up to his capabilities. And you have put all of these resources into the receiver room when, in theory, I'm still not sure that it was perfect for them to do so. Never forget, if you believe the story that was told, the 49ers were hours away from trading Brandon.
Or minutes away, depending on,
So this whole oh my God, they can't live without him. They had to do this, that, or the. Well, they were potentially minutes away from sending him to Pittsburgh. And then since then, what new information do we have? We have Brandon in front of a microphone saying that he was a pain in the rear when he didn't need to be. You've got 4 games of data where, what do we got so far this year? What's the tail of the tape? Has he even gotten to 200 yards yet in his 4 games?
I don't think so.
What are we at?
He's got 13 catches.
Okay.
And he's got 167 yards,
awesome.
No touchdowns.
Awesome. And 2 to 5 drops depending on what color glasses you wear.
Well, depends on, if you
how you
consider
define
a drop.
Absolutely.
Drops are not like errors in baseball where an error is given based on one person's judgment and you get an error, even though it may not be an error,
and I know,
it goes down as an error.
I get it. And I also know that he's a receiver, and therefore he is not solely responsible for his stats. I understand that. I know Brock didn't see him one time. I also know he dropped a touchdown pass. My opinion, a drop. But anyway, now you get to this point where the Davante Adams deal, and reportedly there was, hey, Brandon to Pittsburgh send a 2 to Davante to the Niners. If that was a conversation you had before and the Raiders weren't interested then, but they are now, are you still interested? I don't think this is, look, I get that it's unlikely. I don't think this is as crazy as it might sound.
I do think it's crazy.
If the Niners were interested in it 6 weeks ago, why would they not be now?
Why would they not be now? Because they've signed Brandon Aiyuk, and you've got your team, and your team is a team that you believe in, and you believed in Brandon 4 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago when you signed him. So now you don't believe in him?
I don't know.
Now you're ready to give up on Brandon Aiyuk?
You signed him 24 hours after you were minutes away from trading him.
Right, and you were minutes away from trading him 4 months earlier at the draft.
Do you, quote, believe in him? Or are you just like, well, this is the best scenario for the moment?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Their actions will determine it. And I disagree with Steiny, who said that this is a lot like Jordan Poole, because in the NBA, when you sign a guy, that number that you are going to pay him is a value in a trade. Money for money has to happen in the NBA. In the NFL, it doesn't work that way.
I agree with you on that.
When you sign Brandon Aiyuk to $30 million average annual, you're not doing that thinking, okay, we're going to trade the 30 because we need to get a $30 million player back. That's not the way that works.
I'm with you, and I actually do believe that he will not be traded. That is, if I was a betting person. I'm just suggesting that this is something I'd get involved in now. I'd make this phone call.
Well, it's interesting because if the Raiders are really interested in trading him, and I think that they are, and if Davante Adams is not interested in playing unless he's on a new team, and I do think that that is where he is. I don't know how bad the hammy is. I do know that the hammy seemed to flare up about the same time as his trade request, and now he's not playing week 5, so that'll be 2 straight weeks that he won't play for a team that he doesn't want to play for anymore. So if you're the Raiders, your motivation would be pretty high to trade him. So if you're one of the other 31 teams, and let me back that off, if you're one of the other 28 teams, because I don't think the Raiders will trade him to the Chargers,
he's not going to the
Chiefs,
Yeah,
or the
not.
Broncos.
I'm sure the Chiefs would love it, but it's not happening.
And actually, that is kind of a good fit with Rashee Rice in the situation that he's
fit,
in.
but it's off
an
the
ideal
table.
fit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even if you wanted to be a competitive organization, you probably wouldn't trade him to anyone in the AFC. But the Raiders, I don't think, are in that mode. And because Buffalo's a team that would love to have him. Yeah, and the Jets are a team that would love to have him.
I think the Jets are probably the favorite, but the Saints are next. And if I am the Raiders, again, I'm not under the impression I'm winning the Super Bowl this year if I'm the Raiders, so it's not a huge deal, but I would prefer to send him to the NFC, all things being equal.
I do think that you are looking to get your best possible offer.
Yes, 100%.
Top line would be no Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers.
The division is out.
Next line would be best offer, and then the third line would be, it'd be great if we could send him to the NFC. But beggars can't be choosers when you're in a spot like this.
All right, let's pause this conversation. Those of you on hold, we will get right back to you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. We would not pause this conversation for just anyone, but this ain't just anyone. This is the coach. This is Steve Kerr joining us here on Willard and Dibs, and he's presented by Great Clips, proud sponsor of the Steve Kerr Show on 95.7 The Game. It's going to be great. Hey, Coach, it's been a minute. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Aloha.
Yeah.
We're doing great.
Aloha.
Yeah, come on. How's the suntan look?
Oh, man. Well, I mean, look at me. I mean, I don't really get tan. I might get burned, but I don't get tan.
Yeah.
But I love Hawaii. It's such a great place, and it's been fun. You know, we've only been here less than 48 hours, so we're just getting settled. But we've had 2 days of practice, and it's a fun change of pace. I think we've had camp in the Bay every year since I've been here, so this is the first time we've done it away from home, and I like it. Nice change of pace.
We loved the breaking news that Steph Curry is going to be in the starting lineup. Wonder if over the last 48 hours anybody else has caught your eye.
Well, I think that was misinterpreted. Draymond's going to be in the starting lineup, and I think I was asked yesterday, who starts at 2, and I said, well, who starts at 2 may depend on who starts at all the other positions, because I don't know that yet. And what I meant was I don't know if Draymond's going to be the 4 or the 5. But somebody took that and ran with it and said Draymond's not guaranteed a starting spot. But that was sort of misleading, so extremely misleading. Draymond will start. I just don't know if he'll be our 4 or 5.
And we know that Klay Thompson won't start, at least for you. Has that been weird to have a camp without Klay, or have you already gotten to the point where you miss Klay, you love Klay, he's a forever Warrior, but you've moved on from it?
No, you don't move on from something like that in 2 days, that's for sure. So the answer is, somewhere in between. Like, well, we have to move on because we have no choice. I'm looking at this as a chance for a lot of guys to to take on responsibility, but also a chance for our team to establish its own identity, because Clay has been such a huge part of that, obviously, for 12 years. So this team has to take on a little different identity, and Clay's departure, as difficult as it was and as much as we'll miss him, we got to move on, and we've got to do that quickly in order to become a good team.
Coach, I understand maybe he's a little under the weather today, but I want to ask you about Andrew Wiggins, because it certainly felt from what everyone said in your arrival that there is just an entirely renewed feeling about who he is, the state of mind that he's in, and maybe what you're expecting from him this year. So is that accurate, and how are you feeling about him?
Yeah, he's missed the first 2 days, unfortunately. He's under the weather, and so he's been here at practice getting shots up, wearing a mask so he doesn't get anybody else sick. But he has not participated in practice yet. But, yeah, what you said is accurate. He showed up to camp in great shape. I've watched him play pickup ball the last couple of weeks, and he's looked fantastic. I think there's some peace of mind for him now. At this point, you guys are all aware that his father passed away last month, and these last couple of years have been really, really tough on Wiggs and his whole family. And, I guess maybe some closure in that regard, and I think that allows him to, as he's grieving, to also move forward. That's, from my own experience, that's how this works. And Wiggs everyone loves Wiggs. He's so beloved in our organization. We all want him to get back to who he was 2 years ago, and he showed up, ready to do that for camp. And it's just a minor setback to sickness, so he should be good to go in the next day or two, and I'm expecting a big year from him.
Yeah, it's going to be great. When he plays really, really well, your team tends to win more often than not. And I know, Steve, every year, every season's different, every roster's different, but what have your impressions been of the new guys so far this year, Melton and Slow-Mo and Buddy Hield? How are they fitting in with the fellas?
Yeah, these guys are good players, and they're right in their primes, and that's what's exciting is all three have been starters, major rotation players on their respective teams, and they're all guys who really fit multiple lineups. Kyle plays the game a little bit like Draymond, with his brain and kind of outmaneuvering, outthinking people, and then playing that point forward role. And he can play with a lot of different guys. Buddy, obviously, his three-point shooting is going to be massive for us. And then Melton's an excellent two-way player. He can play either guard spot, and he can guard either guard spot. And all three guys have good feel, and I'm excited about all of them.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, live from Hawaii, where it's only just a little bit after 1 o'clock. Day 2 of their camp out there is now complete. Steve, I wonder just kind of how the offseason without the playoffs might have felt different and sort of like how that might shape the way you guys are viewing and feeling about this year.
Well, I think most people are writing us off, which, that's a good place to be, really. There's no expectations from others. And in a little bit of a way, that feels like a challenge to us. Like, hey, let's see what we've got. And as I mentioned earlier, we need to take on an identity, and what I'm looking for is a hell of a defensive group. I want us to be scrappy. I want us to be difficult to play against night in and night out, and I want us to be able to play off of our defense. And that wasn't the case last year. That was probably the first year in a long time that we have not been good defensively. So I want to get back to being an excellent defensive team, and then develop that identity and find our way from there.
Yeah, 18th last year, Steve, in points allowed per game, which is certainly not what we're all used to. I also saw a quote where you mentioned something to the effect that you wanted to see the team shoot more threes, and I saw you shot 39 a game last year, so that already seems like an extraordinarily high number. But where do you want these threes to come from? Could it be Kevon's time to shoot the three ball?
Well, I mean, Loon will take one once in a while, and that's great. But what I'm saying is, we were fourth in the league in threes last year, but we lost Klay Thompson, right? So what I'm saying is, I don't want to drop from that top five. I think this team, in order for this team to win, we need to shoot three. We don't get to the foul line a whole lot. We don't have the the personnel to just generate points in the half court really easily. We've got to execute to do that. So for us to be successful, we want to shoot a lot of threes, and I think we have more depth to our 3-point shooting this year than we did a year ago. So we want to fill that void that with Klay's departure brings, but we want to fill it with a lot of different people. And getting threes or dunks in transition, that's kind of the idea. And then in the half court, if you've got good spacing, you get more threes there.
Steve Kerr with us. Steve, this is a little bit interesting because it sounds, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you've spent the offseason thinking about some at least minor philosophical changes. What are the challenges with those kind of changes when your two leaders are the same guys they've been for a decade?
Well, we're not changing who we are, so the challenge isn't as great as it might seem. But what we're changing is just some details. We're trying to be more efficient. We're trying to be more structured, but maintain the movement and the flow that we've always played with. So, as long as we have Steph and Draymond, we aren't changing that part of it. What we're trying to do better is to execute better in the half court, to be more particular, with our actions, with our calls, with our terminology, and just sharpen up execution mainly.
Everybody's always wondering about Jonathan Kuminga and his improvement, and it's been steady and it's been meteoric. What are you seeing from JK early in camp that would get fans excited for his season coming up?
A really good day of practice today. He made some good plays in transition, attacking the rim, but also making good passes in transition, running ahead of the play to pull the defense in where somebody makes a three behind him. Plays like that are crucial to winning. That's what we're looking for. And, he's in his fourth year now, so he's got so much more experience understanding the NBA game and our team in particular, and it's showing. So a good day for him. Moses Moody also had a really good day. I love what he's doing, just catch and shooting, no hesitation, because he's an excellent shooter. And both guys are showing a lot of growth, and that's exciting.
Coach, maybe it's too early for this, but what would you say to a Warrior fan right now about this group that they don't know? You know what I mean? Is there a player who might have a role that they're not aware of, or even a player that might be able to do some things that and add to this team that they haven't in the past? What kind of surprises are you expecting, if you will?
I don't know if there are going to be surprises, but I would tell our fans that I think you're going to enjoy watching this team. Again, we were not great defensively last year, middle of the pack in terms of efficiency. I think we were 15th in the league in points per possession allowed. We've always been, top 10. The year we won it in 22, we were the second-ranked defensive team in efficiency. And, I can't predict the ranking, but I can tell you we're going to be scrappy. We're going to fight. And I know fans love watching that. And if our guys do that and we improve defensively, then we're always going to have a chance because, the skill of Steph, the continuity of Draymond and Steph and Loon, the guys we've had, that's valuable stuff. And it turns into two-way basketball, and that's ultimately what it takes to win at a high level.
Last year, you would tell us that it was tough to whittle down your team to just a 10-man rotation, and I look at the roster now, and it looks like it's even deeper than last year. Are you foreshadowing that you're going to have a tough time this year allocating minutes again with all the talent you guys have?
Well, you want that stuff to shake out on its own, and last year it didn't. But part of the reason it didn't was we had a tough time finding combinations that clicked. So we were, maybe overloaded with guys who, did the same things but didn't complement one another very well. And that's what I like about the three new guys. As I mentioned, Melton, Kyle Anderson, Buddy. They fit almost any lineup. So I think while there's just as much depth with this lineup, I think there's more flexibility, which allows us to find combinations. There's no question there's going to be a couple of guys, if everyone's healthy, there's going to be a couple of guys, left out of the rotation, and you can't get around that. But if we have more flexibility, then, we should be a better team. We should win more, and everybody loves to win.
Okay, Coach. Luau, helicopter ride, little golf. What happens now?
Great question. I would love to get in the ocean this afternoon. That's going to happen one way or the other. The question is whether it'll be on a surfboard or not. So I'd like to get out there, but I'm not going to lie. If it's too big, I'm not going out. I'm not that kind of surfer.
Yeah, just go flop around out there like a turtle.
Exactly.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, Coach. We look forward to talking to you all year.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, there he is. Coach Kerr.
Yeah.
Go flop around in the water in Hawaii.
How does it not get you excited when you hear Steve Kerr talking about the fellas? And I do think when you look at the roster now with the veterans and the flexibility and, guys who can play a number of different roles in different spots, it's going to be interesting to see how he doles out the minutes, because as I was looking at it, you look at about 10 to 12 names and players who all could get 12 to 15, or some guys are obviously going to get 30-plus minutes. Wiggins, Draymond, and Steph, you hope, if healthy. But from players 4 through 12, he's going to have his work cut out for him again.
Well, I'm starting to hear kind of words that I think fans will like, playing with more speed. I love hearing what he said about defense. It's kind of like, guys, stop messing around. You got to play harder. You got to be scrappy. Jonathan Kuminga's talked about how fast they want to play, and there are going to be more guys doing catch and shoot and pull up threes, and you need to replace all of Klay Thompson's threes, and it just feels to me like what they're trying to do is kind of rebirth their brand of basketball, and it could use a little bit of new life. You know what I mean? It's been a certain way for a long time, and so if some new faces and a little bit of tightening of the screws brings in a little bit of new energy, that is a good thing for Chase Center.
Especially when it portends into victories. And what he was saying about defense, I think, is the big takeaway for me, because they were 18th in points allowed last year, and that's unacceptable. And he mentioned it when they won the title a few years back. They were number 2 in defense. So that has to be the calling card, the hallmark of this team. And you mentioned speed. Last year, pace-wise, they were 12th. So play faster, shoot more threes, play defense. That's always been the way the Warriors have won.
No doubt. And I think to your question, with the players he has, I don't know, are they a deeper team? Probably than they were last year. A little bit less top-heavy with a big name like Klay Thompson no longer on the team. But also positional flexibility. It's like, if you don't want to do this, you don't want to be scrappy on defense, well, then that guy right over there will.
Yeah.
And so I think that, the cream rises when you have that competition, even within the team. It helps.
Yeah.
It just helps. It helps create better play.
And you've got veterans now as the new guys. Kyle Anderson's 31. Buddy Hield is 31. DeAnthony Melton's 26. So you do have still that cadre of younger players, Pods and Moody and Kuminga and the rest, but you add in some real experienced vets who they won't all play 82 games. We know that, but you've got a lot more roster flexibility than you did last year.
We used to say back to Wiggins, but now we'll leave Wiggins and go back to Brandon and Devontae. So a lot of you want to weigh in on the conversation that we've been having. Would you be in or out on the idea of the Niners getting in on the Davante Adams sweepstakes. They are definitely not the favorite. I am fully willing to admit that and understand that. I do not think that this is going to happen. However, these things can surprise you. I didn't think they were going to trade for Christian McCaffrey. They were already a, quote, loaded roster, and they did it. So I'm in favor of the Niners trying to get better. I think that Davante Adams is better than Brandon Aiyuk. I think it removes a little bit of the headache that has been created this offseason that maybe seems like it's bleeding into the season a little bit. Red shorts and lack of production doesn't mean that Brandon Aiyuk's career is over or any of those things, but I do think that it's a better player with a shorter contract, therefore more optionality, and it makes sense. It makes sense to me. And so, we wonder where you sit on that one and how the trade would probably look, because the reports are that the Raiders wanted 2. That's also reportedly what the Steelers were offering the Niners for Brandon Aiyuk. Now, the Steelers may not like the contract that the Niners signed. Maybe that's more than they were willing to spend.
Right.
So there's 1,000 things that could kill this thing, but the idea would be Aiyuk to the Steelers send a 2 to the Raiders, and the Raiders send Davante to the San Francisco 49ers.
And for me, this conversation's less about the how and more about the if. And, if you would want the deal. And I personally don't want the deal. I don't want to trade a young player that I just paid, a guy who I know can thrive in the system, whether or not he's been petulant or immature. And I think he's been both. And I don't like the way he handled the offseason. And I don't love the way his season has started from a number standpoint. But I would rather have a guy who I know can thrive in the system at, 26 years of age, as opposed to a guy who's going to turn 32, who is injured right now as well. We got to add that into the conversation.
Maybe.
He's got a hamstring.
Maybe.
Got a hammy.
You have 2 hamstrings.
Yeah, and they're both, not strong enough for me to go out and play on Sunday. But if I was getting paid to play, I'd probably go out there.
I'll predict Saints. I would love Niners.
You'd predict Saints?
I will predict Saints.
Oh, I'll predict the Jets.
Okay. Yeah, I think those are the 2 favorites. Those are his 2 ex-quarterbacks.
Right. And the Saints are interesting because they've got Olave, they got Rashid Shaheed, and they've got a great running back who's having an amazing start to his season.
Jets have Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams and Alan Lazard.
Yes, but Garrett Wilson reportedly thinks that the route tree has changed. I'm pretty close to the Garrett Wilson situation. I have he and Alan Lazard both on my team, but I'm getting reports out of New York that Garrett Wilson is, while not as disgruntled as Davante Adams, he's not happy.
Oh, there's no chance
and
he's
Aaron
happy.
Rodgers is not happy with the head coach. That thing is broken.
No doubt, which is why I think there are some challenges with the idea of acquiring a player like Davante Adams in the middle of all of that chaos. Like, Right now, I don't love Robert Saleh's chances of getting through the year. I really don't.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
And their offense doesn't look appreciably different than it did last year with Zach Wilson.
It looks less funny, but it's not that much more effective.
Seriously.
You know what I mean? Zach Wilson was funny. It'd be like, literally, Zach, you didn't see that defensive lineman coming? That's not your blind side. That's your eyes. You couldn't see him coming. So Aaron's a much more aware quarterback. I don't know if they're going to score any more points, though.
Yeah.
They're still, this loss last week, 10-9 to the Broncos.
And I'm hearing that Nathaniel Hackett is more likely in trouble than Robert Saleh first. I think Hackett might be a week-to-week proposition right now.
I agree with you completely. Tyler in Walnut Creek here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Tyler. Thank you for calling.
Of course. Happy to jump on with you, fellas.
Yeah, happy to have you.
Yeah, well, I was just listening in on that Davante Adams Aiyuk debate, and I'm battling it within myself as well. But I feel like there's a little bit too much focus on some early struggles for a guy who missed all of training camp. And I think this past week against the Patriots, you saw a couple of flashes there. He made one tremendous catch on a route that crossed the field, and he made a diving catch laid out for it.
Yep.
And with what we've seen from Aiyuk, I think that the known quantity of his ability to have a good working relationship with Brock and his willingness to be just a complete beast in his run blocking, I think that giving up on him so early in the year is just a mistake. And this is coming from a guy who's been as frustrated with his offseason as anybody.
I hear you, Tyler, but here's what I'm done with, and this is just me. And thank you, Tyler, very much. But if we're gonna do here's a sentence and then follow it with for a guy who missed all of camp, I got two problems with that. Number one, whose fault is that?
Well, it's Parag Marate's fault.
Now, Brandon has admitted it was his. Now, the whole situation as a whole, I'm not going to put all on Brandon's shoulders. But if you signed a contract in late August that you were offered in early August, and then you have a press conference and go, I was kind of a pain in the rear toward the end, probably shouldn't have been, well, then that's on you. Secondarily, if you missed camp, you don't get to use that as an excuse in August. You can use it in September. Week 2, week 3.
You mean October?
October.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about here? It's week 5.
No, I'm totally with you on that front.
There's already been more regular.
What's going on here?
There's been more regular season than there was camp.
Right.
But he's now had camp. You got to go look like you.
And I used the same argument when it came to Blake Snell. You can't come out and stink in June because you didn't have camp and then you got hurt and you were awful until the All-Star break. That was on you. You could have signed earlier. You could have had your agent get the deal done, and you didn't. So I'm with you. When it comes to Brandon Aiyuk and 4 games into the year, yes, he hasn't done as well statistically as you would like. His catch percentage is barely over 50%, where for his career, it's been closer to 75. He's not had a great start to the season, and it is probably in part because he skipped camp, but that you don't get to use that as an excuse. You are what your stats and what your record says you are. Your team is 2-2. I don't think that they're 2-2 because of Brandon Aiyuk. And if Brandon Aiyuk was balling out, they'd probably still be 2-2.
Probably. Yeah, like I don't attach the record to Brandon. I don't even attach all of Brandon's lack of stats to Brandon. But some of it, to me, it's more about the opportunities that he has had as opposed to the opportunities he hasn't had. And the opportunities he has had have not been great. You know, like Tyler calls in and goes, oh, he had that catch, and then he had that other catch. I'm like, right, and seen. Those were his 2 catches. And one of them, any receiver in the NFL could have made. The Patriots left him wide open alone. Brock Purdy threw him the ball, and he caught it.
Yeah, it was a great route, as Greg Cosell explained earlier.
He also said the Patriots completely fumbled in defending it. Now, the diving catch, pulling the ball off the ground, great. No one's ever argued whether or not Brandon's good. Brandon's very good, but he's not playing up to snuff. And this one just makes sense to me. Chris in Modesto is next. Hi, Chris. Thanks for calling.
Hey, no problem. Love your guys' show. Dibbs, been a fan of yours since Joe Low and Dibbs. I want to tell you that I appreciate you doing a lot better at the Fade the Dibbs. Sent you a little tweet a while ago trying to give you motivation.
Thank you.
I take personal credit for your turnaround, even though you ghosted me on the Twitter, but that's, I digest. Anyway, I want to tell you that I of course, everybody likes Davante Adams. Who wouldn't? But I compare this to a situation where you have a good friend who's confiding in you about a partner that they're on the fence about, and they don't know exactly which direction to go. And they even sell you on the pros and the cons. But when they finally decide to go with the partner, a few months later they say, you know what? I think I like this other person better. To me, it's like, come on, man. Let's stick with who we got. We got Aiyuk. He fits the system. He's not a has-been. He's not 31. I'm all in on Aiyuk. Doesn't mean I don't like Adams, but that's how I look at it.
Chris, it's fair and appreciate the phone call. I would say this, though. If you're going to make fun of someone for changing their mind too much, I wouldn't look at the Niners. I'd be looking at Brandon Aiyuk. Brandon Aiyuk is the one who did this every other week all offseason. I want to be on the Commanders. I want to be on the Steelers. I want to flirt with Mike Tomlin. No, I don't. I want to trade. Not to that team. Trade me. Okay, fine, we're trading you. Hold on! Run upstairs. Don't trade me. Like, the person you're worried about the Niners becoming, Brandon already is.
Well, they enabled him throughout the entire process.
No doubt.
And they made it so every tantrum that he was throwing, they were giving in. You want to be traded? Okay, sure. Let's work on trading you and all the rest of it. And so I do think that, there's two sides to every story.
Of
and
course.
you look at Brandon, and it's easy to blame him. And it comes back to now where you're 4 weeks in, and we're talking about trading Brandon Aiyuk again.
End of summer sales event is on at Frontier Ford, Stevens Creek, in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. Stop by or visit frontierford.com. Incredible savings. Drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com. And that segment was brought to you by The Veranda in Concord. Funny text just came through on the Comcast business text line. Does Brandon have a Taco Bell in his mansion? If he doesn't, trade for Adams. There it is. Thank you very much. 925. We'll take more of your calls on this next. Plus, Doc Pandia in about 15 minutes on Christian McCaffrey. This is Willard and Dibbs. I wish my grin could be heard on the radio.
Put words to it. You're like a Cheshire cat over there.
I just think that this is not as crazy as it seems. And I'll grant you that it's unlikely. And yes, there are a lot of holes, or I should say obstacles. There are a lot of obstacles to doing this. Now, I've sort of thrown out the idea of a 3-teamer between...
Which is almost unheard of in the NFL.
Almost unheard of. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know what the Raiders would say, but call and find out. You take Brandon, we'll take Devontae.
Straight up. I think you'd have to attach a pick to it. Because all I hear from you is how much better Devontae is than Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, but except for now you're in a situation where you're not going to get dollar for dollar if you're the Raiders. You don't get dollar for dollar when the whole world knows you need to get rid of somebody who is supposedly an injured diva.
Well, if you're looking for an asset, I'd rather have a second-round pick than I would a $30 million a year wide receiver who can only garner 2 catches a game.
Maybe I thought the Raiders were trying to win. That's what I'm being told.
Well, if you're really trying to win, then you're not going to trade the best player on your team or the second best player on your team.
But they are trading him because it's gotten to that point. You know what I mean? You know this. We all know this. There are complexities to this that doesn't make it the same as other situations. And again, when I say the Raiders aren't trying to win, understand what I mean by that. I'm not calling them a tank job. I'm not saying that they're going out there on Sundays and not attempting to win their game. The actual game day staff, the coaches, the players, of course they are. But the Raiders are not going to make decisions based on going all in on playoffs and Super Bowl this year. They are going to make decisions based on where they sit in this current moment, which is in a division with Patrick Mahomes and Jim Harbaugh, and no quarterback of the future, and all well knowing what that means for how they should conduct themselves over the next few years. You don't go all in on things right now. You kick the can down the road, and you get yourself prepared to be ready when that next quarterback is available. Now, when will that be? Who is that guy?
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't
even know what the next quarterback class looks like.
Neither do I. I don't know either. And even
it's
if people
a little early to make that determination.
If people think they do, they don't. You know what I mean? You got a long way to go, a season, and then obviously the combine and the profiling and the meetings and all of that stuff. I mean, this time, Kyler Murray's year, this time of that year, he was projected to be a 4th or 5th rounder.
He was going to be a baseball player.
He went number 1 overall.
He was going to be in Oakland A.
Right.
There was no thought of him.
Well, there was a thought.
Right, but the prevailing notion was the A's used the first-round pick on him. Yeah. He was going to be a baseball player.
He had been paid $5 to $7 million already by the A's.
That he gave up to be a football player. I'm not saying that there's a 0% chance, but this to me feels like all of the Giannis to the Warriors talk. We can talk about it, and it's just not going to happen.
Okay, let me meet me halfway on that one.
This is more likely just based on the way trades can happen. Like Giannis, you'd have to trade $50 million worth of player and all the other rules, blah, blah, blah. This feels as likely as Giannis to the Warriors.
I'll disagree from this standpoint. Giannis has never gone public with a trade request. The Bucks have never come out and been like, we're looking to deal our guy. Then this would be a comp. I know the Niners aren't the top destination. They're not the most likely. It is the Jets or the Saints or the Bills or someone other than the 49ers. But, man, I'd get on the phone. We always hear about do the due diligence and put me in the camp of people, as ridiculous as it may sound, put me in the camp of people who thinks that last Friday was actually part of the problem.
With the shorts.
Yes. I do not think that Kyle Shanahan thinks that is a, as we like to call it in the business, a nothing burger.
Right.
I do not believe that.
I don't believe that it was such a double-double of a burger that, he's that angry about it. I think that if it was really that upsetting, like, for example, if Brandon Aiyuk walks up to him and goes double bird, drops trow, and moons him, he probably gets suspended and he misses a game.
But this is
the man came out in shorts that weren't appropriate. He got a dressing down and a talking to, and then he went out and played football.
But this is not the first brick on the wall.
Right, but it's not the last brick on the wall.
Maybe not, but it's another brick on the wall.
Shout out Pink Floyd.
And the wall is a wall. It's not the second. It's not the second brick.
It might be a retaining wall.
I'm telling you, Kyle Shanahan, from every fiber in my being and every conversation I've had, this man was very often very unhappy with Brandon Aiyuk this offseason. Often.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
And what has been the result of him being very upset?
Well,
Aiyuk has gone out there and played every game and played as many snaps as his body would allow. And I would imagine, and I'll pull up the numbers from last game, he probably played 90% of the snaps.
Yeah.
I know he didn't play in the very end of the game because it was garbage time.
And caught 2 balls.
At 5 targets.
Yeah. 5 targets.
Well, 2 of the 3 that he didn't catch. And I was just looking at my notes during the break. There was a Jabril Peppers pass breakup, which was a great defensive play, wearing the Guardian cap.
Yes. Yeah.
There was another pass breakup in the second half, and then there was the god-awful throw into double coverage in the end zone.
It was an interception.
That was intercepted.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not getting into
god-awful.
We're not getting into Brock Purdy's success rate because Brock Purdy's success rate right now is elite across the NFL. Brandon Aiyuk's success rate, if you'd rather do that, let's not do targets, let's not do catches, let's do success rate. It's weak.
Yeah, it's 52%.
And that's terrible.
It's bad, yeah.
Okay. So, I mean,
it's not only because of Brandon Aiyuk.
I didn't say that, but this is a team concept, and if that's where this is going, if your success rate is down, if your usage is down, if your frustration caused is up, well, let's talk about it. And is this a way out? I think it is. Jason in the city next up on Willard and Dibs. Doc Pandy on Christian McCaffrey shortly. Hi, Jason. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for taking my call. Willard, I am 10,000% with you. It's Davante Adams. I am absolutely picking up the phone. I'm not as much of a geek into the cap space or feasibility trades. Okay, but I am picking up the phone. Think about it this way. Organizationally, yes, Brandon Aiyuk has been solid. He's been great. The summer was kind of annoying. He admitted it. Okay, but now he's doing fine on the field. Team standpoint, we have Brock Purdy, who's been cooking since his rookie year. Last year took us to overtime against the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. You're going to tell me that if we pick up the phone and call Davante Adams and said, hey, Davante, we know you're really smart, you're really good. You want to join our team? We know you're probably hungry for the chip. We got a really good, solid team, maybe an offensive genius in Shanahan. What do you think? You're going to tell me he is not interested I am absolutely picking up the phone. Now, if you want to take the longevity, sustainability, future standpoint, if you want to take that point, then let's strike while the iron is hot, because look at all our injuries. Look at Tua. With Brock is great. Let's keep the thing going. I am absolutely picking up the phone, and thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, Jason, thank you. All right, the only thing I would take issue with there is, Jason, you kind of made it sound like it would be Davante's choice, like he has the power to just say exactly where he wants to go, and that's not necessarily the case. Obviously, this would probably take some sort of a restructuring of this entire contract that we're talking about, and so his blessing is probably necessary. But the Raiders are going to have to guide this ship. They would need to have the trade compensation, and they would have to be a place where they wanted to send him, and all of those things.
And longevity-wise, Brandon Aiyuk is going to have much greater longevity. I thought that he was implying that Davante Adams would have a greater longevity than the 26-year-old Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily catch that, but I agree with you on that. Let me offer this up as something new for the conversation, though. Brock Purdy looks pretty damn good, doesn't he?
Yeah,
looks like
spectacular.
Potentially even getting better.
We never did Brockster's millions this week, but his millions keep going up and up and up.
Brock is like, I don't think anybody, you don't need to worry about it anymore. We might need to kill the segment.
Yep.
Brock's getting his money. All right?
End of discussion.
So if Brock looks good and you feel like Brock's getting better, and now Christian McCaffrey's hurt, and you don't know when Christian McCaffrey's coming back. And when he does come back, you're not exactly sure what that's going to look like. And there's fear about him as he approaches his 30th birthday. Isn't it time to start making this a little bit more of a passing team than a running team? And if you're going to do that, I would argue that Brandon Aiyuk, while a very good receiver, is more of a somewhat circumstantial receiver, as Greg Cosell has said, perfect for what the Niners do, while Davante Adams, as Greg Cosell said, works in any system. He's more of one of those elite one-on-one, mano-a-mano, like true number one receivers. I think he helps you with that. If the Niners do want to win the Super Bowl this year, potentially without Christian McCaffrey, or at least with a lot less of him, I would argue you need to center this a little bit more on the passing game. And I think Davante helps you with that more than Brandon does.
And that's where philosophically you and I differ as far as what Kyle Shanahan would prefer. I think that he prefers to have a team that's going to run it 50% of the time. He said it as much, be a 50-50 team. And maybe they're not so much run first this year. A lot of it's circumstantial. When you're trailing, you're going to throw it more. And I look at the game on Sunday where they were leading and they almost ran it exclusively the last 3 drives because they had the lead.
Sure.
So they're going to run it a ton. I think philosophically they do want to run it. They do want to use the tight end and the fullback a lot more, and they don't often go to 3 wide receivers.
Okay, we're going to keep going with your phone calls, but we'll pause real quick to go out to the River Islands guest line. Time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya, who's not only really smart, but also very flexible. Thank you, Doc, for this new time so we could talk to Steve Kerr. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing really good. We want to play something for you, okay? This is from Christian McCaffrey's dad, Ed McCaffrey, talking about his Achilles tendonitis that's bilateral. Let's listen to this and let you react.
You hear all these medical terms. Look, if you have tendonitis, you have tendonitis. I don't know. I think of it like tennis elbow. You've seen tennis players get it, and then they can't play tennis for a while until it heals up. He just has that in his Achilles. And really just start it with one, and then like that kind of creeps into your calf, and then you start overcompensating, then you start feeling it in the other one. But it's just tendonitis. So I wouldn't get overly complicated, which means it's very, very sore. So I don't know if you've ever had an Achilles injury, but if you have, you know, it's pretty hard to run when you have an Achilles injury. And so I think the team decided, hey, let's be smart with this. Let's look at our schedule. It's the beginning of the season. We don't need to put you out there at 70%. Let's get you 100% and hopefully be ready to go. So they put him on IR. And so it's not up to him. Those are, by the way, doctor's decision. He doesn't decide. He's like, I'll go if you want me to go. And they watch him run and work out and they're like, you know what? This doesn't make sense. You're injured. Let's wait till this thing settles down. And the only treatment is rest.
Okay. That's from Ed McCaffrey. Doc, what do you think?
I think that does capture it pretty well. I mean, I think in general with Achilles tendonitis, even though we're worried about that, relatively small risk of rupture, 4 to 10%, it honestly is pain and inflammation. And if an athlete has pain, then it's really up to their body in terms of when they're ready to go out there. And if a doctor or the trainers see that, hey, you're pushing through, but your mechanics are off, we don't want you to get injured, then that's really the decision that you make. So I think absolutely the mainstay of treatment is rest. That's what they're doing. The fact that it's bilateral is not super surprising. It's either going to come from overuse of both tendons or you're going to compensate a little bit. So I think what he's saying is true. And I think at the end of the day, what this all comes down to, timelines and treatments and all this other stuff aside, it's how he feels. And if he feels good, he can play. It doesn't matter what the MRI shows, but if he doesn't have pain, he can perform on the field. He'll be back. That's what makes it frustrating because we don't know when that'll be. But I think this concern about, is this going to lead to like a traumatic injury down the road? I think it's more about, can he be pain-free and can he perform on the field?
So there's no clear line between a tendonitis like this that would eventually result in a rupture.
Yeah, I think it's without knowing the MRI and not knowing how bad this is, I think the vast majority of people are going to basically do fine. It's going to be problematic. Yes, there's a risk there, but 90% of athletes are not going to have that rupture. Where the line gets blurry is that each athlete responds differently to this. So, a lineman may respond differently than a running back. Someone who has tons of inflammation may not have a lot of pain. Someone with a little inflammation may have tons of it. So it's so variable. I think we just wait and see. And yes, we talk about 4 to 6 weeks from a treatment, but really it's about how his body responds. And it sounds like he's going to start running, which is a very good sign.
Okay, so and this is part of what you've already answered, but I just kind of want to double back on it because Richard Sherman, who suffered bilateral tendonitis, sort of indicated this week that when you're in this situation, it's kind of, quote, a matter of time until one of them ruptures. And then for him, one of them did. So would you kind of dispute that, though?
I would, yeah. I think we have a tendency to concentrate on the athletes who have Achilles tendonitis to get a rupture. But if the vast majority of them don't, if you look at big, huge studies that have looked at this in people, it's 4 to 10% of a risk. So it absolutely is not the inevitable process. There are probably more athletes walking around with Achilles tendonitis that don't get reported on injury reports. So it's a risk. It's there. But the vast majority of athletes won't tear their Achilles. It's a risk, but you got to make sure that you do the right things.
Fred Warner goes out of the game with an ankle right before halftime, and then he ends up sitting the entire game. But he was back with his helmet on the sideline. What's the concern level with a guy who just rolls his ankle like that?
Pretty low, and I think he even said, he didn't feel he could be effective out there. And I think if you kind of break that down, it's really not necessarily the fact that there was no way he could play. It's just that he was kind of grading how he could perform out there. And I think that's really the key with these kind of general ankle issues. It's like, can I be out there? Can I cut? Can I pivot? Can I be a player out there that can actually make a difference as opposed to someone who's just out there? So I think in general, if he's feeling good and feeling like he can perform, then absolutely he can play. If he feels like, look, he can't go out there or can't be out there for that many plays, and he just rests. But this being something, given the fact that it sounds like he had scans and they're normal, totally not something to worry about. Could he potentially sit this weekend just to be safe? Absolutely, but I don't think that would be a point of concern.
Doc, what did you make of the way George Kittle looked after the hamstring injury and then the report that he's still kind of day-to-day with it after the game?
He looked pretty good. I mean, that catch he had was pretty remarkable. I think with him going out there running, playing a lot of plays is the thing you're looking for. And the fact that it's a little bit sore is probably a sign of the fact that he went out there and exerted his hamstring more than he could in practice leading up to the game. So I think in general, it would not be surprising if you see him kind of questionable or day-to-day for the next couple of weeks. That's how long these hamstring issues take to resolve. But the fact that he looked good, he played, and there wasn't any time at which he pulled up or looked like he needed treatment on the sideline, I think more than anything else is just normal soreness that you would expect after playing from a week off.
Talanoa Hufanga didn't play, but it wasn't because of the recovery from the ACL, but rather a secondary injury. What did you think of Talanoa when he played the week before, coming off of the big knee injury?
I think he looked pretty good. I think in general, when someone comes off an ACL, that 9 to 12 month mark is when you're ready to play. But if you look at when people actually feel normal and their mechanics look normal, it's usually 12 to 18 months from the time of their injury. That's why it's that second season where statistics get better. So I think for him, this ankle issue, if maybe he didn't have an ACL injury, he probably would be playing. But the fact that your mechanics typically aren't all the way back at this time point, plus you got this other injury, better to be safe. But the fact that he was out there, he was cutting, he was pivoting, didn't seem to be compensating that much. I think he looked good. And once his ankle gets all healed up, I think we'll hopefully have him contribute this second part of the season.
Hey, Doc, before you go, can you weigh in on this Rashee Rice situation, which seemed like it was absolutely headed for a torn ACL, and now everyone's kind of like, hold up, we're not sure what's going on, and now there's renewed optimism. What do you think's going on?
Yeah, I think, we have a tendency to think that MRIs are definitive in terms of they're going to show an ACL is torn or not. But, if we think about what an MRI does, it's really just looking at inflammation in the knee. And sometimes inflammation can indicate there's a tear and you see a lot of signal there. Sometimes it can just indicate that maybe there's a sprain. So for a lot of these times, it's based on the exam. So MRI is inconclusive, but the knee's too swollen to examine it to see, hey, is this actually torn? Is your knee unstable? Or is it really just kind of just stiff and swollen and we can't get a sense of it? So I think it's, they'll probably wait a couple weeks and see how his knee feels, but absolutely, they're the subset of individuals who get an MRI. You can't really tell what's going on, but you can't examine it because it's still pretty swollen. So hopefully there's some optimism. So hopefully he's out there and, he's an important part of the Chiefs offense.
No doubt about that. Doc, great stuff as always. Thank you so much for the perspective.
No problem. Take care, guys.
Okay. Doc Pandia, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
Yeah, I actually had one more at the buzzer, but I don't know if he would have been able to give a proper answer, so I held off on it.
What were we going to ask?
if I broke my nose or not. How do I know if I broke my nose? I hit myself in the face with the nozzle on the hose.
And it looks like it's healing up pretty well already.
Well, the scab part is, but the top of my nose is swollen and it hurts when I touch it. Did I break my nose?
You might have.
Yeah.
I broke my nose before. So
and is it possible to have like a fracture of the nose, or does it have to be like a complete break?
I think it's possible. Now, this is just me, but since we do amateur doctor stuff, right? Like, I think that it could just be a fracture. Because when I broke mine, it wasn't, like, oh gosh, it exploded or anything like that. It just looked like a bump, a hefty bump on one side, which you have a little bit of one, right? And and it was, although I went straight to the doctor. I was playing baseball and got a ground ball bat hop straight to the face.
I was trying to fend off an angry yellow jacket with the hose.
Did your nose bleed a lot?
Oh yeah, inside and out.
Oh, you should probably go to the doctor.
Yeah. It still hurts.
You should go to the doctor.
You should have seen it. What a scene. Yellow jacket chasing me and my 80-year-old mother-in-law.
And it ended with you whacking your face with a hose.
It landed on my nose, and instead of trying to swat it with my empty hand, I swatted it with the hose hand. And you know those big sprayers, like the gun sprayer that you have? I swung the hose and just absolutely drilled myself in the face. That really hurt. So my wife's watching from in the house, and she immediately starts laughing.
Right, it's really funny.
Really funny.
Except for you
gushing. And then she can't stop laughing, and then she looks up and she goes, "Oh my God, you're bleeding."
Yes.
I go, "Yeah."
Both from the inside and the out.
Well, I was bleeding down the front, and then I blew my nose, and immediately the tissue was covered in red. And I was like, "This ain't good."
How long did it last?
About 5 minutes. I shook it off. I was grilling.
Yeah.
You wash your hands and
You
get
were
back to the
cooking,
grill.
too.
Yeah.
I mean.
Stupid yellow jacket. Anyway, I should have asked the doc.
You should go to the doctor.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570. Good idea or bad for the Niners to get in on the Davante Adams conversation? And as I ask you that, and we get ready to take your calls in the 5 o'clock hour, I'll tell you I got something new on the Davante front. There is a development. How about that? There is a development. We'll share it with you next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, I'm here to talk about not my latest injury, but about my weight loss journey, which has been incredible. Started 6 months ago.
Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
That guy just called his dog DeAnthony Melton.
Yeah.
Or Brandon Pajemski.
Depends. Although Pods might start.
Pods might be a very good name for a dog.
Yeah.
What's up, Pods? Come here, Podsy.
And I wonder what the starting lineup will be because, Steph and Draymond, okay, we'll give you those two. We'll
that was breaking news on our show. Draymond Green is in the starting lineup. He has earned the spot. Way to go, Day-Day.
Number of different ways he can go from there.
Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely. And
Wiggins, if Wiggins can return to, and how many times have we said this? If Wiggins can, ... and it's tragic that his dad passed.
I'm in on Wiggins this year.
Yeah.
I'm in. Like,
I'd say I'm in too, but that would be disingenuous for the amount of times and the amount of airtime I've spent burying him.
Well,
so I'm not going to pretend like I'm, pom-pom Wiggins.
I reserve the right to define what that means, but I'm in on Wiggins this year.
Well, until you define what that means.
Well, it's early. It's
you're
October.
Not in on Wiggins.
No, it is. I'm in on Wiggins. It doesn't mean, he's going to average 20 points and he's going to this and that and he's going to look like the championship. No. Just I'm in on Andrew Wiggins and a bounce back. That's what I'm in on. A bounce back.
I'm going to ask you again. What does that mean?
I'm going to define it. It's only October 2nd. They're in Hawaii.
Right.
Okay?
And He's ill.
Sipping Mai Tai through a mask right now.
He is drinking Pepto through a mask. Mortussin. Getting that Motussin.
He's over there drinking Airborns. All right. I got something for you, and then we'll go back to the phones.
All right.
Albert Breer.
Thank you.
Teams involved in the Davante Adams market have become convinced that the Raiders star is focused on engineering a trade to the New York Jets.
They're the favorite.
The Bills and Steelers are among those who've inquired with Vegas on Adams per sources.
Yeah.
Okay.
According to covers.com, which is a site that posts odds on a number of different things, Davante Adams' next team odds.
Jets, probably 1-1.
Minus 125.
Wow,
so odds on favorite, you have to lay money to get money. Second choice, a tie between the New Orleans Saints and the Washington Commanders.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Pittsburgh Steelers are 7-1. Kansas City is 12-1. Dallas is 12-1. Those are the only teams listed as of today,
Really?
October 2nd.
Buffalo's not on the list?
Not according to covers.com.
That's your high odds bet is the Buffalo Bills, which just from my eyes, I have no idea what Davante wants and what the Raiders want, where they want to send him and all that. But if I'm just looking at the NFL as an observer and thinking to myself, okay, who could really use a wide receiver who's got a good quarterback and is a contender right now? There's your answer. Buffalo Bills.
Right.
Like, that's the answer. I don't think it's going to happen, but if I'm Buffalo, I'm willing to do right now whatever it takes to get Davante Adams on the squad. And if I'm Davante, I'm loving that idea. Go play with Josh Allen? But anyway, I get it. He wants to go play with Aaron Rodgers again. I think it's a mistake. You engineer a trade to the New York Jets. Your quarterback's 40. How much longer is he playing? By the way, they're not even moving the ball, and he's got 2 or 3 good receivers on his team now. So that's weird, but I get it.
Makes sense because the Jets are already – Jets are 2-2, but it feels like they're in a mode of desperation already. You lost 10-9 to the Denver Broncos.
No, it was a joke. Breece Hall is phenomenal. He rushed for 4 yards. 10 carries, 4.
Yeah.
How many? 4.
Right.
4 yards. So, listen, I'm with you. I also think we're early enough in the game that it's still lying season on this story. Like, Antonio Pierce is full of it as he's sitting. Anything he says right now in front of the microphone, he's full of it. I think Davante, although he hasn't spoken much on it publicly, he was, up in Adams. I think we're still in a speculative, agents are trying to move the ball around the field kind of a space. I'm not arguing that the Jets aren't the favorite. They are. But I also think that things like this can come public because people are trying to up trade value and offers and create interest in all of those things.
Trade deadline November 5th.
Plenty of time.
34 days from now. But this one feels like it'll happen sooner rather than later because if you're an acquiring team, you want to get the maximum amount of time with the player that you're going to acquire. And if he's out with a hamstring injury that really is only hamstring because he doesn't really want to play, then the Raiders would be equally motivated to get something done.
Oh, get it done. Absolutely. I mean, this is Davante Adams. If you're a contending team, you want those next 4 games of Davante on your team, for sure. All right, let's hear from you. Would you get involved in this conversation if you're the Niners? I am 100% yes. Dibs doesn't dig it. Rich in Fremont, you're next up. Hi, Rich. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. What's up, Dibs?
Rich, how are you, kid?
Hey, man, I'm doing good. I'm still at work, but, hey, got to pay them bills and keep the lights on. Most of the time, Mark, you're usually spot on, dude. That's the reason why I love your insight. But on this one, I'm sorry. I gotta side with this. I think Davante Adams to the Niners is a horrible idea. And the reason why it's horrible is because this is a guy, everywhere he goes, he just wears out his welcome. And he does it fast.
Whoa.
I don't know why. How many teams have you been with now?
2. What are we talking about, Rich? Are you kidding? Where's he worn out his welcome?
We're talking about Davante. Hasn't he been with 3 teams now?
No.
Just 2.
Packers, and then he left as a free agent and did not wear out his welcome in Green Bay at all. He wanted to go play with Derek Carr when Aaron Rodgers was leaving.
Okay, but I thought, so I was wrong on that one. I thought he went to the Saints. Anyway, I still think that if he's here, he's going to bring, undue attention to himself the way he did in his last 2 starts. He's with the Raiders now. He's trying to go someplace else. Look, we need continuity. We need team play. Okay? Yeah, okay, I get it that Aiyuk probably wasn't behaving as he should, probably wasn't being professional.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have a history of it. Whereas Davante has always got a history of where he's one place and then now he's not happy there. And now he's at the Raiders, and now he's not happy there.
Yeah, Rich.
So, in my opinion,
go ahead, Rich.
I just don't think that the Niner offense needs that type of undue attention. They need to have continuity going forward because this is the reason why they're struggling is because they're not basically gelled together yet.
Yeah.
They got injuries, they got all those other stuff to deal with. And I'm thinking, if you bring in that guy, it's like, once again, the whole attention is going to be on him. It's like, dude, no, I'm not with that. I think it's horrible. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, Rich, thank you for the call. I'm literally sitting here wondering if you're actually thinking of the right guy. Like your description of Davante Adams, in my opinion, could not be further from the truth. This is literally the first time in a decade-long career where there has even been the slightest sniff or story of Davante disgruntled and leaving a team. This is his second team. He was an absolute standard-bearing player for the team that drafted him, was the favorite receiver of his quarterback, stayed there forever until he was leaving, then became a free agent and left.
Yeah, 6-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, I don't know what some of these characteristics that we're putting on Davante. My God, everything you just said about Davante, A, is not only not true, but B, it's much more true about Brandon Aiyuk than it is Davante.
Well, I would look at his recent track record in Vegas from the doc that we've seen and what he's done now this year, where he's basically decided not to play anymore. And he may be hurt. He may be hurt real bad, and that may affect his trade value. But I'm seeing a player now in Vegas who's decided that this is a situation he doesn't want to be a part of anymore.
Well, I would agree with that, but I would also think in this particular case, especially since we've gotten a good window into it, he's completely justified. He's completely justified with these thoughts.
Don't know that.
I mean,
I don't know the inner workings of Vegas. All I know is that they're 2-2.
And he did, and he stuck it out. It's not like he quit on them. He played all the games last year. He kept running over the middle for Jimmy and hospital balls. Yep. He kept doing it. I don't dig that we've arrived at this at age 31 season, and now we're painting Davante Adams as a bad guy and not a team guy. That's not my impression of Devontae at all.
I'm not trying to portray him that way.
Or anyone.
You know, Rich might have been a little bit off in his background check of the player, but what he did say about continuity, I'll buy, because you've got continuity with Brandon Aiyuk, and he's been there now, and this is his 5th year, and you know what to expect. And whether or not he and Brock are on the same page right now, that is a bit of a head scratcher, because they should be. They've played together long enough so that they should be finding each other. And when I see him targeting Brandon Aiyuk, I'm not seeing them on the same page. Sometimes the route that he's running is not where the ball is going. Is he expecting him to run a different sharpness in his route? I don't know. They look off right now, Brock and Brandon Aiyuk.
I also think there's been continuity of eye roll moments with Brandon Aiyuk, especially in calendar year 2024. And that, I think, is a totally fair comment. Jarrett in Virginia Beach calling in on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jarrett. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Hey, so I think Rich, I think he was thinking of DeAndre Hopkins. Just real quick take on that. But hey, on Devontae Adams, I think it's a fun idea to entertain, especially as a rental for now. One, he's a true wide receiver one. As a longtime 49er fan, I have not seen Brandon Aiyuk really as a wide receiver one. In my opinion, he's more Jameson Williams-esque in that, regard as far as talent goes. And if we do go out and get Devontae Adams, say we do like him after this season, let alone as a rental, hopefully he's a better option or a better rental than Chase Young was for us last year.
Right.
But that restructured Debo's contract, if we do like Devontae Adams next season, that restructured Debo's contract really starts to get interesting. And with Brock Purdy's play, he's really evolving this offense with moving on from that whole, why aren't we in the talk of Yak brothers or yards after the catch and all that. Brock Purdy's play, his evolution with this offense, it's quite interesting. Doesn't seem like we need a wide back anymore. We don't need a really dynamic fullback like Juice anymore. And if I'm looking at an offense with Devontae Adams, Juwan Jennings, George Kittle, and Jordan Mason, all with Brock Purdy, I think that's a pretty scary offense, in my opinion.
Yeah, and maybe Debo, too. I know you're talking about the future beyond this year. Jarrett, thank you. I mean, the conversation he brings up, I think is an interesting one. Where my mind goes is Niner fans, be ready for this to be a little bit more each year. A little bit more of the pie is going to go to Brock. That's what this offense is going to be about as we move into the future. And he's proving that he, like each week right now, that he's able to handle that. It's not going to be about jet sweeps and Christian McCaffrey. And like, if you're going to give this guy $60 million after the year, it's why I don't think the Super Bowl window closes. I'm now fully comfortable using the word star with their quarterback. He's a star quarterback, and that's what the next decade of Niner football is going to be about.
Yeah, I don't necessarily connect those two things. You can be a star quarterback and play the way that he's playing now. You don't have to go out there and throw it 35 times to justify making $60 million.
I agree.
What you have to do is go out there and continue to be efficient, effective, and win football games. So I don't think that those two things are connected. And I disagree with the caller about the wide back and Kyle Juszczyk as a fullback, because you look at who started the game. Jordan Mason did not start the game. And I was wondering about that, and I looked at his stats today. Jordan Mason does not get credit for the start. They went with the wide back. Deebo Samuel started the game as the wide back.
For a couple plays, yeah.
Yeah, he got the first carry. And Kyle Juszczyk, the way they use him is exactly what Kyle Shanahan loves about football. Juszczyk in the backfield. And watch him this Sunday. I urge all of you, when they break the huddle, just watch Juszczyk, where he goes, because he never goes to a spot and stays there. He'll break the huddle and he'll be in the backfield, and then he'll shift over to the tight end or vice versa, over to the slot. This is what Kyle likes. For me, it's not about Brock's the star, therefore we're going to go four wides and we're just going to let him sling it. Kyle likes this, which is interchangeable pieces run by a quarterback who is brilliant, who can make all the reads.
I want to back up on something also where and this is off of the call with Rich, where Rich had some misinformation. So did I. Devontae did, and thank you for everybody on the Comcast business text line who just texted in. Devontae did not go to the Raiders as a free agent. That was a trade. The Raiders, I believe, sent maybe a 1 and a 2, actually, to Green Bay for Davante Adams. But
forced his way out.
See, that's not,
I'm
no.
just kind of tongue
That's
in cheek.
the perception of the idea that there was some sort of fight that led to that is, in my memory bank, not accurate.
I'll Google it. I'll go to my Green Bay sources.
No, but actually it goes to a point you've brought up about the Packers a lot. They rebooted their receiver room with a bunch of cheap options, and they were restarting the whole thing with Jordan Love. And so they felt, I know, it was time to move on from Aaron Rodgers. Therefore, Davante Adams, time to move on from him as well. And yes, I do think he had a lot of say in it. He wanted to go play with Derek Carr, who he knows from their college days. So, but that was not some sort of like, it was not like this feels right now. Let's put it that way.
Well, it was at the end of the year.
Yeah, this was not week 5 and Davante's ticked and now he ends up on the Raiders. So to me, this is the first experience we're having with Davante and the team at odds.
And this is the first article I found, which is the trade happened in March, and the Packers informed Davante Adams that they would not be using the franchise tag on him.
There you go.
So, in other words, yeah, we're not going to be paying you. And so, before they had the opportunity, they traded him to the Raiders. The Raiders gave him that big contract, and that's where we are.
Yeah. All right. So, just clearing that up, and my bad on that particular front of the story. 888-957-9570. How about Austin in the city? Hi, Austin. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how y'all doing, man?
Austin.
What's up?
Hey, no, man. Hey, man. Hey, people sound delusional. I don't agree with the last caller. He don't even sound confident even saying that. Trading Brandon Aiyuk for Adams. Adams should stay where he at or go back to Green Bay. Other than that, I feel like everybody trying to find little nicks and things to say about Brandon Aiyuk instead of paying attention to the dub that we just got, how he helped get the dub. He's drawing all type of coverage, defensive coverages on him to open up for Jennings and whoever else needs to catch the ball and whatnot. Hey, I want y'all to keep the same energy when he starts lighting up everybody else up these upcoming weeks. Just watch it, man.
Austin, thanks. This isn't really about that. I know so many people want to make this about Brandon. Do you like him? Do you not like him? I get it. Like, there's a lot of fatigue about all the Brandon Aiyuk conversation. To me, this isn't about that. This isn't punitive. I'm not freaking out about where he's at statistically. I didn't even think about him this week until this opportunity came. For me, this is simply an opportunistic conversation. You call, you have it, because I think this makes you better. That's it. It doesn't mean Brandon has to be traded right now. And the two options you came up with, Austin, are literally two of the only options that are not on the table. Staying with the Raiders or going back to Green Bay. Neither of those are palatable for Davante Adams any way, shape, or form.
Right. And actually, he told Green Bay that he wouldn't play on the franchise tag.
Correct.
Which is why, not that they weren't going to franchise him, he told them, I'm not playing on the franchise tag. Then they traded him.
Right. The franchise tag, every player says, or at least tries, to not be on the franchise tag. Nobody wants to be on that. Sometimes if you are, it's like T. Higgins in Cincinnati right now. If you're not even the top wide receiver on your team, well, sure, go ahead and franchise tag me. Right. Like, you're going to pay me probably more than I'm worth, at least for the short term, and then you figure it out later. But most star players do not, as you know, do not want the franchise tag or to play on it. So anyway, the Raiders is not an option. The Packers is not an option. I'm not saying that Brandon's a poison pill, but I'm also not going to give flowers to somebody because he helped beat the Patriots with 2 catches. Let's be real here. You got to keep, I could say the same thing to you, okay? Same energy for Brandon Aiyuk, just because he missed camp, his fault, and now 4 weeks into the season, still isn't putting up numbers. We're not supposed to assess that? We're supposed to just be like, no, everybody relax, and we have to just like be all nice about this. No. We were frustrated with Bosa a little bit last year. Fine. And I think it's totally fine to be frustrated with the Brandon Aiyuk situation now.
You can be.
And guess who's frustrated? Not just me. Kyle Shanahan is frustrated.
Well, he's not so frustrated that he's doing anything about it. And, you can hit me with the Mike Silver article that you were referencing earlier, a guy who is going to defend the coach and defend John Lynch, the front office, more than he's going to take up for the player, and I get that.
The article wasn't about defending anybody. It's saying the same thing I am, which is that this is an interesting idea.
I think it's, of course, an interesting idea, and we're going to spend the whole show on it, and I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not even worth discussing because it's an interesting idea. I don't think it's going to happen, and I also don't think that it should happen, and we can look at Brandon Aiyuk's numbers all we want, but the impact that he's making to Austin from San Francisco's point is greater than just how many catches and targets he's getting.
Yeah, it is, except for what did we do last year? That was the argument that a lot of people used all offseason.
And I push back on that
look
at every
these
turn.
numbers. Okay, fine. Now look at these numbers.
Right.
Look at these. What do you want to do with this? 167 yards in 4 games for $30 million.
I want to look at every single play, and you look at all of the targets he's getting, and you can see times that he's open and the ball's not thrown to him. You can see the routes that he's running where he's not getting separation. You can see routes where he's wide open down the middle of the field and Brock doesn't see him for a walk-in touchdown.
Right.
We could talk about a week 1 pass in the corner when you and I were both there and he gets 2 hands on it and he should have scored and caught it and he didn't. And we can look at, plays where he's throwing blocks in the run game. There's more to it for me than 2 catches. That's too simple.
Agreed, but I want to stress, I'm not making this about Brandon. I'm making it about Devontae.
Right.
I'm not saying the Niners have a poison pill and they have to get him out of town. But good Lord, this is a pretty good idea if you ask me. I'm not saying he's poison, but this makes you better, in my opinion. And I think it's doable. I agree with you that it's probably not going to happen. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I don't think it's doable, but...
Well, it's doable.
Of course,
it's
they're allowed to do it. But if you're...
It's within the rules.
3-team trades in the NFL are incredibly rare, almost unheard of.
And this can be a 2-team trade.
It can be, but if I'm the Raiders and I sent a first and a second to get him, and he still is very much the same player... Basically, that he was then, and I'm going to settle for Brandon Aiyuk.
But they are so different. The Raiders are a totally different organization than they were when they acquired Devontae Adams. 3 seasons ago.
2 years? Yeah.
3 seasons ago, Derek Carr's their quarterback. They're thinking that they've got a playoff team. That's why they made the deal. Now they've moved on from Derek Carr. They've done nothing with their quarterback position. Patrick Mahomes has further solidified himself as someone who's impossible to beat, at least within the division. You know what I mean? Like, it's clearly a different scenario. That's why they're willing to deal him.
But the player is still as valuable or close to as valuable an asset as he was then.
In theory, yes. But as you know, when the world knows that you're forcing a trade, your value goes down.
Yes, but you do have 34 days till the deadline. Yeah. So if you're the Raiders and you have an understanding that Devontae Adams is not going to play for you anymore because he's got a hamstring injury, or maybe it's just because he doesn't want to don the silver and black ever again, and you know that trading him is what you're going to probably have to do, you don't have to rush out and do it, especially if you are of your mindset, which is, we're probably not going to win the Super Bowl anyway. We want to win as many games as we can. We want to be competitive. We want to keep our coach. We want all these things to go great, but we're not just going to give him away on October 2nd.
I'll agree with you.
Because he wants to be traded.
No, I'll agree with you that the Raiders aren't in a rush, except from the perspective that I would imagine other teams' offers would at least threaten to go down the more you wait, because Devontae becomes less valuable to that contender with each passing week. The Raiders are not in a rush. Let's go to Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hey, Kurt, thanks for calling.
All right, thanks for taking my call, fellas. And, I just want to say one thing and make it real short. We're talking about contenders. Well, there's only one contender right now in football, and that's Purdy to take us back to the promised land, to the Super Bowl. And you're going to remember me telling you this. It's Purdy's shoulders, not the coach. It's not offense. Defense does get you back to a Super Bowl, makes you win one. But it's Purdy, the superstar, fellas. He is the star of the team, and he is going to bring us back to the Super Bowl. And there's no other one that's going to contend with us. It's not Philadelphia. It's not Dallas. It's not Green Bay. And it might be Detroit. But in the Super Bowl, 49ers and the Ravens. Kansas City, they're out. I want them out. I'm tired of seeing them.
Take them out.
Kurt, thanks. Yeah,
Thank you,
I'm
Kurt.
tired of him too. But
Kurt, you can call anytime.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know.
Kurt's
I don't know
calls.
if anybody's disputing him though. He's like, mark my words, Brock Purdy's the one. Well, yeah, I agree with you.
Yes, Brock Purdy is the one.
Those are my words too.
And where you and I differ is the evolution of the offense as it continues to evolve with Brock Purdy. I think that this is the offense that Kyle wants, and he just happens to have a really, really good quarterback, star quarterback. I'll go with you on he's a freaking star. The throws he made against New England, Mr. Dink and Dunk, and it's 50 here and it's 43 yards there. He's a star, and now they have a new dimension. But I also think that Kyle Shanahan wants to run his offense this way, no matter who he has at quarterback.
This way, yes, but there are tweaks to quote unquote this way. Like when
he now has a wrinkle,
right? Like when you had Matt Ryan and Julio Jones. Okay, we're going to tweak this a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to just 3 yards, cloud of dust, hand the ball off 29 times. Not going to do that. So you're going to send it around your players, and I would argue that Brock Purdy has not only solidified himself as a star, but he's getting better. He's getting more experience. He's seen more things. And so you are going to lean on him a little bit more each year as you go, I would think. Let's go to, Gene in Oakland is on. Hi, Gene. What's up?
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Gene.
Hey, Dib. Sorry to hear about your accident. I guess you're day to day right now, right?
Yeah. I'm questionable for the next segment, Gene.
Okay, hang in there. That was a Devontae Adams question. Yeah, you know what? I'm in on it. I would love to see him here. And it's not like I'm giving up on Brendan, but he has shown. Once again, a bit of immaturity this year. I'm upset with him as I was with Bosa last year that he didn't sign a contract and give him some time to get ready, because I think he's hurt the team just as Bosa did early last year. Only this time it's made a difference. I think we might have won another game if he was ready. That's once again, I'm not giving up on Aiyuk. If we continue with him, I'm hopeful and maybe even confident that he will get back to what he was last year. He certainly started to show it in the last game. But Devontae Adams, we're not far removed from him being the best receiver in the game. 2 years ago, the guy was a stud. Last year, he didn't have Carr. He had Jimmy, who almost killed him, like he almost killed Kittle.
And he still went for 1,200, Gene. He still went for 1,200 last year, even with all those overthrows.
Exactly. So, listen, and the whole question of would he want to come here? Why not? We're as close to, winning a Super Bowl for him as anybody is. The bigger question would be, could we come up with a package that the Raiders would accept? So, no, I would love to see Devontae Adams here. He's a guy. I don't think he's ever showed any problems with maturity or being a prima donna or anything like that. He's a star, okay? So he's acted like a star once in a while. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this starts getting more serious in the next couple of weeks or more.
Yeah, Gene, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm with you. I think Devontae Adams' background is plenty clean. Is it a fit? As far as what the Raiders want, what the Niners want to give up, do the Niners even want to do this? I don't know the answers to any of those questions. And as far as what Devontae wants, engineering a trade to the Jets, it's fascinating. I don't know the way that he looks at this. We immediately hear these rumors of he wants to be back with his old QBs. And maybe he does look at the Jets. It's only 4 weeks in, and he sees an opportunity there. I have a hard time believing that. If you're actually, and he's going to turn 32 on Christmas Eve, okay? If you're really like, dude, it is all about winning a Super Bowl, then are you going to stay in the AFC and join the Jets? And your quarterback's 40, and you may be there post Aaron Rodgers, and you've got to deal every year twice with Josh Allen. You got to deal with Mahomes. You got to deal with Burrow. You got to deal with Lamar. My God, clearly to me, if that's your sole focus, here gives you a way better opportunity at a Super Bowl than the Jets.
I don't think you look at it as anything more than this year if you're Davante Adams. And you look at his contract, and the dead cap is 15.7, which is not that much. His base salary for next year is 35.6. The cap hit is $44 million. I don't know a team in football that will want to pay that to Davante Adams. So I think, and he probably knows that, he's made a ton of money in his career, and you look at your contract situation, and you know that you are most likely going to be a victim, a cap casualty, as they call it, in the offseason. So you're looking at this as a one-year deal no matter what. So yeah, you go to the Jets, and you look at your old buddy Aaron Rodgers, and you look at a team that, if he goes to the Jets, are they a viable AFC championship team? I would say so. You know, Kansas City, the front runner. Buffalo sure looks good. Miami's got no quarterback. And, you know, where else do you want to go in the AFC? Cincinnati seems to throw up on themselves at every opportunity. Houston's a comer, but they feel like they're still a year away.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
You just don't know. But I think you go to the Jets and you think, automatically I have a better chance than I do currently.
CBS Sports wrote up, and these are all over the place, but potential landing spots and little blurbs about each one.
I like a blurb.
Niners are on the list.
Are these in order of probability?
No, I don't think so, because the Steelers are actually listed first.
Okay.
I don't know what the order is. Everybody gets a blurb if you made the list. And there's about, 7 teams.
7 teams.
Yeah.
Give me the Niners blurb.
While far-fetched.
Okay.
The 49ers, and I've granted that off the top, have I not?
You have.
Okay. While far-fetched, the 49ers should be considered, given Aiyuk's awful start to the year following his massive contract extension. One of the reasons why the 49ers reportedly kept Aiyuk was because they couldn't find a team willing to give up a receiver of similar talent in a possible trade. This is where Adams and the Raiders come into play. Yes, the Raiders would have to absorb Aiyuk's salary, but they'd be getting a young, talented player who should only be entering his prime. In return, the 49ers would get Aiyuk's salary off the books and would instead get a future Hall of Famer who shares San Francisco's desire to win a ring.
I like the blurb.
My thoughts exactly.
I like the blurb. You had me at while far-fetched. Because
and that is acknowledged.
And you know, when you look at these things and it takes 2 to tango, and if you're the 49ers and you really are frustrated with Brandon Aiyuk, and I can see that they are, I think that the blurb is wrong about his quote awful start to the season. And the numbers aren't great, but if you watch the game as I have, every game twice, you see that he's doing more than just running around, and he's not being targeted as much, and he's had a couple drops. We can call it 4 drops. And
that word is strong. I'll grant that. It's not been good. It's been disappointing.
It's been fine. He's been fine.
Disappointing.
Yeah, he's been available. He leads the team in snaps. He's been more available than Debo. Juwan had one spectacular game, and name another receiver who's done anything on this team. So,
well, there aren't that many other receivers. You named the 3.
Ronnie Bell, Chris Conley.
You named the 3
Jacob
that matter.
Cowing.
And I would argue that Juwan Jennings has clearly, not just because of the one game, has clearly been their best receiver.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Debo would be second, even though he missed a game, and Brandon would be third.
Correct.
But I think when you look at it from the Raiders side, and do you really want to absorb that contract?
Probably not.
Because that's a big number. And if you are a team in a rebuild, and it feels like they're probably closer to rebuild than reload, is that really what you want to take on? A guy who has shown petulance and immaturity and is getting $30 million a year?
Well, probably not. But then again, petulance and immaturity has never bothered the Raiders before at any point in their entire lives.
Yeah, didn't they have Antonio Brown for a while?
Yes, they did.
And he burned his hands with ice or his feet.
Like he never played a game. He worked his way out of the team, Wasn't it? He was during camp.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so I would also argue this, though. Again, I'll grant probably not, but if you're the Raiders and all you want is draft capital, but you give up on Davante Adams, you're literally putting yourself in a spot where not only do you need a quarterback with your draft capital, you need receivers with your draft capital. We know you need running backs with your draft capital. There's too many things that you need. So could you want Brandon Aiyuk, 25 years old, 26 years old, young, talented, and probably at $30 million a year, even though I don't understand this, probably within the next 3 years, might look like a bargain. Might look like a bargain. I mean, 4 years starting next year at $30 million. Where's that market going? Jamar Chase is going to fly by that.
Yeah.
And then we're going to keep on going, right? All these, 4 years away from Marvin Harrison probably making $44 million a year. So I don't know what the Raiders want.
Yeah.
I could buy into the possibility that they don't hate it. It's possible.
Yeah, I think that they would be, if you offered them that right now, just a straight up trade, they hang up the phone. Because
I don't think they hang up. I think they say words. They might say no
stop
thank
calling me.
No,
crank call.
How about what else you got?
Right. How about you throw in a first round pick and then we're into it?
They're not getting a first from anyone. Then you can tell that by the fact that they've even already, what they floated to reporters was that they wanted it to start with a 2. That's because they know they're not getting a 1. You're not getting a 1 for a disgruntled 31-year-old.
Okay, so if the Niners offer a 2, then you're going to get pick number 61 because the Niners are good. So the Niners 2.
If you're also getting Brandon?
No, if you're just going to give them a 2.
Just the 2. Okay. Yeah, no, this has to involve Brandon or else the Niners don't have any room in their receiver room.
Right. So, I mean, that to me becomes the challenging part because you shopped Brandon just about a month or 2 ago and those deals didn't get done. So all of a sudden now there's going to be a team like Pittsburgh's going to say, yeah, we want Brandon now.
On. Remember, those deals in part didn't get done because Brandon wouldn't let them get done. The report was that a deal did get done with the Patriots. A deal did get done with the Browns. He turned them all down.
So now you're going to go to New England and say, hey, how about now? I know he already turned you down.
No, you're going to go to the Raiders. Again, the reports are they called on the Raiders, and at that time, the Raiders were a hard no on any Devontae call. Obviously, that has changed.
Yeah, I don't see the Raiders, and for all their dysfunctionality, maybe they would see this as a good move to bring in Brandon Aiyuk, but I don't see the Raiders in their roster, which I just was doing a quick glance at their 2 deep, and their roster's got more issues than just quarterback and running back.
They don't have anything.
They have Devontae Adams, Max Crosby, and a couple of good young tight ends who could turn out to be something.
Right.
End of list.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if I'm the Raiders, I'm not thinking, you know what, we get Brandon Aiyuk and our rebuild is underway.
Wouldn't you say that the minute Brandon Aiyuk gets there, he's probably the second or third best player on the team?
In theory.
You need good players.
Yes, but...
And your best player wants out of town.
Right, but Brandon Aiyuk, and he's had an awful start, according to your blurb, Bobby Blurbson, and he had a whole summer of tantrums and TikToks and poop emojis, and so I am going to want to bring that on at $30 million a year.
Fresh start,
maybe. It's going to be a no from me, dog.
Fresh start. Maybe it won't be the same.
Maybe.
I mean, this is what he asked for. And the beautiful thing about signing him, this is where Steiny does have a small point. The beautiful thing now, you don't need Brandon's permission anymore.
That's true.
So it's all brought to you by the Veranda in Concord, and we can see that a lot more you want to weigh in on this, and that's what we're doing. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, well, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So,
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
Check that. Future NFL star, Jaden Daniels.
Looks pretty
on the
good.
other line. Hell, maybe current.
Small sample. Let's pump the brakes.
You know, I was excited about the guy on the way in.
Yes,
but
we can't drop a star on him just yet.
No, we can't. No, that's fair. I'm just saying.
CJ Stroud, is he a star?
Kinda.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would agree with you.
Yes.
I think kinda is a light way of saying it, but he's already a season and a fourth in and a playoff win.
That's correct. No, that's all fair.
Okay.
But put it this way: you want to be excited about Jaden Daniels, you should be.
Yeah, he's trending in the right way.
Yeah, for sure. This has been great today. It's been energetic.
Yeah.
And look, I do think the way that this thing is trending with Davante Adams, it feels like if I put the over under on next Thursday. What do you got?
Him getting traded?
Yes.
I'd go over.
Would you?
Yep. I'd go over.
Oh, this is moving fast, brother. Like if you even just look at where this was on Monday to today, this thing is trucking. Like there are rumors out there. You go from that doesn't look right. And then you get the hamstring injury and he sits out and you get likes on Instagram by Antonio Pierce and immediately he's booked on Up and Adams while injured, which never happens. And then he's sitting there going, I haven't heard a damn thing from the Raiders. Antonio Pierce the next day is like, we talk every day. And then the next thing you know, Davante's requested trade. 2 hours later, Raiders are open to a trade. Boom, 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 boom. This is all happening every 24 hours. And the motivated parties on the acquiring end are going to want to do this as quick as possible.
I buy that, but I don't buy that, it's going to happen as quickly as everybody wants because I think that the Raiders are going to have a higher ask than what people are expecting. And that's why I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk is going to be a part of it because if I put myself in the Raiders' shoes, I want picks. I don't want a high-paid player who has been disgruntled at times. So I'm going to take my highly paid Hall of Famer and trade him for a younger, not Hall of Fame player who's shown some disgruntlement over this past summer. That to me doesn't make sense. I'd rather have a pick or two if I can get a second and a third. If Christian McCaffrey commanded a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth is what the Niners shipped to get Christian McCaffrey, and Davante is probably of that same caliber as a player, a little bit older.
A lot bit older. This was 2 full seasons ago that they got Christian. He was 26 years old at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I'm getting a 31, almost 32-year-old Hall of Famer for at least one season, if I'm the Raiders, I want multiple picks. If I can't get a first, fine. Give me a second and a fourth. Or I'd rather have draft assets than a $30 million receiver.
You might be right. And I would even argue you're probably right. I don't know. And all I'm suggesting is that the Niners make that call and make that offer.
Of course.
I would totally do it.
You
I
have
would
to.
totally do it.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. 888-957-9570. How about our buddy Jose in Oakland? Hey, Jose, what's up?
Hey, guys. Look, for as incompetent as the Raiders have shown to be in the past, I don't think that they would take on Brandon Aiyuk for Davante Adams. For once, they wouldn't be willing to pay him the money that he's getting paid. They wouldn't be willing to take on his attitude and his poor playing as it is. They would probably demand a better player in return in picks. To be honest with you, if Lynch really wants to go all out, actually all in to win the Super Bowl, he wants to deal with the Raiders, he would, give him a call. Tell them, listen, you're about to lose your top receiver. You don't have a quarterback. It seems to me like you're about to go into rebuild. Let's talk something else. We'll give you Brandon Aiyuk. We'll pay some of his salary, and we'll give you a first and a second for Mad Max. Let us have Crosby. Now, Max Crosby, that would be a player that I would definitely want from the Raiders.
Yeah, they're
Max
not.
Crosby pair with with Bosa?
They're not interested in that.
Else.
Yeah, yes, it would. And the Raiders would not allow that to happen. And by the way, and Jose, thank you. Fact check me. You can't do that in the NFL, correct?
I don't think so.
You can't pick up some of the salary like he suggested.
No, baseball you do that.
Yeah.
And I think I don't think you can in basketball either. Basketball is a straight
you gotta
salary
take on
match.
the contract.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
these are capped leagues. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So that's going to be a no from Roger Goodell. Dog. Yeah. There you have it. But
and Max Crosby's going to be a no from the Raiders.
Well,
dog.
Just for 5 seconds, if you can close your eyes and imagine Bosa on one side and Max Crosby on the other. There it is. Dream over. Somebody woke you up.
You could be the right corner and I'll be the left corner and we'll be fine. They won't even get a pass off. I love that. Bob in the city. Hi, Bob. Thanks for calling.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Nice.
I'm really intrigued with your the way you mentioned everything there, Willard. I basically could see how he could stretch the field. Going back to, our offense, I remember when Walsh, he was the king of the dink and dunk. And when he got Jerry, he really extended the field, and that went well into Steve Young's career. So I think with Davante, he could have really stretched the field. The only problem with all this is that I think the chemistry with our receiver is probably not working out right now. But I do see in the future they wouldn't have paid him the money if they didn't see there was light at the end of the tunnel. So but anything's possible, right? Anything's possible.
Yeah, and I'll agree. Yeah, Bob, thank you, Bob. I'll agree with that. There are issues with the idea, and it's not just learning the playbook. There are issues with the fact that no matter who you brought in, if you're going to bring somebody new in, like when they were shopping or discussing a Brandon Aiyuk trade in the offseason, that person ideally would need to work with Brock so the two of them can build some chemistry. And there should be optimism that Brock and Brandon will regain their chemistry because they had it before.
Right.
Quite frankly, I'm a little confused at why it looks the way it does now, whether it's a lack of chemistry or targets or whatever. If you're going to succumb to all this and do $30 million a year, I would have thought that this was prioritized in a different way on the field.
And maybe that's something we can ask Greg Cosell next week or Mark Schlereth when we have him on about what they're seeing in Brandon's routes, because I've seen in my eyes, I'm thinking about 3 or 4 throws where Brandon's running an out and he's not getting the ball. The ball's being thrown, but it's not being thrown where he is cutting. Is he rounding his route too much? Is Brock anticipating a different route? It doesn't look like, even when he's targeted and he's kind of open, that they're on the same page insofar as, where he's going to be. When he's running like a 12-yard out and the ball is 3 feet in front of him because Brock thinks he's going to cut it sharper or coming back sooner or whatever the misconnection is, you see it on a lot of his targets.
Well, it's a little odd because, I get it. You have to keep that. You have to cultivate it. You have to do it every offseason. That's why they do. But these two dudes, they made beautiful music together last year. Like really beautiful music.
Yeah.
1,300 yards on 6 targets.
And he was in the second team All-Pro.
Yeah. So, where'd that go?
Right.
Where'd that go from just one off season of sort of losing a little bit of time together? And why is it not back if it's not fully back? Because even this year, they've been back together for 5 to 6 weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't think that it would take this long. And I don't know that it's all that off, but it's a little bit off. And the target share, the plays being called for Brandon are not necessarily there. He was used, and this is cited in the Mike Silver article, and he cites Eric Branch pointing out that Aiyuk was used as a decoy a few times on some of the longer balls, like the one that went to Debo. Well, a decoy, that's fine sometimes, but a $30 million decoy?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What's happening in the huddle if they look at Jamar Chase and they're like, all right, on this play, you're a decoy. You go over there and take everybody. Yeah, here and there, not a lot.
Yes, but this offense is totally different. And that's where, we can talk salaries, and Brock Purdy's a star. No matter who you have, they're going to try to spread it around. It's Juwan and George, and it's Jordan and Debo and Brandon, and everybody gets their fair share. There's other than the Juwan game, which was a total anomaly, you don't often see one guy just go absolutely gaga in a game.
Now, this show does not suffer from much, but it does suffer from having a support staff that is still at marriage age. And what that means is we've got a support staff that keeps going to weddings.
Right.
You and I don't go to as many weddings anymore because a lot of the people, like we've already done the, 27 to 35 years old or whatever.
Even the young coworkers who you think you're close with don't get
invited. Exactly. So Grandy on a plane to a wedding.
Oh, he's landed.
Again. And now, am I to understand that Director of Sports Lucas Alexander is going to be on the air?
Wait, what?
That's crazy.
In the 6 o'clock hour?
Me?
Yeah.
Brandon,
is this an accurate report?
Like 4 minutes?
Is this
I
true?
better get this together then.
What are you doing, Lucas?
I don't know. There's so much to choose from, especially from our show. Man, Steve Kerr, Greg Cosell.
Right.
I think one of those will make the cut.
Okay, but who are you starting with?
We're starting with the morning roast, Dave Fleming talking about Buster Posey, and
he was great.
And a couple other additions to that conversation. A little Brandon Aiyuk conversation in the conversation.
A conversation in the conversation?
Yep.
Okay. You know what that is, don't you?
He's also, I don't. You can tell me.
The conversation sensation.
Come on, Lucas.
Thank you.
Boy, Ken.
What
and
else?
Our boy Dave Fleming is calling the College Game Day game of Saturday. He's going to be
Cal.
calling Miami Cal.
Oh, that's tremendous.
So a little mention of that as well.
All right.
I was told that he may or may not be allowed on campus. So we're going to have to
There's that.
confirm
Yeah,
that.
there's that.
Being a
He's
Stanford
a
man.
Stanford
I know
Hawk,
you're going to ask. Yes, I am going. And I'm going to College Game Day, actually.
That's not what I was going to ask. I was going to ask, are you nervous?
Seeing as though it's already recorded, don't tell anybody. No.
Wow.
It's so great. Last time he did it live, he ran 5 minutes long. It was pretty funny. I was in the car for that one.
A host recording portions of his show? Abominable. Gross. Disgusting. I would never. All right.
And we'll see you in the aisles.
Lucas, Live or Memorex, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Week 5 begins, my brother.
Here we go. Best day of the week. For Dibs, for Ken, for Lucas, and portions of Lucas on tape. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.